My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 2368 to chapter 2538. You should have been serious a long time ago. Miss Xiao swept him a disgruntled glance as she mused. Hurry and deal with him so we can go home. Duanyu lowered his head to glance at the little fellow. He saw her pair of small, black eyes staring straight at him. Her watery eyes were quite amusing. You're hungry, right? Hungry my ass. Miss Xiao couldn't be bothered with this idiot anymore. Yet Duanyu was grinning as he suddenly stomped the ground. Tens of thousands of icicles exploded in an instant and were turned into balls of ice by the airflow around him. They flew up with a whoosh and split open between the two with a bang. Countless ice shards shattered into tiny ice shards that shot toward Dark Yas. Miss Xiao could see everything clearly from hiding in his arms, and she couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Duanyu, this guy, actually grasped the power of water spirit to the point of perfection. Seeing how he effortlessly converted the water spirit energy between heaven and earth for his own use, this person was simply a bit of a freak. Even Dark Yas at his peak might not be his match, let alone the current Dark Yas who couldn't even stand steadily. Your Highness. Akir had already cried out in alarm. Ali brought a few guards with him and flew up to support the swaying Dark Yas. Dark Yas's face was dark, but he was extremely furious on the inside. If it weren't for the fact that he had used the power of the sword of underworld deity earlier and his body had yet to recover, how could he have suffered such a setback in front of Duanyu? But right now, he was frustrated no matter what he said. If he couldn't win, he couldn't win. He already knew that he couldn't protect what he wanted if he wasn't strong enough. Dark Yas angrily swatted away Ali's hand and jumped down from the ice wall with Duanyu. He reflexively covered his chest with his hand. Duanyu turned around and coldly swept him a glance. The Xianxia guards had already swarmed up to protect their master in the center. Although they only had half the number of Ming Province's personal guards, their fierce eyes were extremely sharp. It was as if each of them could take on 100 enemies alone, and they were brimming with a baleful aura. Ming Province's crown prince, today's exchange of pointers was to this prince's liking. Let's play again next time if there's a chance. Duanyu waved his hand with a nonchalant expression as he turned to leave with the little fellow in his arms. The Xianxia guards were naturally not as magnanimous as their master. Each and every one of the Dark Province guards who were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey, turned around in a row, and retreated in a row. They stared at the Dark Province guards in front of them and protected their masters as they left. Of course, they were not very afraid that the people of the underworld continent would attack. Unless they wanted to die here, they could just attack. The heavenly ice and snow region was within the territory of the Tsang state. It would be strange if the people of the underworld state dared to make a move. If they hurt Prince Chen, the emperor could send an army to crush them at any time. Ming Yas wasn't a fool. He had already thought of this. At this moment, she was staring at Duanyu's group leaving with gloomy eyes. She clutched her arm that had been cut by the water spirit. His arm was not the only thing that was injured. In the last confrontation just now, that damned Prince Chen was indeed a powerful figure. Akir's eyes were red, and she looked like she was about to cry. Brother Yas, why were you so impulsive? She clearly knew that now was not the right time to fight with the people of the Xianxia, so why couldn't she keep her cool? Ming Yas coldly glanced at her before looking in the direction that Duanyu left in a trance. He didn't speak for a long time. Seeing that Yasi didn't chase after her, Miss Xiao inwardly sighed in relief. This guy was extremely troublesome. If she allowed him to continue pestering her, the one who would be annoyed would be her true self. Right now, her tiny body couldn't do anything. She was too weak to even jump up and scratch his face. Right now, her most important task was to find a place to settle down and sort out her current situation so that she could get herself dressed as soon as possible. Arbor sighed powerlessly in her heart as she looked down at her chubby little paw. Go do what you need to do. Duanyu aloofly instructed the Xianxia guards before bending down to enter the tent. He placed the little thing on a small table before his gaze landed on her injured little paw. Due to the torment along the way, the gauze had long fallen off, so her little paw was currently exposed to the air. Although it wasn't bleeding anymore, it still hurt terribly. Your Highness. Xiaokezhi anxiously called out upon hearing the commotion. Meicham Duanyu didn't even look up when he heard his call. He merely took out a medicine bottle from his inner world and placed the little thing on his lap, He then lowered his head and applied medicine for her as if no one else was around. Arbor glanced at that medicine bottle and stopped moving. She obediently lay there and allowed him to apply the medicine. This medicine was her exclusive prescription, and it was very effective. After applying it once today and again tomorrow, her injury would probably be 80% healed. Your Highness. When Xiaoxia saw that Duanyu was ignoring him, he hastily walked forward and circled Duanyu's body several times. My Highness. Alright, stop making a fuss. If you have something to say, say it. This servant heard that you encountered the Nether Province guards this time and almost met with danger, right? Xiaoxia wailed, you really were in too much danger. Duanyu carefully applied the medicine for the little fellow before looking up to meet his eyes. I'm fine. The implication was, stop making a fuss over there. Arbor also felt that this little eunuch was terribly noisy. She was lying there lazily. After fleeing for her life the entire way, she had long used up all the energy in her body. Right now, she just wanted to have a good rest, but there was a demonic voice nagging in her ears. How annoying. Fourth brother. A voice sounded from outside the tent. Not long after, two men walked in one after another with smiles on their faces. Duanyu raised his eyes to look at those two people. He was smiling sarcastically on the inside, but he didn't show any expression on his face. Second royal brother, third royal brother, is something the matter? The second prince and the third prince looked at each other. The third prince smiled and said, I heard that you met with danger on the way. Are you all right? Duanyu spread his hands. It's obvious that she's not injured. She's completely fine. That's good, that's good. The third prince laughed and glanced outside the tent. I don't know where Xianxia heard the news of your injury. She's so nervous that she's secretly crying. You have to comfort her later. Xianxia, come in. The woman who entered after hearing the sound had red eyes, as if she had just cried. She was dressed in a fiery red muslin robe and had a tall, jade-like nose. Her appearance was quite stunning. A phoenix hairpin wrapped with 8 jewels on her head was quite eye-catching under the swaying sunlight. The little fellow was lying there. She looked up at that beauty in red and sized her up curiously before looking away and continuing to laze around. Brother Ali, Commandery Princess Xianxia called out with reddened eyes. She sized him up from head to toe. Thank goodness you're all right. Xianxia was worried to death. Duanyu blinked and absent-mindedly swept a glance at that Commandery Princess. Many thanks for the Commandery Princess's concern, but it's better for the Commandery Princess to call me His Highness Prince Jin. When Xianxia heard this, half of her eyes immediately reddened again. She lowered her head and bit her lip, looking hurt. The third prince hastily smoothed things over. Aya, fourth brother, that's not right. Xianxia is the only daughter of Marquis Anqing. Marquis Anqing was conferred the title of Marquis by grandfather's generation, so he's quite related to our imperial family. That's right. We grew up with Xianxia, so how can you treat her as an outsider? The second prince also interjected dryly. Miss Jiao, who was lying on the side to watch the show, only felt that the 3 people before her were all idiots. As expected, Duanyu slapped her in the face with the next sentence. That's you guys. Duanyu swept a sardonic glance at his 2 elder brothers before his chilly gaze landed on Commandery Princess Xianxia. I'm not familiar with her. The second prince and the third prince were choked to the point of speechlessness. Wasn't that true? This fourth brother had just returned to Cangzhou not long ago. It was them and Xianxia who grew up together, not fourth brother and Xianxia. When they thought of this, the second and third princes could only awkwardly rub their noses and chuckle. Haha. Duanyu reached out to pick up the little fellow who was sprawled on the table, causing her to glare at him in displeasure. She was lying here perfectly fine, so what was there to pick her up for? Don't think you can pick her up casually just because she's young. Duanyu glanced at her with a grin and ignored her gaze. He turned around with her in his arms and threw a sentence at the second and third princes. If there's nothing else, my royal brothers, I'm going to rest. This was an order to chase them out. A trace of anger flashed across the 2 princes' faces. They were increasingly displeased with this unbridled fourth brother. However, they couldn't say anything right now. They could only hatefully fling their sleeves and growl at Xianxia, let's go. How could Xianxia Commandery Princess's eyes shift away from Duanyu? At this moment, she was staring at him with infatuation. How could she hear the second prince and the third prince's cries? When those two people saw Xianxia's love-struck appearance, they were even more infuriated, so they simply abandoned her and left Duanyu's tent, slamming down the curtain. Ungrateful fellow. The third prince spat as soon as he stepped out of the door. They had come to see him in vain. They didn't expect him to be so rude to his elder brother. Second prince remained silent with a dark expression. He was naturally displeased with Duanyu in his heart. However, with his current status and the importance he received from imperial father, even if he wanted to make a move on him, he would have to assess the situation and plan before making a move. If he acted rashly, it would only make him more unlucky. Xianxia? Let her be, the second prince said coldly. He was not very optimistic about that woman from Xianxia. Just by looking at his fourth brother's cold attitude towards her, he knew that there was no chance. Unfortunately, that woman's brain wasn't good. She insisted on sticking to him and asking for humiliation. So be it. She would soon find out who was more suitable for her. If it weren't for giving face to Marquis and Xingho, he wouldn't care about a mere Xianxia. The second prince thought coldly as he left with the third prince. However, the two people didn't know that Crown Prince Rongli was currently standing in a corner of the tent wearing a thick brocade cloak and coldly watching them leave. Duanyu sat down with the little fellow in his arms and examined her tiny paws that were smeared with medicine. A voice suddenly rang out beside him. Brother Ali, what is this? Is this a mink? It's prey that you brought back, right? It's quite cute. Can I touch it? Duanyu furrowed his brows at the string of voices, and he rudely blocked Xianxia's hand. He asked dryly, why haven't you left yet? Xianxia Commandery Princess's eyes immediately reddened from grievance. Her lips quivered as she sniffed and cried pitifully, Brother Ali, Duanyu felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. Unexpectedly, the furball in his arms also stood on end. It was mainly because Qiaomu felt that this woman's voice was clearly coarse, but she still had to tighten her voice and pretend to be weak and easily bullied. This made her hair stand on end. Duanyu looked up and finally glanced at this Xianxia Commandery Princess. The latter was secretly delighted and put on a gentle expression as she looked back at him with watery eyes. Qiaomu's body trembled, and she could even feel Duanyu, who was hugging her, also trembling. Xianxia Commandery Princess naturally did not notice the two people's identical actions. Duanyu, who sensed something, looked down at that furball in amusement. Xianxia, this prince is going to rest. Wasn't this eviction order obvious enough? As long as one had a bit of foresight, they should be able to scram obediently. However, Xianxia Commandery Princess was an oddball. She was secretly happy that she finally had a chance to be alone with Prince Chen, so she pretended not to understand Duanyu's words and naturally could not leave. Miss Jiao, who was exhausted from the day, stretched out her paws and yawned rather sleepily. Xianxia Commandery Princess's eyes instantly widened as if she had seen a ghost. She pointed at Arbor in Duanyu's arms and exclaimed, Brother Ali, it actually knows how to yawn. Duanyu, who was thinking that the little fellow was very adorable, only heard Xianxia Commandery Princess's coarse voice. He felt it was ear-piercing, and anger involuntarily flitted across his eyes. Little Ku. This little eunuch, when she needed him, he was nowhere to be found. When she didn't need him, he would be noisy all day long. He was really useless. When Lil Kuzi saw the second and third princes enter, he very consciously retreated and gave the space to his masters. However, he naturally did not dare to walk far. When he heard Duanyu's shout, he hastily dashed inside the tent. Your Highness. Chase away all the irrelevant people. I'm going to sleep. Ah. Xiaokuzi was dumbfounded. He secretly glanced at Xianxia Commandery Princess, whose expression had changed greatly. This princess had probably offended His Highness by courting death. Xiaokuzi braced himself and walked forward. Following his master's orders, he coughed lightly and said, Count Princess, please. According to Xianxia Commandery Princess's temper, she should have slapped Xiaokuzi's face and given him a slap while shouting at him, Are you blind? Don't you know who I am? However, when she saw Duanyu's aloof expression, she did not dare to do anything. She could not do anything. She could only turn to look at him with a very sad expression. "Brother Ali, I said to call me Prince Jin." Duanyu's good temper was instantly worn away by this whatever commandery princess, so he bluntly said, "I'm really not that familiar with you." Xianxia commandery princess looked like she had suffered a huge blow and endured humiliation. She covered her face and sobbed as she left. After she left Duanyu's tent and returned to her own, she hugged her pillow and cried bitterly, scaring the maidservants. Duanyu naturally didn't know that Xianxia commandery princess went back and cried. But even if he knew, he would only scold her for being crazy and nothing more. After Xianxia commandery princess was chased away, Duanyu carried Sir Jojo to the couch and sat down. He indeed wanted to rest for a while after going through so much trouble outside. His head hurt especially from their quarreling just now. Arbor glanced at him with a sharp gaze, which amused Duanyu. He reached out to poke her little furry face. "Little dumpling." Arbor simply turned the back of her head towards him and couldn't be bothered to say anything else to him. Wait until she returned to her original state, then she would thrash him to death. Duanyu didn't continue to disturb her either. He watched as she curled up in a tiny ball and soon fell asleep from exhaustion. He then also closed his eyes. Arbor didn't know that while she was asleep, that tiny ball of Martin's body was emitting a glazed luster. It was as if her entire body had turned transparent. Her soul floated out of the little white Martin's body on its own and hovered in midair. There was a flow of air that couldn't be seen with the naked eye inside her dantian that was slowly rotating. Her entire body hovered there very smoothly as she unconsciously absorbed the spiritual energy that was surging in from all directions. And the spiritual energy was advancing at a very minute speed, slowly transforming into spiritual conscious and gushing towards her forehead. Everything was done so naturally that the little fellow didn't need to worry about it herself. It was as if this body had already become the source of all living things in the world. In reality, what Arbor didn't know was that most of the time when she floated over, she was unconscious and fell into this kind of independent cultivation state. She also didn't know that the spiritual conscious body stayed in her conscious like a lazy person who had eaten and drank to its heart's content. It was sprawled out on all fours and didn't want to move at all. This time, the cultivation lasted for 4 hours. When Duanyu, who was beside her, moved slightly, the little white Martin's spiritual conscious body returned to her body. The transparent spirit body was once again absorbed into the little white Martin's body. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a dream and an illusion. Xiaomu had no idea that she had already inexplicably gone through another round of cultivation. She opened her small black eyes and saw the guy beside her. He was leaning on one arm and poking her round little belly with a grin. "Bah! What are you poking at?" The little guy flipped over like a carp and got up. He moved his little paws and felt that the pain was much better. He couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. Jojo-sama's medicine was really good. Jojo's products were definitely the best. Duanyu looked at her with a grin and rubbed her furry little body. "Little furball, what do you want to eat?" For some reason, he just wanted to talk to her. This little guy could understand human language, and it was also very human-like. Although it was only a low-level little Shan beast, she didn't know why its intelligence was so heaven-defying. There were too many bizarre things in this world, so Duanyu naturally wouldn't delve into these. Roar. Duanyu couldn't resist laughing out loud. He felt that his mood had become much more cheerful. He stood up and hugged this round little thing before getting off the couch. He said to Xiaokezi, who was waiting outside the door, "Set the table." Xiaokezi was overjoyed. In the past, their highness wouldn't remember to eat without someone reminding him. Today, the sun must have risen from the west. Once all the food was served, the little fellow leaped onto the table. Xiaokezi was dumbfounded as he waved his hand to chase it away, but Duanyu calmly stopped him. "All right, you can leave." "Ah, your highness, this little critter, it's fine." Xiaokezi looked at Miss Chiao with a strange expression. That mink was squatting in front of a plate of pork ribs and looking at its little paws with a conflicted expression. It looked like it was hesitating whether to use its paws to eat or to lift it up to eat. This really was an odd little mink, Xiaokezi thought. How could it share food with his highness at the table? It was so dirty, yet his highness didn't mind. Xiaokezi grumbled in his mind as he slowly walked out. The moment he stepped out, he saw the little snow eagle's paw decisively reaching for the plate. Awoo! Duan Yu, who was picking up a pair of chopsticks, looked speechlessly at the little fellow who was barking at him. For some reason, he had the misconception that this little fellow was used to ordering him around. Awoo! Duan Yu twitched his mouth and put down the chopsticks in his hand. He stood up and walked to the little fellow's side. He lifted her up and walked to the basin on the side of the tent. Where did you get this bad habit of yours? A little animal actually knew to wash its paws before eating. Awoo! The little fellow barked at him again and looked disdainfully at the water in the basin. It was a dirty basin of water, disgusting. Duan Yu, what was going on? He felt like this little fellow was like a lord in front of him. Who exactly was His Highness? Xianxia. Xianxia was waiting outside the tent. When he heard the call, he lifted the curtain and rushed in at the speed of light. Your Highness, did that mink disturb your meal? Do you want this humble one to throw it out? Awoo! Sir Jojo glared at the slanderous fellow who rushed in. Xianxia looked like he had seen a ghost. It really was a ghost. This little mink looked so adept at glaring at people. Pour out the water in the basin, Duan Yu said helplessly. Hey, this basin of water was just fetched. It fell. Lil Kuzi hurriedly carried the basin out and splashed it on the ground. Then, he carried it back and watched with a strange expression as His Highness filled the basin with water again. The corner of little Kuzi's mouth twitched. The next moment, he saw His Highness put the small animal into the basin. Ow! Sir Jojo's beady eyes bulged as he stared fixedly at Duan Yu. Duan Yu exclaimed speechlessly, I've really seen a ghost. Why did this tsundere look a little like his Jojo? That was why he found the little guy interesting at first glance. You won't get wet. Duan Yu inexplicably explained, Fine, 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 I'll wash your claws, only your claws. Little Kuzi was completely speechless. What kind of mink was this? He had to change the water before washing his claws, and wash his claws before eating. Was this a human or a ferret? In this day and age, even small animals were more particular than him. A little eunuch, Duan Yu helped little Jojo wash her small claws and used a clean handkerchief to wipe off the water stains. Only then did he put the little guy back on the table. Clack, clack, clack. The little guy even bounced to that plate of spare ribs and picked a bone that was easier for her claws to grab. She lowered her head and gnawed on it. When she saw Duan Yu looking at her with a grin, she even rolled her eyes at him. With a turn of her little butt, Sir Jojo used the back of her head to eat him. Duan Yu couldn't resist laughing out loud. He took a pair of chopsticks and took 2 bites. When he saw Lil Kezi standing beside him like a statue, he frowned and said, Why are you standing here foolishly? Your Highness, don't you think this mink is a bit mystical? Of course it's mystical. Duan Yu smiled smugly. Don't you know who adopted this mink? Do you think His Highness, I, can adopt a normal mink? She couldn't be bothered with the smug Jojo. After eating a bone, she looked at the pot of soup and fretted. In the end, it was Duan Yu who considerately gave her a small plate and poured some soup for her to drink. This solved a huge problem. Lil Kezi felt like he was F***ked. Not only did this neurotic mink have a lot of problems before eating, but she was also so anthropomorphic when eating. She was especially particular about not eating dirty plates. The food she was given had to be placed on a new plate. She would glare at you when the soup was hot and shout at you when it was salty. She even had to wash her paws after eating. How was this a freaking mink? This was a little emperor mink, right? After eating and drinking her fill, Miss Chow ordered Duan Yu to wash herself clean before collapsing on his couch and occupying his bed. This weak mink was only a little mystic beast that wasn't even level 3, so it was awfully weak. It would probably starve to death if it didn't eat for a day. Moreover, little Chow Chow wanted this weak chicken body to grow up a little after eating and drinking enough. That way, it would be able to run faster and be able to put in more effort when encountering danger. Even if it couldn't win, it should at least have an escape skill, right? When Duan Yu turned around, he saw the little fellow sprawled there motionlessly like she was full and couldn't crawl. He curled his lips in amusement and was about to go up and pick her up to play with when the servants outside the curtain moved. Greetings to your highness the noble consort. This consort can go in by herself. Noble Consort Duan's gentle voice rang out, leaving all the palace maids outside. Her personal royal maid opened the curtain for her, and Noble Consort Duan walked in with a smile. "Mom, why have you come?" Duan Yu quickly turned around and walked to his mother's side with a grin. "What's wrong?" "Mother heard that you went out to play and encountered danger on the road. Can't I come and see you?" "Mother, why are you listening to their nonsense?" Duan Yu helped his mother sit down on the stool. "I, your son, am mighty and domineering. How could a few insignificant thieves injure me?" "What little thief?" "I heard that it's the cruel and merciless crown prince of the underworld region." "Humph." Duan Yu raised his slender brows noncommittally. "Just a defeated opponent, not worth mentioning." "You child." Noble Consort Duan glared at her son in amusement and anger. "You're too proud." "Mother, your son, I, naturally have the ability to be proud." Duan Yu sat down next to his mother with a grin and reached out to pour tea for her. Little Jojo, on the other hand, had been lying on the bed the whole time. His eyes were wide open and his gaze was fixed on imperial concubine Duan. Noble Consort Duan's natural grace, elegance, and gentleness made Miss Xiao feel that the woman in front of her was very elegant. Moreover, this was her first time seeing the way the mother and son interacted with each other. They were mother and son, but they were more like friends. The faint warmth between the two of them made people feel very comfortable. "Oh you've been naughty and mischievous since you were young." Noble Consort Duan smiled with pursed lips as she caught sight of the little bundle on the bed from the corner of her eye. "Ah." She stood up and walked towards the side of the bed. "Mother, I heard that you caught a little snow eagle. Is it this little one?" Duan Yu's body swayed, and he quickly scooped up the little fellow. He hit her in his arms and grumbled, "Mom, I can't give this to you." Noble Consort Duan laughingly scolded him and poked his shoulder. Look, someone even boasted earlier that everything they hunted would belong to Mom." Duan Yu rubbed his nose and instantly felt a bit embarrassed, but he still tightly protected the little mink in his arms. "Just this won't do." Unexpectedly, Miss Xiao kicked him in the chest. Her chubby little body rolled and pounced towards Noble Consort Duan. "Mom, don't be scared, she won't." Duan Yu was startled and wanted to remind his mother that this little mink was quite human, so she probably wouldn't scratch her. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, his mother had already cradled that little thing in her arms and giggled. "Aya, son, look, this mink is really interesting." Noble Consort Duan looked at this soft and adorable little bundle and laughed happily. Duan Yu glanced at that little mink resentfully, but he felt even more aggrieved when he saw her ignoring him with her but facing him. This heartless little thing, wanting to run off with someone else after feeding her. Arbor rolled around in Noble Consort Duan's arms. He liked this woman's soft embrace and the faint fragrance on her body. The little fellow's nose twitched, and she curled up in Noble Consort Duan's arms. Her two round, beady eyes sharpened sharply. "Son, rest well. Mom has brought Diaoer back." "Mom." Duan Yu was infuriated and reached out to hug Jojo. "Mom, you don't know how to take care of her. My little dumpling has a lot of bad habits. She has to wash her feet before eating, and then I have to help her wash her feet twice after eating." "Spit on your face." The little fellow turned around and glared at him with her round eyes. "You're the one who washes her feet before eating. Your whole family washes her feet." "Mom." Mom will remember. Mother will treat the little dumpling well." "Thank you, son. Mother likes your gift very much." Imperial concubine Duan talked to herself for a while before jokingly snatching the little fellow and running away. She left her son with a face full of resentment and stood in the tent, glaring at her mother who left her son behind and ran away. She was so angry that she rolled her eyes. "Mother, your son didn't say he was going to give it to you." Arbor rolled coquettishly in Imperial Consort Duan's arms. It was really strange. She didn't know why, but she liked this noble Consort Duan at first glance. It was hard not to like such a gentle and kind woman, Arbor thought. It was better to stay in noble Consort Duan's tent at night. Otherwise, a man and a woman alone in a room, that Duan Yu had taken advantage of her for nothing. Although with her small body, there was no problem of a single man and a single woman, The little fellow's soft and fluffy appearance made it very rare for noble consort Duan. After carrying her back to his place, he personally fed her water and even gave her some pastries to eat. The maidservants on the side had long been petrified. Just like little Kezi, they stared at Arbor with wide eyes as if they had seen a ghost. They had never seen a mink that could eat pastries before, so their knowledge had been broadened this time. This time, the little fellow really ate until she was stuffed. She didn't sleep well the entire night because she was stuffed. As a result, she was listless the next morning. Duanyu ran to his mother's tent early in the morning to see her. When he saw her listless appearance, he immediately said that he wanted to carry her back. "Mom, I already said you can't take good care of her. This little fellow is full of problems and is very precious. Let me carry her back and raise her." Our dear Duanyu inexplicably didn't sleep well the entire night. Every time he closed his eyes, the little ferret kept hovering in front of him, making him feel anxious and worried. As a result, he ran over here early in the morning without eating breakfast. Noble consort Duan rolled her eyes at her son and slapped away his hand that was reaching for the little ferret. "Stingy. You said you were giving it to Mom, but now you want it back." Duanyu looked at his mother aggrievedly. "Mom, don't you feel guilty saying this? When did your son say he was giving it to you? Your son already said he wasn't giving it to you, but didn't you still snatch it and run off? You don't know how to raise it and raised a spirited little fellow into a listless thing. Now, you refuse to return it to me, your son, no matter what." Truly agreed, Jojo didn't want to move at all. She merely raised her eyes and continued to lie there with her head drooped listlessly. Noble consort Duan took more food to feed the little ferret, wanting to tease her. Duanyu's eyelids kept twitching as he watched from the side, and he quickly went up to block his mother. "Mom, don't keep feeding her. Look, she can't even crawl after eating. I'll carry her out to digest the food." Noble consort Duan was about to block her son, but Duanyu, that guy, reacted quickly and picked up the little Jojo in his arms. Just as she was about to fly away, Xiaokezi's report came from outside the tent. "Your Highness." Noble consort Duan's hand froze in midair as she reached out to snatch the little ferret from her son. Noble consort Duan leisurely combed her hair and gently said, "Come in, Xiaokezi." Xiaokezi opened the curtain and entered. He hastily bowed to noble consort Duan and Duanyu before reporting, "Your Highness, His Majesty issued a hunting order just now and wants you to go with him. He said you were going to the stone slope to hunt a level 7 spirit beast." Duanyu was disinterested when he heard this. He waved his hand while carrying the little ferret and said, "Not going." Xiaokezi had long known that His Highness was willful and reckless, so he was not the least bit surprised when he heard His Highness's rejection. He just put on a troubled face and said, "But His Majesty has already given the order. If your Highness doesn't go, someone with ulterior motives may come to make things difficult for your Highness and say that you openly disobeyed His Majesty's decree." When noble consort Duan heard this, she frowned and looked at her son. "Humph, so what if I disobey?" Duanyu harumphed disapprovingly. Imperial concubine Duan didn't insist on persuading her son to head to the stone slope to hunt 7th-grade spirit beasts. Instead, she looked at her son and said, "If you don't want to go, then don't go. That place is very dangerous. It's best if you don't go." Sir Jojo flipped over in Duanyu's arms to make himself more comfortable. She stuck out her ball-sized belly and wished she could use her claws to beat herself. Yesterday, he had eaten 2 pieces of desserts, which made him last the whole night. This ferret's body was simply too weak. She originally wanted it to grow stronger, but she didn't expect the little guy to wilt after eating 2 pieces of pastries. Too vexing, too vexing. Jojo rolled around in Duanyu's arms again. Duanyu lowered his head to glance at her. Suddenly, he raised his sharp brows and suggested with a chuckle, "How about we bring our little fur ball to the stone slope to let some fresh air to aid digestion?" The stone slope was surrounded by steep and towering ice walls. Inside, there were many strange stones that were naturally formed. It was quite suitable for the little guy to climb the stones, bask in the sun, and stroll around in case he was stuffed to death. Noble consort Duan harumphed, "I didn't feed him until he was full." Yes, it's all Xiao Tuanzi's fault for being immature and gluttonous." After Duanyu finished nagging, he greeted his mother and hastily slipped out of the tent with Jojo. Noble consort Duan angrily glared at her son's back and inwardly scolded him for being petty. This little mink was clever and adorable. She liked it when she saw it. No wonder her son also wanted to snatch it from her. Xiao Tuanzi, master will take you for a stroll. Miss Chow glanced at him listlessly and couldn't be bothered with him. The moment Duanyu left the tent, he heard a hearty laugh. Fourth brother. When he turned around, he saw Crown Prince Ronli walking over with the second and third princes. Behind the three of them was Commandery Princess Xianxia, whose eyes were clearly red as if she had cried the entire night. When the third prince saw Duanyu, he couldn't resist saying, "Old Fourth, look at how you angered Xianxia yesterday. She didn't sleep well the entire night and even cried until her eyes were swollen." Crown Prince Ronli couldn't resist chuckling. Fourth brother really shouldn't have done that. Duanyu pretended not to hear them. After greeting the three of them, he turned to leave with the little mink in his arms. The three people who landed behind him clenched their fists and gnashed their teeth as they looked at his back. Xiangchang looked like she was about to cry again. Facing Ronli beside her, she weakly called out, "Crown Prince Gij, is there some misunderstanding between Ali Gij and me?" Crown Prince Ronli shuddered for no reason. Don't blame the Crown Prince for being unromantic. It was mainly because Xiangchang Commandery Princess's voice was quite rough. She purposely pinched her throat and spoke like this, so it was even worse than her usual tone. It made one's hair stand on end. "It's nothing, don't think too much." Crown Prince Ronli smiled awkwardly. "Alright, the group is about to move out. Let's hurry and prepare. Let's go." Xiangchang sniffled and nodded. She had the maidservants bring her a date-red spirit stallion and nimbly mounted it. As for Duanyu, he had already mounted that polar ice wolf and fled with Sir Jojo. He couldn't be bothered to travel with the group. Since the destination is the stone slope, then let's meet at the stone slope. The great emperor had long known that his fourth son did not follow the routine of ordinary people. Looking at his departing figure, he could only sigh speechlessly. Meanwhile, in South City of Shenzhou, in front of a mansion in a busy alley, the passers-by couldn't help but rub their arms and look back in confusion. Only pedestrians were seen hurriedly passing by. The peddlers on both sides of the street were also selling their wares with all their might. There was nothing out of the ordinary. This street could be considered one of the main streets of South City. Usually, it was quite lively with people coming and going. However, what was strange today was that everyone who walked on this street felt a strange chill. It was as if there were dozens of ice sculptures beside them, faintly emitting cold air. These ordinary people naturally didn't know what was going on. However, the two Taoist priests sitting in the restaurant across the street frowned deeply and looked coldly at the street across from them. A slightly younger Taoist asked, "Senior brother, what's going on? Why are there so many ghosts gathering on such a bustling street? This matter is very strange. The sect's elders sent the two of us to investigate first. We must remember not to act rashly and alert the enemy. Senior brother, do we have to wait until nightfall before sneaking into that mansion?" The older Taoist priest nodded slightly, yes. The two made up their minds and stopped talking. It was not until night fell that they exchanged a glance and quietly went down from the restaurant. At this time, there were not many people on the street, but the gathering of ghosts was more and more serious. The two glanced at it with their spiritual sense, and their faces were quite dignified. They went to the back of the house and jumped in. As soon as they sneaked to the door of the house, they heard a man's low voice from the main hall, "Since my friend is here, why don't you show yourself?" The two Taoist priests looked at each other. Just as they were about to walk out of the hiding place, they heard a wind in their ears. A tall woman wearing tight night clothes, with a slightly dark complexion, slightly high cheekbones on both sides, slender eyes, and long hair tied up high, landed in the courtyard with a whoosh. She said with a smile, "Sorry to disturb you. My daughter passed by your house at night and thought it was quite interesting, so I came uninvited." "Quite interesting? Did she want to join in the fun of the ghosts' carnival?" Zhou Huan led Qi Hua and several people out of the house. Beside the 8 of them stood 3 middle-aged men and an old man. These 4 people were the talisman masters that Prince Mo asked Feng Su to gather around the South City. Among them, the old man, Mr. Mu, was the most profound talisman master. The three middle-aged men were yellow and advanced talisman masters respectively. The old man had reached the profound level of great talisman master. But these days, the talisman masters gathered together. No matter how they studied, they couldn't figure out what talisman the little girl was hit by. As for the talisman master that Mo Lian asked Feng Su to find, they naturally couldn't find him in the South City. If you let a group of talisman masters who practiced the talisman technique look at the evil talisman on the little girl, they naturally couldn't find anything. Are you a talisman master? Zhou Huan looked up and down at the woman. The woman was only 28 or 29 years old, but her cheekbones were slightly high, making her face look a bit harsh and serious. The woman grinned, and her personality seemed to be quite straightforward. That's right. I didn't expect to see so many peers in an ordinary small house. Nice to meet you. The old man, Mr. Mu, stroked his beard and said with a smile, Miss, you must be a yellow-grade talisman master. Old Mister has good eyesight. The woman cupped her hands, I am Xianxia. Old Master Mu nodded and shifted his gaze to the other side. Are those two friends still not going to show themselves? The two Taoist priests looked at each other and jumped out from their hiding places. They cupped their hands and greeted everyone. Old Master Mu smiled and said, so it's the two Taoists from the Taiji sect. Nice to meet you. The great name of the Taiji sect naturally resounded throughout the divine continent. This was the Taiji sect, one of the 7 great sects. The sect mainly cultivated talisman techniques, and the old sect master's talisman techniques were not much worse than the head of a talisman aristocratic family. The two Taoist priests looked at each other and bowed to the old man at the same time. Old Mr. Mu. So they knew each other. Old Mr. Mu's talisman technique was the highest amongst this group of people, and he was a rather upright person. He had a brilliant reputation in the talisman puppet world, so everyone naturally followed him into the central room. The two Taoist priests and the woman, Xianxia, looked towards the backyard at the same time. When they saw a large defensive formation set up there, their hearts couldn't help but tremble slightly. The woman, Xianxia, was the first to ask, Old Mister, may I know what happened in the backyard of this mansion? Why are there so many ghosts gathered at the front door? Broken sleep, update tomorrow. Old Sir Mu involuntarily heaved a long sigh. This is a long story. Please follow me, everyone. Since they were all talisman masters, the more people there were, the better. Old Sir Mu also hoped that these people would be able to discern something. Especially the two disciples from the Taiji sect, he hoped that they would be able to give a different opinion. The people who followed Old Sir Mu into the backyard passed through the defensive array and arrived at the door of a row of rooms. Tongjing was standing guard outside the room. When he saw the people who came, he merely glanced at them indifferently. Old Sir Mu cupped his hands and said, Please inform them. Tong Mo silently flashed into the room. However, he flashed out a moment later and said indifferently to Old Sir Mu, Everyone, come in. The room was extremely large. When they walked in, they saw a row of low cabinets carved with flowers. At the corner, there were several double-sided bamboo screens embroidered with green bamboo. Xianxia focused his gaze and saw a large bed made of rosewood. Indistinctly, he could make out 2 figures, one sitting and one lying down. During this period of time, Mo Lian had been feeding the little fellow spirit fluid every day and had the maids help her change her clothes regularly. Therefore, even though she had been lying down for 7 days with her eyes closed, she still looked clean, comfortable, and tidy. Her small face was rosy and glossy. She looked no different from a normal person who was sleeping. Only Mo Lian was extremely anxious. He was aware that the little fellow had been lying down for 7 days. During these 7 days, other than hearing her faint breathing and feeling her strong heartbeat, she didn't move, jump, or smile. To be frank, he couldn't even see her stoic face that he usually saw every day, other than a peaceful sleeping expression on the little fellow's face, there was nothing else. He didn't know what had happened to her, what was wrong with her soul, and why he couldn't even contact the sapling. As the days passed, he grew increasingly flustered and fearful. No matter how he comforted himself, he couldn't convince himself that Jojo was fine. Lifting the curtain, Mo Lian walked out with a gloomy expression and nodded at Old Sir Mu, who cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Your Highness. Old Master Mu's words shocked the two Taoist priests and Xianxia. They thought to themselves, so this magnificent and outstanding man standing in front of me is actually the crown prince who hasn't returned to the divine prefecture for a long time. Your Highness, these two are disciples of the Tai Chi sect. This young friend Shen is also a talisman master who was attracted by the ghost spirits outside. Let these three take a look at the crown princess's condition. What does Your Highness think? So the one lying inside was the crown princess, Xianxia thought. After receiving the crown prince's approval, Old Master Mu led the three of them behind the screen and looked at the young girl lying on the bed with a calm expression. The young girl was covered with a golden velvet quilt. Although her eyes were closed, her face still looked very delicate and beautiful. Shenzhen could guarantee that she had never seen anyone more beautiful than the one in front of her, at least in the great divine land. Old Master Mu sighed and explained the crown princess's condition to the three of them. The two Tai Chi sect disciples first threw 2 awakening talismans and then used several different talismans. Then, they frowned and said, how could this be? Could it be that the ghost spirits gathered outside because they took a fancy to the crown princess's body? Xianxia suddenly thought of this and could not help but ask in shock. Old Mr. Mu nodded with a grave expression. The two Taoist priests of the Tai Chi sect naturally had ugly expressions. Xianxia sneered and said, since we have encountered such a situation, we naturally cannot stand by and do nothing. This one does not have any other abilities, but it is still possible to assist old Mr. in setting up a few defensive glyph arrays. She, Xianxia, absolutely would not allow those ghosts to freely occupy other people's bodies. Old Mr. Mu nodded with gratification. Then I will have to trouble everyone to help. It's our duty. The few glyph masters discussed for a while and decided to go out later to reinforce the formation of the courtyard. As for Mo Lian, she called over a submissive maid. After instructing her in a deep voice, she left the maid by the little fellow's side to watch over it. She raised her hand to rub the space between her eyebrows and walked out with a heavy heart. The slightly cold wind blew against his face, causing his head to clear up a little. Now, he naturally had to keep a clear head at all times and think of countermeasures. This little fellow's body was completely fine, which meant that there was a problem with the soul. As for why the soul had left the body, Mo Lian naturally did not have any clue at this moment. The courtyard under the winter sun looked rather bleak and desolate. In the small garden, the flowers had long withered, leaving only a few withered leaves that swirled on the ground with the cold wind. Mo Lian walked under a faint ray of sunlight. Her thoughts had long drifted to an unknown place, but a few sharp voices sounded in her ears. There is still no movement today? A woman's scornful and sharp laughter sounded. That's right, he hasn't woken up for 7 days. I think there is an 80% chance that he is about to die. Another voice was slightly lower, but the tone was full of disdain. Prince Mo's footsteps paused, a violent rage suddenly surging in his heart. What nonsense were these women gossiping about? Who are they saying is about to die? He narrowed his cold eyes and looked through a few withered trees. He saw 3 gorgeously dressed young women sitting in a pavilion, drinking tea and lazing around. Mo Lian naturally recognized the 3 of them. Feng Su had sent 4 maids to serve Jojo, along with the maid who was left to serve Jojo. In the past few days, they had been very respectful in front of him, not even daring to look at him. But he didn't expect them to be so unruly behind his back, daring to curse his master. The crown prince is really pitiful. Accompanying a living dead person day and night is truly torturous. I think so too. We could have set off for Dragon Flame City a long time ago, but because of that living dead, our journey was delayed for so long. I don't know what's so good about that woman. I heard that she's just an ordinary village girl from a planet called Sikong in the lower star field. In Dragon Flame City, any daughter of an aristocratic family would be much better than her. That's right. I don't know what His Highness is thinking, insisting on bringing a living dead person from the lower star field back to our divine prefecture. It's so annoying to take care of that half-dead woman every day. Fortunately, I can come out to get some fresh air, or else it will be even more uncomfortable. They were brought here from the palace by Feng Su, specially waiting for His Highness in South City and waiting for him to return to the palace. Now, the 4 of them, who had high status in the palace, were asked to serve that half-dead and submissive village girl. Dissatisfaction and resentment accumulated in their hearts day by day. In addition, His Highness, who was as handsome as a god, didn't even look at them. Every day, he just stayed by the living dead's side, watching over her day and night. How could they not be angry? That kind of person from the lower star area might only be at the low level of the profound realm. I really don't know how she has the face to stay by His Highness' side. Exactly. Oh, it's so annoying. If she always looks half dead, I don't know how long we'll have to wait on her. What can we do? Who asked us to be in such a bad situation? I'm really not reconciled. I think she's 99% rich and poor. She'll be fine with just a few injections. Pfft, one of them laughed. 2 injections? Do you dare? His Highness has been watching over that living dead almost all the time. Even when we bathed and changed the living dead, he looked at us through the screen, as if we would abuse her. If you dared to secretly give her injections, would you still be standing here and laughing with us? The person who said the injections also found it funny. She giggled a few times. Do you think I dare? His Highness, could it be that he could look at her 24 hours a day without blinking? He has to eat and wash his hands. Humph. Don't say that. Maybe she'll suddenly wake up after I give her 2 injections. If that's the case, I'll be a hero. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Wow, then when you become a hero, remember to help us. I really don't know why His Highness is so patient. A palace maid said enviously, other than her pretty face, what else can that girl have that can compare to the noble ladies of Dragonflame City? She's already a living dead, but she's still so seductive. The palace maid curled her lips. Even if she's a fairy, His Highness will get tired of her one day. In their opinion, the crown prince of the divine land was incomparably noble. How could he stay by a half-dead person's side? Sigh, so annoying. If that woman had died early, perhaps we would have been able to return to the palace sooner. The palace maid who had spoken stomped her feet and twisted her body as she turned around, her voice suddenly lowering. Separated by the withered branches, she widened her eyes in horror. She was as silent as a cicada in winter as she looked at the crown prince, whose expression was cold and whose gaze was so deep that one could not see the end of it. She did not know how long the crown prince had been standing behind them. The palace maid felt a buzzing sound in her head. She was scared out of her wits and was on the verge of collapsing. Her 2 companions beside her tugged at her sleeves in surprise. What's wrong with you? She followed her and turned around. Her mouth gaped open and her eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Emo Lian's eyes were filled with coldness as she asked word by word, who did you say is a living dead? Bang! The bedroom door was kicked open by someone. The palace maid in the room was originally sitting by the bed and dozing off out of boredom. From time to time, she glanced at the girl lying motionless on the bed and rolled her eyes impatiently. The sound of the door being kicked was so loud that it scared her out of her wits and made her jump up from the bed. The crown prince appeared at the door with a vicious aura. The palace maid opened her mouth wide and hurriedly bowed. Your Highness? Like a whirlwind, Emolian dashed forward and sent that royal maid sprawled on the ground flying with a kick. He hurriedly reached out to pick up the little fellow and pulled open her collar to check her neck, shoulders, and legs. Then, he lifted up her sleeves. When his line of sight landed on her jade-like arm and saw the 2 finger marks on it, his entire handsome face turned green with anger. It was obvious that these palace maids did not take good care of his Jojo. The humble and cautious performance in front of him was all an act. Behind his back, how did they choke his Jojo to this extent? This was because he almost never left Jojo's side, so there was no chance for them to do anything. That was why there were only 2 bruises left. If they were allowed to take care of his Jojo as usual, who knows how the little girl would be tortured by these wretches. Emolian's heart was filled with a violent rage, almost unable to control himself and wanted to go berserk. What damned calmness, elegance, all get lost. These 7 days, he had been feeling suffocated every day, and now he found out about this matter. He could not control his anger, could not control his desire to kill, to destroy the world, to make them all die without a burial place. The 4 palace maids trembled as they knelt on the ground, unable to stop their bodies from trembling, as if they were sifting chaff, and repeatedly kowtowed to beg for mercy. When Feng Su hurriedly walked into the courtyard with Eunuch Hu, he saw the 4 palace maids pressed down on the long bench. Their bodies were already badly mutilated, and their breaths were also on the verge of death. "Your Highness." Feng Su and the others hurriedly kneeled on one knee and cupped their hands in salute. Their eyes were filled with surprise as they looked at the black figure standing on the steps. They saw him looking coldly ahead, his phoenix eyes filled with endless anger. His entire person was emitting an icy cold air, incomparably awe-inspiring. Feng Su's heart could not help but thump slightly. "Here you talk about the living dead, right? You talk about the living dead. Today, this prince will make all of you living dead." The crown prince's tone was not high, but the coldness in his voice had already made everyone present feel a chill down their spines. "Your Highness, please calm down." In the entire courtyard, from top to bottom, there was not a single servant who was not afraid. The steward sat paralyzed on the side, looking like he was about to faint. Since this prince temporarily moved into this residence, he was basically like a little transparent. He did not speak much, and did not make any requests of the princes. Although she had a cold look on her face every day, she seemed to have a very kind temper. Today, the steward knew what it meant when the crown prince was angry, and what it meant when he said that just a cold glare could suppress your heart to breathe. Although the 4 palace maids, they were to be in the courtyard, as a steward, naturally, he did not have to take care of these servants. Eunuch Hu could not hide the astonishment in his eyes. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward, lowered his head, and said softly, "Your Highness, please calm down. I do not know how these 4 palace maids?" Prince Mo turned his head, and his cold gaze fell on the old eunuch. He naturally knew about the capable eunuch by his imperial father's side, but now, he had no interest in giving him a good look. Eunuch Hu's heart slightly tightened, and he subconsciously lowered his head, thinking to himself, "This crown prince's eyes are abnormally cold. When he looked at you coldly, the psychological pressure he gave you was not at all inferior to His Majesty's." Eunuch Hu said even more respectfully, "I wonder why your Highness is angry. This old servant will, no need." Mo Lian looked at him coldly. "Throw them far away. We have no interest in seeing them again." Tong led a few black-clothed youths and silently appeared behind the crown prince. He flew forward, picked up the 4 badly mutilated palace maids, and jumped over the wall to leave. Eunuch Hu, his willful grandfather, what was he trying to do? The crown prince's cold gaze flitted across Eunuch Hu's face. Then, he flicked his sleeves and left without a word. He left behind a group of people kneeling or paralyzed on the ground. They looked at each other, but no one dared to stand up on their own initiative. Mo Lian clenched his fists and quickly walked into the room. He closed the door behind him. His phoenix eyes, which were filled with coldness and killing intent, softened little by little when he saw the little girl lying quietly on the bed. He ran forward quickly. Mo Lian pulled back his arms and hugged the little fellow tightly in his arms. He hugged her tightly, hugged her tightly, hugged her tightly. He was such a proud baby. Now, he was unknowingly being despised, loathed, and tormented by a few lowly wretches. His heart ached. His heart ached so much that he wanted to die. It was all his fault. He was not attentive enough. He did not work hard enough. He did not give enough. He was not good enough. That was why she suddenly disappeared. He was getting more and more panicked and fearful. Especially when he closed his eyes, he would strangely think of her staring blankly into the distance and saying to him, "I once had a very distant dream. In the dream, no way. No way. Impossible. 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 That was just a dream." She wouldn't go back. She wouldn't go back to that dream. She would not abandon him and go back to the dream. Absolutely not. He held her hands tightly and rested his head on her shoulders. He did not realize that he was trembling slightly. He hugged her as if he was hugging her at this moment, and it was as if he would hug her forever. His eyes were broken and blurred. "Where are you? Where did you go?" The furry little white mink jumped lightly and landed on someone's chest. It turned its head and looked at the silent wind with a slightly confused expression. The stone slope was surrounded by odd-shaped stones. But, there wasn't even a 3rd-grade spirit beast here. Let alone a 7th-grade spirit beast, except for this small marten. Duan, this guy, simply found a spot to slump down on the rock slope to drink and sleep, leaving her to wander around this place. At this moment, the sky was about to darken, and it seemed that he had no intention of leaving at all. Little Martin looked up at the sky and used its little paw to step on someone's chest. However, a certain someone pressed down on her round little body with one hand. "Stop fooling around, sleep some more." Duan reached out to block the glaring afterglow of the setting sun. The little white mink squirmed out from under his arm and scratched his arm with its paw. Duan withdrew his arm and opened his eyes. Under the rays of the setting sun, his pair of outstanding peach blossom eyes seemed to contain an inextinguishable starlight that floated and sank in the depths of his eyes. "If you scratch again, I'll chop off your little paw," he threatened and raised his fist. The little fellow used her two hind hooves to stomp on him before jumping up, wanting to leave. Duan hugged her and pressed down on her round body. He stood up with a smile and said, "You really have quite a temper. Alright, let's go home. Let me touch you to see if you've digested the food." Miss Xiao suddenly bristled and slapped away his fingers that were reaching for her stomach. Why aren't you letting me touch you? Speaking of which, you always like to stick to my mom. Could it be, you're a male? Duanyu's brain circuit suddenly thought of this, and he looked down at the little fellow before flipping her body over. "Let me see." See your **s. Miss Xiao was so angry that she was about to ascend to the heavens, and she shrieked at him. Duanyu couldn't resist chuckling. "Still embarrassed? Fine, then I won't look. Stop scratching. If you scratch again, I'll really beat you. You little thing, why do you have such a big temper? But speaking of which, this is my first time seeing such an adorable little ferret like you." Duanyu's voice faintly drifted into the wind. Miss Xiao listened to him absent-mindedly as she leaned on his arm, her expression a bit tired. Although Duanyu came to the stone slope with the large group, he took arbor to hide and relax after arriving at their destination. If he still didn't come back now, people would be alarmed to look for him. The angriest person was Commandery Princess Xianxia. She originally thought that she could hunt a level 7 spirit beast with His Highness the 4th Prince at the stone slope while bonding with him. Who would have thought that His Highness the 4th Prince would disappear without a trace after coming here? Now that she saw Duanyu's figure, Commandery Princess Xianxia was so aggrieved that her eyes were about to turn red. She hastily ran up and cried pitifully, "Brother Ali, where did you go by yourself? The 2nd Prince and the 3rd Prince hunted that level 7 spirit beast, but that fellow is still very wild and needs to be tamed for a while before it can be contracted. Do you want to go take a look?" Duanyu naturally couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this Commandery Princess who was talking to herself. He simply walked around her and walked forward. After the group returned to the camp, the Emperor was in high spirits because he hunted a level 7 spirit beast today, so he ordered people to hold a banquet. With the great Emperor's order, the people below busied themselves with preparations. Fortunately, the ingredients were already made. Soon, shelves and short tables were set up in front of the campsite. The bonfire was lit, and the musicians and dancers for the banquet were all in place. Soon, Miss Xiao was carried to the banquet venue by Duanyu. She lay there drowsily, looking a bit listless. Duanyu teased her with food as if no one else was present. He completely ignored Xianxia Commandery Princess, who was sitting at the table next to him and gazing at him with burning eyes. As the great Emperor, the Empress, and the concubines entered, the atmosphere became more and more intense. The sound of the officials toasting and congratulating each other was intertwined with the sound of laughter and toasting. Tonight was a starry night, and the moonlight was soft. Xiaomu rolled her small body and lay on the short table, looking up at the sky. "Little cutie, why are you looking at the sky today? It must be because you didn't take good care of him. He thinks you're bored." Noble Consort Duan walked over and reached out to pick up Miss Xiao who was lying on the table. Her fingers scratched Miss Xiao's chin. "Duanyu, mother, you're here to steal my little dumpling again." Noble Consort Duan waved her hand and turned a deaf ear to her son's complaints. She carried the little girl back to her seat. "Mom, don't feed her until she's full again." Duanyu exasperatedly called out as he watched his mother carry the little thing away. Really, his mother, why did she always have to snatch the little fellow from him? The elderly nanny next to Noble Consort Duan covered her mouth and snickered. Your Highness, did you see His Highness's gaze just now? So resentful. Noble Consort Duan also nodded with a smile. I saw it, I saw it. This child, it's not like Mom stole his wife. So petty. Noble Consort Duan grumbled as she carried the little mink back to her seat. She happily fed the little fellow food. Your Highness, this is the blue and white wine bestowed by His Majesty. A maidservant walked up to Noble Consort Duan with a smile and bowed slightly before pouring a cup of wine for Noble Consort Duan. As the wine flowed, Noble Consort Duan sniffed slightly and said joyfully, this wine's fragrance is truly intoxicating. I know it's good wine even before tasting it. That's right. This is the tribute wine sent by the Kingdom of Qingzhou. There are only a dozen jars every year, so not everyone can drink it, that maidservant explained with a chuckle. The instant the wine was poured, Miss Xiao's small nose also twitched. At this time, Noble Consort Duan grinned as she flicked her sleeve and reached out to pick up the wine cup, about to put it into her mouth. Without another word, the little fellow pounced forward and kicked the cup of wine out of Noble Consort Duan's hand in one smooth motion. Clang! The cup shattered on the ground, but the sound wasn't enough to attract everyone's attention. However, everyone was originally looking at Noble Consort Duan, who was being bestowed wine by His Majesty, but when they saw this scene, they were instantly petrified on the spot. Noble Consort Duan's empty hand also stiffened. That hand was still holding the cup, but the cup shattered on the ground. An undisguised malicious laughter wantonly rose in the venue. Halfway through their laughter, a tall and voluptuous woman hurriedly stood up and bowed to the Emperor and Empress with a smile on her face. My apologies, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. This concubine was rude, but it was truly too funny just now. Noble Consort Duan's mink is really interesting. Noble Consort Duan stood up with an indifferent expression and also bowed to the Emperor-Empress who was seated at the head of the table. This concubine's ferret is still young and doesn't know etiquette. I will teach it well in the future. Everyone's expression twisted. On the other hand, the imperial concubine who had jumped up to ridicule Noble Consort Duan was frozen on the spot with a stiff expression. She was so angry that the veins on her forehead were twitching. What did Noble Consort Duan mean by this? She had just said that she was lacking in manners, and now Noble Consort Duan was saying that her little Martin was also lacking in manners. Wasn't this implying that she was the same as that little bastard, unable to see the bigger picture? The Empress said faintly, Noble Consort Duan, it's not that Jiao wants to criticize you. There are only 12 jars of blue and white wine offered by the Qingzhou Kingdom. One of them was knocked over by your mink. What a disappointment. Your Majesty is right. That gorgeous woman from before couldn't resist interjecting, Noble Consort Duan's mink knocked over the tribute wine His Majesty bestowed, so she naturally can only use her life as compensation. The Empress remained silent. Just as the Emperor of Xianxia was about to speak with a frown, he heard Duan Yu coldly say, You're all blind, right? Look at what that is. Following the direction he pointed in, everyone turned to look in that direction. The Xianxia campsite was originally built on a piece of land in the heavenly ice snow region. They had come here to hunt many times, so they naturally knew where to set up camp and where to hunt for more prey. At this time, everyone was looking in the direction Duan Yu was pointing. They saw that the toppled wine stained the ground and the soil had been completely charred black. This caused the celestial Empress and Empress's expressions to change drastically. The enchanting beauty who spoke earlier also immediately shut up, not knowing what to say. It turned out that this was a ferret that could distinguish poison. The reason why the ferret wanted to topple the wine cup in Noble Consort Duan's hand was because the ferret knew there was poison in the cup. Duan Yu's eyes flashed, and he stood up indifferently. He walked up to support his mother, who had a slightly unsightly expression, and bent down to pick up the little white ferret that was squatting on the side. His fingers gently stroked the little white ferret's head as he looked at everyone with a sneer. Under the bonfire, the man with outstanding features had an icy expression as he stood there like an ice sculpture. Although he was good-looking, he was brimming with a cold, baleful aura. You probably don't know. This prince's ferret can not only distinguish poison, but it can also ferret out the person who poisoned it. As Duan Yu stroked this little white ferret, his eerie gaze shifted slightly, sweeping past everyone's expressions. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Then, they began to look at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. Miss Chow couldn't resist secretly rolling her eyes when she heard this. She thought to herself, this guy is really confident. If she was a normal ferret, would she freaking cooperate with his actions? Go, little furball. Ferret out the person who poisoned you. Miss Chow had just finished rolling her eyes when she felt her petite body lighten slightly. She had been tossed out by that unruly dunce. She angrily held and pounced on the face of the plump beauty who had mocked noble consort Duan earlier. Her small claws scratched her face twice without hesitation, startling that beauty into shrieking repeatedly. She reached out to grab the little white ferret's chubby body. The little fellow swiftly jumped onto her shoulder and pounced behind her neck, scratching it again. That beauty shrieked in pain as she flipped over the table in a sorry state and landed heavily on the ground. Nonsense. What nonsense? The Empress slapped the armrest heavily and scolded angrily, stop it now. Duan Yu leisurely strolled to the front of the well-rounded beauty. He first carried the little fellow on her back into his arms and smoothed its fur. Afterwards, he coldly glanced at her and pointed at the dumbstruck Xianxia guards beside them. What are you spacing out for? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and restrain the perpetrator. Ah! That plump beauty screamed and covered her face, crying as she knelt on the ground. She crawled forward on her knees and kowtowed to the celestial emperor and empress for help. Save me, your majesty, empress. Is Prince Chen out of his mind? Beauty Wang, why don't you take a look at what dropped by your feet? Duan Yu reminded coldly. The plump beauty looked down and her body stiffened. Impossible. How could she have the medicine on her? Didn't she throw it away already? She abruptly raised her head and looked towards the high ground. Sitting there was a dignified and decent Xianxia empress. Under the night sky, her eyes were both bright and dark. Royal father, how should Beauty Wang be punished for poisoning noble consort Duan? Duan Yu looked indifferently at the Xianxia emperor, who was sitting upright and still. Guards. The emperor of Xianxia waved his hand and ordered, pass on Jin's decree. Beauty Wang is innately jealous and immoral. Improper words and deeds, a breach of etiquette in front of the emperor. She was audacious enough to use underhanded means to harm noble consort Duan and stole her title of beauty. She will be severely punished with 50 strokes of the cane. She will be demoted to a commoner and expelled from the palace. Beauty Wang instantly collapsed to the ground. Even as she was being dragged and flogged, she was still shrieking incessantly, Your Majesty, this concubine is innocent. Your Majesty, this concubine is truly innocent. It was a good banquet, but in the end, it ended on a sour note. After the celestial empress left the scene, everyone also dispersed. Duan Yu used the excuse that his mother needed to rest properly and didn't allow the little ferret to disturb her. Hence, he carried the protesting Miss Chow into his tent. Fourth brother. A chuckle came from behind. Duan Yu turned around and saw the second and third princes walking over while holding hands. They were looking at him with fake smiles. Is there something else, elder brothers? Duan Yu asked aloofly. It's getting late, and you've been tired the entire day. Elder brothers should return early to rest. No hurry. The second prince's face twitched as he scanned his younger brother from head to toe. His gaze landed on the little white ferret in his arms. Fourth brother's ferret really stole the limelight today. Oh, it's merely some insignificant tricks. Duan Yu raised his hand to stroke the little fellow's head. He could feel that little thing awkwardly shaking its head, refusing to let him stroke it. Haha. The third prince pursed his lips and said with a chuckle, after the commotion tonight, we didn't have time to open everyone's eyes and see the level 7 spirit beast we captured. Oh. Duan Yu looked disinterested and added, sacred beasts can be seen frequently, but I really don't have much interest in seeing level 7 spirit beasts. When the little fellow heard this, it couldn't resist rolling around on his arm. It felt that this guy was truly vicious. His mouth was simply comparable to Lian's. Even though the second and third princes were so angry that they looked like pufferfish, they still had to maintain a graceful smile on their faces. Even Jojo felt sorry for them. Moreover, I've heard that the person who contributed the most to the capture of the 7th grade spirit beast was still Prince Rong. Duan Yu threw another fatal flying dagger and said with a chuckle, presumably, if vassal Prince Rong hadn't appeared in time, my two elder brothers might have been in danger. This time, the third prince could no longer maintain his good grace. He pointed at Duan Yu and shouted furiously, "You! What do you mean? You! Are you saying that without Rong Qing, we brothers wouldn't have been able to defeat that 7th-grade spirit beast?" Duan Yu shrugged with a of course expression, which angered the gloomy second prince so much that he was also rendered speechless. Duan Yu looked up and waved at the other side with a chuckle. Rong. A tall man with outstanding features walked over from behind the two princes. He cupped his hands and bowed slightly. "Greetings to your second highness, third highness, and his highness Prince Jin." The second prince flicked his sleeve gloomily and said, "Let's go." The third prince naturally followed behind the second prince. He turned back to glare fiercely at Duan Yu before leaving in a huff. The third prince originally wanted to show off and taunt Duan Yu while he was at it, but he didn't expect to be humiliated by Duan Yu. It angered him so much that he returned to his tent with a swollen belly. Rong Qing curiously looked at the little ferret in Duan Yu's arms. "Can this ferret really smell and identify poisons?" Duan Yu nodded. "Of course." Rong Qing then raised her hand to pat the little ferret's head. "I can touch it, ow." The little fellow turned around and roared at him. "Touch my *s. Do you think this lady is a kitten?" Rong Qing's expression turned a bit sluggish. "This was a ferret? Are you sure it wasn't a wolf cub?" Duan Yu snickered and forcefully rubbed the little fellow's head. Miss Chiao was so angry that she scratched the back of his hand with her claws. Hiss. Duan Yu retracted his hand and looked at the 2 extra marks on the back of his hand. He huffed, "You're really ruthless, always scratching me. I'll chop off your claws one day." "Vassal Rong, will be returning first." Duan Yu waved at him and turned to walk back to his tent with the little fellow in his arms. Rong Qing stood there and watched Duan Yu's departing figure, curiosity involuntarily growing in her eyes. This His Highness the Fourth Prince that the Emperor brought back from the lower star domain seemed to be a very demonic person. There must be another master behind Beauty Wong, but she probably didn't expect that she would lose her life in today's confrontation. Demoted to a commoner, Rong Qing curled her lips. She would lose half her life after being flogged 50 times. How could she survive being thrown out of the palace penniless like this? After returning to the large tent, Duan Yu placed the little ferret on a soft cushion and prepared to bathe before coming back to sleep. Thankfully, his bathing room was set up in the large tent next door, which prevented the tent he was staying in from steaming with water vapor. This also made Miss Chiao feel less awkward. This place was incomparably cold, so the water vapor inside the tent couldn't evaporate. Sleeping in the middle of the night would definitely freeze someone into a popsicle. When Duan Yu returned to the tent, the sky outside had already turned completely dark. At a glance, he saw a certain small animal sprawled on his bed. It looked like it was already asleep. His eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but find it amusing. Duan Yu walked up and picked up the little fellow. He stuffed her into the blankets and stroked her little head. Now that she was asleep, she naturally lay there obediently, allowing him to stroke her head. If she was awake, she would probably scratch him again. When Miss Chiao woke up, she saw that the light in the tent was still on. That idiot was sitting on the cushion with his back facing her. It seemed like he was going to meditate for the night. The little fellow quietly moved his small body. Just as he was about to crawl over, he saw his body move slightly. She quickly lay down and continued to pretend to be asleep. After Duan Yu finished regulating his breathing for 12 cycles, he felt that his spirit was fine, so he stood up and walked to the table to pour himself a cup of water to drink. Miss Chiao guessed that he was probably going to sleep, so she lay there motionless. However, that idiot didn't say anything for a long time. The little guy couldn't help but secretly open his eyes, and from the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the man sitting at the table. "What is that guy doing?" Cursing silently, Miss Chiao got up stealthily, jumped down from the soft brocade, and crawled a few paces over to his feet. However, she saw that he was supporting his forehead with one hand, and his eyes were in a daze. It turned out that he was sitting here in a daze in the middle of the night. Miss Chiao couldn't help but find it funny. Her pair of small black eyes glanced over, and then she couldn't help but be stunned. She saw a painting spread out on the table. Beside the clear water, there was a gentle mist, the vast sky, and the color of the water reached the sky. In the painting, a little girl with a stoic face was standing under a peach blossom tree, her eyes coldly gazing ahead. The little fellow turned to look at the man in bewilderment. Wasn't this Sir Jojo? Duan Yu, this guy, wasn't sleeping in the middle of the night and was sitting here looking at Sir Jojo's painting? What a dunce, Duan Yu had long discovered that this little fellow had sneaked to his side. He lifted her up and casually kicked her a few times before placing her on the table. Jojo curiously reached out her paw and lightly touched that painting. Duan Yu swatted away her paw and picked up the painting to look at it for a while before telling her, "This little girl is really fierce." What? Sir Jojo's ears perked up as he solemnly squatted on the table and stared at Duan Yu, that dunce. This guy actually dared to speak ill of Jojo behind his back. Let's hear what else he has to say. Don't be fooled by her stoic face and expressionless appearance. When she gets angry, she can make the sky fall and the earth crack. Arbor, this definitely wasn't Jojo. How could Jojo be like this? She was a good girl and very gentle. She never flipped out easily. Although she's fierce, she really is adorable and adorable. Duan Yu lamented, don't be fooled by her usually stoic face. In reality, 99% of it is an act. You're the one who's acting. There's an abundance of emotions beneath that stoic face of hers. Sir Jojo spat at him. You're simply spouting nonsense. I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. I still remember the first time we met. She treated me like I was the enemy who killed her father and abused me. Duan Yu was completely immersed in his own world and spoke through gritted teeth. She forced my head to drink that filthy water. She even tied me up like a dumpling and hit my head with a piece of wood every day. The little ferret was expressionless. You asked for it. At that time, I was thinking, how could there be such a fierce girl in this world? She was so fierce that I didn't want to have any interactions with her in the future. But I didn't expect. But now, I wish I could see her every day. I miss her and think about her. When I close my eyes, she walks around in my dreams. I wanted to grab her, but I didn't dare to. My heart was in a mess. Sigh. I don't know what you're trying to say. Young man, this is the sign of a demonic barrier. Little Martin looked at him with a heavy expression. Its pair of little black beady eyes were filled with solemn and serious emotions. What do you think I should do? Duan Yu reached out to pick up this little mink and said while gazing at her, I probably fell in love with her. Otherwise, why do you think I think of her all the time and think of her all the time? Miss Zhou felt her brain heat up, and her whole person, oh no, her whole ferret, stared at him rather stupidly. Was she being confessed to as a mink? Oh wait, how could Duan Yu possibly know that she was hiding inside this ferret's body? Don't panic, he doesn't know. However, why did he feel inexplicably flustered? If he said that to her, she wouldn't know how to face this dunce in the future. What should she do? Why did she suddenly feel a bit awkward? The little fellow shrunk her small body and retreated a few steps. However, her body was suddenly picked up by him. A pair of black beady eyes stared straight at his almost sparkling peach blossom eyes. She inexplicably wanted to cover her eyes with her tiny paws. Her ears twitched, and she suddenly heard the dimwit's faint sigh. Jojo, is that you? Sir Jojo's entire body, oh no, her entire mink body stiffened. She felt like she was most likely going to be exposed while squatting in his hands, so she kept scheming in her mind. She couldn't admit it, ow ow ow. She couldn't admit it. How could Sir Jojo be forced to stay inside a little mink's body so miserably? That was impossible. Sir Jojo, who was willing to suffer because of his pride, expressionlessly looked at Duan Yu. As long as Sir Jojo didn't admit it, no one would know what happened when Sir Jojo was tricked by the soul detachment talisman. Sir Jojo wouldn't tell anyone about such a deplorable and ugly thing. Ow ow ow. Duan Yu couldn't resist chuckling. He rubbed Jojo's head and said, your serious expression is so funny. I'm just teasing you. You're so ugly, so how could you be my Jojo? Duan Yu said with a grin, my Jojo is fair, tender, and beautiful. You're the prettiest little stoic in the world. Bah. You're the ugly one. Miss Xiao turned her head and faced him with the back of her head. She felt a little irritated and wanted to jump out of his embrace. All right, rest. He pressed down on her chubby body and put the painting scroll into his inner world before carrying her to the bed. Miss Chiao suddenly felt irritated, especially after hearing his confession just now. She just wanted to run away like an ostrich and didn't feel sleepy at all. Little furball, sleep. SSSS, Duan Yu withdrew his hand and looked at her with flickering eyes. Why are you scratching me again? The little white mink jumped away and climbed onto the soft mattress next to the bed, looking like she was going to sleep here tonight. Duan Yu sat by the bed and looked at her like this. His eyes were so deep that she couldn't discern his true emotions. Miss Chiao's heart skipped a beat, and she felt like she had nowhere to hide. Could it be that Duan Yu really recognized her? This was impossible. Her performance was so perfect that no matter what, it would be difficult for him to associate this mink with Sir Jojo, right? She once again lowered her head to size herself up. Her perfect disguise had no flaws at all. Duan Yu couldn't possibly recognize her. Duan Yu suddenly stood up and walked towards her step by step. Arbor saw his strange expression and had an inexplicable feeling of wanting to flee. She felt that if she continued to stay here, things would go out of control. She didn't want to hurt Duan Yu, this dunce, at all. Her body felt light as he picked her up with both hands. In the next second, he placed her under the warm blanket. Go to sleep. He threw down these words and walked out of the tent without looking back. The cold wind was howling outside. Where was he going in the middle of the night? Arbor couldn't help but roar in his heart. A pair of small black eyes stared at his figure disappearing at the entrance of the tent. Her heart was filled with displeasure. How could this loathsome guy be so willful? She sprawled on the bed and tossed and turned, wondering if she had exposed herself in front of him. Did he recognize her? How should she face this dunce in the future? His words made her feel very conflicted. Couldn't they just be good, like in the past? She thought she would be so frustrated and upset that she wouldn't be able to sleep, but who knew? It didn't take long for her to fall asleep, and she slept very soundly. As expected, she was a big-hearted child. Lying there, her round little body didn't move at all. Her soul naturally strolled out and continued to hover above the bed, starting the cycle of cultivation. What Arbor didn't know was, at this time a figure was silently standing outside the window, staring at her soul that was gradually becoming clearer. His fists clenched and relaxed and tightened again. In the end, Duan Yu still managed to restrain his impulse to charge inside. Not to speculate, not to probe, but to witness with his own eyes. His Jojo was really by his side at this very moment. It was her, it really was her, it was her. Duan Yu felt like he almost couldn't control his frantic heartbeat, nor could he suppress the longing that had been hidden in his heart. What to do? What should he do? Should I use this chance to make you stay, make you stay, make you stay, an entire day and night? Inside the residence's small courtyard, Feng Su, eunuch Hu, and the servants were all frantic with anxiety, unable to conceal the anxiety in their eyes. His Highness the Crown Prince had locked himself and the Crown Princess inside that room, but there had been no commotion the entire time. Feng Su and the others were naturally extremely anxious. Until Elder Mu hurried over and told them that the defensive talisman matrix outside was about to collapse and that more and more ghost spirits were gathering outside the residence. Feng Su finally couldn't resist jumping up and quickly walked to the door of the wing room. He hastily lifted his robe and knelt down, saying gravely, "This general, Feng Su, requests an audience with His Highness the Crown Prince for an urgent matter." This general, Feng Su. Xin Fei jumped into the courtyard with a whoosh and looked at the servants kneeling all over the floor. He anxiously said, "Why are you all still here? Everyone enter the room." At this time, Xin Fei's shoulder was also injured, and he was exhausted from head to toe after several consecutive battles. The defensive talisman matrix outside was about to collapse from so many ghost spirits, and those things would soon charge into the residence. The steward trembled as he crawled to the door of the wing room and cried, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Why don't you leave with Commander Feng first? If something were to happen to His Highness, not only would his old bones be ground to dust, the entire South City would probably be buried with His Highness. Your Highness! Your Highness! Get out of the way!" Xin Fei angrily roared at Feng Su, eunuch Hu, and the steward who were kneeling at the door. He rushed forward and kicked the door of the room with all his might. Everyone was dumbstruck as they watched the two pieces of door fall to the ground with a loud crash. Xin Fei rushed into the room and pushed aside the obstructing screen in front of her. She looked straight at the man who was sitting by the bed and hugging the crown princess motionlessly with his head bowed. She didn't know how long the man had been frozen in this position. "Your Highness." They were about to charge in from outside. "Aren't you leaving yet?" At this moment, chaotic shouts could be heard coming from the courtyard. The flying rune papers quickly enveloped the servants in the courtyard and formed a defense rune array. The target of those ghost spirits who were rushing in wasn't the servants, so they naturally couldn't be bothered to attack the rune array. "Protect eldest miss." The moment Zhou Huan and the others rushed in, they quickly stood at the door of the wing room and started fighting with the ghost spirits who were flying over. But there were at least 2,000 ghost spirits gathered here. Zhou Huan's group of 8 could fend off 35 ghosts, or even 100 or 200 ghosts. How could they fend off 2,000 ghosts? The talisman paper around them had already been used up. Everyone picked up their swords and fought against the ghost spirits. Emo Lian's arm, which was hugging Arbor, slightly tightened. Finally, she reacted and slowly turned her head to the side. What entered everyone's eyes was a pair of pitch-black phoenix-like eyes. They were deep and cold as they stared at the group of ghost spirits that were swarming in with a shout. Shenfei didn't know what kind of scene was imprinted in this crown prince's eyes. It was just that when she looked at these messy, weird-looking ghost spirits, she was already about to vomit from disgust. That person's eyes contained a deep chill. Just like this, he indifferently stared at the door, staring at these crooked ghost spirits. It was as if what he saw was nothing more than a wisp of spring wind blowing on his face, a wisp of flowing light brushing past. His handsome face was completely unmoved. Only when the bone-piercing cold wind approached him did the steward believe that the talisman masters had said that there were many, many ghost spirits gathered outside. He was just an ordinary person, so he couldn't see where the ghost spirits were. He could only feel the piercing coldness pressing on his skin. Trembling, he raised his head. He didn't know that a group of strange-looking ghost spirits had already crowded around him, practically blocking the entire room. Shenfei swallowed her saliva. She felt a bit strange. Previously, when these ghost spirits were outside the residence, each and every one of them had impatiently rushed inside. Now that they had finally rushed to the front of the main body, they shrank back and didn't move. Even the ghost spirits knew who was easy to bully and who wasn't to be trifled with, right? It could be said that it was estimated that all the ghost spirits within a radius of 100 li around the southern city had already gathered in this room. The ghost heads were all restless. The dozen or so ghost spirits floating in the front row were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Suddenly, they screamed sharply and rushed to the side of the bed. Although they felt danger, the ownerless body in front of them really made them drool with excitement. It was as if, as long as they could obtain this ownerless body, they could have anything in the world. A bunch of enchanting black flames emerged from Emo Lian's fingers. That speck of fire abruptly expanded, forming a fierce black tiger that eyed Emo Lian covetously as it crouched next to his leg. A series of rapid howls came from the air. The black tiger opened its huge mouth and pounced, swallowing the dozen or so ghost spirits in front of it into its stomach. Of course, this was only what Shenfei, Feng Su, and Eunuch Hu saw. In reality, the black holy fire had taken the form of a ferocious tiger and burned the dozen or so ghost spirits into ashes. Emo Lian gently put down Arbor, who was lying horizontally in his arms. He didn't seem to move, but in the next moment, he was in front of the many ghosts. His robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Black sparks of fire quickly formed a circle around his body. They exploded at the same time. Streaks of terrifying black flames mercilessly engulfed the ghost spirits in front of them. When he was doing this, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of emotion in the depths of his eyes. "Crown Princess!" Shenfei cried out in surprise. A few little ghost spirits were seen rolling and crawling as they slipped through the gap in the door. They greedily rushed towards Arbor's body. At the same time, an aurora suddenly rushed out from Arbor's body. The ghost spirits who were forced to retreat outside the door by the holy fire didn't know what was going on. They found that their bodies had completely disappeared in the aurora. This was really a very sad thing. They had finally managed to save their lives from the terrifying black fire, but unexpectedly, in the next second, they were annihilated by a kind of terrifying aurora of heaven and earth. Their souls were scattered into the air, and they were done for, if one looked carefully, the moment these spirits dissipated at the last moment, they could almost form all kinds of emoticons. Bang! Before Xianxia and the others could see clearly what had happened, they felt themselves being thrown out of the door by a shock force. 2 pieces of door planks and a screen were thrown over one after another, blocking the door and cutting off everyone's view. After Feng Su, Eunuch Hu, and the others were driven out, they all looked at each other in dismay. Mo Lian had thrown everyone out of the room the moment the aurora occurred. He was very sure that those people were only blinded by the aurora for a moment, and did not really see clearly what was inside the little girl's body. Prince Mo walked to the side of the bed and sat down. He stretched out his finger to stroke the little fellow's fair and peaceful face, his gaze calmly lingering on her dantian. There, he could clearly see a ball of white light suddenly appear, and all the spirits turned into ashes in this light. Thinking back to when Zhou's spirit dissipated in the underground base of Daizong Mountain, Mo Lian was almost certain that this ball of white light in her dantian was protecting her body. What was this thing? His finger gently stroked her lower abdomen, but he did not probe further. It was better to wait for Zhou to wake up before telling her and let her investigate it herself. Still not coming out. His cold and stern voice rang in the silent room. As soon as his words fell, the whole room was silent, as if the air had also solidified. Rustle, 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 rustle. After a series of crawling sounds, the little treant slowly crawled out from the hair behind the little girl's neck. Its pair of eyes looked somewhat timidly at Mo Lian. Seeing the man's cold and stern gaze sweep over, Xiao suddenly had an impulse to flee. I was only able to come out just now. The little treant hastily crawled out from behind Xiao Mu and jogged up to Mo Lian. It tugged at his sleeve and fluttered before flipping over and jumping onto his arm. Mo Lian glanced at him coldly. Xiao hurriedly poured out everything it could and couldn't. Master's soul has left her body. But don't worry, Master is completely fine. Not only is she fine, but her spiritual sense is also increasing. The more Xiao spoke, the more excited it became. Beaming with joy, it said, I just cut off contact with her. Her spiritual sense body ran away with her soul body. But it's fine, Master, focus. Xiao swallowed his saliva. Focus. Master is fine. She's fine. This would be a very good cultivation journey. Although her cultivation base didn't increase by much, her spiritual sense, has skyrocketed all the way. If this goes on, maybe her spiritual sense can break through to deity realm first. Think about it. Xiao's face was full of excitement. It tilted its head and said, whose spiritual sense body can break through to deity realm first before someone who hasn't broken through to deity realm cultivation base? Only our little Master Silver can do it. Where is Zhou now? Mo Lian couldn't stand this long-winded Xiao who didn't get to the point for a long time. She angrily yelled at him. The little treant shrunk its neck. With a timid look, it looked at the man whose expression was so cold that it was somewhat frightening. Xiao shrunk its head and glanced at the man pitifully. Mistress, I don't know. You don't know? Mo Lian didn't get angry and merely uttered these 4 words slowly and faintly. But for some reason, Xiao felt a chill on the top of his head, as if in the next instant, his head would be twisted off by the man in front of him and kicked like a ball. You can't hit me. If you hit me, you'll regret your bad luck. My little mistress won't forgive you. Xiao carried Miss Xiao's banner and cried out anxiously. Where is she? Mo Lian asked coldly. In a very, very cold place. What do you mean? Tell me clearly, why did she leave her body? Why did she go to that cold place? Xiao swallowed his saliva. What was going on? Lord Xiao was actually frightened by the stinky human in front of him. This fellow spoke so logically, grasping the main point in one go. Xiao could not fool him even if he wanted to. Mo Lian raised her eyebrows and stared coldly at Xiao in front of her. Xiao drooped its little head listlessly. Actually, I am not that sure either. Seeing the man in front of him reach out as if to pinch it to death, Xiao jumped in fright and hurriedly explained, mistress left her body because she wanted to train her spiritual senses. Her spiritual senses are about to break through to the godly realm. Perhaps even she herself is not aware, but the truth is, once her spiritual senses reach the godly realm, she will naturally return to her body. Xianxia finished speaking in one breath and looked down, his two little branches hanging down and his expression saying that he had already confessed. What attracted her over? Xianxia's two beady eyes abruptly bulged. How did you know? F***ck. That man had tricked it into revealing everything with one sentence. Xianxia used its two branches to viciously hit itself and looked at him with an expression that wanted to cry but had no tears. Still not speaking? Mo Lian said coldly. This little fellow still wanted to play these tricks in front of him. That sneaky look of his had already exposed him. Xianxia looked at Mo Lian pitifully. It's not Xianxia's fault. Speak. A certain person's patience ran out, and he shouted angrily. Xianxia rolled onto his arm and pretended to use its two branches to cover its non-existent ears. After the primary silver leaves the body, it should be around the body, tempering the body of spiritual sense. It's only because little third called out to her that she floated to that place of extreme cold. Who is Xiao San? Mo Lian curled her lips. Her tone sounded rather calm, but Xianxia was trembling like a little sieve. She felt that the man in front of her was inexplicably terrifying. Strange, why did it feel like Xiao San was trying to stir up trouble? Xiao San is Xiaoxiao's holy wood, seed fragments. This time, she confessed everything in one breath. After speaking, she even secretly sized up Prince Mo's calm and unperturbed expression. She only felt that this man in front of her was so shrewd that she couldn't even tell what he was thinking. Xianxia was a little scared. If only Lord Jojo was here right now. In front of Sir Jojo, the Crown Prince would definitely not reveal such a terrifying expression. This two-faced person, this terrifying bad boy, had been glaring fiercely at the little tree. When Little Master returned, Xianxia would definitely sue him. Evil. Obscene. Mo Lian pressed the little fellow down with a finger and asked coldly, "Can you determine her exact location?" "I'm not sure." Very good. Mo Lian did not say anything, only gently stroking the little tree's head. The little tree felt that its head was a little pitiful, as if it was in danger of being crushed by someone at any time. Little 7, Prince Mo calmly called out. Do you know what to do? The Crown Prince looked at the little treant warmly. Xianxia shuddered and reflexively carried its little master into Paradise Planet. Did he dare to say that he did not know? In the blink of an eye, the people kneeling in the courtyard heard a loud bang. A golden light rushed out of the side room, broke through the roof, and flew up. Feng Su frowned. When he saw clearly what was hovering above his head, he jumped up in shock and hurriedly ran after it, waving his hands and shouting, "Your Highness! Your Highness! Zhou Huan, the 8 of you will go to the imperial capital on your own." Mo Lian stood on Little 7's back and instructed with a bland expression. There was no superfluous explanation, nor was there any nonsense. It was purely an instruction. Yes. Zhou Huan obeyed and did not ask any unnecessary questions. Eunuch, who also stood up in a panic and hurriedly shouted to the Crown Prince on the dragon's back, "Your Highness, where are you going? You can't just leave like this. His Majesty is waiting for your return in Dragon Flame City." "Ah. Your Highness. Your Highness." They stared blankly at the indifferent master, who didn't even spare them a glance out of the corner of his eye as he rode away on the dragon. Eunuch, who was on the verge of collapsing, Feng Su, Commander Feng, was also on the verge of a mental breakdown. At this moment, other than going crazy, he felt that there were no words to express his feelings at this moment. The willfulness of His Highness had already completely exceeded his expectations. Although the heirs of the various princes in the capital were arrogant, they had never been like this before. He clearly knew that the great emperor had been waiting for him in the imperial capital for a long time, but he still did things his own way. He did whatever he wanted to do and ran away without any explanation. How could they endure this? Mo Lian stood on the dragon's back, his eyes indifferently looking into the distance. The gusts of wind that were blowing in his face were completely blocked by him. His hair and clothes were not messed up at all. I remember that there is an extremely cold place in the Tsang prefecture. Mo Lian said with an indifferent expression. The heavenly ice and snow region. Little Seven made a beautiful tail swing and leaped into the sky, drilling into the clouds. Whoosh! A purple feathered arrow brushed past a patch of snow, splashing bits of cold light, and pierced into the hind leg of a snow deer in front of him. The snow deer neighed and immediately fell to the ground, unable to get up. Its hooves crawled twice in the snow, whimpering sorrowfully. The third prince was in high spirits as he led a group of guards forward on horseback. He led the people to surround the snow deer. Everyone raised their bows and howled, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. A bunch of idiots. Miss Chow glanced at them. Those who didn't know better would think that they had hunted a snow leopard, a group of people besieging a low-level spirit beast. The snow deer, which had no offensive power, shot 18 arrows consecutively and barely hit its target. With such archery skills, it was better not to come out and embarrass itself. Rong urged his horse to follow beside Prince Chen. When he turned back, he saw the undisguised contempt in the little ferret's eyes. Why did he feel speechless for some reason? Even a ferret knew how to despise people these days. Little furball, what do you like? I'll shoot it for you to play with. Duan Yu reached out to stroke her furry head as he stared at the icy plains in the distance. The little fellow lazily crawled on her paw. Should I tell the truth, I like super large ice wolves, snow leopards, and big tigers the most. The problem was that this bunch of weaklings only hunted small animals all day long. She didn't like any of them. Look, there's a white-furred silver tiger over there. I'll shoot it down for you to play with, okay? Duan Yu pointed ahead. Sure enough, a vigorous tiger had appeared in the icy plains at some point in time. Third Prince and the others were already on high alert. They stared cautiously at the tiger, afraid that it would suddenly pounce over. Hearing the sound of hooves, Third Prince turned to look and saw Duan Yu spurring a polar ice wolf to gallop past them. That was a level 10 spirit beast, right? Third Prince's pupils contracted as he inwardly thought, if you court death like this, the tiger will kill you one day. Rong was startled for a moment, and the corner of his mouth silently twitched. He glanced sideways at the little ferret in Prince Chen's arms, then looked up at the white-furred silver tiger squatting on the icy plains and eyeing them covetously. A trace of doubt flashed through his mind. Are you sure you're shooting a silver tiger for the little ferret as a pet and not the little ferret for the silver tiger as a pet ferret? Forget it, I'll follow them to take a look. Lest this willful and reckless prince get hurt. 2 streaks of light had already shot out from Duan Yu's fingers, smashing into the silver tiger's feet with a loud bang. This suicidal provocation infuriated the silver tiger, and it abruptly roared. With a leap, it scuttled down from the icy plain and made a beeline for Duan Yu. Just as the polar ice wolf and this white-furred silver tiger were about to collide, Duan Yu leaped up with the little ferret in his arms. He revealed a jade bamboo tube from his sleeve and abruptly shot it at that extremely pitiful silver tiger. They were so close to each other. The explosive power of the 9 jade heavens thunder flung the silver tiger away. It smashed into the thick layer of ice with a bang. Keek keek, with such a huge impact, it would be strange if the layer of ice did not crack. The silver tiger's expression was also very strange. When it realized that the layer of ice under its body was breaking, it hurriedly crawled with its claws, dragging its painful body, and hurriedly jumped onto another intact piece of ice. Without another word, it turned its head and fled with its tail between its legs. F***ck, the current human was too treacherous. He didn't even use spiritual energy to fight with you. Who knew what he flung at me, but it turned all my snow white fur black. The white-furred silver tiger leaped from one piece of ice to another. It finally jumped over the broken ice and madly sprinted towards the depths of the icy plains. Unexpectedly, it had only run a few steps when it looked up. To its surprise, it saw that grinning human standing in the air before it. When did he run in front of it? Roar. The white-furred silver tiger roared, but the trembling in its roar simply made it blush. What was going on? It was actually frightened by this tiny human, to the point that its organs were about to fall out. A fan had already appeared in Duan Yu's hand, and he winked at the silver tiger with a grin. Are you going to submit, or should I beat you until you submit? The little fellow was curled up in his arms. Even if he didn't look at her, he could sense her happy mood. That pair of beady eyes must be staring intently at this ferocious tiger right now. He knew she liked it. Duan Yu smiled. The white-furred silver tiger really wanted to resist again, but when the man revealed that piece of jade in his sleeve, it looked at its fur flying all over from the explosion. It involuntarily sprawled on the ground. It absolutely wasn't submitting to evil forces. Absolutely not. It was just that there was a saying among humans, a wise man submits to circumstances. The tiger had a flash of inspiration as it thought this. When Sir Jojo returned, he had an additional mount. The little fellow swaggered as she squatted on the silver tiger's head, and they returned to the camp while being watched by everyone. When someone asked, Duan Yu told everyone, little Diao made a great contribution, so this is her reward. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. They didn't understand His Highness Prince Chen's scheme. His reward was a ferocious tiger mount, but he didn't feel that the little fellows but was uncomfortable. Sir Jojo naturally didn't care about these people's probing gazes. She was now also a person who reared a tiger. Oh, no, a ferret. The little fellow didn't know that she had already exposed herself to Duan Yu. After washing herself clean, she let the maidservant at the side wipe her fur. Clean and tidy, she slipped into the bed and lay there motionless. She didn't know why, but she kept feeling like she was exhausted every time she woke up these past few days. It was as if she hadn't rested well even in her dreams and always looked tired. His body was really too weak. Even after sleeping for so long every day, he still looked sleepy. Miss Chow had no idea that little Martin's body did not have enough rest because her soul had been tossing and turning in and out of his body. Late at night, it was raining heavily outside. The bean-sized raindrops hit the tent and woke Miss Chow up. When she opened her eyes, her soul had already slipped back into little Martin's body. Outside the tent, a person came in against the moonlight and braved the rain. With a head full of wet hair, he went forward and pulled her out of the warm blanket. It's time to go. Isn't it still dark? Why did he have to leave now? The little girl was extremely sleepy. Duan Yu poked her forehead with a smile. All right, continue sleeping. After saying that, he took a small blanket and wrapped her up. He stuffed her into his arms, leaving her two sleepy beady eyes exposed. The little fellow propped up her eyelids. Unable to withstand the tiredness, she went back to sleep. When Duan Yu carried him out of the tent, horses were already neighing and moving outside. The sudden torrential rain made everyone a little flustered. Snowflakes gradually gathered in the rain. It looked like the weather would continue to deteriorate. Roar! The little fellow waved her paw at him. Where's my little tiger? That was her mount. Duan Yu pressed down on her small head and stuffed her into his embrace. It's cold. Don't worry, your tiger cub is following behind. It definitely won't fall off. Only then was Miss Chow satisfied. She shrunk her head into his embrace and even purposely tugged at his lapel to block the whistling cold wind above her head. This body of fur really can't withstand the wind. The little girl thought unhappily. She wondered how her body, which was left behind in the divine province, was doing now. Why do we have to move in this weather? Commandery Princess Xianxia's shrill shriek came from the camp. Although the maidservants held 2 umbrellas for her, her clothes were still half-soaked from the howling wind and torrential rain. It was very uncomfortable to stick to her body. Commandery Princess. It's the Emperor's order. I heard that the Board of Astronomy calculated that the weather will be even worse in the future, so we must leave now. Commandery Princess Xianxia stood there and cursed before getting into the carriage in irritation. The boundless icy plain was currently covered in rain and snow. At first glance, it was foggy, so it was impossible to see the road clearly. Thankfully, other than those delicate royal concubines, everyone else had decent cultivations, so most of them didn't have much of a problem traveling on a rainy day. Duan Yu was worried about his mother, so he mounted the ice wolf and ran to his mother's carriage to instruct the coachman. Because the rain and snow were too heavy, even though he was wearing rainproof clothes, his clothes were almost completely soaked. Noble consort Duan sat inside the carriage and worriedly lifted the curtain. She called out to him, Ali, the rain outside is too heavy. How about you also get in the carriage? No need, mother. There were other women in the carriage, so it was naturally very inconvenient for him to get in. It wasn't until the group started moving that Duan Yu returned to the Emperor of Tsangzhou. Dressed in martial attire, the emperor was riding on a level 12 mystic horse as he narrowed his eyes at the road ahead. They originally planned to set off today, but this vile weather came unexpectedly, so he ordered them to prepare to set off before daybreak. Although it was difficult to travel on rainy and snowy days, how could the children of Xianxia be so delicate? The group packed up the food, utensils, and other things. They left the tents there and followed the great emperor back. At this moment, an official from the imperial astronomer with a solemn expression walked forward and saluted the emperor in the rain. "Your Majesty, please give the order to set off quickly. Judging from the weather, a blizzard would arrive in less than 2 hours. At that time, the journey will be even more difficult." And the official's face was full of worry. This humble official thinks that if there is a hailstorm halfway through, the ice layer below will collapse. At that time, the official didn't continue, but the meaning behind his words was clear. If they encountered a large hailstorm and broke through the ice layer, the ice field would collapse and the land beasts would not be able to walk. The great emperor's expression changed slightly. "Pass down the order. Prepare the flying beasts in advance and be on standby. Let's go." In this kind of weather, flying in the rain on a flying beast was obviously even more unwise. The team had been on the road for less than 5 minutes when it was obvious that God was up to something. Several bolts of lightning crashed down with a rumble, causing everyone's expression to darken. A bolt of lightning landed beside the carriage, smashing a deep hole in the ice layer. The horse's hooves were raised in fright, and the carriage driver desperately tried to control the reins. The great emperor hastily shouted, "Go!" Great, it didn't even take 2 hours. The hailstorm didn't fall, and a thunderstorm attacked. The lightning struck the glacier, creating several deep craters in it. Everyone only felt the glacier beneath their feet tremble, and cracks that were clearly visible to the naked eye blossomed with a series of terrifying crackling sounds. It was as if everyone would fall into the depths of the icy plains in the next instant. The horses neighed in fright, and the women and children screamed repeatedly. Poof! A tender green thing suddenly shot out from behind the crowd from a crack in the icy plains and whipped the horses but with a smack. That unlucky spirit stallion immediately neighed in fright and kicked its front legs. The third prince, who had been sitting upright on the horse's back and doing his best to restrain the horse's agitation, instantly tilted his body along with the upright spirit stallion. Waves of dizziness hit his mind, and a trace of alarm flashed through his eyes. What a joke! How could a good-for-nothing level 5 little mystic cultivator like him withstand this kind of stimulation? Just as he was about to be jolted off the horse, several guards immediately galloped over. One person held his horse down, while the others reached out to support him. The third prince panicked and lost his head as he shouted several times, "Protect your highness! Protect your highness! Protect your highness! Protect your highness!" The little fellow crawled and revealed 2 beady black eyes to glance at the retarded third prince in the carriage. She then looked up to see the indifferent and nonchalant Duan Yu, and several thoughts immediately flashed through her mind. The dragon has 9 sons, and each one is different. Bad bamboo shoots produce good bamboo shoots, and a crooked melon can at least grow a divine flower from a snowy region. Although her long hair was drenched by the rain, her pair of peach blossom eyes appeared even colder and brighter, giving people a feeling that she was fearless even in the face of great difficulties. Duan Yu's fingers subconsciously rubbed her head that had popped out. He held the reins with one hand and turned to speak with vassal Prince Rong, who had caught up. The group then braved the rain and led the carriages towards the icy plains. A white light suddenly flashed across the horizon, instantly illuminating the icy plains in front of him. A bolt of lightning as thick as the mouth of a bull drew a crack in the sky and fiercely struck the thick layer of ice. Immediately after, more than a dozen green vines shot out from under the layer of ice, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws to block the carriage's advance. Because the rain was too heavy, the little fellow had already shrunk back into Duan Yu's arms, so she simply did not see the vines shooting out from under the layer of ice to attack. The horses neighed incessantly, and a few Tsang province guards were flung off the back of the spirit stallions. There were even a few horses that couldn't be controlled. They ran wildly with their riders and fell into the cracks in the ice. Both the riders and their horses disappeared without a trace. One of the generals leading the group said with a cold expression, "Everyone, surround him. Protect His Majesty and the concubines. Don't panic." Maintain the formation and keep moving forward. Clap. A bolt of lightning struck the side of the carriage. The coachman gripped the reins with all his might. His face was pale as he tried to control the speed of the carriage. Duan Yu's handsome face darkened as he commanded a group of Xianxia guards to step forward to protect her. Afterwards, he patted the head of the polar ice wolf beneath him. With a wave of his sword, he severed 3 to 4 vines and leaped over the intersecting faults, landing firmly on the ground. What's going on? The second prince, who was being protected, was in a state of panic. His face was a little pale. What's under the ice? If elder brother has the leisure to figure out this matter, why don't you run faster and not cause trouble for others? Duan Yu revealed several porcelain-like teeth at him with a spurious smile. The second prince's face darkened, and he was very unconvinced on the inside. Although the second prince was aggrieved, he couldn't refute. After all, he was the same as Old Third, a novice mystic cultivator. Whenever his cultivation was mentioned, he would feel stifled and flustered. But could this be blamed on him? This was completely due to his innate talent. Alright, his innate talent was not good, so it could only be said that he was born without the fate of cultivation. However, it was already heaven-defying luck that he could be born into the imperial family. I'm afraid the thing under the ice is about to come out. Rong cracked his whip and chased after Duan Yu's polar ice wolf. We can't continue like this. The caravan is too slow. Organize a group of people to stay behind to cover the retreat, Duan Yu ordered coldly as he glanced at Rong Qing. Don't pick on crooked melons and split jujubes to disgust people. Rong Qing was speechless. She nodded and galloped away on her horse. Not long after, he returned with an elite team. That's all the manpower we can muster. The rest will have to protect His Majesty and the concubines of the various palaces. Enough. Duan Yu nodded. We will stay behind to block the thing that burrows out from the ground. Let the others follow His Majesty first. As they spoke, the rumbling of hooves came from the distance. Rong narrowed his eyes. It seems to be that bunch of brats from Ming province. Don't mind them. Duan Yu glanced over. Do as I say. Rong nodded and arranged for people to follow the caravan. Meanwhile, he led that elite team of more than 20 people to stay by Duan Yu's side. He summoned a longsword that was overflowing with light from his conscience. We haven't been able to compete properly before. Today, I'll show you the gap between us. Duan Yu glanced at him from the corner of his eye and harumphed in high spirits. He suddenly leaped up from the polar ice wolf and pounced towards several vines that had twisted into a ball. Rong didn't get angry and remained aloof. He nodded and said, "All right, this one will wait and see." Swish. A cold arrow shot over first, shooting that ball of rattan branches into pieces. Ming Yassi's arrow came so quickly. Compared to several days ago, he seemed to have recovered quite a bit. Duan Yu creased his brows, but he didn't waste words with him. He directly flicked his sleeve and threw several jasper beads into the emerald green bamboo tube. Duan Yu's motto was to never waste any of his divine energy when he could throw a concealed weapon. Boom. Following the explosion of the jade heavenly thunder, the spirit stallion let out a miserable shriek, and the troops behind Ming Yassi were thrown into chaos. The jade heavenly thunder was flying towards him. At that moment, he felt his heart tighten. He had already abandoned the polar ice wolf under him and flew up. The first to bear the brunt of this attack was the polar ice wolf. It collapsed to the ground, whimpering as it struggled at death's door. Clearly, it was on the verge of death. Ming Yassi floated to the ground and glared at Duan Yu with gritted teeth. This guy's level of treachery had practically exceeded his imagination. The people of the Divine Prefecture and the Xianxia were all so cunning. Duan Yu did not look at him, and the raven bone fan in his hand flew out, severing several vines. This time, it seemed to have angered the huge monster under the ice. Countless vines burrowed out again and viciously whipped at the people in front of them at a frenzied speed. Audacious humans, you actually dared to offend Lord Holywood, I'll whip you to death. Swish swish, swish swish swish, all the vines rushed towards Duan Yu at once, and a few even aimed for his chest. This immediately gave Duan Yu a special sense of crisis. He kept feeling that these dozens of vines seemed to be targeting the little white mink he was hiding in his arms. Jojo, What kind of bizarre situation was this, or could it be that he was just being paranoid and making a mistake? The layer of ice in front of them suddenly cracked open, and Duan Yu and Rongqing could clearly see what was underneath the layer of ice. That clump of densely packed tree roots was like a giant cocoon in front of everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, the vines that writhed like snakes extended from the tree roots. There was an uncountable number of them, and they seemed to grow endlessly. It was impossible to completely cut them off no matter how hard they tried. Duan Yu creased his brows. The group braved the torrential rain and flew into the air, circling above the tree. As spiritual energy crisscrossed, numerous Xianxia and Nether Province guards simultaneously attacked the tree that had suddenly burrowed out from under the layer of ice. Rongqing's expression was calm, but her gaze was a bit odd. Don't you find it odd that a tree is actually growing under this layer of ice? Odd was odd, but Duan Yu had no time to think about Rongqing's words in detail. Hundreds of vines swept towards him, as if they wouldn't stop until they killed him. At this time, Miss Xiao, who had been sleeping groggily for a while, poked her head out. She happened to see a large group of people attacking the tree in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat, and the little girl's beady eyes immediately turned round. It was Qiuqiu, to be precise, it should be Qiuqiu's seed fragment. She immediately reacted and jumped out of Duan Yu's arms without a second word. The small blanket that was originally wrapped around her naturally fell off as well. The little snow-white ball swiftly pounced towards the vines on the opposite side. That scene shocked Duan Yu so much that his expression changed drastically, and he immediately withdrew the divine energy he sent out. He then shouted in alarm, "Everyone, stop!" He reached out to grab her, but the little fellow was especially slippery and had already pounced onto one of the very thick vines. Duan Yu caught nothing, but he had already dashed over. When vassal Prince Rong saw this, he also jumped in fright and quickly chased after him. "Your Highness Prince Chen, what are you doing?" Duan Yu looked in horror at the little snow-white ball sprawled on the vine. He saw her hugging that vine and seemingly turning her head to glance at him. In the next second, she was abruptly dragged into a crack in the ice layer by that thick vine. "Jojo!" Duan Yu's liver and guts were torn apart. With a cry of alarm, he had already darted over and slid into that crevice with a whoosh. "Your Highness!" The Xianxia guards were scared out of their wits. Now, His Highness actually jumped into that crack of ice layer of his own accord. What was to be done? The Emperor would to them, "Stay here." After Qiuqiu you of the U of the Tsin of you of the U of you of the of you of the U of you. The group of Xianxia guards looked at the two of them with stupefied expressions as they disappeared in front of them without any hesitation. They wished they could beat their chests and cry out loud, F***ck. It was fine if Prince Chen was willful, but why was the usually calm, self-restrained, intelligent, and cautious vassal Prince Qing also so willful? That was Prince Qing's only son, the Princess Consort's pearl. This was bad. If something happened to His Highness and the vassal prince in the underground ice layer, they should be prepared to be skinned alive by the Emperor and Prince Qing and have their entire family exterminated. After staring blankly for a moment, Min Yasa's eyes suddenly flickered. He tossed the horsewhip to a Han behind him and coldly said, "You guys go out first and wait at Flat Mountain Town." "Master! Big brother!" Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Akir ran over, her eyes red. She wanted to grab hold of Dark Yasa's robes, but he waved his sleeve, and with a whoosh, he nimbly charged into the crack in the ice. No one knew what was below the ice. Everyone gathered around and only saw a deep, serene ice cave that seemed to lead to the depths of the Earth's core. They didn't know how far down it was. "Akir! Akir!" A Han grabbed the weeping Akir, who wanted to jump down, and angrily slapped her. "Are you crazy? With your cultivation, you'll be throwing your life away if you go down." There were many ice caves below, and there were many forks in the road. Who knew which corner they'd slide to if they jumped in? Perhaps they'd be trapped under this glacier forever, unable to come out even if they died. Then what do we do now? Akir's wails shook the heavens as she shrieked, "We only came to find a snow domain divine flower, but we didn't find the flower, and we don't know whether His Highness is dead or alive. Do we really have to leave here and wait for him at Flat Mountain Town?" "Listen to Big Brother," a Han said with a sullen face. "No, I'm not leaving here. I'll wait here for Big Brother Yas to come back." Akir was crying like a tearful doll as she shrieked at everyone. Han didn't give her a chance to speak any more nonsense and directly slapped her head, knocking her out. He had two subordinates carry a cure and immediately turned to leave with a sullen face. Han had always followed his big brother's orders and never disobeyed them in public but in private. After the noisy group of underworld province guards left, one of the Xianxia guards said bitterly, "Then what do we do?" "Send 2 people to the emperor to report this matter." Everyone looked at each other. Only a fool would report it and directly face the wrath of the emperor and Prince Qing. The Xianxia guards were conflicted and uncomfortable. After Arbor's small body was pulled down by the vine, he slid down the ice hole. The vines were very nimble and flexible. They dragged her back and forth in the honeycomb-like cave, dragging her deeper and deeper. She didn't know if they wanted to drag her into the depths of the earth's core. The little fellow only felt that his body kept falling down, falling deeper and deeper, but there was not a trace of nervousness in his heart. From time to time, Duanyu would fling out a burst of divine energy to stop the vine's dragging speed, but overall, it did not have much effect on such a thick sapling. Arbor put its 2 little paws on the vines. Feeling the intimacy of the small tree, it felt a bit happy. Who would have thought that he would be able to see the figure of Little 3 in this strange trip to the heavenly ice and snow region? According to the ranking of the seed fragments, the person in front of him should be called Little 3. Little Tree only instinctively dragged his little Masta and ran. In any case, in his days, he only felt that there was something he wanted on that human, so he must obtain it. Otherwise, he might regret it for the rest of his life if he missed it. Now, he felt this little dumpling approaching and feeling her softly hugging him. The sapling's heart leaped with joy, and the memories that originally belonged to him gushed forth in an unending stream. Qiu suddenly did a carp flip and squatted on Mo Lian's shoulder. After carefully sensing for a moment, it said with a comforted expression, "Master is awesome." She found Little 3. Mo Lian raised her brows. Where? She should still be in that extremely cold place. Mo Lian's brows knitted together. Can't you summon her soul back? The little treant lowered its beady eyes. I can't. Huh. Mo Lian snorted. The little treant's body shuddered, and it immediately wailed, I'm not omnipotent. Qiu is already very useful. Qiu will be even more useful in the future. Mo Lian was skeptical about the definition of the word useful. How much longer until we reach that place? Probably another day. The little treant meekly said softly to its fingers. If we find out that you didn't use your method when you had it, Mo Lian said faintly, we will kill you. The little treant pitifully shrunk its small body and chanted again in its mind, when Master comes back, Qiu will definitely fiercely complain. There are also Qiu seed fragments over there. How can we summon them back? Strictly speaking, they belong to the same body, so there was naturally no distinction between them. When Little Master stayed by Little 3's side, she felt exactly the same as when she stayed by Qiu's side. Mo Lian didn't say anything else and only ordered 7th Yen to speed up their journey. The little fellow hugged the vine and fell into an ice cave. She twisted and turned along the cave, occasionally glancing back at Duanyu with a conflicted expression. She originally wanted to tell him not to worry, but she freaking shocked herself by letting out an ow when she opened her mouth. In the end, it slid all the way to the bottom. When it flopped and fell into a small ice river, its round body fluttered twice before it was suddenly grabbed by someone. Then, it was lifted up and fiercely pulled into someone's arms. Arbor could hear Duanyu's frantic heartbeat. That indescribably panic-stricken heart was terrifying, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. She reached out her little paw and patted his chest. At this moment, both of them were drenched. Her fur was soaked with water, and now it drooped listlessly in one place. And as Duanyu slid down, his white robes were also torn and tattered by the occasional protruding icicles. Hua! With the sound of water, the roots of the small tree that was originally submerged in the water suddenly opened up and prepared to attack. Roar! The little fellow hastily turned around and roared at him before quickly hugging Duanyu's hand that was about to release this divine energy. Duanyu glanced at her in confusion. You know him? Nodding madly, the little fellow's soft and adorable appearance warmed Duanyu's heart, and he reached out to stroke her head. When Vassal Air Roan worriedly followed over, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. He saw that His Highness Prince Chen had already changed into a clean set of robes and was hugging a snow-white ball. He was using his divine energy to dry the water stains on her body while also combing her messy fur. In the tranquil ice water, the enormous tree that attacked them earlier was gently sliding its dozens of vines and obediently squatting in the water. It didn't look like it wanted to attack anyone at all. What was going on? Where did this inexplicable sense of harmony come from? Docile Prince Rong dumbfoundedly glanced at Prince Chen before hastily walking forward. Your Highness. Rong Qing's body suddenly tensed, and she reflexively pulled Duan Yu aside. Be careful. Swish. An arrow brushed past vassal Prince Rong's left shoulder and landed in the frozen river with a bang. The explosion instantly infuriated the sapling that had quieted down, causing it to brandish several hundred vines with bared fangs and brandished claws, attacking a figure. The newcomer was Xianxia. He didn't express much shock when he saw the vines attacking him. He merely calmly built an earth wall in front of him. Following that, he took out several fire spirit talismans from his inner world and looked at the sapling in the frozen river with a solemn expression. Swish swish swish. Several fire spirit talismans flew over and directly ignited on the sapling's body. Swish 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 swish. The sapling shook its branches and blocked all the vines in front of it, blocking the surging firepower attack. Bang bang bang. Ow, ow ow. Seeing the small tree being forced back by the fire talismans and the branches being set ablaze, the little girl was furious. She turned around and roared at Dark Yas. It wasn't that the sapling couldn't deal with this Xianxia. Rather, the sapling had just promised her that it would obediently crouch down and not attack people. Duan Yu reached out and pressed down the little fellow's fleshy body that was struggling. Duan Yu directly carried her to the frozen river and glanced at that tree in astonishment before turning back to look at Xianxia. Why did you follow us? This Xianxia was probably born with a mismatched horoscope, so every time they met, he had the urge to attack. You are Qiao Mu. At this moment, Xiaxia's gaze was fixated on Qiao as he sternly enunciated each word. Before jumping into the ice crevice earlier, he clearly heard Duan Yu call out Jojo. If it weren't for that Jojo, why would Duan Yu jump into the ice crevice without hesitation? Miss Qiao was instantly enraged. Although no clues could be seen on the snow-white little marten's face, Xianxia had a strange feeling. He was certain that what he had said was the truth. No wonder when I saw this little guy, I couldn't help but like him. No wonder that guy Duan Yu ran off after snatching her. All the strange things that had happened before could be explained with words at this moment. A faint smile appeared on Xiaxia's grave and stern face. He looked up at Duan Yu and Rong Qing, then looked up at the thick glacier. Duan Yu, do you suddenly feel like continuing the sparring just now? Duan Yu gave him a "do you think I'm scared of you" look. Maes didn't say another word as he shot out a few more arrows. His body flew over as a stream of flowing earth spirits surged through the ground. Duan Yu sneered. With a wave of his hand, several hundred ice spikes suddenly broke free from the surrounding ice walls and whooshed toward Dark Yas. Idiot, fighting with him in a space filled with water spirit force, courting death, the several hundred ice spikes were all blocked by a transparent earth wall. A cold glint flickered in Duan Yu's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the raven bone fan transformed into a long sword. Don't blame the heavens and accuse others for courting death. Crack. What the hell was that sound? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. All of a sudden, the entire layer of ice beneath their feet fell down. Everyone was speechless as they abruptly fell down along with the broken layer of ice. Miss Qiao, who was squatting at the side and watching, instantly felt that something was amiss. Just as she wanted to escape, her petite body was already coiled up by a vine, and she involuntarily fell down with it. Thankfully, the drop wasn't too high. In a flash, Duan Yu, Rong, Xianxia, and the others all landed on the ground. Their bodies swayed slightly when they stepped on the slippery ice layer, but they steadied themselves. Plop! The little girl fell from above and plunged headfirst into a pile of ice dregs. It hurt so much that her hair stood on end. Duan Yu twitched his mouth, and his figure flashed to her side. He quickly picked her up from the pile of ice dregs and helped her remove a few pieces of ice from her forehead before rubbing her head. Your Highness? Rong's feeble voice was heard. Duan Yu turned around with the little fellow in his arms, and his pupils contracted abruptly. Miss Zhao, who was in his arms, was startled for a second before she suddenly cheered with a howl. She squirmed her limbs, wanting to jump down from Duan Yu's arms. Wah wah wah, wah. There were actually several hundred snow domain divine flowers planted here. Their growth was delightful, and each of these snow domain divine flowers was clearly better than the one they obtained earlier, especially the largest snow domain divine flower in the center. Wah! This was a super sacred grade medicinal herb, right? Jojos, they were all Jojos. The little fellow excitedly rolled around in Duan Yu's arms and impatiently wanted to roll down, but he reached out to stop her. Don't mess around, can you even pick them with your small body? Miss Zhao instantly wilted. Oh right, the snow domain divine flowers before her looked extremely beautiful, but, she raised her hand to look at her small claws, and she was so miserable that she wanted to vomit blood. She couldn't pick them. Even if she picked them, there was no place to store them. This was equivalent to looking at a large piece of fatty meat in front of her, but she couldn't eat it, so painful. Jojo's small eyes were so sorrowful that tears could drip out. Duan Yu, who had been observing her expression, silently twitched his mouth. His fingers brushed past her furry head, and he coughed lightly and said, "If you howl once, I'll help you pick them. If you howl twice, I'll help you pick them all." Hell. Eh? Why is my great aunt howling? Why did she feel like she had been tricked by Duan Yu, this D***MN fool? Something felt wrong. Duan Yu couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. In the end, he barely managed to restrain himself, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his face no matter what. Rong was speechless. Roar. Lord Jojo's eyes suddenly lit up. She stared at Ming Yas, who had already plucked a snow domain divine flower and turned to look at her. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Miss Zhao clung to Duan Yu's lapel with all her might, and the latter helplessly patted her head. Alright, I got it. I'll pick it now. The strange thing was that Ming Yasi only took one stalk of the snow domain's divine flower before standing aside and coldly watching Duan Yu busying himself. Lord Jojo secretly waved his little paw and thought to himself, at least he knows what's good for him. This guy must have felt that he couldn't beat Duan Yu and Rong with 2 fists, so he decided to be obedient. The little fellow squatted on the side and occasionally extended her paw to give directions. Duan Yu's method of plundering the snow domain's divine flowers was quite practiced. He clearly didn't look like someone who was harvesting medicinal herbs for the first time. As long as one didn't get close to the flower, it was very convenient and simple to use divine energy to envelop things from a distance. It wasn't long before Duan Yu collected an entire patch of snow domain's divine flowers into his storage talisman. After Duan Yu dug out the divine flower of the snow domain, a shallow pit was revealed at the bottom. Arbor's sharp eyes noticed that there seemed to be something bright inside the pit. It shook its eyes and then rolled over. It rolled especially smoothly and quickly. The corners of the mouths of the people nearby twitched when they saw that greedy look. Miss Zhao only realized something was wrong after rolling over. Why was it that whenever she ran away now, it was only logical for her to roll? Was this appropriate? The little fellow had already seen what was inside the pit. It was a transparent treasure crystal about the size of her body. There was a blood-red color in the crystal's center. What kind of good stuff was this? It looked extraordinary at first glance, so it must be a very rare tool refinement material. The lotus that was given to her, a certain little eye curved. When Duan Yu and the others walked over, they saw that little fellow hugging the treasure crystal about the size of her body and turning around unsteadily. Suddenly, a red light shot out from the treasure crystal. Duan Yu's eyes turned cold, and he swiftly rushed forward to scoop up that little fellow. Jojo. In their panic, Duan Yu didn't care about formalities and directly called her by her name. However, Miss Zhao was a bit dizzy and paralyzed in his palm. The red light that shot out of the precious crystal entered her soul body in an instant. Even her spiritual sense body, which had been lying lazily on its back, seemed to be stimulated and jumped up with a whoosh. Jojo? Duan Yu was inexplicably flustered. He reached out to rub her small head, but she didn't react at all. The 3 of them saw the red light flash earlier, but now, the little fellow suddenly fainted. Rong walked up to take a look. When he saw that this little ferret's breathing was steady, as if she had only fainted temporarily, he couldn't help but ask curiously, it should be fine. Let's lay it flat for a look first? Duanyu didn't let go of her and looked up at the transparent crystal that fell to the ground. His handsome brows furrowed. Is this a great void treasure crystal? Crown Prince Rong picked up the crystal, turned around, and nodded at him. It looks 70 to 80% similar. Then there should be no problem. Duanyu quickly calmed down. Legend has it that the crystal core inside a great void treasure crystal can greatly increase spiritual consciousness. It can be considered an item that can only be encountered by chance, Duanyu murmured as he looked down at the little fellow in his arms. What are you doing? Xianxia's voice rang out from beside him. Duanyu looked up and saw that the cluster of trees that had been quietly sitting in the ice river suddenly spread out its vines and swiftly swam towards them. Its appearance was very strange. It looked like a tree, but it was wrapped in a cocoon by countless vines. It was impossible to see its original appearance. Say it's not a tree? But it didn't feel like anything else. Duanyu narrowed his eyes and retreated 2 steps with the little girl in his arms. He shouted with uncertainty, "Stop." The sapling did stop, but it still bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Duanyu and the others to express its displeasure. Of course it was dissatisfied. Master Silver was fine just now and was with these 3 people. In less than 2 minutes, Master Silver fainted. Don't worry, she's fine. Duanyu reflexively said and stroked Miss Xiao's furry head. Let her slowly absorb the crystal core. She should wake up soon. Xianxia glanced at the sapling from the corner of his eyes. What the heck is this? Duanyu was in a bad mood, so he naturally couldn't be bothered with this fellow. Xianxia couldn't help but shout angrily, don't think I want to waste my breath with you. If it weren't for Jojo, I wouldn't even bother with you. Duanyu expressionlessly glanced at him, looking like he couldn't be bothered with this person. Xianxia couldn't help but be infuriated. Humph, the reason I didn't fight over the Snow Domain's divine flower with you is that I only need 1 stalk. I'll leave the rest to Jojo. It's not for you. Duanyu rolled his eyes at him. Rong, why did he feel like these 2 people's conversation was so childish? Oh wait, it was His Highness Xiaxia. So childish, His Highness Prince Chen simply ignored him, so it was clear that he couldn't be bothered to talk to him. Xianxia shouted at Duanyu again, how do we get out? Duanyu also knitted his brows when he looked up at the thick layer of ice above them. When he first came down, he followed the tree and slid all the way down through the honeycomb-like ice caves. Now that they wanted to go back up, it seemed a bit difficult. Unless they could find their original path and go back up, or they could directly break through the layer of ice above. However, it looked like these 2 possibilities were minuscule. They could tell with a glance how thick the layer of ice was above them. It wasn't impossible for the 3 of them to break through this layer of ice if they combined their strength, but, this way, it would take some effort, and the 3 of them would have to cooperate well. From the looks of it, it was most likely impossible to get Xianxia to cooperate with them. Rongqing said, let's try to find the passage up later. Find the passage? Xianxia harumphed. Easy for you to say. When I jumped down just now, I had to make so many turns that I don't even know how many ice caves I went through. If I could go back the way I came, why would I stay here and wait for you guys? Duanyu swept him a glance. You punk, you're so noisy. Why don't you tell me what good idea you have? Me. Xianxia stiffened his neck and was about to speak. The 3 of them suddenly discovered that the entire layer of ice was shaking slightly from a shock. Crown Prince Rong's expression changed slightly. It seems to be a wave of energy coming from above. Duanyu retreated a few steps with Miss Xiao in his arms. The sapling naturally moved its countless branches and slid along with Duanyu. Seeing this, Xianxia hurriedly asked, where do you want to take her? Put it down. Although he didn't know what the little lady was up to make her look so bizarre, reason told him that he could ask about this kind of thing later. Right now, he should snatch the little lady from Duanyu's hands first. Opportunity knocks but once, when will such a good opportunity come again? When Duanyu saw Nia's pouncing over and reaching out to grab Arbor, who was in his arms, Duanyu spun around to evade his fingers. He brandished a chilling ice blade and bellowed, what are you up to now? At this moment, the trembling of the ice layer seemed to be increasing in intensity. As long as one wasn't deaf, they should be able to hear what was going on above. Someone is chipping away at the ice. Crown Prince Rong frowned and pointed upwards. Right above us. Boom. Bang. Bang. The dragon claw slammed down more than a dozen times in a row. The glaciers in this area all made cracking sounds under this huge force. Mo Lian apathetically stared at the sapling squatting on the dragon's head. You're not mistaken? Master is down there. Master is down there. Xiao shouted. I can feel it. What kind of relationship did he have with Master? It would be strange if he couldn't feel her aura at such a close distance. Mo Lian knew Little Tree's abilities and nodded without any doubt. She followed 7th Yan's lead and stabbed the Raven Moon sword into the broken ice on the ground. Divine power surged in his hands that held the sword. The thick layer of ice under his feet trembled and roared as he poured his divine power into it. Pung! The entire layer of ice shattered into pieces. Who are you? Quick, protect His Highness. The Xianxia guards heard the news and rushed over. When they saw Mo Lian and 7th Yan's actions, they were flustered. What were they doing? They were actually chiseling the ice here. Didn't they know that the entire glacier would continue to sink and crack? Wouldn't it be easy for the people below to get hurt as well? There was a golden dragon coiled beside the man in front of him. This dragon looked like it was only in disguise and didn't reveal its true size. However, the aura of a sacred beast was still present. Crown Prince Mo examined the royal guard's attire and asked with a frown, Xianxia guards? Why were the Xianxia guards here? This was the Ice Sky Snow region, a cold place. Normal people wouldn't come here at all. Thus, the Xianxia guards had only set up 3 spots for them to guard. It was impossible for a group of people to suddenly appear here. Could it be that Xianxia Emperor came to hunt? Oh no, oh no. Master seems to be leaving us. Master is running away. Little Tree suddenly shouted and pointed to the front left. It's third. My third is up to no good. Little Tree was so anxious that it stomped its feet. If third ran away, how could it take back its seed fragments? If it didn't take them back, how could it advance and grow? Mo Lian grabbed Little Tree and threw it on her shoulder. Then, she called 7th Yan to fly over. After a whooshing sound, Yanqi's long dragon tail broke half of the ice layer with a crack. The Tsang province guards all cried out in alarm, leaping up to avoid the layer of ice that had suddenly sunk in. At the same time, Duanyu and vassal Prince Rong jumped out from a cracked ice cave. Duanyu's expression froze, and he quickly turned around to chase after a certain place. Earlier, when the ice cave was shaking, that lump of tree used its vines to drag the unconscious little white ferret in his arms away. It was so fast that Duanyu was unable to react in time. He didn't know what the hell it was, but a tree came out to mess things up. It actually wanted to carry the little girl and run away alone. He didn't know where it got its guts from. The next person to emerge from the ice cave was naturally Ming Yas. Looking up to survey his surroundings, Ming Yasi also chased after Duanyu without another word. Is that your seed fragment? Prince Mo asked coldly. At this moment, he had already seen clearly what the huge lump in front of him was. Don't be fooled by the fact that it looked like a tangled mess. In fact, it was a tree made up of countless vines. Xiao nodded guiltily. Although its seed fragment may have only developed a bit of intelligence, it doesn't affect its desire to get close to little Masta at all. Make it stop, Mo Lian said after a long silence. Although Prince Mo's tone was very calm, Xiao could detect a hint of murderous intent in his nonchalant tone. It was as if he couldn't stop Little Three in front, Crown Prince the Great would very likely charge up and directly cripple Little Three. So scary, the little treant reflexively reached out to touch its branches. In an instant, it sent out countless vines that scattered straight ahead. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Duanyu's figure caught up and paused in midair, startled. Mo Lian, why did this fellow suddenly appear here? Duanyu was a bit curious, but he had already landed beside Mo Lian. When Mo Lian saw him chasing over, her eyes were also a bit curious. Why are you here? Could it be that he really accompanied the great emperor of Xianxia to the heavenly ice snow region to hunt? Have you seen my wife? Prince Mo didn't wait for Duanyu's reply and hastily asked again. Duanyu's expression was a bit odd as he sized him up. Then, he nodded and pointed ahead. Prince Mo, Prince Mo, when you see Jojo later, you'll definitely be in for a huge surprise, Duan Yu harumphed, and with a slight stomp, he had already flown several meters away. Soon, the two of them paused. Chocho exerted force and used strands of glistening emerald vines to latch onto a certain tree that was madly sprinting across the icy plain. Little three, stop fooling around. Where's our little master? The little treant jumped down from Mo Lian's shoulder and shot into the air with a whoosh. It wobbled and somersaulted a few times before landing on that tree that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. A snow-white little ferret was currently lying quietly inside a clump of vines. The little trent's face instantly darkened, and it raised its paw to point at the little ferret. Master? Master! He pounced over and used his two thin and weak branches to push the little Master Silver's fleshy body. He repeatedly cried out, Master Silver, my poor Master Silver, what's wrong with you? Wake up quickly. Don't tell me you were tricked by this little ferret. Mo Lian and Duan Yu, who had followed along, looked at each other in bewilderment before turning to look at that welcome post tree. Stop shaking her. Duan Yu couldn't resist shouting, she accidentally swallowed the crystal core of the great void treasure crystal just now. It will probably take a while before she wakes up. If it wasn't for this messy tree that suddenly snatched Jojo and ran away, perhaps Jojo would have already woken up by now. It's all this weird tree's fault. It's so noisy. My poor Master Silver. The sapling wailed and slapped away Duan Yu's outstretched hand with its vines. No one is allowed to touch my family's little Master. Master! Wake up, Chocho is here. Who exactly bullied you? On the vast icy plain, the sapling shouts reverberated back and forth between the empty layers of ice. That's enough. Mo Lian speechlessly twitched her mouth. She picked up that wailing little treant and tossed it to the side. Her gaze naturally landed on that little ferret. Her heart skipped a beat. Duan Yu, are you pleasantly surprised? Are you surprised? Meanwhile, Mo Lian stared fixedly at that little snowball, a captivating inky light flowing in her phoenix eyes. Jojo, it was Jojo. He didn't care no matter what kind of oddity his little miss turned into. As long as he could see her, his heart would feel more at ease. Bam! Xianxia's head was smacked away by the dragon tail, and he instantly flew out. Seventh Yan roared and circled in a circle. He raised his dragon claw and symbolically waved it at Xianxia a few times. Such a big commotion only attracted Duan Yu and Mo Lian's glances before they promptly looked away. Duan Yu, at least you're smart enough to send someone to stop that punk. That fellow nearly annoyed me to death the entire way. Mo Lian cast a sidelong glance at Duan Yu as she reached out to hug that small figure. Unexpectedly, the little fellow moved her small head and suddenly opened her eyes. A pair of black, beady eyes warily looked ahead. When she clearly saw the two people standing in front of her, Arbor almost couldn't believe her eyes. What did she see when she opened her eyes? Why was hubby here? Could it be that she was dreaming? This string of questions made the little fellow dizzy. She reached out her small paw, wishing for nothing more than to pinch herself to see if she was dreaming. But she soon discovered that her small body was being picked up by someone, and a pair of gentle hands embraced her furry body. Arbor looked up and saw that pair of phoenix eyes silently looking at her with a grin. The little fellow cheered in delight and delight. She rolled around in Crown Prince Mo's arms and reflexively hugged his neck with her small hands. However, when she reached out, she discovered that her pitifully short paws couldn't wrap around the man's neck at all. Instead, she directly pounced on the Crown Prince's face and hung there comically. Regardless of whether the Crown Prince was mentally breaking down, he still pulled Miss Chow off his face with a deadpan expression. Seeing that she was in low spirits, her pair of small eyes gazed at him resentfully. The Crown Prince had to stifle his laughter as he gently comforted her. It's fine, Jojo. You'll come out very soon. Don't be scared, hubby will definitely help you come out of this body. Miss Chow immediately turned her head and aimed her small butt at his face, looking like she didn't want to acknowledge him. What was going on? She was fine just a moment ago and looked very happy to see him. Why was his butt facing her in less than 3 seconds? Prince Mo turned to look at Duan Yu in confusion. The latter was speechless. What's with that expression? His eyes were filled with resentment for failing to meet expectations. What a joke. Little dumpling, come here. Duan Yu patted Miss Chiao with an expression that said, quickly come into my arms. Sir Jojo wagged his tail and glanced at him. He suddenly tossed Prince Mo aside and naturally didn't jump into Duan Yu's arms. Instead, he directly jumped off the glacier and trotted towards the front of the ice field. Mo Lian. Wife, don't run. With your short legs, it'll take a lot of effort to run. Let your husband carry you over. Duan Yu, she was caught off guard by a bowl of dog food. She felt like killing someone. What should she do? The little girl ran ahead, not even turning her head back. She also ignored the two of them. Mo Lian was baffled. The little fellow was clearly very happy to see him just now. Duan Yu, what's going on? Duan Yu looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. Prince Mo, you're the idiot. Come back, what's going on? Duan Yu rolled his eyes at him irritably. Where's your wife here? Isn't that Jojo? There's no Jojo. Idiot, try calling her Jojo and see if she responds to you, Mo Lian. So that's why, Mo Lian instantly understood, Jojo was shy. Right. With Sir Jojo's personality, there was no way he would admit that he was trapped inside a little ferret's body and couldn't get out. Mo Lian felt like he had discovered the truth. He quickly leaped up and asked Duan Yu, what did you call her just now? Duan Yu silently lowered his eyes. Little furball. Mo Lian hastily complied and called out, little dumpling. Little furball, wait. He leaped up and bent down to pick up the little girl who was running all over the ground. He said with a grin, little furball. Bah. You're the little furball. Miss Chiao expressionlessly glanced at him. Little furball, be good. Let's get to know each other. I am Mo Lian. This is our first time meeting, but I will take good care of you in the future. Don't worry. The crown prince pinched her little hands and feet and thought, compared to his soft baby, this really paled in comparison. Arbor, it felt like he was giving himself away. Duan Yu couldn't resist covering his face. He used to think that this Prince Mo was quite wise and farsighted. He didn't expect him to be a retard. Let's return to Flat Mountain Town first. Duan Yu said with a taut face. Flat Mountain Town was the closest large town outside of the heavenly ice and snow region. The Empress and the rest were frightened, so they would probably rest in Flat Mountain Town for a day or two before setting off for the capital. Prince Mo still felt tired. His wife was clearly right next to him, but he still had to pretend to not know her. It couldn't be helped. He had to take care of his wife's emotions. The little white ferret was expressionless, but its beady black eyes kept darting around. It would take at least 4 hours to travel from the heavenly ice and snow region to Flat Mountain Town. In addition, the storm had raged for more than half a day. Not only did the rain not stop, but it even showed signs of intensifying. It was very difficult to travel, so it would take even longer. Fortunately, the lightning and thunder had stopped. In order to leave this place earlier, Mo Lian summoned Little Seven and left with Duan Yu and Rong Qing. After being pestered by Yan Qihu for a while, Ming Yas had no choice but to summon the python bull with a furious expression. He then rushed to Flat Mountain Town as well. Along the way, Ming Yasi was naturally in a bad mood. By the time they reached Flat Mountain Town, it was already late at night. They had been tossing and turning since early in the morning until now, causing everyone to be thrown off their feet and exhausted. Yas and the others naturally caused quite a commotion when they rushed back. As for noble consort Duan, she actually hadn't closed her eyes this entire time. It wasn't until she heard the news of Duan Yu's return that she anxiously came out to see her son and tugged at Duan Yu for a long chat. There was only one large inn in Flat Mountain Town. With the emperor's power, it was impossible for him to stay in that inn. Officials had already booked the residence of the wealthiest family in Flat Mountain Town to settle down the emperor and his concubines. The Nether Province guards also did the same. However, the best residence had already been requisitioned by the Emperor of Xianxia and his entourage, so they had no choice but to find another large residence and make do with it for now. Hence, Prince Mo, who was all alone, decided to bring his little miss to the inn to make do for the night. When he turned around and saw Duan Yu's hesitant expression, Prince Mo tightly hugged the little white ferret protectively. "What are you doing?" Duan Yu rolled his eyes at him. Stop fooling around and come back with me. Mo Lian raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at Duan Yu, but she didn't reject his good intentions. After all, the inn's doors should have been closed long ago in this ghastly dark weather. Under the servant's lead, the three people walked into the depths of the courtyard one after another. Duan Yu and Heir Rong didn't mention Prince Mo's identity, so the crown prince naturally wouldn't mention it himself. The servants only thought that he was a friend of Prince Chen or Heir Rong. The servants carried lanterns and umbrellas in front of them before they reached the door of a wing room. Then, he heard the door of another room creak open. A woman in plain white clothes stepped out from inside and called out, "Big Brother Ali." Seeing Commandery Princess Xianxia pouncing over, Duan Yu dodged to the side without even looking up. He turned to roar at the servant, "How did you arrange the rooms?" There were many people in the emperor's party for the winter hunt, so this temporary residence wasn't as spacious as the temporary imperial residence. With so many people, it wasn't easy to arrange the courtyards. However, Duan Yu wasn't stupid enough to believe that the steward who arranged the courtyards would be so audacious as to assign him to the same courtyard as Xianxia and do such an unreliable thing. Were they blind? Didn't they know that men and women were different? The servant who was leading the way almost dropped the lantern in his hand. He hurriedly cried out in panic, "Commandery Princess? Commandery Princess, aren't you staying in the left side courtyard?" Of course, the steward wasn't so stupid as to arrange Prince Chen, Heir Rong, and the other men to the same wing room as Xianxia unless he was really out of his mind. Duan Yu's face darkened. He was already mentally exhausted after a day of torment, and his mood was definitely not good right now. His words were no longer as calm and indifferent as before, and he immediately retorted, "Are you all idiots? Hurry and get her out of here. Scram far away and don't let me see her again." Xianxia Commandery Princess looked like she was about to cry as she pitifully gazed at Duan Yu. "Brother Ali, I'm so worried about you that I can't sleep." Duan Yu had long lost all tolerance for this woman, so he merely looked at the servants impatiently. "Why aren't you throwing her out? Do you want me to do it myself?" The servants did not dare to hesitate. A few of them hurried forward and asked Princess Xianxia to leave with a wry smile. Commandery Princess Xianxia was infuriated. She snapped, "Who dares to touch me?" Relying on the power of her father, Marquis Anqing, and the title of Xianxia Commandery Princess, she really intimidated people for a while. The group of servants only felt that both sides were not human, and cold sweat was about to drip down their foreheads. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xianxia Commandery Princess finished speaking, she found herself flying in the air. She was directly swept out of the door with a palm strike. "Ah!" Commandery Princess Xianxia's cry broke the silence of the night. Duan Yu coldly said, "If she keeps making a fuss, I'll gag her mouth." Xiang Chang's screams finally ended. After watching vassal Prince Rong enter the side room, Duan Yu dismissed the accompanying servants and followed Mo Lian into a side room. After tossing and turning for so long, Miss Chiao's ferret body was already exhausted and had already fallen asleep. Mo Lian turned to glance at Duan Yu before setting up a defensive boundary inside the room with a wave of her hand. "Come with me." Duan Yu raised his brows. In the next instant, the scenery before him changed, and he was instantly dragged into a peach forest by a tree vine. "This is Mazda." The little treant wailed as it rushed over while brandishing its two branches. Duan Yu took a closer look. Wasn't the deformed tree that attacked them in the heavenly snow domain following behind the little treant? This is the holy wood. Mo Lian glanced at the fellow who was wailing to the heavens and pouncing on the little white ferret and reflexively rubbed her head. This is Xiaoxiao's spiritual domain's paradise planet. Mo Lian beckoned at him. Duan Yu looked around in surprise before following Mo Lian to a peach tree. His gaze naturally landed on Jojo, who was lying under the tree. At this time, the little white ferret's body had also undergone a transformation. Jojo's soul left the little white ferret's body on its own again. Her eyes were half closed as she floated in the air to continue cultivating her spiritual conscious. After consuming the core of the great void crystal, her spiritual conscious broke through several realms at once. Unfortunately, she was still a distance away from the god realm. Hence, every time the little white ferret fell asleep, Jojo's soul would wander out on its own to cultivate her spiritual conscious. Duan Yu glanced at the little fellow's sleeping appearance, and his complicated gaze roved over her body. Now that the body is here, why doesn't the soul return? Duan Yu couldn't resist asking. When he looked up, he saw Mo Lian frowning, seemingly also considering this question. The little treant quickly interjected, I know this. The two people's gazes landed on her at the same time. The little treant felt a great pressure, so she waved her branches and hastily explained, that's because the setting of that soul-departing talisman should be for Master to advance her spiritual conscious to the God realm. Only then can she complete the soul-departing cultivation process. In other words, Jojo could only end this so-called training if she advanced her spiritual conscious to the God realm. The two men looked at each other in bewilderment. She made the soul-departing talisman herself? Duan Yu silently twitched his mouth. He kept feeling that there should be a rather hilarious story behind the soul-departing talisman. The little treant nodded solemnly before saying, but I advise you not to mention this in front of her. The two men, Master will never admit it. The little treant jumped up, waved its two branches, and paced back and forth in front of him. Let me put it this way. In this state, Master will definitely not acknowledge the two of you. Don't do anything stupid. If you slap my master's face, my master will definitely ignore you for a year and a half. The two of them were speechless. You don't need to tell us, we already know. The little treant turned to look at them with a serious expression, its small black eyes shining brightly on the tree trunk. Let me give you some advice. Master was about to wake up. Just pretend that you don't know her later. Just ignore her. The two of them were speechless. They looked at each other and felt that the treant in front of them was a little unreliable. The little emperor is such a particular person. If you ignore her, how can you end up well? Then tell us, roughly when will Jojo be able to break through to the God realm? It couldn't be that it would take 3 to 5 years, right? When Mo Lian thought of having to hug a ferret and call her wife for 3 to 5 years, she felt especially miserable, and her lips started twitching. The little treant waved its branches and said carelessly, don't worry about this. Xianxia will calculate with his fingers. I'm going home late today, so there are 3 more days until I'm late. 2 days at the soonest, 5 days at the latest. Master will definitely be able to break through to the divine conscious realm. Really? Of course. Don't tell me you absorbed the great void crystal's crystal core for nothing? The little treant harumphed and haughtily raised its small tree head. That's for sure. My master is such a strong person. Don't tell me she needs 3 to 5 years to absorb that bit of crystal core? Don't worry. She'll be done in 7 days at the latest. You just said 5 days at the latest. Duan Yu reminded exasperatedly. Xianxia glared fiercely at him. So long-winded. The two men, don't think we can treat you as Jojo just because you pretend to be a Jojo. Your incoherent words don't change the fact that you're a mentally retarded tree. Didn't you say Jojo was about to wake up? The little treant threw Mo Liana are you dumb? Look and then said, when did I say Master was about to wake up? Wait here. After saying that, he waddled over to the little white mink's side and squeezed aside the little water child and little earth child squatting next to her. What are you two doing? Why are you squatting here and looking at Master instead of doing something proper? Xianxia, why did Master turn into a mink? Xianxia, when exactly can Master return to her original body? Soon, soon. 10 days at the latest, the little treant said seriously. Mo Lian slammed Xianxia's tree head and roared at him, one moment it's 5 days, the next it's 7 days, the next it's 10 days. I'm telling you, 5 days at the latest. If Jojo doesn't recover in 5 days, I'll throw you. Swish. Xianxia thought of something and quickly picked up the little white mink's body and ran towards Fish Orchid Planet. Come with me. Let Master go to Fish Orchid Planet to cultivate spiritual conscious. It can shorten the time. Sure enough, he ran off the moment he picked up the little white mink. On the other side, Jojo's soul, who was originally cultivating in midair, fluttered away with the little white mink. Mo Lian had long known how unreliable the tiny treant was. However, this was the first time Duan Yu was aware of this guy's personality. He approached Mo Lian and asked, is that deformed tree behind us related to that sacred wood? You mean that tree? Mo Lian glanced at the broken tree that had been following his little girl all along and said mildly, it's a fragment of Xianxia's seed. Strictly speaking, it should be a part of Xiaoqiu's body. However, only when Jojo returns to his main body can he absorb this seed fragment into his body and merge it with Xiaoqiu. Duanyu nodded. In that case, that tree actually attacked us in the Ice Heaven Snow region because it wanted to get close to Jojo? He even fought over the Jojo. No wonder that strange tree kept competing with him and insisted on stealing the Jojo and running away. Duanyu strolled around Fish Orchid Planet with Mo Lian and marveled at this little lass. Only then did he leave with Mo Lian. After the exhaustion from last night's journey, Her Majesty the Empress and several royal concubines had fallen ill. Hence, the emperor ordered them to continue staying in Flat Mountain Town for a few more days until the Songzhou Empress's health improved a bit before returning to the capital. One day later, Arbor woke up and expressionlessly looked at the three little ones squatting in front of her. The water child was the first to reach out a chubby, translucent arm that resembled a lotus root and pounced over, calling out, "Moss." Slap. A slap landed on the head of the little water baby without holding back. Xiaoqiu glared at him fiercely. "Idiot. Call her Lord Little Dumpling." The water child glanced at Arbor aggrievedly and poked Arbor's furry front paw. "Lord Little Dumpling. I am Little Dumpling. Do you want to eat something?" Miss Xiao had already discovered that she was on Fish Orchid Planet. With a glance, he saw her body lying on a rock not far away. Her stomach was covered with a small blanket. Her sleeping appearance was very serene, and her cheeks were very rosy and glossy. She didn't look like someone who had been unconscious for more than 10 days and still looked very energetic. Miss Xiao hurriedly ran to his side and wagged her little tail, running back and forth around his body. Anxious, extremely anxious, logically speaking, this soul-departing curse had been in effect for so many days, so why hadn't it worn off yet? Now that she saw her body but couldn't enter, Lord Jojo felt a bit dejected. He was not happy. She raised her paw and felt even more unhappy when she saw her current appearance. "Ciao. Little Dumpling." When Mo Lian received the sapling's message, he naturally ran to Fish Orchid Planet to visit his wife. At the same time, he also couldn't shake off Duanyu. Miss Xiao expressionlessly looked at her dear husband as he picked her up and carefully examined her from head to toe. "Your body condition is quite good. Little Dumpling, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "You're the Little Dumpling." Upon hearing this strange name, Arbor speechlessly turned his head away. "Lord Little Dumpling is quite well right now." The sapling deliberately raised its voice and said, "At this rate, you'll recover your original appearance in less than 3 days. Miss Xiao's ears secretly perked up as she listened to Qiuqiu's words. The Great Void Crystal's crystal core is almost depleted. When it accumulates to a certain level, it'll definitely form a sea of rivers and smoothly enter the God Realm Divine Consciousness stage. At that time, you'll definitely see a different conscious." "So that was it." Miss Xiao wagged her tail. Qiuqiu continued loudly, "We can't be too hasty even if we want to return to the main body. Everything has to happen naturally." Xiaomu did not fully understand. Qiuqiu's meaning was that she was probably only one step away from returning to her main body right now. However, when she looked inside herself, she had long discovered that her spiritual sense had already entered the 15th level. She was really only a little bit away from the divine sense state. However, it was this small distance that caused her to be trapped in the small ferret's broken body. Arbor frowned. He knew that this matter could not be rushed. For some people, even after 3 to 5 years of training their spiritual senses, they only managed to raise their spiritual senses by a small level. There were many such ordinary people in the world. It was well known that anyone who wanted to raise their spiritual sense by 1 level would often have to pay countless medicinal pills and painstaking efforts. For example, Arbor, a little level 8 soul master, had a level 15 soul sense. This was definitely out of the ordinary. Mo Lian chuckled as he reached out to touch her little ears. "What do you want to eat, Little Dumpling?" Arbor looked up at him and could not help but roll around in his arms, swallowing a wolf's howl. What should she do? She really wanted to hug hubby, but this poor body. Miss Xiao helplessly lowered her head to look at her small, furry body. So tiring, especially since these two people had clearly seen through her identity. Duanyu was even more hilarious. He held out several boxes of detoxification pills and had her identify which ones were most suitable for noble consort Duan. She couldn't get enough of that punk, so when she recalled the faint scent she smelled on noble consort Duan's body, she used her small claws to pick out several types of detoxification pills for noble consort Duan to take. The person who poisoned her was very low level. She reckoned that she would recover greatly after taking them for a few days and wouldn't suffer from any lingering illnesses in the future. Little furball, do you want to take a look at a talisman shop? Mo Lian, who was strolling around Pingshan town with the little fellow in her arms, stopped at the entrance of a very small talisman shop. The little fellow wanted to nod in high spirits, but when she saw her small claws, she lay down listlessly. She couldn't do anything with this appearance. It's fine, let's go in and play. Prince Mo walked into the talisman shop. Just as he stepped into the talisman shop, he came face to face with two young women. The person walking in front was dressed in a gorgeous maroon dress. Her chin was slightly raised, and she looked very domineering. The one following behind her was naturally her little maidservant. She followed step by step with a fawning expression and an exquisite box in her hand. She reckoned that the box contained some talisman papers. Rong Shanshan's eyes naturally brightened the moment she saw Mo Lian. However, when she thought of her identity, she still maintained her composure. She pretended to adjust her pace, and her originally swift steps slowed down considerably. When she brushed past the man, she even deliberately glanced at him from the corner of her eye. In the end, there was nothing, he didn't even look her in the eye. Oh, not to mention in the eye, he didn't even glance at her from the corner of his eye. Rong Shanshan watched as the corners of his lips curled up slightly. His brows were picturesque as he lowered his head. His gaze was as soft as water as he brushed past her. Rong Shanshan felt an inexplicable itch in her heart, as if a soft goose feather had brushed past her. She couldn't help it. The man in front of her was too good-looking. Even if he didn't do anything and just stood in front of others, he was still so handsome that people couldn't help but look at him. Noticing the change in Rong Shanshan, the maidservant hurriedly took a few steps forward. "Princess, should we stop him?" "No need." Rong Shanshan raised her chin proudly. "Find someone to check his identity later." Rong Shanshan left with her maidservant, but Mo Lian was completely unaware of this episode. He strolled around the talisman shop with the little fellow in his arms and bought some items that caught his eye, giving them all to his wife in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, his wife was not in a good mood and kept looking at him with resentment. Prince Mo reached out to stroke her little head with a grin. "Good girl, I'll take you to eat something delicious." The man and ferret left the talisman shop. Prince Mo carried his wifey to the entrance of a specialty noodle shop in Flat Mountain Town and walked inside. Duan Yu, who was sitting by the window, looked up and rolled his eyes at him. "What are you dawdling for? You took so long to come. I heard that the noodles here are the best within a radius of 800 kilometers. Duan Yu poured some vinegar into the small dish in front of Mo Lian and extended his hand to Prince Mo. "I'll feed her." Catch up on yesterday's chapter. Bah, how could he leave the matter of feeding his wife to someone else? Mo Lian irritably rolled her eyes at him and placed the little fellow on the table. "No need. You know how to feed her? I'm telling you, she might be a ferret, but she's very particular about her meals. Mo Lian, you have to serve her before and after the meal, understand?" Duan Yu took advantage of Prince Mo's daze to irritably carry the little fellow in front of him and call out, "Waiter! Bring a basin of clear water." Although the waiter didn't know what this lord wanted to do, he still carried a basin of clear water over according to the customer's request. Duan Yu ordered that person to drag over another stool and place the basin on the stool. Then, he picked up the round little fellow and placed her paws down. As he rubbed them, he gently said, "Wash your hands and feet. Wash them clean. Don't make a fuss and don't splash the water out." Mo Lian, the royal guard standing next to his master like a pole, silently twitched his mouth. Right now, he practically didn't need to turn around to know that everyone in the main hall was looking at his master like he was an idiot, yet this action was especially smooth and adept when performed by his handsome and otherworldly master. His movements were as smooth as flowing water and very eye-catching. Needless to say, all the young ladies and young wives at the tables by the window were staring straight at him. Mo Lian promptly walked over, hastily scrambling to carry his wife. What a joke, how could he let Duanyu do something as simple as washing her feet? Although this wasn't his wife's body, her core was intolerable. I'll do it myself. Mo Lian snatched over the little fellow who had just washed her 2 paws and irritably rolled her eyes at Duanyu. Who doesn't know how to do such a simple thing? Arbor expressionlessly watched as Duanyu carried her over and Mo Lian snatched her back. Her beady eyes looked at the two with slight disdain. The two of them must have thought that Jojo-sama's dazed look was amusing, and were trying to snatch her away like a little doll. Her body wasn't in a good condition now. Once she recovered, the two of them would be in for a good show. If the two of them knew what Jojo was thinking, they would definitely cry. This little ancestor, even if they had the guts as big as the sky, they would never treat her as a toy. Mo Lian sat up straight and felt that his wife was about to explode. He quickly comforted her and said, "Sweetheart, don't be angry. After we wash our hands and feet, I'll give you something delicious to eat." Duanyu glanced at Mo Lian and harumphed. He then turned around to order the waiter hiding on the side, "Give me 3 bowls of scrambled egg noodles. 2 more plates of dumplings, hurry up." She was in a bad mood. She felt that he was just sitting here looking for trouble. He was deliberately looking for excitement. Why did he feel uncomfortable when he saw Mo Lian? This noodle restaurant had been operating in Pingshan town for who knew how long. It was a well-known and long-established noodle restaurant. The waiters were all very diligent, and the prices weren't too expensive, so business was booming every day. Originally, everyone ate their own meals and lived in harmony every day. However, everyone's gazes kept involuntarily drifting to the 2 people and the marten by the window today. Some people even secretly covered their mouths and snickered. It was truly because those 2 people and the marten's actions were too strange. That marten was probably hunted down in the heavenly ice and snow domain. It looked rather cute in a small ball. However, those actions and expressions made people not know whether to laugh or cry. The strangest ones were the 2 men at the table by the window. Their looks were out of the ordinary, and their manners were elegant, as if they were 2 young masters from noble families. But in reality, they were actually 2 idiots with a mental illness. Everyone watched oddly as the 2 fought to finish washing little Martin's claws. The handsome young man in purple with long hair and tightly pursed lips actually took out an expensive handkerchief from his pocket and used it to wipe little Martin's claws. Mo Lian, she didn't expect Duanyu to be so cunning. Mo Lian didn't have any handkerchief to wipe with her, so that guy beat her to it. There were a total of 4 tables by the window. Besides Mo Lian's table, the people at the other 3 tables were all looking at them oddly. The 2 young women at one of the tables were staring at Mo Lian and Duanyu so hard that their eyes were about to pop out of the window. Arbor. As a marten, she felt that her recent mission was to eat, sleep, and eat until she was full. Other than that, she could only play as she pleased. When she saw a large bowl of noodles that looked rather chewy in front of her, she eagerly leaned over the bowl and stared at the noodles and eggs soaked in the broth. Mo Lian quickly carried her over and picked up the chopsticks to place the noodles on a small plate on the side for her. The diners who were secretly watching them in the main hall couldn't resist rolling their eyes. Where did this marten come from? Wasn't this behavior befitting an emperor? The little fellow squatted on the table and used a small claw to grab the cold noodles and put them into her mouth. Everyone, they had never seen a marten that could eat noodles. Slurp. And they had never seen a marten that could slurp noisily while eating noodles. Meanwhile, Mo Lian beamed at his wife, his heart brimming with pride and satisfaction. Look, his wife could attract attention even while eating noodles. She was definitely a true genius. If Duanyu knew what he was thinking, he would definitely spit on his face. This shameless guy, blindly showing off. We will leave tomorrow, Mo Lian said dryly. Duanyu's grip on his chopsticks tightened, and he looked up at him. Do you need to be in such a hurry? Mo Lian nodded. I came out on my own at the last minute. By now, I reckon that my father has already been alerted. Mo Lian didn't continue, but Duanyu already understood. If the great emperor of the divine prefecture came all the way here and found out that his son was still in the Tsang province, it might cause some unnecessary conflict and trouble. Okay. Duanyu replied aloofly, I'll come find you after a while. Mo Lian thought of the old man's birthday which was just around the corner and raised her eyebrows noncommittally. Miss Chow had already finished the small plate of noodles in front of her. At this moment, she was hugging the plate and eating her dumplings. As soon as Crown Prince Emo saw her charmingly naive appearance, he was delighted. His wife was adorable no matter what she looked like. Duanyu glanced at that man and harumphed. He casually picked up a dumpling and handed it to Miss Chiao. "Little dumpling, try my shiitake mushroom-stuffed dumpling." Miss Chiao felt that her marten body was full. However, her small claw inexplicably reached over and hugged that dumpling. This marten was a glutton, Miss Chiao thought expressionlessly. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to only want to eat when someone fed her. Forget it, eating more could also nourish this weak marten's body, even though she felt a bit stuffed right now. The little girl hugged the dumpling and took 2 bites. Just as she was about to take a 3rd bite, she suddenly heard a familiar voice calling Brother Ali. The little fellow's furry paw that was hugging the dumpling twitched slightly. As expected, she saw Duanyu's face darken when she looked up. Prince Emo rejoiced in Duanyu's misfortune and looked up at the girl who rushed in from the noodle shop's entrance. He winked at Duanyu. That girl from last night came again. Prince Mo's mood soured when he thought of how the little girl's soul actually floated to the heavens of ice and snow to find Duanyu. Anything that could sully Duanyu's mood right now was especially good for him. Commandery Princess Xianxia naturally wouldn't admit that she followed Prince Chen out the entire way. In fact, she had been waiting at the restaurant across the street for a long time before Duanyu stepped into this noodle shop. She especially found a spot where she could see Brother Ali. She had been observing him from the moment he called over that waiter to bring a basin of clear water to fawn on a mink. She truly couldn't bear it anymore, so she rushed down from the restaurant across the street to find him. Ask her why she couldn't bear it anymore. Xianxia couldn't resist cursing. From the beginning until now, Commandery Princess Xianxia had been watching her brother Ali attentively attending to the mink. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that Brother Ali's gaze was a bit strange. How was this looking at a mink? It was clearly as if he was looking at his little lover. When Commandery Princess Xianxia thought of the words little lover, she shuddered in disgust and couldn't help but shudder. When she looked at the snow-white mink on the table again, her gaze was as if she was looking at a monster that could bring disaster to the country and its people. It was especially terrifying. Xiaomu was baffled and lowered her head to look at her small paws. He didn't think that his tiny body could provoke this renowned commandery princess in any way. Commandery Princess Xianxia had been treated coldly by Duanyu several times in a row. Compared to this mink's treatment just now, it was definitely, she, a dignified commandery princess, couldn't even compare to a mink. How could this not infuriate her? Without thinking, she reached out to grab Miss Chiao on the table. "What are you doing?" Duanyu jumped in fright and quickly raised his chopsticks to block Commandery Princess Xianxia's indiscreet hand. On the other side, Emo Lian's movements were also quick. In a flash, she picked up the little fellow who was squatting there and held her in her arms. She didn't care that her sleeves were stained with grease from her greasy claws. Arbor looked at Xianxia Commandery Princess as if he was looking at an idiot. What's going on? Why did he hit her for no reason? Brother Ali, am I not even comparable to a mink in your heart? After being treated coldly for the past few days, Commandery Princess Xianxia questioned Lin Mingya the moment she opened her mouth. She could not think of anything else. It's obvious. Duanyu's reply inexplicably pricked his heart. The group of onlookers couldn't help but sympathize with the beautiful girl in front of them. This girl was really pitiful. Of all the people she could like, she had to like a crazy person. Now, she even asked such a question in front of everyone. In the end, she was slapped in the face by the man. It was so painful. Obvious? Duanyu's answer immediately made Commandery Princess Xianxia's face pale. Brother Ali's meaning was that it was obvious that she was not even comparable to a mink. How could Brother Ali say that? Commandery Princess Xianxia felt like her heart was about to shatter. She turned to glare at that mink with increasingly unfriendly eyes. Miss Chiao only felt an inexplicable calamity befalling her. This strange fire had suddenly ignited on her, as though she had been possessed by a neurotic fire. The girl in front of her was looking at her with an extremely unfriendly gaze, which made Miss Chiao viciously glare back without restraint. Ow! She couldn't even eat peacefully, so why was she glaring at Sir Jojo? Prince Emo felt that the little fellow was very interesting, and his lips couldn't help but curve. He nodded while hugging her and saying, okay, okay, okay. If she makes any more noise, I'll throw her out. The little fellow hugged a dumpling, and her little black eyes darted around before she lowered her head to eat the remaining half of the dumpling. She was fine with her howl, but it shocked everyone in the hall. Everyone had never seen a ferret that howled like a wolf, so they were looking at her as if she was a pervert. Was this a mutated ferret, or was she simply a little wolf cub? Pooh-pooh. Who couldn't differentiate between a ferret and a wolf? They weren't idiots. Waiter, bring another basin of water. Duan Yu's face darkened as he beckoned to the waiter hiding at the side. That waiter quickly carried a basin of water over. Duan Yu walked up and helped Prince Mo clean the little fellow's oily claws as if no one else was present. He then said to the two of them, let's go. Xianxia Commandery Princess stood there dumbstruck as she glared at that abominable ferret, her eyes practically spitting fire. What exactly was this D*MN ferret's background? It actually made her brother Ali condescend to serve her again and again? Ow. Miss Chow also glared back at her. You good for nothing, you're even jealous of a ferret. You'll only be like this for the rest of your life. What kind of joke was this? Was Sir Jojo the type to show weakness? If it weren't for the fact that she was so small right now, she would have slapped this person who was glaring at her out of the restaurant. While she was pondering, she saw Xianxia Commandery Princess's figure suddenly fly out like an arrow, smashing out of the window with a boom. It smashed into the middle of the street, shocking the people in the noodle house and the pedestrians on the street. Commandery Princess Xianxia probably never dreamed that she would really be thrown out the window by Crown Prince Mo, thrown onto the streets. The people in the noodle house, who had been waiting to watch a good show, collectively shut their big mouths when they saw the Crown Prince move as fast as lightning. What a joke. They didn't want to become the second of that woman and be thrown onto the streets like rags that were used to wipe the ground, looking miserable. Jojo rolled around in Prince Mo's arms. Mo Lian could not help but laugh. Duan Yu silently twitched his mouth, but he still expressionlessly called out, let's go, let's go. What are you waiting for? This pair of ferocious bastards was no different from before. Their arrogant temperament had never changed. When Duan Yu thought of this, he couldn't resist taking a deep look at the little girl and sighed inwardly. The two people and the ferret had just walked out of the noodle house when they heard an unfamiliar voice. That's it. Don't waste your breath with them. Quickly snatch it for this lord. Duan Yu and Mo Lian's gazes shot across the crowd and saw a fatso with a head full of fat and intestines. He was hugging two thick and strong arms as he pointed at the little ferret in Mo Lian's arms and exclaimed excitedly, this must be a divine beast. Quickly snatch it for this lord. More than half of the people on the street were shocked by him, including Mo Lian and Duan Yu. Miss Chow looked at that fatso in bewilderment. Idiot, she was just a level 3 mystic beast right now. Was this guy blind? Who was he calling a divine beast? If she was a divine beast, she wouldn't be this weak. Sir Jojo glared at that D*MN fatty in front of her. She had an urge to pounce on him and tear him apart. She felt that the fatty's eyes were filled with mockery when he called her divine beast. He was teasing her, right? There was actually someone in this world who dared to jump out and tease Sir Jojo. He was simply tired of living. Prince Mo silently twitched his mouth as he stroked his wifey's round body to comfort her. He understood his wifey's current feelings very well. Ha 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 ha, what a huge misunderstanding this was. Sir Jojo glanced at the Crown Prince suspiciously. Strange, he felt that the Crown Prince's lips were curled up, as if he was laughing inside. Haha, he probably didn't have the guts to laugh at Sir Jojo. Duan Yu stood on the side and sent the royal guard a look. How could the Zhangzhou guard's cultivation be a match for the few lousy servants that the fatty brought along? They took care of him in a few moves and gave him a good beating. Then, they twisted the fatty's arm and shoved him. Scram. The fatty's face turned green from anger, but he kept ranting, you guys want to overturn the heavens. Huh? You guys dare to hit me, do you know who I am? There's nothing in this flat mountain town that I don't have the final say in. Mo Lian, Duan Yu was amused from anger and sent the Zhangzhou guard a look. The Zhangzhou guard raised his arm and smacked that punk's mouth crooked with 2 slaps. You're just a mere overlord of Flat Mountain Town. What are you capable of? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? A loud shout came from the crowd. They saw a round middle-aged man leading 17 to 18 thick-armed servants over. They surrounded the Xianxia guard and pointed at him, shouting angrily, "What are you doing? Can't you see that young master is being held in someone's hand? Hurry and save young master. Father! Father! These two gigolos are trying to steal my divine beast." Fatty's face was swollen as he shouted angrily, "Hurry up and snatch the divine beast for me." Mo Lian, Duan Yu, Lord Jojo let out an angry roar, "This damn fatty must be tired of living. Which pig's eye did he see that she was a divine beast?" Jojo Sama knew that this was clearly the darn fatty's way of mocking Sir Jojo. A small mystical beast that had not even reached the 3rd level was actually called a divine beast. This was clearly not blindness, this was brain blindness. "Little Tuanzi, don't be angry, don't be angry." Mo Lian's mouth twitched. He really understood his wife's feelings at this moment. This was clearly a weak chicken, but there was a retard who said that you were very strong. His wife flew into a rage out of humiliation, "Ha ha 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 ha, eh?" He couldn't smile, and he couldn't let his wife see that he was smiling. Jojo looked up at this man suspiciously. The man's jade-like handsome face was filled with tenderness, and his eyes were smiling. There was nothing strange about him at all. "Be good, I'll beat him up for you." "Humph." Lord Jojo snorted through his nose. His beady black eyes stared disapprovingly at that annoying father and son pair. Very, very, very angry. "Divine beast." Fatty pointed in Jojo's direction and shouted angrily, "Don't just stand there and do nothing. Charge. You must snatch the divine beast safe and sound." Divine beast my *s. She really didn't know where this moron got the idea that Sir Jojo was a divine beast. How could Jojo know that this person had actually been observing them in the main hall for a long time? From the moment the two of them started serving Miss Chow to wash her claws, they had been secretly observing this mink's expressions and actions. After his very professional analysis, Fatty was certain that this mink was definitely a divine beast. Otherwise, why would those two pretty boys fight to serve this mink? In addition, whether it was this mink's expression or actions, it fully indicated that she wasn't an ordinary mink. She was definitely a divine beast in disguise. Don't think that he hadn't seen the world just because he was born in Ping Mountain Town. Could it be that he had never owned a divine beast or seen a divine beast egg? After his careful and professional analysis, Fatty was certain that this was definitely a newly born divine beast. She was still ignorant at the moment, but it didn't matter if she was weak. This didn't mean that she wouldn't rise up in the future. When she grew up, she would definitely be a very awesome divine beast, so right now, Fatty decided that he must bring people to snatch Sir Divine Beast. It wouldn't be a problem even if he had to expend a few more lackeys. Did these two pretty boys from the village really think they could challenge the tyrant of Flat Mountain Town? "Seize, seize!" Fatty roared angrily. The group of servants rushed forward, but before they could make a move against the Xianxia guards, two of them were picked up by the neck like chickens and flung out heavily. Sir Jojo flew up in anger, and a small snowy mink pounced in front of Fatty with a whoosh. Its sharp little claws directly tore at Fatty's face. Ow! Fatty clutched his face and retreated a few steps. He grimaced in pain and tried to grab the little white mink. With a shift of his body, Mo Lian had already arrived in front of him. Without another word, he kicked the fatty, sending him tumbling and stumbling. He then reached out to carry the little fellow, who had almost been caught by the fatty. Ow! Sir Jojo's eyes revealed a vicious glint. That was a "I'll kill you" look. Watching from the side, Duan Yu's mouth involuntarily twitched. When he saw the look in her eyes, he inexplicably thought of the fierce little girl he had met in the mountains behind Quoto village. At that time, she was also extremely fierce. She could even viciously lay her hands on his peerlessly beautiful face, not to mention the fact that he was looking at a fatso with mediocre looks. It would be good enough if he didn't slap him to death. Xiao would never admit that she was angry out of humiliation. Yes, she was annoyed beyond words. He felt that this damn fatty in front of him was definitely mocking him for being a weakling. This damn fatty, he had nothing better to do. What right did he have to sarcastically call her a divine beast? So what if she was weak? What's in his way? Spit on his divine beast, I'll whip you to death. Lord Jojo had completely misunderstood Fatty's thoughts. If the fatty knew why she slapped him, he would definitely cry. How was this sarcasm? He thought that this ferret was a divine beast. There was something wrong with Lord Jojo's brain. He was never on the same page as other people. Emolienne suppressed her laughter and pacified her raging wifey. She rubbed her round little body and gently said, "Be good, don't make a fuss. Look at how you've scratched him. How can you scratch his nostrils? It's not good, it's so dirty. Come, come, I'll take you to wash your claws." 113 You're blocking my way. The fat father and son's wails quickly attracted dozens of Xianxia guards. When they saw Prince Chen's cold and handsome face, they turned to look at the fat father and son. Without another word, they rushed up to beat the fat father and son without waiting for the prince's order. Then, they chased away the surrounding crowd. "Fourth Imperial Brother, what are you doing?" A sweet female voice came from behind the group of Xianxia guards. Duan Yu turned around and saw Rong and two women walking over. Vassal Prince Rong didn't have much of an expression on his face, but the two women next to him discreetly sized up Emolienne. Rong Xianxian was a bit startled. She didn't expect that the young man she met in the talisman shop this morning was actually familiar with her fourth brother. Rong Xianxian was still wearing that maroon dress, and her features were delicately drawn. When she looked at people as she walked, her chin was slightly tilted up, clearly showing a bone-deep pride. The woman next to her, Rong Yuhu, was about the same age as Rong Xianxian. Her smile was much sweeter, and even her voice was sweet, looking delicate and soft. To be honest, Duan Yu wasn't very familiar with these two women. That old man, the great emperor of Xianzhou, had a long line of children. How could he remember all of them, whether he knew them or not? He only vaguely remembered that these two women should be the 7th and 9th princesses, but he really didn't remember their names. Duan Yu frowned when he heard Rong Yuhu call him fourth imperial brother. This voice was so annoying that it irritated him. Princess Jiankong. The limping Xiangchang commandery princess walked up and curtsied to Rong Xianxian before turning to look at Rong Yuhu. 9th princess. Compared to Rong Yuhu, Rong Xianxian, the empress's daughter, had always been much more favored. Moreover, she was a princess with a title. Although both of them were princesses, Rong Xianxian naturally had the highest status among the princesses. Rong Yuhu nodded with a smile. Rong Xianxian, on the other hand, had an arrogant look on her face. She glanced at her and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" Xiangchang usually looked like a smart person. She didn't expect that when she saw her today, she would be so listless and limping. She was in such a sorry state, but she still had the nerve to come up and greet her. She didn't have the manners of a princess at all. Rong Xianxian scoffed in her mind. Her gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep past Emolienne's face as she asked Duan Yu aloofly, "Fourth imperial brother, may I know who this is?" Duan Yu simply couldn't be bothered with her. Without even looking at her, he directly said to Emolienne, "Let's go." After being fooled by that foolish father and son pair for a period of time, it was really bad luck. Rong Xianxian's face instantly darkened. She was the daughter of the empress and the younger sister of the crown prince, Rong Li. Who dared to disrespect her in the palace? This unorthodox son that was brought back by imperial father actually dared to not put her in his eyes. Rong Xianxian abruptly turned her head and motioned for several royal guards under her to block Rong Li's path. "Fourth imperial brother, what do you mean by this? Do you think you can't hear me when I'm talking to you?" She was used to being arrogant, so how could she endure this kind of vexation? She coldly glared at Duan Yu. Duan Yu snorted and ordered the Xianzhou guards behind him, "Move them aside. Don't you see there's a blind dog blocking my path?" This tone and attitude angered Princess Jiankong so much that her entire body trembled. The Xianzhou guards silently looked at each other, but they didn't dare to court disaster. They hastily stepped forward and respectfully bowed with cupped hands, asking Princess Jiankong to step back. Slap. Rong Xianxian's fury soared as she slapped at Xianzhou guard's face. 5 bright red fingerprints instantly appeared on that punk's dark face. He also took a step back and lowered his head with tightly pursed lips, looking like he was angry but didn't dare to voice it out. Slap. Duan Yu didn't say anything and slapped back. He coldly reprimanded, "You're quite capable. You dare to hit this prince's people?" Everyone was stupefied by his ruffian attitude of ruthlessly destroying a flower. Meanwhile, the fatty and his son, as well as the group of servants, who were originally tied up outside, were all trembling in fear. They wished for nothing more than to bury themselves like fertilizer. What was going on? Judging from their titles, there were princes, princesses, and commandery princesses. When did so many awesome people come to Flat Mountain Town? Aside from the fat man and his son, everyone else on the streets of Flat Mountain Town had been cleared out. Those who had set up stalls far away had also fled upon hearing the news. They all fled back home to find their mothers. What a joke. Who freaking dared to stay and watch a show between those princes and young masters? Xianxia was stunned on the spot. She clutched her burning left cheek with one hand and pointed at Duanyu with the other. She screeched in a tearful voice, "Wrongly. You dare to hit me?" Slap. Duanyu didn't say anything and slapped her again. This slap was even heavier than the previous one, causing Princess Jiankong to stumble back several steps. A trace of blood even trickled down the corner of her mouth. "That's right, I'm hitting you, idiot. So what if this prince hits you? If you're not happy, come fight back. Hit me back if you dare. What's the point of just standing there and blabbering nonsense? Don't be too obvious. You can do it yourself. This prince will just stand here and wait for you to hit me back. Come fight me if you dare. I'm waiting for you." All the Zhangzhou guards, Mo Lian, the little girl was very unhappy to watch the show, and her gloomy anger from earlier was swept away. Her pair of black eyes looked at Duanyu, then at Princess Jiankong, who was being bullied ruthlessly. Haha. Both sides of the princess's face were swollen out of proportion. The little guy clapped his little paws with a curious look on his face. He didn't mind the commotion at all, he liked this kind of style. Even if he was aggrieved, could it be that he didn't retaliate? He liked to fight back to his face. "Princess Jiankong. This mink is mocking you." Just as the atmosphere became tense, Xianxia Commandery Princess screamed in a hoarse voice. Xianxia immediately shifted her gaze to Diaoer. As expected, she saw the gloating expression on the little fellow's furry face. Actually, this mink did not have any expression at all. She was a mink, so how could she have any expression? Her usual anger was not shown on her face, but completely filled with a pair of small black eyes. Princess Jiankong was completely imagining some schadenfreude and using this as a pretext to make a fuss. "Kill it, kill this mink for me," Kong Yuan shouted, pointing at the snow-white little mink in Mo Lian's arms. Upon receiving Princess Jiankong's order, two black-clothed hidden guards scuttled out from behind Mo Lian like two shadows and reached for the white mink. "Jojo, what happened? Why did the woman who was slapped twice by Duanyu suddenly run over to attack her? What did she do? These people, did they all think that Sir Jojo was a pushover? They couldn't beat Duanyu, so they actually dared to come and beat up Sir Jojo. They were courting death, seeing the little fellow flashing her tiny claws and wanting to pounce over to seek her own death. Mo Lian hastily restrained her impulsive darling. Who could the little fellow beat with her current physique? Don't be ridiculous. Crown Prince Mo raised his leg and kicked one of the hidden guards away. Then, he turned around and flicked his sleeve, causing the other guard to fly out as well. With two bangs, he was flung to God knows where without any resistance. Princess Jiankong was completely stupefied. She was well aware of the cultivation levels of the two hidden guards beside her, but she didn't expect that they wouldn't even last a single move from this young man before being sent flying. Without another word, Duanyu kicked Xianxia's stomach heavily. Princess Jiankong was like a drifting little white flower as she was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. She crashed onto the ground with a thud and didn't make a sound. When Xiao Mu saw these two men swiftly take care of a group of people, her exploding ball of fur finally relaxed a bit. Woof. The little fellow barked at Prince Mo. Prince Mo nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay, we'll go back now. Woof, woof. The little fellow wagged her tail and urged them to hurry. Her pair of small, black eyes emitted clusters of light. She suddenly felt that her soul wanted to leave this mink's body after messing around just now. Therefore, she had to hurry back, find an empty room, and enter Paradise Planet. Mo Lian was used to reading his wife's mood. Seeing the little fellow's urging, he quickly called Duanyu and ran back to the residence without bothering with those women. After returning to the room, Mo Lian instantly understood when she saw Jojo biting her sleeve. She had the sapling drag the little fellow into Paradise Planet. Once they entered, Arbor's soul involuntarily slipped out of Diao's body. She actually didn't know what was going on. In fact, she had been training her soul body and spiritual sense every time she slept. At this time, the accumulated water had already formed a river. As for the crystal core he had absorbed earlier, it had been completely absorbed and melted by his knowledge sea, transforming into nutrients that nourished his knowledge sea and fusing with it. She subconsciously opened her inner vision and looked into the depths of her conscious. She saw that all the water droplets in her originally droplet-shaped conscious had now evaporated into a kind of hazy white mist, completely enveloping her conscious. Even the golden talisman jade tome, which was originally lying in the center of his consciousness, was now surrounded by a thick layer of fog. His conscious went from a solidified state to a liquefied state, and now it was in a vaporized state. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. Could it be, had his spiritual sense vaporized and transformed into divine sense? Thump 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 thump, she could almost hear her little heart beating madly in her chest, clamoring and pounding intensely. Wow, it's rising, rising, rising. Her spiritual sense had grown to divine sense. Compared to her cultivation, her conscious had entered the god realm first. The sudden advancement made the little fellow so happy that she couldn't tell north from south. Right, Xiao previously said that as long as her conscious entered the god realm, her current awkward state would be resolved. Then now she was going back. Miss Xiao lifted her heavy eyelids. Her long eyelashes fluttered heavily. She slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a pair of pitch-black phoenix eyes filled with anticipation. The moment their eyes met, Miss Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. She could only feel her little heart beating wildly. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's so awkward. How am I going to tell this guy later? Wifey. Mo Lian reached out and pulled her completely into his embrace. He lowered his head and sucked on her delicate lips forcefully, nibbling and nibbling. He used quite a lot of strength. Arbor, she suddenly forgot what she wanted to say to him. What should she do? This kiss was different from the previous ones that were as light as dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. It was truly ferocious. Perhaps it was because the crown prince had accumulated so many days of worry, anxiety, and irritation, but at this moment, all of it was stuffed into the little fellow's little mouth. Miss Xiao wanted to resist, but how could she be a match for the man? Her raised little hand was caught in his grasp. Only when the man had kissed enough and let go of her did the little fellow seem to have been reborn. She heaved a sigh of relief, but her little face was already flushed red from holding it in. Mo Lian, Jojo, when you kiss, you can exhale a little. Look at how you've held it in. My heart aches just looking at you. The man reached out and pulled her onto his lap. His other hand touched her chest, rubbing it as he breathed for her. Still can't hold it in? You. Prince Mo looked at her with an aggrieved expression. He did not mention anything about Diao. You're scowling at me. Is it because we didn't kiss enough just now? Why don't we practice a little more and let you learn how to breathe? Arbor, what was going on? He felt that the crown prince seemed a little different somewhere. Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. After a while, he said, Why am I here? Didn't the two of us just arrive at a small town in the corner of China on a big ship? Why did we come to Paradise Planet? Mo Lian suddenly felt speechless. This little calm face was really good at pretending. If he didn't already know what was going on, he would have been deceived by her calm expression. You don't know? Mo Lian blinked. Jojo, let me tell you, it's dangerous. When we first came to the Divine Land, we encountered a huge storm. We were blown to Tsang Province's heaven of ice and snow by a terrifying gust of wind and even encountered Duanyu. Arbor, what a coincidence, I tell you. In the end, we even saved Duanyu and found a fragment of a tree. Jojo. Do you remember now? Was it because of that strange wind that his memories were still a little messy? Let me tell you, it's okay. You'll be back to normal in 2 days. Does your head still hurt? Do you want your husband to give you a massage? When Duanyu was pulled inside by Sapling, he heard Prince Mo's awkward boasting, and he was so embarrassed that he almost couldn't find his way home. Crown Prince, forget it. Even my face hurts on your behalf for making up such a lie, to take care of Jojo's feelings. Can you be so irresponsible as to make up such an unrealistic story? Duan Yu walked over with a disdainful expression. Arbor was still expressionless. Duan Yu, we just saved you. Your wound hasn't completely healed, so don't walk around. Go back and lie down. Duan Yu, Mo Lian, Jojo so quickly entered the plot that Mo Lian made up for him. How could Duan Yu endure this? Mo Lian chuckled. Wrong, Jojo even added some details to his fabricated plot. For example, Duan Yu was injured. Duan Yu speechlessly glanced at Jojo. What should he do? He was actually speechless. Arbor dawdled as he got up and patted his clothes. When he turned around, he saw the little water child, the little Treant, and little Soil squatting in a row on the ground and looking at him pitifully. The 3 pairs of watery eyes were brimming with the desire for a Masta hug. Arbor, when did these 3 start squatting there? Didn't that mean? Just now, when Mo Lian was kissing her, she had completely seen it all. The little fellow immediately felt unwell. He only felt 2 red clouds quickly flash across his little face. He stood up straight in an instant. Holding his 2 little paws behind his back, he expressionlessly turned around and ran towards the 100-herb garden. Mo Lian, his wife, was shy. Later, he would just go and kiss her a few times and it would be fine. When the little water child saw that its master had run away, how could it continue squatting? It hastily waved a pair of translucent little hands and trotted after its little master. Masta, Masta, don't run, Masta. Upon seeing this, the little Treant and little Soil also hastily chased after them, followed by that cluster of tree fragments whose original appearance could not be discerned. Mo Lian speechlessly shook her head when she saw those little ones running after Jojo like a swarm of bees. She turned to Duan Yu and said, since Jojo has recovered, I plan to bring her back to the Divine Province in a bit. After being delayed for more than half a month, it was almost the end of February. The Emperor of the Divine Province was probably dizzy from waiting for the Crown Prince to return to the capital. But this was nothing, just let him wait. His wife was the most important person in the world. Mo Lian's handsome face was taut. Thinking of the Emperor in the capital, she inexplicably felt very, very vexed. This old man, who knew what kind of trouble he would stir up after returning, after restraining her irritation, Mo Lian patted Duan Yu's shoulder. Do you need help with anything here? After this guy returned to Xianxia, a lot of things happened around him. Just by looking at the collected information, Mo Lian knew that this guy's life was very troublesome. Duan Yu shook his head. Not at the moment. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep it to yourself. Mo Lian glanced at him, then slowly walked towards Jojo's herb garden. Duan Yu stood alone under a tree covered in peach blossoms, and his gaze flickered as he watched them leave. The peach blossom petals that filled the tree fluttered to the ground. Some landed on his hair, some landed on his outer robe, and they danced around him like fairies. In fact, he had recognized this place the first time he had come here. Wasn't that the peach blossom garden that he had been escorted into with the little girl in the mountains behind Kwoto village? Later on, the paradise was refined by the little girl. It turned out that the little girl had turned it into a spirit domain for her own use. Phew. As expected, she was a little girl with great fortune. A faint and gentle smile faintly slid past his lips. In the blink of an eye, the little girl had taken care of the paradise really well. Just like her, she was like a stamen, slowly blooming towards the light and future. Even if he didn't do anything, even if he couldn't obtain anything, he would feel extremely happy just by looking. There were too many things that a person wanted to grasp in their life, but not everything would go according to their wishes. This was already very good. Your Highness Prince Chen, please. His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress have been waiting for a long time. The old eunuch who came out to report said with trepidation. Then, he hastily stepped aside and invited Duan Yu in with his plump body drenched in cold sweat. Duan Yu narrowed his cold eyes and walked into the main hall of the temporary residence. He immediately saw Rong Yuan sitting on the main seat, and below him sat the dignified and virtuous Empress Lu, who had a cold expression. Princess Jian Kong was kneeling by her mother's feet. Her eyes were red from crying, and her cheeks looked much less swollen after applying medicine. Meanwhile, Rong Yu stood solemnly in the main hall with his head bowed. Beside him stood Rong, who had an indifferent and somewhat disapproving expression. His Highness the Crown Prince requests an audience. Second Prince and Third Prince request an audience. Commandery Princess Xianxia requests an audience. The Emperor frowned and looked up at his son, who was slowly walking in, with obvious displeasure on his face. Why are you all here to join in the fun? I won't see you. Your Majesty, Li and the others must be worried about their seventh sister's injury, the Empress said indifferently with a hint of embarrassment on her face. Her own charming daughter was slapped twice by that foreign bastard without any explanation. Her face was still swollen even now, and it was extremely amusing when she walked out. His Majesty actually wanted to protect this bastard and suppress the matter, unwilling to make a fuss. How could she let him have his way? The Emperor of Xianxia held his breath and glared at the Empress angrily. He said gravely, "Let them in." The idiot third prince started making a fuss as soon as he walked into the hall. I heard seventh sister was wronged. What exactly happened? Greetings to royal father and royal mother. This son greets royal father and royal mother. Crown Prince Rongli and second prince, who followed behind him, were not as loud as third prince. They stepped forward and bowed respectfully before speaking. Seventh sister, why is your face so swollen? Her Majesty the Empress angrily placed the teacup on the table and said coldly, Go invite noble consort Duan over. There's no need to invite my mother. She's already so old, yet she's calling for her father and mother just because something happened. Is she still breastfeeding or what? Duan Yu bluntly interrupted the Empress's words and ignored her ugly face that was distorted from anger. He coldly stated, I was the one who did it. Yes, I did. For the sake of imperial father, I went easy on him. The great emperor was so angry that he couldn't say anything for a long time. Empress Lu slapped the table angrily and said sternly, Rongli, aren't you being too presumptuous? So what if I'm impudent? Don't try to act like an empress in front of me. If you have the time to be angry here, why don't you take care of your own daughter and everything will be fine? Duan Yu's words nearly choked the Empress to death. Her face contorted as she pointed at him and stammered, You. She was so angry that her chest hurt, but she couldn't speak. She truly had never seen such an unscrupulous youth. She was the current Empress of Xianxia, the motherly model of the world. This punk actually dared to contradict the Empress like this. It was evident that he didn't care about her, the Empress, at all. To put it more seriously, he didn't care about His Majesty at all. Duan Yu's cold and desolate gaze circled Empress Lu's body as he said dryly, Jiankong relies on your Majesty as the Empress, but her actions outside are worse than a shrew's. This is all because of the good daughter you taught. You. Let. Go. The Empress was so livid that her chest was about to explode. Her chest heaved up and down as she panted, and her contorted face was filled with fury and viciousness. She forcefully slapped the table, chopping off a piece of wood from a corner of the tea table. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably from her fury. You, Rongli. You. You're really audacious to the extent that you don't choose your words carefully. Was it noble consort Duan who taught you? Heh. Duan Yu coldly gazed at the woman before him. He took out a palm-sized medicine pouch from his sleeve and ruthlessly tossed it to the ground. Why do I need anyone to teach me? Your ugly example of a motherly model is enough for this prince to learn from. The corners of the Xianxia emperor's mouth fiercely twitched twice. He really wanted to ask noble consort Duan, was this child really not carried away wrongly? Who exactly did she inherit this fiery temper from? Crown Prince Rongli was stupefied. Similarly, the second prince, the three sovereigns, and even Princess Jiankong, who had been sobbing softly while stroking her face, were also shocked. They truly didn't expect that Duan Yu, this punk, would still continue to rebuke the Empress in front of his official mother. Moreover, he rebuked her so fiercely and with such conviction that he even rebuked the Empress until she was like a bear. Bring her in. Duan Yu angrily shouted. The Emperor was already stupefied by this son of his. He truly didn't expect that the Empress, who had originally come to denounce his son for beating his sister, would turn out like this. It had to be said that his son's ability to control the situation was truly extraordinary. At this time, from the Empress to the servants, everyone was stupefied. They simply didn't know that this Prince Chen actually had a backup plan. The hidden guard dragged a woman whose head and face were covered in blood from outside the residence. That old woman's legs had clearly been broken. She was dragged across the ground like a rag, leaving behind 2 long trails of blood, which looked very frightening. The Empress was so furious that her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes were practically shooting out substantial murderous intent and fury. "Wrongly!" she screamed hysterically. Even the great emperor beside her was shocked by her scream. Senior servant Li Rong Yuhu, who was standing below, had already followed Crown Prince Rong to the side of the main hall. Seeing the old woman thrown in the middle of the hall, her face was filled with shock and fear. She subconsciously raised her head to look at the Empress. Wasn't that the old man who served the Empress? "Your Majesty! Are you just going to watch this unfilial son humiliate his official mother and slap his official mother's face like this?" Empress Lu started sobbing, her eyes brimming with resentment as she glared unwaveringly at Duanyu. Only then did the great emperor speak, his face filled with anger as he said, "Fourth brother, what are you doing?" Duanyu glanced at the emperor in ridicule. "Can't royal father tell? I've found the real culprit who poisoned imperial concubine mother. I'm looking for them to settle the score." The great emperor's eyelids trembled. His face was still calm, but the corners of his eyes were clearly twitching. "Hasn't royal father already executed the beauty Wang who poisoned your imperial concubine mother? How long has it been? Why are you still bringing it up?" Duanyu coldly glanced at the emperor. "Royal father, do you think I'm an idiot?" "The great emperor, this old woman has already confessed." The empress slammed the table fiercely. "Wrongly, do you think you can deceive the heavens and the sea and deceive His Majesty just because you made a confession under torture and created an illusion of reality?" Duanyu ruthlessly kicked that old woman's back and coldly uttered, "Speak." "Yes, Her Majesty the Empress was the one who provided that poison pill to Beauty Wang. Yes, Her Majesty the Empress was the mastermind." Ah. Before Nanny Li could finish speaking, she was suddenly struck by the Empress's palm and rolled on the ground. She lay there on the verge of death, practically motionless. "Your Majesty, what else do you have to say? You want to frame this consort based on an old woman's one-sided story? Wrongly, how dare you?" Heh. A cold glint flitted across Duanyu's eyes. With a flip of his hand, a bewitching and glaring silvery white flame emerged from his fingertip. The entire hall was shocked. Crown Prince Rongli glared at his fourth brother as if he was looking at a monster. He clearly remembered that this man controlled the 9th level of the water spirit. Then this inexplicable silvery white flame that was so glaring, could it be? Devil? The Devil Emperor's fire. The Devil Emperor's fire. The Emperor stood up from his seat in shock as he looked at his son in shock. The Devil Emperor's fire that had disappeared for thousands of years reappeared in his son's hands. Therefore, after his son received the Devil Emperor's inheritance in the ancestral temple, he awakened the Devil Emperor's fire. Crown Prince Rongli looked at Duanyu with a complicated expression. He couldn't tell if he was more jealous or fearful. Meanwhile, the Empress's expression also became exceptionally contorted, and she couldn't stop trembling with fear. How was this possible? How could noble consort Duan's son inherit the Devil Emperor's fire? This was impossible. Not only was her son Rongli born sickly, but his talent and cultivation were also not high. But unexpectedly, Rongli, that bastard, not only inherited the Devil Emperor's inheritance, but he also awakened the Devil Emperor's fire long ago. Only today, only now did he reveal it in front of people. His scheming mind was really deep, he really did a good job of hiding it. "I can kill you with a thought. Do I need to frame you? Idiot." Duanyu directly rebutted Empress Lu without giving her any face. "What kind of world do you think this Zhangzhou continent you live in is? Do you know what it means to respect the strong? In my eyes, you're just an ant." Boom. Empress Lu sat down on the high seat. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't say a word. "Royal father, this son requests that this woman be severely punished," Duanyu bluntly declared as he pointed at Empress Lu. "No, you have no evidence at all." Rongli hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Based on Nanny Li's one-sided statement, you can't prove that it was Imperial Mother who poisoned noble consort Duan." "You." If this prince says it's her, then it's her. Duan Yu coldly interrupted the crown prince. At this moment, Ronli felt that the ferocious claws and fangs hidden in the dark had finally been exposed in front of everyone. He had finally revealed his ambitions and desires, putting all of this clearly in front of him. Crown Prince Rongli's complexion instantly turned pale and unsightly, and he felt his breathing tighten. He didn't expect that a single Rongli would bring him so much pressure. The emperor's mouth twitched, and he stood up to say, "That's enough. Stop making a fuss." "Royal father, how are we the ones making a fuss?" Jiankong finally couldn't hold it in anymore and started bawling indignantly. "Royal father, we were clearly talking about fourth royal brother beating me up earlier, but fourth royal brother skillfully brushed this matter aside and started making a fuss about something else. Royal father had already made a conclusion about Beauty Wong poisoning, but fourth royal brother abused his power to bully others and insisted on pushing this bucket of sh*t onto royal mother. Royal father. Royal father, please uphold justice for daughter and royal mother. Royal father, daughter isn't a shrew making a scene on the streets like fourth royal brother said. Daughter is a royal princess, so how could daughter be so shameless? Royal father, I beg royal father to uphold justice for daughter." As she spoke, she sobbed as if she wanted to cry tears of blood. The emperor felt a headache coming on. He suddenly felt a bit of regret. Why did he meddle in this lousy matter today? At that time, besides ninth sister, heir Rong and commandery princess Xianxia were also present. "If royal father doesn't believe me, you can ask those too." Heir Rong stepped forward and cupped his hands at the emperor. He said frankly, previously, it was indeed Princess Jiankong who made a scene on the streets of Flat Mountain Town. If it weren't for that, His Highness Prince Chen wouldn't have intervened and taught the princess a small lesson. Princess Jiankong, the emperor, Duan Yu coldly looked at the emperor of Tsangzhou. "Royal father, I originally wanted to let this matter go. But since royal sister brought it up herself and heir Rong testified, this son earnestly requests royal father to teach royal sister a lesson so that she won't act like a shrew all day long. Not only will she disgrace the Tsangzhou royal family, but she will also disgrace this son." "Who are you calling a shrew?" Empress Lu shrieked. Duan Yu looked at Empress Lu mockingly. "So it's the daughter who insults her mother. Her Majesty the Empress is no different from that shrew on the streets right now." "Fourth brother." Rongli couldn't resist reprimanding, "You had better know when to stop." "Eldest brother, did I say something wrong?" Duan Yu turned to look coldly at Empress Lu. The latter's nails dug into his palms, but he did not realize it. The muscles on his face were also twitching. It was obvious that his lungs were about to explode from anger. "Fourth brother. Imperial mother is your legitimate mother after all. You're criticizing her like this today, do you know? Enough." The great emperor angrily slapped the armrest of the rosewood chair. "All of you, shut up." Princess Jiankong sobbed. "Since today's matter was caused by Jiankong, let Jiankong bear the responsibility." The great emperor waved his hand irritably and said, "Since Jiankong's appearance is improper and you're causing trouble on the streets, then I'll punish you by making you copy the precepts for women 300 times. When you return to the palace, you'll be grounded for 3 months." "Father Emperor." Princess Jiankong raised her eyes in astonishment, staring blankly at the father who had always doted on her. She was the victim, all right, why was she still the one being punished in the end? 500 times. The great emperor bellowed. Empress Lu's face was full of anger. She subconsciously kicked her daughter lightly to make her shut up. Princess Jiankong was full of grievances. She covered her mouth and wept. Turning her head, she actually ran out of the courtyard. Duan Yu scoffed. "Royal father, you also saw that Jiankong dared to disregard his father and brothers like this in front of you. This punishment is completely useless to her. 300 and 500 times was merely a number. It couldn't punish Jiankong at all. Princess Jiankong could ask someone to copy it for her. Of course, she could procrastinate and copy a few articles, and then let it go. What he wanted was for Jiankong to be in big trouble. Since she dared to give the order to kill Jojo, she should have a taste of death first. Only when Jiankong was in trouble would Empress Lu feel the pain. As for Mammy Li's matter, the Empress could insist that Mammy Li slandered her by accusing her master. Thinking about it, his good father would not depose the empress for such a trivial matter. At most, it would just be a thorn in his heart. If he wanted to get rid of the empress, he had to get rid of the Lu family behind her first. Of course, this matter could not be rushed. But now, it was good to let the dog empress feel the pain in her heart. The great emperor looked at his son in front of him with a heavy gaze. His fourth son was already more outstanding than the others. This point was obvious to all in the court. However, Rongli was his legitimate son and Empress Lu's son. As long as Rongli was not too ill to move, no one could shake his position as the crown prince. What else do you want? It's not what I want. It's my father. If you don't punish Jiankong today, her domineering and unruly arrogance will be known all over the world in the future. She dares to disrespect me today, and she dares to disrespect my father in the future. Such a royal princess will only disgrace the royal family when she goes out. I am ashamed to agree with such a royal sister. The empress's eyes were full of anger. This was a blatant threat. He meant that if Jiankong was not punished today, he would completely ruin Jiankong's reputation. This Rongli had really underestimated him. Today's appearance of baring his fangs and brandishing his claws was his original appearance. The emperor pinched his eyebrows and waved his hand. Jiankong made a scene in the street and lost all her virtue. Now she is demoted to Commandery Princess Jiankong. She will be beaten 10 times as a warning to others. Let the disciplinarian mammy teach her etiquette again. Your Majesty. Empress Lu looked like she had fainted. She stared at the emperor's cold face with her eyes wide open. And you, Empress? Granny Li, who was by your side, had such a thing happen to her, and your daughter has become like this. You should also be grounded for 7 days and reflect on yourself. Duan Yu coldly glanced at Empress Lu before cupping his hands at the Xianxia emperor. This son will take his leave. When he turned around and stepped out of the door, a silver flame, like the fire from heaven, suddenly fell on Mammy Li at the door. In Mammy Li's shrill scream, everyone was stunned as they watched the old woman being burned to ashes by the silver-white flame. Empress Lu felt a chill run down her spine. The Xianxia emperor was also stunned for a long time. When he came back to his senses, he shook his head helplessly. This is the consequence of bullying my mother. Although Duan Xiaoxi did not say anything when he left this sentence for everyone. Rong Qing returned to her room and found that her father was already waiting for her. Weren't you a little impulsive today? The Prince of Qing's chubby face was rather worried. You have thoroughly offended the Crown Prince, Empress Lu, and the Lu family. Vassal Prince Rong said with a faint smile, I think the ones who need to worry are Empress Lu and the Lu family. Father, do you think this matter will end like this? You are all underestimating the fourth prince too much. Prince Qing stared at his son in a daze. He had no doubts about his son's brilliance. But he was young after all, and Prince Qing was used to smoothing things over. He felt that his son's actions today were showing off and targeting Empress Lu's family too much. But, what did his son mean by his words just now? Could it be that the fourth prince's matter wasn't over yet? The princess had already been demoted to a commandery princess and was punished with flogging and confinement. How could this matter not be over yet? Even if it wasn't over yet, it should be the Lu family targeting the fourth prince and not the other way around. It wasn't that he was underestimating the fourth prince, but the fourth prince had just returned to Tsang province and was weak alone. How could he resist an established family clan? Let's wait and see, father. Rong smiled faintly. After returning to his room from the main hall, Duan Yu was still in a foul mood. After his torment today, Empress Lu, that woman, was most likely going to feign illness and have to stay in Flat Mountain Town for a while longer. As he picked up his teacup, he noticed a small head bobbing at the door out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but chuckle on the inside, and his expression eased as he softly said, Stop looking around, I already saw you. Come in. Miss Chiao's long hair was loosely tied up today. She didn't have any extra gold or silver hairpins in her hair and only wore a somewhat comical Jasper frog headdress. When she was bobbing her head at the door earlier, that little frog headdress was especially conspicuous. Perhaps that dunce crown prince personally made it for her to play with, but the little fellow ended up wearing it on her head, Duan Yu thought. Miss Chiao pursed her lips. When she looked at Duan Yu, her gaze was a bit erratic, and her voice was inexplicably a bit hesitant. It was mainly because she recalled that night when Duanyu, this dunce, held her painting in admiration and said those words to her. The little fellow felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Now that she looked at him, she increasingly didn't know what to say. A bit of awkwardness inexplicably floated in the air. Duanyu abruptly stood up and strode to her. He raised his hand and flicked her forehead. "What are you doing? You came in without saying anything." With this rude flick, the little lady's gaze turned fierce as she stared dangerously at the man in front of her. Duanyu, this treasure, always liked to suddenly change her expression. It was a bit frightening. Cough. My bad, my bad." He chuckled and raised his hand to rub the little fellow's head in a very natural manner. "Tell me, are we setting off?" Miss Xiao nodded. Suddenly, she took out a box from her inner world and stuffed it into his hand. "For me?" Duanyu looked at her with a grin and reached out to open the box. It was filled with all kinds of antidote pills and antidotes. All kinds of small bottles were covered with instructions, describing the symptoms of each poison and what kind of medicine to take. It was obvious that a lot of effort had been put into this. Duanyu was touched, but he didn't show it on his face. He merely smiled at her and said, "Don't worry, my combat strength isn't that weak. I definitely won't let anyone kill me first." The little girl pursed her lips. "Jojo." Duanyu reached out to hold her small hand. Miss Xiao inexplicably thought of his expression that night. As if she had been stung, she hurriedly flung his hand away. Duanyu's outstretched hand stiffened for a moment, and it froze in midair. Seeing her exceptionally serious expression, Duanyu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. "What's with that look in your eyes? Why are you looking at me so strangely?" he asked softly. His fingers also very rudely pinched her soft cheeks. "If you don't speak, I'll make wild guesses." Arbor hastily threw his hand away and took a step back to look at him. He said very seriously, "That night, you already knew I was inside the little white ferret's body, right?" "What? You were inside the little white ferret's body before? That ferret that I carried back to the tent?" "Really, Jojo? Really?" "Arbor, Duanyu, your acting is especially realistic. It's like you're learning about this for the first time." Right now, Sir Jojo didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. Mo Lian and Duanyu were quite cooperative with her willfulness. Cough. Miss Xiao suddenly didn't want to continue bickering with him. She shouted expressionlessly, "What ferret? I don't even understand what you're saying." Duanyu, why did she change her attitude faster than flipping a book? Didn't he just admit that he had stayed inside the ferret's body for a while? This little stoic was truly hilarious. He had just admitted that he was the ferret, and now he was slapping his own face twice. If it weren't for the fact that his mood was a bit gloomy right now, Duanyu really wanted to laugh out loud. "Jojo, you couldn't have taken my joking words with the ferret seriously, right?" Duanyu stepped forward and simply spoke bluntly. He grabbed her small hand and shook it while he was at it. His eyes curved like a silver moon as he looked at her and said, "How can I like you when you're so fierce? Whoever likes a fierce girl like you is out of luck. Probably only Mo Lian, that idiotic fool, would be so thoughtless. Arbor, try belittling me again." The little stoic raised her fist, looking like she would beat him up at the slightest disagreement. Pfft, Duanyu laughed out loud, and his beautiful peach blossom eyes blinked at her. Okay. I won't say it anymore." Miss Xiao glanced at him suspiciously, feeling that this guy was a bit strange. Were these words from his heart? But forget it. Since he said so, the little fellow also felt relieved in his heart. More than anyone else, she didn't want to hurt this idiot in the slightest. "Jojo, we're friends, right?" If it was in the past, the little girl would have yelled at him, "No friends." But today, the stoic face clearly wasn't that resistant. She probably felt that it couldn't be better that he was willing to take a step back to the position of friend. Everything had returned to the past and nothing had changed. Only Duanyu was very clear. Did nothing really change? Impossible. He smiled and let go of her hand. He took out a storage talisman and handed it to her. "The snow domain's divine flowers are all inside. Do you want to keep 2 for yourself?" Duanyu nearly laughed out loud. So stingy, only giving me 2 flowers? Actually, she was already very generous. That time under the ice, when she saw Yas take one, she wanted to bite off a piece of his flesh. 5. The little fellow endured the pain and said. Here you go, here you go. Duanyu waved his hand. I have no use for these anyway. Why don't you give them to me after you concoct some good pills? Oh. Miss Chow smoothly put the storage talisman into her pocket and said with a nod, Duanyu, we'll be leaving now. Be careful, if you're alone. Okay. Duanyu nodded. His gaze landed on the little girl's slim figure as she turned around and strode out the door against the light. He inexplicably had the urge to reach out and grab her, however, he didn't. Jojo left. Although he didn't deliberately inquire about this information that day, he still followed them without realizing it. He calmly watched those two leave Flat Mountain Town before summoning the Golden Dragon and leaving together. Duanyu felt that Jojo's departure seemed to have taken his heart along with it. It made him feel empty, as if something was missing. It was a bit lonely and unbearable. Duanyu propped up his chin with one hand and spaced out for a while until a hidden guard quietly entered the room and stood beside him. He finally recovered his wits and asked calmly, Is everything done? Yes. Withdraw. Duanyu poured himself a cup of tea and calmly took a sip while holding the teacup in his other hand. Close to 10 o'clock at night, ear-piercing screams came from Princess Jiankong's small courtyard. She had lost all her dignity after being flogged 10 times in public. Jiankong had never suffered such humiliation before. She was currently sprawled on the bed in a fit of rage. The 2 maidservants who were applying the medicine were both sent out by the furious empress to flog them 30 times. The new maidservant who was called in to apply the medicine was trembling with fear and trepidation. As soon as the medicine was applied, Jiankong let out a mournful scream. It was very embarrassing for a girl to be injured in that sort of place. Princess Jiankong was embarrassed, vexed, and angry, and her wound was also painful, itchy, and numb. The screams and shrieks of chickens and cats made Empress lose heartache. Her precious daughter, whom she had doted on so much, had actually suffered 10 strokes of the cane while she was still alive. Her injuries were so severe. In the Empress's fury, she dragged the maidservant who applied the medicine out to flog her again. The rest of the people were all frightened out of their wits. It seemed like anyone who applied medicine for the princess would be beaten. Royal Mother, it hurts, Royal Mother. Imperial Mother. Rong Shanshan only felt that her but was no longer her but. Empress Lu couldn't help but feel suspicious about this situation. Although her daughter's cultivation wasn't high, she was currently a level 8 mystic cultivator. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problem with her getting flogged 10 times, so how could it hurt like this? But her injury was in that sort of place, and it wasn't convenient for the royal physician to examine it nearby. This truly put Empress Lu in a difficult position. At this moment, her personal palace maid, Mi Heng, stepped forward and bowed. Your Highness, do you still remember that medicine woman, Qing? Why don't we let her take a look at the princess' injuries? Empress Lu frowned. The medicine woman, Qing, was originally serving the great emperor after entering the palace. Because she had a good grasp of medicine, she had been helping the imperial physicians to nurse the great emperor's body. Over time, the great emperor seemed to have taken a liking to her. But who was Empress Lu? How could she let a vixen step on her head? Empress Lu's actions were much faster than the great emperor's. Seeing that the great emperor was about to issue an edict to confer the title, she took the first step and brought this little medicine girl to her side. Then, she threw her into her palace of Renchuan, where she was left to dry for almost half a year. If it wasn't for head palace maid Mi Heng's reminder today, she wouldn't have remembered this person. Empress Lu said with a cold face, then let her come over and take a look. Mi Heng nodded. Naturally, there was no need for the Empress's head palace maid to personally look for a mere medicine woman. She could just send someone to look for her. By the time the medicine woman, Qing, finished examining Jiankong, it was already less than an hour later. Empress Lu's face was cold. Seeing that she wanted to say something but was hesitating, she couldn't help but angrily reprimand, if you have something to say, just say it. Medicine which Qing lowered her eyes. She didn't look like a woman with a very outstanding appearance, but she was young and her skin was very fair. She looked delicate and pretty, like a trickling stream, giving off a quiet and leisurely feeling. Empress Lu's gaze turned sharp. "Hurry and speak." Qingqing bowed to Empress Lu with her head lowered, then said, "Your Majesty the Empress, the princess's wound is a bit strange. Someone poisoned it. No matter what medicine is applied, the pain will be amplified by 20 times. This is why the princess has been feeling so much pain. But this kind of poison only makes people feel pain and will automatically dissipate after 3 days. Speaking of which, this poison wasn't that frightening. This made her feel very strange. Such a poison could not cause any substantial harm to people at all." "What?" Empress Lu was furious and shot up from the bed. "Then what are you still standing there for? Hurry and concoct an antidote to dispel the princess's poison. Reporting to Your Majesty the Empress, this humble subject has no antidote for this kind of nerve-stimulating poison. I can only use some temporary methods to alleviate the princess's pain. To put it bluntly, this kind of nerve-based poison only wanted to make people suffer as much as possible. There wasn't much harm in other aspects." Empress Lu's expression changed drastically, and she gnashed her teeth. "It must be Rongli, it must be that punk who did it. I won't let him off. Won't let him off." A malicious and cold glint surfaced in Empress Lu's eyes. Empress Lu turned around and glared at Medicine Witch Qingqing. "Hurry and help alleviate the princess's pain." "Yes, Your Majesty the Empress." On the other side, Duanyu received news that the Empress had caught a cold and was feeling unwell. The Emperor ordered her to stay in Flat Mountain Town for 2 more days. He couldn't help but sneer at this news. Jiankong's body wasn't suitable for long journeys, but if Empress Lu thought that Jiankong would recover in 2 days, then she was truly too naive. The wind whistled past. The afternoon sky was clear, and there were only a few wisps of white clouds drifting in the sky. This was the northernmost part of Tsang province, so there were few people here. Little 7th Yen flew freely, so not many people could see them. Therefore, he was overjoyed. Xiaomu was sitting in Crown Prince Mo's arms while holding a map provided by the Tsangzhou guard. She pointed at a place and said, "If we go from here, we'll probably have to fly for 4 to 5 days before we can return to that small town from where we first entered the Divine Province. Let's go directly to South City." Mo Lian rubbed her chin against her furry little head. "If I'm not wrong, Hu Dequan should be waiting for us there." Hu Dequan was the old man's capable eunuch who, half a month ago, he left without saying goodbye and left on the back of a dragon. He must have scared everyone out of their wits. But at that time, how could he be in the mood to talk nonsense with Hu Dequan, Feng Su, and the others? His heart was no longer in Southern City. When Arbor thought of the soul-leaving talisman, he couldn't help but frown. The first thing he did after returning to his main body would probably be a laughingstock. It was because she had suspiciously put away all the talismans that she had tossed into her inner world after drawing them and even sealed them in a box with a binding talisman. The little fellow felt that it was necessary to do this. Otherwise, who knew when these talismans would suddenly jump out at her and attack her without any explanation? Miss Chow turned her little head and snuggled into his body. "You left without saying goodbye, it must have made things difficult for them." Prince Mo declined to comment. What was there to make things difficult for those people? Wasn't it just that father sent them to bring him back to the capital? They didn't seem to respect him and his wife. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a vexing matter with the palace maids. Mo Lian had told the little girl about that matter yesterday, including the ghost encirclement in the southern city residence, the white light that appeared in her body and the ghost spirits were shattered. He told the little fellow everything. Miss Chow expressed that it was quite thrilling. When she wasn't in this body, so many things had happened, it was really thrilling. But when he told her, the little thing's expression was obviously that of a curious person listening to the story. Wasn't this a little too careless? Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh. Lifting his hand to caress her little face, he whispered softly in her ear, "Jojo, you're not allowed to go anywhere now, you're not allowed to leave my side again, alright?" Arbor saw that his expression was still a little tired, and couldn't help but feel a little heartache. He had been running here and there in fear these days. Obediently nodding her head, the little girl raised her hand to stroke his chin. "We'll go wherever you say." Mo Lian was in a good mood, lowering his head to kiss her forehead. In the next 3 to 4 days of hurrying, they chose to travel through the mountains and rivers. They didn't meet with any danger, everything went smoothly. On the evening of the 4th day, the two had already reached the vicinity of the southern city. They kept little Seven, changed to a less eye-catching spirit stallion, and very quietly returned to the southern city. Prince Mo brought the little fellow to the residence that they had stayed in previously. Indeed, Hu Dequan was really waiting for them in that residence. Seeing the crown prince walk in with a little girl, Hu Dequan initially thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. But when he saw clearly who it was, he immediately rushed forward, crying out loud, as if he had seen his own ancestor. Wasn't he seeing his ancestor? Hu Dequan was already badly battered by His Highness the Crown Prince. He had already decided to wait another 3 days. If there was still no sign of the Crown Prince, he would follow Feng Su back to the capital to report first. Although the Emperor of the Divine Land had been informed of the news that the Crown Prince had left alone dozens of days ago, he was still anxious and wanted to find this capricious prince. Look at His Highness. He had already arrived at the Divine Land, but who knew what was wrong with him? Without even saying a word, he directly threw away the pot and left alone on a golden dragon. This group of people was left behind with dumbfounded expressions and staring at each other. During this period of waiting, it could be said that everyone was extremely anxious and anxious. Your Highness. Hu Dequan wiped his tears and said, Your Highness has finally returned. You didn't see the Crown Prince Consort? Crown Prince Mo grumpily retorted. Needless to say, when Hu Dequan was agitated, he only saw his Crown Prince. He really didn't see clearly who the Crown Prince brought back. Hearing the Crown Prince's words, Hu Dequan shuddered and looked at Arbor in shock. Crown Princess? The Crown Princess had disappeared together with His Highness the Crown Prince that day. The last time he saw her, the Crown Prince flew into a rage because a few palace maids had treated the Crown Princess poorly. Unexpectedly, when they met again, the Crown Princess, who had always been bedridden, could actually run and jump. She looked very healthy. Could it be that the Crown Prince had left without saying goodbye that day because he had brought the Crown Princess to ask for medicine? A thought flashed through Eunuch Hu's mind, but he didn't dare to dwell on it. He hurriedly knelt down and bowed respectfully to the Crown Princess. This old servant, Hu Dequan, greets the Crown Princess. Regardless of whether the Emperor acknowledged her as his daughter-in-law, the Crown Prince's attitude and stance showed that he was very protective of his food. If anyone dared to disrespect the Crown Princess in the slightest, beating them to death would be a light punishment. If they didn't handle it well, they might offend the Crown Prince by belittling the Crown Princess and be killed by His Highness. After all, the crimes committed by those stupid palace maids were still fresh in his mind. Hu Dequan was a shrewd person. Although he had some doubts, he wouldn't show them on his face. He was as polite as he could be to Miss Qiao. Seeing that his attitude was all right, Mo Lian's expression improved a little. She asked Hu Dequan, Where is Feng Su? Feng Su brought people to look for your highness again. This servant will send someone to bring him back now. He's looking for me in the South City? Yes, yes. Feng Su has been looking for your highness within 100 miles of the South City. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? Mo Lian couldn't help but twitch her mouth. He had already gone to the frozen heaven snow region, but this Feng Su had persisted for more than half a month to look for him near the South City. It would be strange if he could find him. Furthermore, he had left on Little Seven's back that day. With Little Seven's speed, he had no idea how fast Little Seven was. Mo Lian, are all the people around the great emperor retarded? The little fellow was leaning against him. Seeing his strange expression, he couldn't help but secretly ask, Are they retarded? Mo Lian, Eunuch whose mouth twitched fiercely. Why did he have an inexplicable feeling of heartache for Feng Su? He felt that this person had been busy for more than half a month and was probably not well liked. In fact, His Highness the Crown Prince might even despise his intelligence. After half a cup of tea's time, Feng Su hurried back with a very serious expression. As soon as he entered the residence, he saw His Highness the Crown Prince sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. His serious face looked much better. When she saw the stoic-faced little girl sitting next to the Crown Prince, she couldn't help but be startled. More than half a month ago, this little girl was still quietly lying on the hospital bed, looking half dead all day long. Was he doing well now? How do we get back to the capital? Do you have a proper route? Feng Su's spirit was lifted. Your Highness has been traveling and stopping like you're on a scenic tour. If you go all the way back like this, it will take at least 1 or 2 months. If this humble subject were to arrange for us to travel by water, it would only take about 7 days from Weishi Langfang, Feng Su said with an excited expression. Mo Lian frowned. Is there anything fun in Weishi Langfang? Weishi Langfang scenery is not bad, the scenery along the river is beautiful. When we reach the center of the river, we can see that the river water is pink. The crown princess will definitely like the scenery there, Feng Su replied woodenly. For some reason, Feng Su inexplicably felt that as long as this crown princess agreed to take Weishi Langfang's waterway to Dragon Flame City, the crown prince would definitely not object. Therefore, Feng Su himself didn't know why, but he very consciously introduced the crown princess to the specialty snacks and cultural scenery of Weishi Langfang. Somehow, he felt that there was something wrong with his style as the commander of the forest guards, eunuch whose mouth twitched, and he had already covered his face and hid to the side. When Sir Jojo heard Commander Feng mention the beautiful scenery along the way and the various snacks sold along the river, he couldn't help but become interested. When he heard that they could make it to the annual Steamed Bun Festival, he couldn't help but be curious. I heard that the Steamed Bun Festival has been around for a long time. Whoever can find the pill in the steamed bun will receive a generous reward. You can eat the steamed bun while eating the digestive pills you brought. If you don't have enough pills, you can ask a pill refiner to make it for you on the spot, until you find the pill in the 100,000 steamed buns and win the grand prize. Cough. Commander Feng said expressionlessly, this competition is a little stupid, but many people participate. During the Steamed Bun Festival last year, someone ate more than 800 steamed buns and died the next day. Arbor, Mo Lian, ha 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 ha. Is there a need for that, idiot? Crown Princess, you must believe me. There are really people who risk their lives to participate in this competition. Because the grand prize will not only give you 50,000 spirit coins, but also many precious pills. Last year, the first place winner received a heaven-level dragon grass. This general has heard that heaven-grade medicinal herbs are sought after by many alchemists. So the person who died last year from eating too much steamed bun. Miss Chiao's face was expressionless, and the twitching of her mouth showed that she was not calm. He was a pill refiner from the pill house. Mo Lian, Arbor, it was hard to imagine that someone would risk their life to participate in this steamed bun eating competition for a stalk of dragon grass. Why didn't they go to heaven? So those digestive pills, they are refined by the pill refiners themselves, but it's also possible that when they eat the steamed bun on the spot, they feel that it's not enough. In that case, they can also ask other pill refiners to refine it for them, but in this way, they may have to share the prize with others. Then let's go to the Westward Pavilion. Sir Jojo suddenly had the mood to go see that group of idiots. Okay. Commander Feng didn't even notice that he actually heaved a sigh of relief. He finally tricked the crown princess. This was great, at least it could shorten the journey by a month. The emperor was anxiously waiting in the capital, and his eyes were probably about to fall out, the next day. The little girl boarded a large ship that Commander Feng had prepared for them. They entered the Weishi River and headed towards Dragon Flame City. To be honest, there wasn't much to see in the vast river before his eyes for the past few days. Since there was still plenty of time, Arbor decided to sneak back to Planet Fish Orchid. He summoned the seed fragment and absorbed it into his Dantian star zone. This was not the first time Jojo had absorbed the seed fragments, so the reaction was naturally better. It was obviously not as big as the first time. Furthermore, she had advanced by absorbing spirit power from the fish orchid planet. Therefore, the people outside had no idea what had happened to her. After spending a day and a night on Planet Fish Orchid, Arbor opened his eyes. He felt the power in his body. This time, after absorbing the seed fragments, her cultivation had directly increased from level 8 Little Spiritual Master to level 10 Great Spiritual Master. This kind of cultivation speed was already very fast. Although the current him was still far from being comparable to the disciples of some clans in the Divine Prefecture. But it didn't matter. Arbor thought that he would catch up with them soon. Big brother. Ollie walked in with a dark expression. That guy left a few days ago on a golden dragon. I heard that he had a little girl with him when he left. Hearing this, Akir jumped up from the stool. Brother Yassi, are you talking about the crown prince of the Emo kingdom? Ali pursed his lips. Akir, I already said last time that this isn't the crown prince of the tiny Emo kingdom. That's the crown prince of the divine prefecture. Akir's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and disbelief. I thought you were joking. Then doesn't that mean that the woman who married the crown prince of the Emo kingdom has become the crown princess of the divine prefecture? Ming Yassi's face was dark, and he didn't say anything. Akir carefully glanced at Ming Yassi's expression, secretly pleased with herself. However, her expression didn't change. She patted her chest and said softly, but it's not possible. How could a woman with no background from a rundown village be acknowledged by others when she came to the divine prefecture and returned to the imperial capital? Don't say that the emperor of the divine prefecture wouldn't acknowledge such a shameless daughter-in-law. Even the civil and military officials of the court, the aristocratic families, none of them would acknowledge her existence. As she said this, she couldn't help but laugh gloatingly. How could such a poor woman from a village catch the eye of the emperor of the divine prefecture? How could she catch the eye of the aristocratic families of Dragon Flame City? There was an 80% chance that when she returned, she would be subjected to everyone's disdain. Everyone would treat her like trash and sweep her aside. Otherwise, they would treat her as a little transparent and not even speak a word to her to avoid lowering her status. She didn't even need to think carefully to analyze how difficult that Xiao woman's days in Dragon Flame City would be in the future. In any case, she would suffer. Shut up. Ming Yassi waved his hand and slapped Akir without hesitation. You talk too much. Get out. Akir covered her face with one hand and looked at Ming Yassi with eyes full of shock and shame. Brother Yassi, why you hit me for that woman? It was for her, right? It must be because of that B*TCH. She had only verbally scolded that B*TCH and mocked her a little. Was that enough to make Brother Yas unhappy? Throw her out. Ming Yassi waved his hand in annoyance. He didn't want to listen to this woman's incessant nagging, especially the words "crown princess of the divine land," which kept lingering in his ears. It was really annoying to listen to. Brother Yas, brother Yas. Akir was rudely shoved out by the bodyguards. Not long after, a guard hurriedly walked in and bowed to Ming Yassi. He walked up and whispered in his ear, Imperial Noble Consort requests that you return as soon as possible. What is it? He had already obtained the Snowfield Divine Flower, so this trip had not been in vain. However, for some reason, Yas felt extremely displeased. The Underworld Province guard handed over a red, gilded invitation. Dark Yas glanced at it, then slammed it shut with a furious smack. Return to Underworld Province. Ali heaved a sigh of relief. They should have returned long ago. Anyway, they had already picked the Snowfield Divine Flower. There was no point in staying in Flat Mountain Town. He just didn't know what Big Brother was waiting for. Ming Yassi glanced at Ali. He didn't know what he was angry about either. He just felt that something was wrong. The two banks of Weishi River were densely packed with people. Grain ships and cargo ships were all gathered here. The boatmen were busy moving the goods in the cold wind of the winter night, fighting for the last ray of light. Their noses seemed to have faintly smelled the fragrance of food. It was going to be night soon, and the lights on both banks were lit up. Rows upon rows of restaurants and shops by the river, food stalls and sundry goods stalls were energetically shouting for the last wave of business. Some young masters were drinking wine and drinking tea in the teahouses and wine shops. It was poetic and picturesque, and what entered their eyes was a bustling and elegant beautiful night scene of Weishi River. While the peddlers and laborers were tired from running in the cold wind, their footsteps hurriedly returning home. The boats on the river were like shuttles, connected from head to tail. The boatmen pulled the boats and roared, the boatmen rocked, and the singing girls sent bursts of wind into the wind. A two-story official boat followed the slowly flowing river, slowly approaching the Weishi corridor built across the river. The entire corridor was built on the river surface. Although it was late at night, the corridor was filled with peddlers and pedestrians, selling all kinds of things. Miss Chow had been sitting at the bow of the boat since early in the morning, holding two Weishi eggs, using the excuse of basking in the sun to help the eggs hatch. It was already late at night, and seeing that there was no movement from the eggs, she could not help but lean on the railing of the boat with a gloomy expression. When Emo Lien found his way to the deck, he saw the little fellow shaking her small head as she sighed in despair. That long ponytail at the back of her head swept back and forth around her waist. He could not help but laugh and quickly walked up, hugging her small waist from behind, and pecked her little face without any explanation. "What are you doing? It's going to be cold at night, and you're still standing here to enjoy the wind." The little girl turned around, her eyes were extremely bright in the dark night, sparkling like stars. Her two little claws were holding on to two weishi eggs the size of pigeon eggs. She looked at him with a gloomy expression and said, "It's been so long, and they still haven't hatched. Do you think they're fake eggs?" Emo Lien could not help but be amused. He lowered his head and pressed against her smooth forehead, chuckling softly, "Not cooking anymore? Pay. You're the one who cooked the phoenix egg and ate it." The little fellow looked unhappy. She looked at him and said with conviction, "Who's a foodie like you?" Emo Lien laughed out loud. She hugged her and swayed her little body. I'm a glutton." Sir Jojo snorted and glanced at him. He rubbed his head against his chest and asked, "Is it okay for us to dock in the middle of the river for one night?" "It's no big deal." Emo Lien smiled and hugged her waist. She raised her finger and pointed ahead. "Look, there are many boats docked there. They are all waiting to participate in the steamed bun festival tomorrow morning." Arbor's eyesight was good. He had already seen many stacked steamers placed in front of the Weishi corridor. At this time, Fong Su walked over and bowed without looking sideways, completely ignoring the two's closeness. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, do you want this humble servant to arrange for you to stay in Langfang for a night?" The 30-li Weishi corridor was built on top of the river in such a charming manner. It could be said that it almost crossed half of the Weishi River. Naturally, there were places to eat and sleep on top of Langfang. "We came so late. There's still a place to stay on top of Langfang?" Arbor blinked and asked. Fong Su cupped his hands and said respectfully, replying to the Crown Princess, "If Your Highness the Crown Prince and you want to go, there's naturally a place to stay." Even if there wasn't, he had to make it. Prince Emo smiled and lowered his head to look at his baby. He asked softly, "Jojo, do you want to go to the gallery?" "I don't think so." Miss Chow looked at the bustling crowd in the gallery and pursed her lips in disinterest. The entrance to the gallery was already crowded with people. Perhaps the people who were participating in the Manta festival and came from nearby cities were also here today. It would be more comfortable to spend a night on her own boat than to go up and squeeze with so many people. She would go up and squeeze with them tomorrow. MHM. Then I'll ask someone to prepare dinner." Prince Emo hugged her waist and tightened his arms. "What do you want to eat?" "Fish." Sir Jojo's eyes lit up. "The kind that's fried?" "Okay." Emo Lien nodded. "I heard that Wei Shijiang is most famous for its osmanthus fried fish. There's also super spicy fish head soup. Do you want to eat it?" Sir Jojo nodded repeatedly and rubbed his little belly. He was hungry. Emo Lien immediately turned to Fong Su and said, "Go, find a chef who can make this famous dish." Fong Su's mouth twitched silently. He suddenly felt like his heart had been hurt 10,000 times. He still didn't know why he felt so blue and thin in his heart. In fact, this was the invisible lethal effect of a young couple on a single dog. "Reporting to Your Highness, the chef on the boat is an imperial chef brought by eunuch Hu. He knows how to make this dish." "All right then, bring me over to take a look." He lowered his head and kissed his little wife, then personally draped a brocade cloak on her. "Be good and wear it when it's cold at night. Jojo, play here for a while more. Your husband will come after he's done making the delicious food." Fong Su felt like he had nothing left to live for. He didn't know that this was a feeling of suffocation after eating too much dog food. He followed Emo Lien with a puzzled expression. "Master, you're going to the kitchen?" Fong Su never expected that the dignified crown prince of the divine prefecture would wash his hands and make soup for his wife. Mr. Jojo had a puzzled look on his face. He felt that Sue's glance before he left made him look like an idiot. What was he looking at? She looked down at the 2 pigeon eggs in her hand and felt a little worried. Of these 2 eggs, one was light purple and the other was black. They looked slippery, and when he pressed his finger on them, the surface of the egg sank in softly. It was as if he could see the little life flowing inside. Forget it, it's the middle of the night, and there's no more essence of heaven and earth. I'll just keep it and take it out to dry tomorrow. Miss Xiao thought to herself, son more, it'll come out one day. After putting away the 2 eggs and pulling the cloak on her shoulders, the little girl leaned against the railing and unwrapped a string of emerald green bracelets from time to play with them. Looking at the round bead being tossed up, sliding down an arc in the night sky and falling into the river, creating a ripple, the little girl was quite happy playing with it. There were many large boats parked around the corridor, dozens of dazzling pleasure boats. Their 2-story official boat seemed very low-key and deserted among the dozens of large boats. There were only 2 faint palace lanterns hanging on the deck, and there was a ray of dim yellow light in the cabin. Other than that, the whole boat looked dark and gloomy. It was unlike the pleasure boats opposite them that were filled with singing and dancing. The female singers sang songs and sent them into the night against the wind. Dozens of red lanterns hung high on the deck of the boat, illuminating their graceful figures as they danced at the bow of the boat. At this moment, a golden and jade pleasure boat slowly glided past the boat they were anchored in. Arbor saw an 18 or 19-year-old youth in white standing at the bow of the boat, gazing at the river with his hands clasped behind his back. Like a clear breeze and bright moon, he stood tall and straight. The river breeze blew up his white robes, and his long hair gently undulated against his waist. His cold gaze appeared very apathetic under the lamplight as he slowly glided past her family's boat. Miss Xiao had already tossed out the dark green pearl in her hand, so she saw that pearl just so happened to land on the opposite boat's bow with a gurgle and rolled all the way to the youth's feet. The youth's apathetic gaze drifted in her direction, his face covered in frost. He looked at her as if he was looking at something dirty like a rag. Xiao blinked and then looked at the few remaining beads in her hand expressionlessly. She then threw them all into the river. The little stoic's eyes didn't even move as she woodenly glanced at her little brother before retracting her gaze. She then took out a string of translucent white bracelets from her inner world and continued to toss them around for fun after tearing them apart. Young master. Linga hastily ran up to the deck and saw her young master standing stiffly at the bow of the boat, his gaze fixed on the opposite boat. She hastily turned around to look, but that pleasure boat had already passed by in front of Jojo. Linga only saw half of an official boat's flag and didn't see anything else. There were truly too many boats anchored near the Langfang. She didn't know what power that golden pleasure boat used, but after the discussion ended, it drove away the boat that was originally anchored next to Jojo's and anchored itself there. Miss Xiao naturally didn't know what was going on. She only vaguely heard a small commotion on the river, but it quickly stopped. She was already tearing apart her 3rd string of pearls, so she was really bored lying on the railing. Suddenly, she saw a plump and graceful woman carrying a peepa walk out of the pleasure boat with tall lanterns on the opposite boat. As soon as this woman walked out, half of the river stirred up a commotion. Applause abruptly rang out along with a group of laughter. Wanhong Lu's Miss Meng has come out. Ha ha ha. Today's trip was really worth it. To be able to listen to Miss Meng's peepa, I can truly die without regrets. Arbor rubbed his flat belly and threw a pearl in his hand. When he turned his head, he happened to see a white-clothed youth walking out from the 3rd floor of the Golden Jade pleasure boat parked next door. It was the guy who had looked at her as if she was a rag. At this moment, he was looking down at him with a cold expression, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Miss Xiao was baffled as she lowered her head to look at her petite body. Very good, she was wearing a fluffy pink cotton-padded jacket and a brocade cloak. She looked like a porcelain doll carved from jade. She didn't look like an abandoned rag at all. This person must be sick. It was more likely that there was something wrong with his vision. Miss Xiao's gaze turned and looked at Miss Meng, who was bashfully playing the peepa with tenderness in her eyes. However, Miss Meng's playing was quite good. The river breeze blew gently, and the sound of the peepa was slow. Miss Xiao felt as if there was a cup of tea missing. She casually wiped her hand and took out a cup of hot spiritual tea from her inner world. As she drank, she admired the peepa music on the opposite side. Anyway, it didn't cost money. Just listen to it. If it could be accompanied by a song and dance, it wouldn't be so monotonous. Just as she thought about the lack of singing and dancing, the pleasure boat opposite her considerately released a few singers and dancers. They started to dance and sing behind the pipa player. Looking at these girls who were exposing their arms and legs in the cold wind, Miss Xiao tugged at the brocade cloak on her body. It was so cold. Looking at these girls, none of them were cultivators. It was really not easy to earn money by dancing and singing on this empty river on such a cold day. It was so hard, but no one rewarded her. They were all listening to her songs and watching her dance. Arbor shook his head and looked at them sympathetically. If someone saw Miss Xiao's expression at this moment, they would definitely burst out laughing. Good. It was unknown which idiot on the river shouted. Sir Jojo poked his head out from the railing of the boat and looked towards the source of the sound. From her angle, she could only see some densely packed boats. Other than that, she really could not see anything else. However, she did not need to continue looking around. The guy who had called out good suddenly flew up into the air. It was unknown which boat he had come from, but in an instant, he landed on the deck of the pleasure boat on the opposite side. He stretched out a folding fan and held up the chin of the pipa girl on the opposite side. He smiled and said, "Miss Meng really played the pipa well. I'll pay 1,000 spirit coins to ask Miss Meng to play the pipa for me for a night." "TSK, you only have 1,000 spirit coins and you still have the nerve to bid." "Miss Meng, I'll pay 2,000 spirit coins." "I'll pay 3,000. One bid after another broke the bustle on the river. Almost all the people on the boats ran over to the deck to watch the show. A middle-aged woman walked out from the pleasure boat opposite them. She stretched out her hands and gestured downwards. Her voice was steadily transmitted into the wind. "If you want to listen to Miss Meng play the pipa for a night, the starting bid must be 5,000 spirit coins. F***CK, it's really shady. What's the background of this Miss Meng? Why is her value so high? She's the star of the Myriad Red House. Her value is naturally high. Hey, is that pleasure boat opposite us from the Qin estate? It looks like the clan emblem of the Qin estate." "Yes, yes, yes. It seems to be from the Qin estate." After Miss Meng finished her song, she stood up and bowed to everyone. She said softly, "Thank you for your love. This little girl is not talented, I only have one hand on the pipa, which is pleasing to the ears." It was said that Ziqin, one of the 5 dukes of the Qin estate, was proficient in chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was especially proficient in playing the zither. She was even able to transmit her voice into the rhythm, which was extremely moving. "This little girl is not talented, so I would like to ask 5th young master to give me some pointers." Everyone quickly laughed and said, "Miss Meng is too modest." That's right, that's right. I love listening to Miss Meng's lute nocturne. Her playing isn't inferior to 5th young master Qin's. So it really is the Qin estate's pleasure boat. 5th young master Qin's zither skills are unparalleled in the world. How can Miss Meng compare with him? When Arbor saw that they were only talking and not performing, he lost interest and continued to lie down. The pearls in his hand were thrown away one by one. Suddenly, that Miss Meng slightly exclaimed. It turned out that the young master who had jumped onto the deck first and bid 1,000 spirit coins had forcefully pulled her into his embrace, causing Miss Meng to exclaim in surprise. "I bid 5,000 spirit coins." That vulgar young man smiled and raised his hand. "Miss Meng, your lover today is me, UFA. Arbor, who was originally lazily lying down on the railing, suddenly narrowed his eyes. A dangerous aura was emitted from his body. The little stoic looked coldly at the pleasure boat across from them. She carefully sized it up and seemed to recall something. She reached out and took out several pieces of drawing paper from her inner world. She pulled out one of them and carefully compared it to the sloppy man under the light. As expected, it was this UFA. He was one of Yu Baishan's 2 sons who ran away from Shuntian Prefecture with the Yu family, one of the 3 patrician families in Wenka City. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find by sheer luck, ever since Yu Batian, that old geezer, ran away, Jojo had been suppressing his anger. He and others schemed against Jojo behind his back, so Jojo wouldn't let them off so easily. Arbor's gaze hardened, and she kicked the railing with the tip of her foot. She then leaped up and headed for the pleasure boat across from them. The 2 hidden guards hidden in the shadows, not good. The crown princess was stirring up trouble again. After lightly landing on the pleasure boat, Arbor summoned her ferule and hit the back of Ufa's hand without another word. Ufa was startled and wanted to retract his hand, but he didn't expect to hear a crisp slap next to his ear. His entire arm went numb from the ferule and drooped down at once. Miss Meng was stupefied. She had seen heroes saving the damsel in distress, but she had never seen a beautiful girl saving the damsel in distress. The middle-aged woman on the pleasure boat was also a bit surprised. She was about to step forward to mediate the conflict, but she didn't expect that the little girl who suddenly flew onto the boat would kick her without any explanation. This time, it hit Ufa squarely in the stomach. With a fierce kick, Ufa was sent flying, crashing heavily into the window frame. His entire body was embedded in the window frame of the boat, and his 2 legs were dangling. There was absolute silence everywhere. Everyone was stupefied by this unforeseen turn of events. They had seen people fighting over Songyan dance dancers, but they had never seen a little girl board a boat to fight over Songyan dance dancers. Was there still justice in this? Arbor didn't care what other people thought and directly walked up. She dragged Ufa's legs and threw him to the ground with a look of disdain. After being thrown by the little stoic, Ufa looked like a dead pig that was thrown to the ground. His legs even twitched reflexively. Everyone, don't, little madam. Let's talk things out. The middle-aged woman on the pleasure boat suddenly had an idea. She stopped her with a frown and said with an apologetic smile, "What man doesn't cheat? Even if your husband came to our pleasure boat to seek pleasure, young madam, you can't beat him up like this in front of so many of us. I have to give him some face." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiaomu interrupted the middle-aged woman's words and forcefully flung aside the arm that was blocking her. She then raised her leg and kicked Ufa's thigh. Everyone only heard a crisp gotcha sound, and they were immediately speechless. "Hey, don't hit me, don't hit me." The middle-aged woman's face was bitter, and she quickly reached out to stop Arbor. "Out of the way." Arbor pushed the woman to the side impatiently. He jumped forward and kicked Ufa so hard that he flipped onto his back. He asked angrily, "Where's your father?" Everyone was speechless. What kind of trick was this? Why did they have an inexplicable urge to burst into laughter? Did she really freaking come here to capture her husband? Then why did she have to ask about his father? Ufa looked at the girl in front of him in horror, completely unaware of how he had offended her. His face was as white as a sheet of paper, and he repeatedly asked, You, who are you, who are you?" Arbor's gaze turned fierce. "I'm asking you where Ubadian is." Ufa was completely stupefied. His face was unbelievably pale as he repeatedly shouted, I don't know what are you talking about? Stop pretending." The little stoic apathetically took out several wanted posters from her sleeve and pulled out one of them. She shook it in front of Ufa and read aloud, Ufa. Male. 26 years old. 3rd level wood spiritual cultivator. Ubatian's second son. Yu Hui's younger brother, Yu Tuo's second older brother. Everyone, good heavens, there really was a detailed description attached to a wanted poster. However, what was with this inexplicable comical feeling? You still want to deceive Jojo? It's all written here. You still want to deny it? Do you think the whole world is retarded just because you're retarded? The little girl angrily kicked Ufa in the stomach. Speak. Where is that old geezer Ubadian hiding? If you confess to him, I'll spare your lowly life. Ufa suddenly had an urge to cry. What kind of bad luck did he have today? How did he encounter this kind of ancestor? If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have acted cool and jumped up to tease Miss Meng. Look at the situation now, he really couldn't get out of the situation. No matter how he looked at it, he felt sad and pitiful. Great aunt. Great aunt. You listen to me, speak. Speak. Ufa pulled a long face and shrunk back uncontrollably in lingering fear. That my dad. Ever since I came to the Divine Province, I really haven't seen him. Great aunt, every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. If you have any enmity or grudge, you can find my dad and not me. I'm innocent. Great aunt. Everyone, Miss Chow looked at him expressionlessly. Leaving you alive is also a scourge. No, I definitely won't be a scourge, no. No. Yuefei's brain spasmed, and he hastily knelt down and kowtowed piously. Great aunt. Oh, my dear great aunt. I, Yuefei, can swear to the heavens that I only want to eat, drink, be merry, and follow my heart in this life. I don't want to care about the Yu family's lousy affairs. Please spare me, spare me. Arbor looked at him impassively. Yuefei hurriedly knelt on the ground and cupped his hands as he cried out, I swear. If I, Yuefei, say a single false word, then let me be burned by heavenly fire, be struck by heavenly lightning, and die without a burial ground. As he spoke, he looked at Arbor with a fawning expression. I can write an oath to prove that I'm not lying. That old man of mine, miss, you don't have to say, I also hate him. He wasn't an upright person. When he arrived at the Divine Land, he took my little brother with him. I don't know where he went. From that day onwards, I no longer recognized him as my father. Speaking of which, I'm also wronged. My father has never loved me since I was young. Although I'm a member of the Yu family, no one in the Yu family cares about me. I no longer have anything to do with the Yu clan. The right and wrong of the Yu clan have nothing to do with me. Yuefei pointed to the sky and the earth. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. There were even people who couldn't help but snicker at Yuefei's cowardice. Actually, Yuefei wasn't lying. When he was in the middle 6 prefectures, he wasn't as capable as his 2 brothers. He spent the whole year roaming the red light district and made Yubadian lose face. Not to mention that Yuefei didn't treat the Yu family as his home, Yubadian didn't treat Yuefei as his son long ago. If it weren't for the fact that this second son had coincidentally hugged his thigh and escaped the Yu family with him, Yubadian wouldn't have cared about this good-for-nothing. He was simply a good-for-nothing. Therefore, Yuefei and Yubadian probably didn't have a good father-son relationship. The rest of it was probably the matter of him cheating his father and son. The little girl definitely didn't expect that this person's desire to live was so strong that he was even willing to sign the oath. This meant that he really didn't hide anything from her. The Yu family definitely didn't have a good relationship with him. Otherwise, the oath really wasn't a joke. At this moment, she wanted to stomp her little foot down but didn't have the nerve to do so. She hesitated for a while in midair before retracting her foot and looking at Yuefei expressionlessly. Since he said so, she had no reason to beat him up anymore, right? Looking at the little girl's regretful expression, Yuefei's body shook for no reason. He hurriedly raised his hand over his head and swore, Great aunt, every word I said is absolutely true. Even the entire Yu family was wiped out by Great aunt. Tell me, how can I be so powerful and dare to find trouble with Great aunt, right? Hearing this, the crowd was instantly in an uproar. Most of the people on the surrounding buildings and pleasure boats only saw the little girl's figure flash into the pleasure boat. Basically, they didn't see the little girl's face clearly. But just by listening to her voice, they knew that this girl was very young. Such a young girl could wipe out someone's entire family? Stop bragging, right? Although this Yuefei looked like a bear, the scale of his family was probably not that big. But at any rate, it was a family. How could a little girl wipe out an entire family? They didn't believe it, they didn't believe it. This Yuefei couldn't be the little girl's accomplice to make a name for himself, right? Everyone thought to themselves. If Arbor knew what these people were thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes at them. Make a name for himself? Who wants to make a name for himself in front of you bunch of weaklings? Accomplice my ass. Arbor glanced at Yuefei and snorted. What a load of nonsense. None of it is useful. I'm only looking for your father. The others have nothing to do with me. What he meant was, I don't care about the lives of your family at all. Who has the time to take their lives? Yubadian colluded with Brother Go to harm her. Yuhui released a high-level corpse puppet to scratch her and almost killed her Chocho. He would not let any of them off. However, there was one thing that made her suspicious. She had always felt that the person behind Yubadian was not as simple as Brother Go. Brother Dog was a pawn of Jing Minyao of the Panga clan in the Aurora Sandland. There was no doubt about that. But Yubadian was a cunning and sordid man. Was a member of the Panga clan really enough to drive him? When Qianluo was plotting to take her life in the underground battle arena, what material benefits did the Yu clan obtain? Arbor's heart sank when he thought of the high-level zombie puppet. Outside Qianluo's underground battle arena, the high-level corpse puppet that Yu Hui released should be at least at level 2. What did Yu Hui have to do with Tianyun, or was the Yu clan related to Tianyun? The Yu clan was perhaps one of the Sky Fate organization's strongholds in Shuntian Prefecture. Therefore, the fact that Yu Badian had returned to the Divine Land meant that the Heavenly Fate organization should also have a stronghold in the Divine Land. However, no one knew where this stronghold was located. Arbor felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that Tianyun was going to attack the Divine Land again? At that moment, Arbor seemed to have grasped something in his mind. Unfortunately, that spiritual light slipped by too quickly and disappeared again in a hurry. Arbor glanced coldly at UFA. When she saw this man's cowardly appearance, she didn't feel like attacking him anymore. She retracted her foot and glared at him. Why aren't you writing? UFA, he quickly took out a pen and paper from his inner world and wrote an oath. He even bit his finger without hesitation and pressed his thumbprint onto the paper. When Arbor saw his decisiveness, she had nothing to say. What should she say? She wouldn't get Yubation's whereabouts even if she interrogated this punk. She was very easy to talk to and would leave everything to fate. Just like right now, she simply didn't expect to find Yubation's son by coming to the Steamed Bun Festival to join in the fun. Who knew if Yubadian would also come to the Steamed Bun Festival tomorrow to join in the fun? Jojo actually knew that this possibility was quite low. Miss Chow expressionlessly turned around. Everyone was taken aback when they saw the little stoic's exquisite and beautiful face at first glance. But when they saw her stoic face, they couldn't help but twitch their mouths again and again. The little girl in front of him looked serious, but in fact, she was a black-hearted person. Look, look, look. It was as if the little fellow who beat someone up and almost couldn't pull him out of the window wasn't her at all. There was no need to mention how indifferent his expression was. Hey, wait. The owner of the pleasure boat was the beautiful woman. She couldn't help but walk forward and reach out to block the little girl's path. Miss, you didn't say anything and jumped on our boat. Look at this and that. You've smashed a hole in my boat. Do you still want me to do business? What do you think we should do? The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but secretly give this woman a thumbs up. The little lady looked like a savage, but she dared to go up and demand compensation. As expected, she was a formidable character. Arbor coldly stared at her for a long time, causing the woman's heart to pound uncontrollably. She suddenly asked, "How much?" "Ah? How much?" Arbor looked at the woman like she was looking at an idiot. Didn't she ask for compensation? He waited for her to make a bid but didn't say anything. If he wasn't an idiot, then what was? Why did it feel so tiring to talk to someone? 500 spirit coins. This woman originally wanted to shout out a sky-high price of 5,000 spirit coins or something to make this stoic-faced little girl bleed. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he saw the little girl's dark and bottomless eyes looking at him. He couldn't help but twist his tongue and shout out a real price. Arbor nodded and took out a small pouch from his inner world. The woman's complexion instantly turned for the better, and she reached out to accept it with a smile. However, Xiaomu retracted her hand and opened the bag herself. She counted out the money one by one, and after counting up to 500 spirit coins, she closed the bag tightly. The woman was speechless. You even F***King counted them one by one. Why don't you go to heaven and pinch them? This little girl didn't seem like someone who lacked money. Who would have thought that she would be so stingy? After the little fellow finished counting the money, he threw the cloth bag into his inner world and turned around to fly back to his ship. She looked up and happened to see the large ship with the Qin Estates emblem. On the third deck of the ship, the white-clothed youth who had previously treated her like a rag was staring at her without blinking. What was he looking at? When Miss Chow thought of the Omega Kotoku, she felt sick of it and didn't have a good impression of the people from the Qin estate. Especially this youth, who kept looking at her with a disdainful gaze just now. He was simply crazy. Arbor didn't like him in her heart, and her stoic face became even more expressionless. She lifted her eyelids and swept a glance over before looking away. Little miss, you didn't lose out on this 500 spirit coins. The woman was still grumbling over there, but Arbor already couldn't be bothered to listen to her. She flew away from Miss Meng's pleasure boat and jumped straight back to her own official boat. She had just steadied herself when Mo Lian walked onto the deck, followed by the serious-looking Fong Su, who was holding food, and the ever-smiling eunuch Hu and his entourage. Everyone was holding a steaming hot dish in their hands, and the aroma wafted over. Arbor immediately ran over with quick steps, and her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Eat." Mo Lian was secretly amused. She walked up and reached out to grab her little hand. "What were you doing outside just now?" "What did I do?" "I didn't do anything." The little fellow pulled him to sit down at the table and blinked with an "I'm especially obedient" expression. "Then what did Fong Su say?" "Did you run over to the opposite boat to cause trouble?" "Fong Su, Your Highness, is it good for you to cheat your subordinate like this? Is there a master who would sell out his subordinate without a second word like you?" Arbor cast a glance at Fong Su, and the latter instantly felt chilly and sinister gusts of wind. He kept feeling a sense of dread rising in his heart. He wouldn't be unlucky, right? "I saw an acquaintance, so I went over to say hello. It didn't take long either. It's delicious." Arbor took the fish soup that he scooped for her and drank half a bowl. She felt warm all over and the taste was extremely good. She hurriedly handed the bowl over to him for another bowl. The corner of Fong Su's mouth silently twitched. Half a quarter of an hour ago, he came up to the deck to take a look. At that time, the Crown Princess was clearly on the opposite deck, and she beat up an unlucky man. The Crown Princess's way of greeting was really special. Fong Su wanted to chuckle, but when he saw the little girl's eyes staring at him, he didn't know why, but he couldn't bring himself to laugh. Look at how terrified he was. A big man like him was defeated in front of a little girl. It's Yubation's second son. He's such a coward. Arbor snorted. I can't be bothered to lower myself to his level. Fong Su said in his heart, if you had the same level of knowledge as other people, would that unlucky fellow still be alive? Is the Qin Estates ship next to us? The Crown Prince reached out to hold her small hand as he asked in a soft voice. Arbor nodded. Ignore him. Arbor nodded again. Of course, she wouldn't bother with them for no reason. She still didn't want to see Omega Kotoku. Early the next morning, Xiaomu was woken up by the clamorous laughter in the corridor outside. Moving his little arm, the little fellow opened his eyes and saw his husband's handsome features right in front of him. He immediately felt that his beautiful day had begun. Have you seen enough yet? Mo Lian opened his eyes with a grin. Because he had just woken up, his voice was still a bit gloomy and hoarse. Not enough. The little girl shook her head vigorously, causing the man to laugh in a low voice. By the time the two of them started to dawdle, an hour had already passed. After washing up, Arbor pulled his hand and walked towards the deck of the ship. Let's go and see the results of last night. Mo Lian raised his brows slightly. Results? Arbor nodded her small head. That's right. I threw a lot of beads into the river last night. If there are no accidents, today's harvest would definitely be bountiful. The little girl's eyes lit up. Mo Lian held her little hand and smiled as they walked to the deck together. He said in a low voice, yesterday, that kid from the Yu family didn't stay here. He ran away with his tail between his legs. Arbor nodded. Don't bother about him. He's just an unloved fellow. He's completely useless. Thinking about how she had to compensate him with 500 spirit coins last night, Miss Chiao couldn't help but feel her teeth ache. If not for the fact that she was in the wrong last night, let's see if she would compensate him. Mo Lian looked down at her lively little expression and couldn't help but chuckle. He leaned in and kissed her ear. Jojo, your little expression is very interesting. Arbor was expressionless. She looked up at Prince Mo and snorted softly at him. As they spoke, a commotion could be heard from the deck of the ship outside. When Arbor walked up to her deck, she realized that the ship opposite her was already filled with people. At this moment, he was pointing at the river and shouting excitedly, Wow, I see a school of fish so early in the morning. This is really a good sign. Who knows, maybe we can get first place in this steamed bun festival? Hey, little brother over there, wake up. Can you not talk in your sleep in broad daylight? Get first place? It'll be good enough if you can get into the top 10. Why are there so many fish circling around here and not leaving? Arbor thought that of course they wouldn't leave. She didn't throw in so many pearls and bracelets that smelled of medicine last night for nothing. Jojo? Emolien's eyes brightened. He looked at his little wife and whispered into her ear, "These ingredients are quite fresh. Bring them back to Fish Orchid Planet in batches to raise them." She just felt that there were too few fish in the waters of Fish Orchid Planet. Her Lien indeed understood her intentions. He knew what she was going to do after she made a fuss. Cough. Miss Chow expressionlessly took out a storage talisman and swiftly threw it into the air. The talisman's energy expanded, and the school of fish in the river was sucked into the talisman. Needless to say, this scene was truly stunning. The people on the nearby boats all gasped and asked in a trembling voice, "What is she doing?" "Collecting fish, oh my god. Wasn't this too excessive?" Looking at the fishes entering the storage talisman like a string of beads, everyone almost forgot how to speak in that instant. The visual effect was too shocking. "I have a storage talisman with me. Mother, looking at this situation, this storage talisman isn't a blue talisman, right? I also want to buy a storage talisman, but it's a pity that it can't even be sold on the black market. Damn it." While everyone was prattling on and on, Xiaomu had already collected all the fish that had gathered here into her storage talisman without batting an eyelid or skipping a beat in her heart. At this moment, everyone saw clearly. This little girl who had taken out a storage talisman and openly collected such a large school of fish was the little fellow who had jumped onto Miss Meng's boat to beat her up last night. Last night, the sky was dark and hazy, so it wasn't very clear. Today, under the rising sun and separated by the surging river, the sky was blue and the waves were blue. Oh my god, this little girl's face was a little too beautiful. The plain-clothed man beside her was also a rare handsome man in the divine continent. That's 2F** King shameless. How could this little girl be so shameless as to take in such a large school of fish all by herself? Ow, ow, they were envious and jealous. She could have shared some with them. Not to mention the onlookers on the pleasure boat, even the boatmen on the boat were so envious that their eyes turned red. Heavens, there were so many fish. Those who relied on fishing for a living had probably never seen such a large shoal of fish swimming around the river in their entire lives. What was even more pitiful was that those who had secretly caught 2 or 3 fish on the boat and were still happy, turned around and saw that so many fish had been taken away by others with great generosity. With this comparison, it was definitely a critical hit of 10,000 points. They were heartbroken. To think that they had been so smug earlier. They had brought their own fishing gear and caught a few fish, but in the blink of an eye, someone else had taken all the fish. The boatman stopped rowing and fought to be the first to snatch a few fish at the last moment. However, the little girl's movements were extremely fast, and in a flash, she had collected all the fish in the area. "We can still take in another wave at night," the little girl said to Emolian as her eyes curved. This was why she had not directly scattered the powder last night, but had stuffed the powder into a bead and thrown it into the water. According to her calculations, she would be able to take in another wave at night and another wave the next morning. After that, the powder would basically disperse. If she directly scattered the powder, she would only be able to take in one wave. It was not worth it. She hoped that there would be a school of fish in her orchid sea, big and small. Just thinking about it made her want to eat. Later, she would ask Lien to make Jojo fried, steamed, and stir-fried everything. Everyone stared at the little girl as she beat her chest and stomped her feet. Then, the little girl pulled the man beside her and turned to walk back into the cabin. When they returned to the cabin for breakfast, Arbor took the time to return to Fish Orchid Planet and release the school of fish from the storage talisman into the sea. Looking at the colorful fish jumping around in the water and swimming in all directions, Miss Chow felt a sense of accomplishment. Regardless of whether it was a fish in a river or in the sea, she would be able to raise them all on her Fish Orchid Planet. Her orchid sea was rich in spiritual chi, and it was not comparable to the ordinary sea areas outside. Arbor couldn't help but feel happy when he thought about how he would be able to eat fish slices and porridge in the future, which were all good things with spiritual energy and could even nourish his body. The two of them quickly finished their breakfast and turned around to walk towards the entrance of the corridor, hand in hand. At this time, many people had already gathered at the entrance. Most of them were spectators, but there were also some who were here to participate in the competition. Every participant had a red headscarf tied around their heads, making them easy to recognize. This year's champion is the ghost grass. No wonder there are so many more people signing up this year. The ghost grass's medicinal properties are overbearing. It's used to cure all sorts of negative states. I heard that if it's made into a ghost plant pill, one will be immune to all kinds of status talismans used by talisman masters during battle. It's effective for up to half an hour. It's really amazing. No wonder it's so popular. The problem is that if a low-level pill master were to make this kind of herb that's close to the divine level, it would be a waste of God's gift. Hey, look, that kid is here. Damn, isn't that Wang Yan, last year's second place? He still dares to come? Our Weishi branch manager has already announced that he's disqualified from the competition. Arbor looked over curiously and saw the young man named Wang Yan who was being pointed at. He looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. He had an ordinary face, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. Wang Yan, why are you here? A busybody laughed and mocked. The president of the Weishi Pill Guild has already given the order to not allow you to participate in the Mantu Festival. What's wrong with you? You don't take the president's words seriously. The crowd burst into laughter. Who knows, maybe Wang Yan is still thinking of getting first place. After all, he was only half a step away from getting first place last year. That's right, last year's winner ate 818 mantus, while Wang Yan ate 799, ha ha ha. But last year's champion died the next day after he went back. That's right. I told him not to work so hard, but he didn't listen to me. Wang Yan, last year your digestion pills were only a third of his. That's why you lost, right? Did you prepare enough digestion pills this year? Hey, aren't you joking? I already said that he doesn't have the right to participate. That's right. After all, the biggest supporter of the Manta Festival is our Weishi Pill Guild. If not for the Weishi Pill Guild providing money and herbs every year, how could the Manta Festival be held so smoothly for so many years? This was equivalent to the Weishi Pill Guild sponsoring an event to gain popularity. To put it bluntly, this amount of resources was nothing to the Weishi Pill Guild. While the crowd was talking, they were gloating over Wang Yan's misfortune and looked at him with evil intentions. However, this young man was as calm as an old monk. His face did not show any expression as he walked towards the competition venue amidst the crowd's mocking laughter. Pill Master, he is here. Pill Master, he. Someone called out and the crowd burst into an uproar again. This time, it was different from the mocking and ridiculing of Wang Yan. When the crowd saw the young, handsome, and elegant Pill Master they all flattered him and laughed. Pill Master he is also participating in this event this time. Ah, the warrior behind Pill Master he looks so strong. He can definitely eat 30 mantus in one go. This year's first place will definitely be Pill Master he. Arbor, don't you guys have any shame? She didn't come here to watch them flatter each other and talk nonsense. The little girl pulled a long face and snapped at the referees, are we still going to compete or not? What a load of nonsense. It's almost time for lunch. It was really annoying to dawdle about doing something. Everyone was speechless. However, the little girl was mixed in with the crowd. When everyone turned around, not everyone could see her. A middle-aged man, who was in charge of hosting the Steamed Bun Festival, cleared his throat and said, "All right, I believe everyone can't wait any longer. Our Steamed Bun Festival has officially begun. We'll split it into 2 projects. Today is a mantu eating contest. I'm sure everyone knows the rules, so I won't go into detail. In short, within the time limit, every bun you eat will add 1 point, and every pill you eat in the bun will add 100 points. The second event tomorrow is the steamed bun wrapping competition. The requirement this time is that the pill in the bun must be a detoxification pill. When the time comes, we will be responsible for giving out 30 or so people with various symptoms of poisoning. If we save 1 person, we will add 10 points. The person with the highest score in the 2 events will win. Make up for yesterday's update, and add another update. Today's update was still at night. The little girl was speechless. She felt that this competition was a joke. If it was a pill competition, then it was a pill competition. Why did you have to make people eat steamed buns? Furthermore, they had to eat so many steamed buns. Last year, someone even died from eating them. could it be that if the pill was not eaten in the steamed buns, it would lose its effect? That can't be right. Is there a second event this year? I feel that this competition is getting more and more complicated. Yes. I remember that 5 or 6 years ago, it was just a simple steamed bun eating competition. It was jointly organized by a few rich families in the city to help the poor. The prize for the first place was 5,000 spirit coins. Yes, I remember that too. At most, they would put some chili oil in the steamed buns to make the young lads cry out in pain. Things have changed with the passage of time. Ever since the people from Weishi branch took over this event, it has become more and more lively. It is also more inclined towards the pill competition. That's right. The prize for the first place at Weishi branch is 50,000. It is 10 times the amount, and there are also precious herbs as rewards. How can the pill refiners not scramble for it? Let me tell you, this is the cleverness of Weishi branch. By organizing this event, they can also attract a group of skilled pill refiners. Most of the people who were invited would go along with the flow and join the pill house. Who would be like Wang Yan, who did not know how to appreciate favors and was blacklisted by the pill house in the end? Furthermore, those rich pill refiners do not need to participate in the competition themselves. For example, Pill Master, he just found a silly big guy to compete with. He only needed to provide good quality digestion pills at the end so that the big guy could stand until the end. The pill refiner who won the first place last year must have a hole in his head to compete. In the end, he killed himself. I feel that the pill refiner did not have a hole in his head. He was just too overconfident. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. The competition started amidst the lively chatter and laughter. Under the protection of Fong Su and the rest, Miss Chow pulled Prince Mo to the front of the crowd to watch this unique event. There were more than 100 people participating in the competition. They were divided into more than 10 groups. Each group had a hard-working judge who held a book and was responsible for keeping track of everyone's numbers. Miss Chow couldn't help but feel that this was really a bunch of idiots doing stupid things. Suddenly, a chubby young man raised his right hand excitedly while spitting out bread crumbs. Dan. Medicinal pills. Medicinal pills. Pills. F***ck, someone ate a medicinal pill right from the start. The middle-aged man hosting the competition revealed a sweet smile. In this competition, pills aren't the only thing. Every time you eat a medicinal pill, you'll get an additional 100 points. Everyone, do your best. As soon as he said that, the group of people who were eating the steamed buns seemed to have gone crazy. They rushed into the pile of steamed buns, grabbed one in each hand, and crazily stuffed them into their mouths. The referee at the side had to keep an eye on the 10 contestants, so he could only run around and shout excitedly, "This contestant number 3 is already eating his 18th steamed bun." Contestant 19 was even more impressive. He was already stuffing the 22nd steamed bun. Oh my God, everyone, look. This contestant number 16 is about to die. He's starting to eat digestive pills. Miss Chow was speechless. Mo Lian could not help but laugh. Miss Chow watched the farce in front of her and the corners of her mouth curled up. Finally, she could not help but laugh out loud. This group of jokers was too hilarious, watching them climb up the 3-meter-tall mountain of steamed buns and fight to be the first to stuff the buns into their mouths. Miss Chow couldn't help but want to laugh. Too hilarious, this competition. Little did she know that the crown prince was all smiles as he lowered his head to look at her, laughing to her heart's content, his eyes rippling with a faint smile. Who came up with this competition? Prince Mo pretended to ask casually. Fong Su bowed at the side and said, "It's the manager of the Weishi branch of the pill house, right? I heard that his surname is Wang. He's a pretty good talent." Mo Lian nodded with an indifferent expression, but the smile in his eyes couldn't be concealed. He reached out to hold the little girl's small hand and looked at her, laughing heartily. His heart was filled with joy. Look, his Jojo was laughing so happily. Wasn't this just a talent? He even made his wife laugh so much. Fong Su's mouth twitched fiercely. Was His Highness praising Manager Wang? Wasn't that right? Wasn't that right? He couldn't be wrong. Manager Wang was such a joker. Calling him a talent? Forget it, Fong Su was a middle-aged single dog. He was completely unable to understand the Crown Prince's joy at this moment. The Crown Prince was rather happy at this moment. There was no other reason. His wife was happy. His wife was smiling. He was naturally very happy. His little wife was usually very cold. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the number of times she smiled could be counted with one's fingers. It was rare to see her smile like this. It was really too adorable. The Crown Prince's heart was brimming with love. He reached out to hold his wife's small waist and very considerately reached out to gently stroke her back to help her breathe. Then, he raised his hand to point at the mountain of steamed buns and shouted, "Jojo, Jojo, look at that person. He's rolling down from the mountain of steamed buns. Jojo, Jojo, look. That guy is eating steamed buns left and right until he's vomiting. He's even vomiting on someone else's head. Does he still want to recover? Ha 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 ha." Miss Chow felt that it would have been better if the Crown Prince didn't explain. Once he did, she wanted to laugh even more. It was too funny. This messy situation in front of them. Words like these attracted the attention of the surrounding people to the man who was gloating. Even if we were laughing at those fools in our hearts, we wouldn't dare to say it out loud. Fong Su's face was taut, and his solemn expression suddenly cracked a little. "Crown Prince, can you not be so eye-catching?" Prince Mo couldn't be bothered with other people's gazes. He only glanced at his wife in his arms. He felt that when the little fellow smiled, the entire winter day became brighter, sweeping away the heavy atmosphere from before. Although the surroundings were withered, it was inexplicably gorgeous like a mountain flower. His Jojo was happy. That was great. Clang! A man with a bronze hammer struck the gong. The middle-aged host's fast-paced voice rang out, "Good, good, good. Rest for 3 minutes. If you don't have enough digestive pills, you can go to the site to buy some." Wretch, the sound of vomiting drowned out the host's voice. Everyone was speechless. "Don't King throw up here. If you vomit like this, who will be able to eat later, you clown? Hurry up and take them away, take them away." After a round of commotion, the 2 vomiting youths were carried away. Miss Chow laughed heartily. The surrounding crowd also couldn't help but laugh wildly. Every time there was a steamed bun festival, they always felt like their lives were going to be shortened. They felt like they were going to die from laughter. Pillmaster he rushed forward as if he was flying. He even brought 3 or 4 people with him to form a small team. At this moment, he helped the burly man who was retching to the side. One handed him a face towel, another used professional techniques to massage his stomach, and another took out 2 digestive pills from a bottle and gave them to the burly man. Come, come, swallow it. Swallow him. How do you feel, how do you feel? Do your best. Do your best. Stay in first place, you can do it. Pillmaster he cheered the burly man on, his nervous expression showing through his words. Damn, just for a piece of ghost grass, Miss Chow turned around and buried her head in the Crown Prince's embrace. She tugged at his clothes and laughed until her entire body twitched. The Crown Prince smiled and rubbed the back of her head. Jojo, let's stay for one more day. We'll leave after watching the second event tomorrow. He had a premonition that tomorrow's steamed bun wrapping competition would definitely be filled with amusing people. It would definitely make Jojo laugh. Fong Su's mouth twitched. Why did they have to stay for one more night? Digestive pills, who has digestive pills? I want to buy them. A loud shout was heard. Following that was a mocking laughter. Hey, Wang Yan, your companion's expression seems to be very ugly. Don't tell me he's going to explode from overeating. TSK, the moment you participate in the competition, you'll be in second place forever. You can't change that, can you? Shut up. Wang Yan coldly glared at the man. He then looked at the surrounding crowd. Everyone. Is there anyone selling digestive pills? I'll buy them all. Digestive pills were not rare pills. Immediately, 2 or 3 people raised their hands and offered to sell them. However, the price was very high. This digestive pill was only a middle-grade pill. In the middle 6 prefectures, it was at most 5,000 spirit coins for one pill. However, in the divine continent, where everything was expensive, and under this kind of competition atmosphere, people would naturally raise the price. No one was a fool. Who wouldn't want to earn this kind of quick money? In any case, every time before the steamed bun festival, many people would head to the pill house 3 months in advance to stock up on digestive pills. However, the digestive pill was indeed a hot commodity. Sometimes, even if one went to all the pill shops in Weishi City, one might not even be able to buy a few digestive pills. Those with good business acumen had already stocked up at home, waiting to make a big profit today. 20,000 spirit coins for one. The bidder stretched out 2 fingers. Wang Yan's face instantly turned ugly. 20,000 spirit coins was indeed too expensive. He would have to support himself for a long time. At the very least, he would need to stock up on 5 digestive pills. That would cost him 100,000 spirit coins. You can also give me spirit stones. 20 spirit stones. Aren't you going to rob them? Someone shouted indignantly. Even a fool knew that spirit stones were precious. 20 spirit stones were far more valuable than 20,000 spirit coins. Who would use spirit stones to exchange for a middle-grade medicinal pill like the digestive pill? There's no need to snatch it. This is the price of my digestion pills. Buy it or leave it. Wang Yan sighed and reached out to support his friend. Brother Ge, I think we should just forget about this competition. The price of the digestive pill had been soaring every year. This year's price was so expensive that it made people lose all desire to buy it. There was no other way. Because of the high demand for the digestive pill, the herbs used to make it were all snatched up in the surrounding forests. Now, there was a serious shortage in the market. With the lack of ingredients, it was naturally impossible to make more digestive pills. As a result, the price of the digestive pills rose rapidly every year. This year's supply of ingredients could no longer keep up with the demand for digestive pills. A young man beside Wang Yan suddenly cried out in fear, "Good upang, good upang." Wang Yan looked down and saw that the man beside him had his eyes tightly shut. His face was pale and his body was trembling slightly. He ate too much. He must take the digestive pill immediately. Wang Yan was shocked and hurriedly shouted to the person who offered the highest price, I'll buy one. Unexpectedly, that person shrugged and said, I'm sorry, the price is different from before. It's 30,000 for one pill. Wang Yan's expression became more and more unsightly. He looked at the other people who wanted to sell the digestive pills. Unexpectedly, those people had discussed beforehand and would only raise the price instead of lowering the price. Thus, Wang Yan was in a tragic situation. Friend, I only have 20,000 spirit coins on me. How about this, I'll give you 20,000 spirit coins first and later, don't talk about later. We're not that close. Who knows if you'll run away in the middle of the transaction? Who will take the rest of the money from me? Wang Yan's face was filled with anger as he clenched his fists tightly. However, Good Upang's life was in danger and he could only lower his head and admit defeat. Little Chow, let's pull together the spirit coins we have and buy a digestive pill for your brother Go. Hey! Come buy it from me. At this moment, a crisp voice interrupted the crowd's sighs. Wang Yan turned around and saw a porcelain doll with exquisite features waving its little hand at him. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel excited. Wang Yan walked forward and asked, Miss, you also have digestive pills? Yes. Of course, Arbor wouldn't tell him about the ultimate pills like the digestive pill. She had used them when she was still in the early stages of refining pills to train her proficiency in refining pills. Now, the middle-grade pills in her inner world were piled up in a corner like a small mountain. They weren't of much use. Now that her alchemy skills had risen, things like middle-rank medicinal pills were simply not of any use to her. I don't know the price, 10,000. The little girl stretched out her little finger. 10,000 spirit coins for one. Wang Yan hurriedly nodded, thank you miss, thank you. I'll take it. The little girl nodded and casually took out a handful of digestive pills from her inner world. She casually spread them out in her palm, even skipping the bottle. How many do you want? Yes, I want 2, no, 3, I want 3. It was so cheap that Wang Yan was so excited that his face turned red. He hurriedly turned to his companion and said, "Little Chow, let's pool our money together and buy 3 digestive pills for your brother Go." "All right." Little Chow had no objections and just nodded. The onlookers were no longer calm. Especially those who had seen the little girl collect so many fish with the storage talisman in the morning, they couldn't help but make a fuss. Where did this girl come from? Not only does he have a rare item like the storage talisman, but he also has a handful of digestive pills. That's right, that's right. She didn't even blink when she took out the digestive pills. Arbor took the 30,000 spirit coins and gave Wang Yan 3 pills. Following that, Arbor raised his head and looked at the surrounding people who were eyeing him covetously. He raised his hand and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to buy?" 12,000 for 1 pill. 12,000 was also cheap, so an alchemist immediately walked over, wanting to buy the pills in her hand. In less than 5 minutes, Miss Chiao's stockpile of over 200 digestive pills was sold out. The surrounding people had long been petrified, and they all looked at the little girl in front of them as if they were looking at a monster. "Miss, you've been stockpiling since 3 years ago, right?" An old man at the side seemed to have discovered the truth and said with a rueful expression. How far-sighted, during the Manta festival 3 years ago, digestive pills weren't so popular. If he had started hoarding digestion pills at that time, he would have more than 200 of them by now. Arbor was speechless. She couldn't be bothered to talk to him, who started stockpiling these worthless things 3 years ago. When she was a mid-grade alchemist, she used a small stew pot to practice her skills every day. After putting away the 2.5 million spirit coins, Miss Chiao raised her head to look at the grinning Mo Lian, and her eyes curved slightly. "Eat." "Okay. Then we'll go back." Mo Lian's smile widened. Holding the little fellow's hand, the two of them turned and were about to leave when they saw a group of people walking over from the entrance of the corridor. The white-clothed youth in the lead was looking at Arbor with his cold eyes. When he saw Arbor's appearance clearly, a trace of indifference flashed through his eyes. Miss Chiao was expressionless, having already recognized that person from the Qin estate. However, the two of them had never met before, and there was no need for them to meet now. Linga jogged along beside her young master. Following her young master's gaze, she also couldn't help but look up at Arbor. He was a little stunned by the little girl's beauty, but that was all. Thinking of how his young master hated women, he hurriedly followed a few more steps. Suddenly, a soft and pleasantly surprised voice was heard. "Fifth brother." A young girl dressed in pink ran out from the crowd. Her small face was filled with shyness as she looked at the white-clothed youth. Like a butterfly flying through flowers, she ran in front of the Qin estate's 5th young master. 5th young master Qin's aloof expression fiercely changed, and his handsome face instantly seemed to distort. He hastily retreated a step, and his eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness and fury. "Kill her." Arbor, these words sounded very familiar, but they made her feel very unhappy. Behind the 5th young master, a black shadow immediately leaped out. Like a killing machine, it stretched out its big hands like iron pincers and twisted the pink-dressed girl's slender neck. The pink-clothed young girl looked at 5th young master Qin in bewilderment. She wanted to struggle, but her hands were powerlessly hanging down. Her eyes were filled with fear, as if she had not expected that her devotion to him would be exchanged for such an outcome. Seeing that the young girl was about to lose her life on the spot, another calm woman's voice was heard from outside the crowd. "Please stop." A woman with a long face and fair complexion squeezed out from the crowd leisurely in her long skirt and calmly stood 10 steps away from the 5th young master. This woman was extremely beautiful, with almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks, and her entire body exuded a trace of calm and dignified aura. She wore a light yellow gauze skirt with gold silk, and her hair was simply coiled into a young girl's bun. She only used an extremely precious jasper hairpin to hold her hair in place. She looked simple yet generous, and she carried a good complexion. The young girl was only 16 or 17 years old. She looked worriedly at the pink-clothed young girl whose neck was being grabbed and hastily said, "Fifth young master, please forgive her. My younger sister is insensible. Please let her off this time. In the future, she definitely won't dare to be so impudent in front of you, fifth young master." Fifth young master Qin glanced coldly at that girl. "You are the Mu family's eldest miss, Mu Rochuan?" This was an affirmative sentence. Evidently, the fifth young master also knew this Miss Mu Rochuan. It was just that knowing him was one thing, and giving him face was another matter altogether. Everyone was from the capital's great family clans, and they would more or less meet a few times at palace banquets or prestigious gatherings. Rather, it was Arbor who glanced at those two girls when he heard the words Mu family and turned his head away with a light snort. Yes, the one you want to kill is my younger sister, Mu Ruyan, Mu Rochuan said neither humbly nor overbearingly. These words clearly pointed out Mu Ruyan's identity and left the Qin family's fifth son to consider it himself. Kill? Just wait to become enemies with the entire Mu family. If he didn't kill her, then they could still be friends when they met again. Moreover, this matter was originally an extremely small matter, so fifth young master Qin was clearly making a mountain out of a molehill. Of course, if it weren't for her family clan, Mu Rochuan simply wouldn't care about her love-struck concubine sister. She rushed up to curry favor like a fool and ended up getting slapped in the face by the man in front of everyone. A concubine's daughter who couldn't be brought to the table was just a fool. Mu Ruyan was extremely aggrieved at this time. Of course, she knew fifth young master Qin. In her impression, it was still at that flower banquet hosted by the madam of the National Security Agency 3 months ago. At that time, fifth young master Qin was as handsome as a banished immortal, and his superb zither skills were astonishing. He was refined, courteous, cultured, and refined, and she had also met him once at that time. Moreover, he even smiled politely at her at that time. Who knew that when they met again, it would be like this? He actually personally said that he wanted to kill her. Mu Ruyan felt that her heart had already shattered into dregs at this moment. The hair festival competition was still ongoing, but a small portion of people's gazes were currently attracted by these handsome men and beautiful women. Many people looked curiously in fifth young master Qin's direction. Arbor, Mo Lian, and the others were blocked by Qin Wu's group at the entrance, so they couldn't walk over for the time being. Thus, they stood to the side and watched the show with indifferent expressions. Miss Xiao was screaming in her heart, hit, 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 Mo Lian couldn't help but want to laugh. She lowered her head and whispered in her ear, "Are you trying to stir up trouble?" Sir Jojo was expressionless. He lifted his chin slightly to show him his stoic face, indicating that he did not have such thoughts. What a little cutie. Let's hurry back to the boat and kiss her. Prince Mo's eyes flashed as he grabbed Jojo's hand and took 2 steps forward. Fifth young master Qin suddenly sneered. So what if she's from the Mu family? So be it. Cough, cough. Mu Ruyan cried in grief and indignation. She really couldn't understand why the gentle and refined fifth young master had changed so much. Wait. Faint anxiety flitted across Mu Roxian's face. She wasn't worried that her stepsister would be killed by the Qin family. Instead, she was worried that her stepsister's death would be unclear and that she would be reprimanded by her father when she returned. After all, this Mu Ruyan was considered her father's treasure. Fifth young master, please calm your anger. It's my sister who is insensible. Please let her go. The Mu family is willing to compensate. Fifth Qin gazed coldly at Mu Roxian. What if this young master doesn't agree? Not everyone has to give face to your Mu family. Arbor cheered inwardly, looking like she was watching a show. Hurry up and fight. So much nonsense. She remembered that Master had told her that one had to be fast in taking the initiative to subdue the enemy. Talking too much nonsense definitely wouldn't lead to a good outcome. If one still wasted words on whether to kill or not, then it was very likely that the enemy would counterattack. She had always kept these words in mind and didn't dare to forget their origins. But now, both sides had been in a deadlock for almost half an incense stick's worth of time without any movement. Arbor rolled her eyes and stealthily tugged at the crown prince's sleeve. The crown prince lowered his head to glance at her and patted her small head. You find it annoying? Then let's go. Presumably, there wasn't much to see in this liveliness. Arbor thought so too. Rather than wasting time here and watching them dawdle about whether to fight or not, they might as well return to the ship to rest. Prince Mo signaled with his eyes, and Fong Su led his men in the direction of the 5 young masters, saying along the way, "Make way, make way." Right at this time, Mu Ruyan suddenly made her move. Her movements were extremely fast as a shadow flashing by. She had already arrived in front of that hidden guard from the Qin estate and flung an attack talisman over at extreme speed. However, that hidden guard from the Qin estate wasn't an ordinary person. He didn't even bat an eyelid when he saw the attack talisman approaching, nor was he too shocked. A spirit saber abruptly jumped out of his conscious and cut off the attack talisman's power with a whoosh. Mu Royan knew that this fellow before her wasn't so easy to deal with. At the same time that she flung out the attack talisman, she had already summoned her contracted spiritual beast, the heavenly Cyan spirit fire python. The python suddenly occupied a large space at the entrance of the corridor, scaring all the onlookers into running into the corridor. In this way, they would truly occupy the entrance. Seeing that they had really started fighting, Arbor wasn't in a hurry to pull Mo Lian back to the ship. She also wanted to see how strong this Mu family's eldest miss was. From the looks of it, her talisman crafting level had probably entered the yellow level. She should be 16 years old this year. From the perspective of a normal person, for her to step into the ranks of a yellow level symbol master at the age of 16, she was absolutely a genius among geniuses. She was fully deserving of the title of the Mu clan's genius eldest young miss. Her outstanding elder brother, Mu Xingchen, might not have been as good as her when he was 16 years old. But that was because there was no comparison. If there was no comparison, then there would be no harm. Most people in the Mu family did not know of the existence of Arbor, so in their eyes, the eldest daughter of the Mu family, Mu Roxuan, was definitely at the peak of the younger generation of the Mu family. But now, Arbor was back. Arbor set foot on the land of Divine Land. Arbor's appearance would immediately break the record of being the youngest black-level symbol master in the history of the Mu family. Bang! Mu Roxuan's 2 fireballs were blocked by the Qin estate's secret guards. The Qin estate's secret guards didn't summon their contracted spiritual beasts, so everyone understood. This was definitely because the eldest daughter of the Mu family's heavenly Cyan spirit fire python was more powerful than his contracted spiritual beast. If he summoned it, it would be instantly killed by the python. Perhaps he would even suffer a backlash from his contracted spiritual beast being injured. But because of this, the secret guard quickly fell into a disadvantageous position against 2 opponents. However, the secret guard didn't reveal any anxious or fearful expression. Instead, he calmly took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his pocket and swallowed one. Soon, his undulating spiritual energy surged, and his speed became crazily fast. The spirit saber in his hand was covered in a layer of frightening earth spiritual power. As the saber slashed down, everyone felt the corridor's entrance shake. The stone bricks on the ground were also lifted up and smashed towards Mu Roxian's face like a dragon. Mu Roxian gritted her teeth, but her hand speed was still very fast. Taking advantage of the celestial azure spirit fire python's entanglement with the Qin estate's hidden guard, she pulled that eyesore of a concubine's sister over and ruthlessly pushed her back without any mercy. Mu Royan was pushed to the ground and fell in a sorry state. After being frightened like this, she didn't care about her face and immediately burst into tears. Mu Roxian frowned and felt a wave of irritation in her heart. She already knew that this concubine's sister didn't do things properly and didn't have any brains, but she really didn't expect that she would be able to make her lose face in public. If it wasn't for her father's order for her to bring this concubine's sister to Weishi City to handle some matters, she definitely wouldn't have brought her along. She was annoyed just by looking at her. She was only a year younger than her and was already an adult of marriageable age, but she still acted like a child. Of all the people she could provoke, she chose to provoke the Qin estate. The Qin estate was the family that her Mu family didn't want to become enemies with the most. If she offended the Qin estate, who knew if they would cut off their supply of pills in the future? At that time, Mu Royan's sin would be great. Therefore, although Mu Roxian was anxious to save this brainless concubine's sister, she didn't dare to kill that hidden guard. Now that the other person had taken the pills and his spiritual power was surging, she was restrained and almost swept away by the other party's spiritual power several times. Her complexion slowly became unsightly. She didn't want to become enemies with the Qin estate, but that didn't mean that she, the Mu family's eldest miss, was afraid of them. Mu Roxian clenched her teeth and took out several defensive talismans from her sleeves. They revolved around her body and released defensive power at the same time. At the same time, 4 to 5 offensive talismans and body-securing talismans were thrown over, breaking apart the other party's body. The Qin estate's hidden guards figure clearly paused for a moment. Mu Roxuan took advantage of this opening and untied the gauze feather immortal silk from her waist. Without another word, she slapped it towards the Qin estate's hidden guard's face. The shadow guard's face was instantly hit. Pa! His face was slapped red from the Luo Yu immortal silk spiritual power. The 5th young master stared coldly at Mu Roxuan. Mu Roxuan scolded, "Are you still not going to stop?" She didn't want to offend the Qin estate too much, but she also didn't want to ruin the Mu family's prestige when she was outside. Moreover, her cerulean spirit fire python had been covetously watching from the side. To be honest, it had not launched a fierce attack at all. Because the walkway was built on the river, she couldn't possibly destroy the walkway here and incur the wrath of the crowd. The Mu family would definitely not take the blame. Arbor looked at Mu Roxuan and snorted. She does have some brains. Unlike that fool who had collapsed on the ground and bawled loudly. Although she had been helped up by the Mu family's maidservant, there were still aggrieved teardrops hanging from the corners of her eyes. It was as if the Qin estate's 5th young master had wronged her. No wonder 5th Qin's complexion was becoming increasingly unsightly. Mu Roxuan cupped her fists and said, "5th young master, today's matter was my stepsister's rudeness. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to her level." For some reason, the 5th young master's complexion suddenly turned green. Immediately after, he very abruptly fell backward limply. "Young master." Shocked, Ling Gu hurriedly went up to support 5th young master Qin as she looked at her young master in horror. 5th Qin didn't expect that his illness would act up again here. This illness came with such ferocity that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. For a moment, his entire body turned ice-cold, and he couldn't stop trembling. Gritting his teeth, he firmly grabbed Ling Ji's hand and said, "Let's go." How could Ling Gu dare to hesitate? She quickly supported her young master's arm and signaled the hidden guard with her eyes. After supporting 5th young master, the group quickly turned and left. This time, there was no time to pursue Mu Royan's matter. Upon seeing this, Mu Roxian also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although she wasn't afraid of the Qin family's power, it would naturally be best if they didn't offend them. If they really offended the Qin estate, then the issue of medicinal pills would also be a huge headache for the Mu family. After all, that was the #1 medicinal patrician family. Arbor swept a glance at them and pursed his lips dispiritedly. Boring. They only fought for a short while and it's already over. She hadn't seen enough of the commotion. Poor Jojo. It was mainly because that youth's body was too weak. They hadn't even made a move on him, yet he had already collapsed first. It truly made one speechless. Was it really good for a youth's body to be so weak? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. A fair and tender hand tugged at her husband's sleeve. Although no expression could be discerned from Miss Chiao's stoic face, Mo Lian still miraculously sensed her wife's displeasure. Lowering her head and smiling at her, Mo Lian said softly, "I'll make something delicious for you when we get back." She then led her out of the corridor. But right at this moment, the maidservant beside Mu Royan looked at Arbor with a flicker in her eyes. She hurriedly whispered a few words into Mu Royan's ear. Mu Royan's originally pale face immediately glowed, and her eyes flickered as she asked softly, "Did you see clearly?" This servant saw it clearly. This servant arrived a bit earlier than the missus. At that time, the river was filled with shoals of fish, and it was that young lady who took out a storage talisman. The Mu family maidservant's eyes flickered as she looked at Xiao Mu, and she quickly explained to Mu Ruyan. Mu Royan's thoughts immediately moved. She saw that the plain-clothed woman pointed at by the servant girl was about to walk out of the corridor with a man. She hurriedly shouted from behind without thinking, "Hey, that girl, stop right there." Compared to Mu Royan, Mu Roxian was much more composed and elegant. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but glare at her angrily. "Don't cause any more trouble for me." She simply hated this concubine-born sister to death. She was unable to accomplish anything but was good at spoiling things. With her arrogant and peacock personality, sooner or later, she would bring disaster to the entire Mu family. "Big sister, what did I do?" Mu Royan was also angry with Mu Roxian. She thought in her heart that this Mu Rou Xian was truly evil. She clearly had the opportunity to rescue her from the Qin estate's secret guards, yet she just had to wait for so long, causing her to make a fool of herself in front of everyone. She would settle this score with her when she returned. Mu Rou Yan already bore a grudge against Mu Rou Xian in her heart. When she heard this, she only glanced coldly at her before ordering the maidservants beside her to clamor. Are they all dead? Go and stop them. A few Mu family maidservants rushed up and bared their fangs and brandished their claws to touch Arbor's arm. Unexpectedly, before they could get close, they were stopped by the cold-faced Fong Su, Eunuch Hu, and the others. Impudent. Eunuch Hu had been by the emperor's side for a long time and had unknowingly developed the aura of a superior. This kind of aura could not be seen with the naked eye, but one could feel it when standing beside them. With such a simple shout, the Mu family's maidservants were stunned. They shrunk their heads and withdrew their hands. Their gazes were somewhat frightened as they froze on the spot. Mu Rou Yan flung Mu Rou Xian's hand away and quickly walked forward, her gaze sweeping over Arbor. Suddenly, her gaze paused on Prince Mo. The man in front of her was truly magnificent. His appearance was outstanding, and it was hard not to notice him. However, his cold gaze and uncontrollable aura made Mu Rou Yan shrink her neck. Even if she wanted to, she did not have the guts to touch such a tyrannical man. Thinking about it, the Qin estate's fifth young master was gentle and handsome, with a good temperament. At this moment, Mu Rou Yan had probably forgotten about the fifth young master's coldness and ruthlessness towards her. She thought back to the fifth young master's gentle smile at the flower-admiring banquet hosted by Madame Gua. At that time, she suspected that she was flying in the sky. She could clearly feel the aura of the clouds and the wind. It was really too beautiful. Arbor sized up the woman in front of her. Seeing her idiotic expression, she could not help but ask, "What are you doing?" A good dog does not block the way. This woman had rushed forward after scolding her. With so many people surrounding them, it was obvious that she was up to no good. Arbor originally did not expect to clash with the Mu family so quickly. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. There were always blind Mu family members who came to provoke her. Since that was the case, she would beat them until they did not dare to bother her again. The little fellow secretly hooked her finger, preparing to summon the feral to attack. She heard Mu Rou Yan's idiotic voice say to her, "You. Hand over the storage talisman." Arbor? Did she hear wrongly? Was there something wrong with her ears, or was there something wrong with this woman's brain? Why did she think that Sir Jojo would take out the storage talisman and respectfully hand it to her when she, Mu Rou Yan, opened her mouth? Did she think that she was a queen? Jojo-sama was still a young emperor? This was simply inexplicable and unreasonable. Arbor narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to flare up, Mu Rochuan rushed over and tugged at Mu Ruyan. She said impatiently, "What are you doing?" Arbor wasn't the only one who felt that Mu Rou Yan was crazy. Even Mu Rou Yan's eldest sister, Mu Rou Xian, felt that her stepsister's brain had been dug out and filled with sh*t. Who do you think you are? Arbor scolded coldly. Get lost. The little girl's scolding tone was neither high nor low, and her words were very sharp. She was too lazy to say anything more. Mu Rou Yan was so angry that her face turned red. She stretched out her arms to block the two of them, decisively blocking their path. However, her mouth continued to clamor, "You little slut, you dare to be so arrogant after being a thief? I dare you to say that again." Qiamu glared with an ominous glint in her eyes. The little girl did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. She was ready to beat someone up at any time. This Mu Rou Yan must be tired of living. For some reason, Mu Rou Yan's originally nonsensical words were stuffed into her throat by the little girl's fierce glare. What was going on? She was actually intimidated by this woman before her. Mu Rou Yan couldn't stand this thought. How could she be scared by a woman who came out of nowhere and cower in fear? It must be an illusion. An illusion. Mu Rou Yan's eyes were red with anger. She pointed at Arbor and turned to Mu Rou Xian. Big sister, do you know? This person stole our Mu family's storage talisman. I want her to hand it over now. What did I do wrong? Mu Rou Xian was stunned. Then, she carefully sized up Arbor. The little girl's appearance was so outstanding that people couldn't help but hold their breath when they looked at her. However, there wasn't any extra expression on her snow-white face. Her pair of ink-like eyes were especially captivating. Arbor was so angry that she was amused. Her cold gaze swept across the little girl beside Mu Ro-yen. What kind of enmity did this girl have with her that she would accuse her like this? That girl couldn't help but shrink her head and lower it guiltily. Arbor didn't remember seeing this girl beside Mu Ro-yen. Perhaps this little girl had seen it when she used the storage talisman to collect the fish this morning. There were so many people present at that time. She wasn't like Mo Lien, who had a photographic memory and could remember everyone. She was there. Mo Lien didn't even need her to ask. She nodded and gave the answer directly. Although the scene was chaotic at the time, with Crown Prince Mo's eidetic memory, he was naturally able to take in everyone present and recount all the details of the scene. Arbor's wrist moved slightly. A storage talisman surrounded by blue light was released from her hand and hung in front of her. Are you talking about this talisman? That's right. Mu Ro-yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Without another word, she reached out to grab the storage talisman. She arrogantly said, "You still dare to not admit that you stole our Mu family's talisman? Who in the entire Divine Mainland doesn't know that it's a storage talisman? Only the Mu family knows how to draw it. Who do you think you are? You stole our Mu family's talisman and still dare to not admit it. How dare you be so impudent here?" Miss Chiao's cold, electrifying gaze landed on the hand that was reaching for the storage talisman. A wisp of blue spiritual cleansing flame suddenly appeared in his palm. Without any explanation, he threw it over and it abruptly exploded on the back of Mu Ro-yan's hand. Ah! Mu Ro-yen subconsciously reached out to cover the back of her hand that had turned red from the heat. Her eyes instantly turned red with anger as she stared at Arbor and screamed, "You crazy woman! What are you doing? Who's the crazy one? Those who aren't blind will be able to tell." Arbor stared coldly at the woman in front of him and approached her step by step. "Then do you dare to make a bet with me?" Mu Ro-yen would never admit it. For a moment, she retreated 2 steps in fear. "Let's bet on which one of us can draw a storage talisman on the spot." Arbor looked at her coldly and took another step forward. "Do you dare? Idiot. If you can make an identical blue storage talisman, I will publicly apologize to your Mu family. You can beat me or scold me as you please. If you can't..." Her voice instantly turned cold. She pointed at Mu Ro-yan's chest and said sternly, "Then kneel down. Kowtow 100 times to me and admit your mistake. Loudly tell everyone that you're the reincarnation of a stupid pig and possessed by a drama queen." Mu Ro-yen abruptly took a step back. If it weren't for the 2 Mu family girls supporting her from behind, her legs might have given way. Mu Ro-yan's lips quivered as she fiercely swallowed down a mouthful of saliva. She glared at Xiaomu with flickering eyes. On what basis should I, the second miss of the Mu family, accept your bet just because you say you want to bet? You don't dare?" Arbor raised his hand and patted Mu Ro-yan's cheek. His cold eyes were filled with a vicious glint. "If you don't dare, then behave yourself from now on. If you see me, then take a detour in the future. Do you hear me?" The little girl's voice was slow and crisp, like a light feather gently brushing past everyone's hearts. "Ro-yen, stop fooling around." How could Mu Ro-yen not know how shallow her stepsister's eyelids were? She must have heard from the servant beside her that this little girl had a storage talisman. She must have been very envious and wanted to snatch the storage talisman from her. After all, this storage talisman was an extremely precious item even in their Mu family. It was a reward for those who had made outstanding contributions to the family. Although Mu Ro-yen was the second miss of the Mu family and her stepsister, she had never owned a storage talisman in her entire life. Mu Ro-yen stiffened her neck. Of course, she couldn't shrink back just like that. Otherwise, what would others think of her as the second miss of the Mu family? Bet. 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 Mu Rochuan, who was standing behind her, was so angry that her eyes turned red. If it weren't for the fact that they were in front of so many people, she really wanted to give her a slap and beat her up until her head split open. Stupid pig, she was indeed a big stupid pig, that girl really didn't say anything wrong about her. She was already like this, yet she still fell for someone else's provocation? Was this girl born without a brain? It was a small matter for her to agree, but when the time came, the Mu family would lose a lot of face. The entire Mu family would become the laughingstock of the entire divine continent because of this idiotic sentence. Since that little girl could make such a bet, the truth was very obvious. Okay, that storage talisman must have been personally drawn by that little girl. That's why she was so sure that she could win. Mu Ro Yan, this stupid pig, Mu Ro Xian was so angry that her chest hurt. She couldn't help but reach out and pound her chest, breathing heavily. Although she didn't understand why such a young girl was able to create the long-lost storage talisman, she was certain of one thing. That stupid pig Mu Ro Yan was only an intermediate talisman master. It was impossible for her to create a storage talisman. Taking a deep breath, Mu Roxuan stepped forward and shouted, "Ruyan, don't mess around. Big sister. Why do you always side with outsiders and help them bully your own sister?" Mu Ro Yan looked at her angrily. Mu Roxuan was so infuriated by this concubine-born younger sister that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices. She gave her 2 maidservants a look and angrily said, "Help second miss leave." However, Mu Ro Yan refused no matter what. Her arms were restrained by the 2 maidservants, and she kept twisting and turning her body. Her eyes were red from anger as she glared at Mu Ro Xian and said, "Eldest sister, I know you don't like me. My talisman crafting talent isn't as high as yours. But you don't have to insult your own sister in front of outsiders." Mu Roxuan took a deep breath and turned her gaze to Arbor with a trace of cold anger. If it weren't for this girl being so overbearing, how could the Mu family be forced to this state? "I'll bet with you." "I accept the challenge." Mu Roxuan forcefully suppressed her anger and said calmly, "Make up for yesterday's 2 chapters." Xiaomu nodded and didn't say anything else, only replying with a okay. It didn't matter who she bet with. Right now, she only wanted to give the Mu family a good slap in the face. Why, there was no reason, she couldn't stand their arrogance, so she was itching for a fight. Both of them took a few steps forward and stood side by side. Mu Roxuan was definitely inferior to Jojo in terms of looks alone. Fortunately, Mu Roxuan was much smarter than her younger sister, Mu Ruyan. She knew that her looks weren't bad, but her looks couldn't be considered outstanding. There were definitely plenty of people in the world who were more beautiful than her. She also wouldn't be so arrogant as to think that she was the prettiest in the world. If she was in front of a woman with top-notch looks, she would be easily defeated. Then what would she rely on to win by surprise? Thus, Mu Roxuan had always paid great attention to nurturing her own temperament. In addition, her mother, Mu Xianxia, was an extremely intelligent and far-sighted woman. Her taste and makeup skills formed a style of their own. Thus, after being nurtured from a young age and nurturing her temperament, the current Mu Roxuan could reach 9 points with her makeup alone. After many years of unremitting effort, Mu Roxuan successfully turned herself into a dignified, quiet, intelligent, and magnanimous woman. In the imperial capital of the divine province, who didn't give a thumbs up and praise the Mu family's eldest miss, now, she stood there naturally and gracefully with a temperament as calm as water. Coupled with her beautiful face with almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks, she was extremely eye-catching and didn't lose out to the little stoic in the slightest. "Begin?" Arbor turned to glance at her and then said aloofly, "The time limit is 10 minutes. Whoever can draw a blue storage talisman wins." Mu Roxuan's heart skipped a beat. What did he mean? This young lady was so certain. Could it be that she could draw a blue storage talisman in 10 minutes? What kind of joke was this? Jojo had already given more than 10 minutes out of consideration for this Mu family's eldest miss. In reality, the little fellow's proficiency in drawing storage talismans had basically reached the point where she could draw them in one go. Lotus had always reminded her that in front of outsiders, the speed of refining pills and creating talismans must be slowed down, and slowed down again and again. It was said that when those talisman masters and alchemy masters saw her drawing talismans and refining pills so quickly, they would gang up and beat her up. He was simply crazy. Jojo took a deep breath, wondering how fast he should complete the blue storage talisman. From that side, Mu Ro Yan's piercing voice entered her ears. The time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Are you kidding me? Unless you prepared a blue storage talisman beforehand, it's absolutely impossible." Mu Ro Xian really wanted to go up and slap this concubine-born younger sister of hers to death. Her mother, Xianxia, had always told her that there was always someone better than her in this world. She shouldn't be arrogant and short-sighted. This concubine-born sister followed concubineshire and acted like a concubine all day long. She had been completely led astray. Her illegitimate sister was the one who had the most responsibility for the current situation. Of course, it was also inseparable from the girl in front of her who was aggressive. Mu Roxian silently took out a small table, cinnabar, and a talisman brush from her inner world. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, she calmly picked up the brush and began to draw. In the current situation, the more she said, the more mistakes she would make. Many people were waiting to see the Mu family become a joke. It would be better for her to calm down and properly draw a storage talisman to prove that her Mu family was truly capable. Actually, Mu Roxuan was very uncertain. She had never successfully drawn a storage talisman before. The main reason was that there was a large missing part in the Mu family's talisman technique inheritance. Starting from the ancestor, the Mu family's talisman technique had been passed down for thousands of years. Over the years, the Mu family's talisman technique had become very, very incomplete. The systematic method of drawing storage talismans was not recorded in the ancient books. The ancestor relied on his own wisdom and talisman crafting experience to explore step by step. Until now, he had only successfully made 19 storage talismans. Only one of them was a blue storage talisman. She had already engraved the runes in her mind several years ago. She was one of the top figures in the Mu family's younger generation. Ever since she became a high-level talisman master, she was able to go to the top floor of the Mu family's most secretive talisman building to learn the best talisman techniques. All these years, she had been devoting herself to drawing runes. She really wanted to draw a storage talisman with her own hands. Even if it was just a small storage talisman that could store a few cubic meters of items, she would be perfectly satisfied. But until now, she had never succeeded. She didn't know if there was something wrong with her recitation of the runes. But she had clearly memorized the extremely secretive storage talisman in her heart. There couldn't have been a mistake. Taking a deep breath, Mu Roxuan forced herself to calm down. She dipped the talisman brush in cinnabar, spread out a talisman paper, and quickly drew on it. With a twist of her wrist, strands of yellow-level talisman energy seeped into it. Mu Roxuan was naturally confident that no one would be able to learn anything from drawing a talisman in front of everyone. After all, even if someone had a photographic memory and completely memorized this storage talisman, if they didn't have a systematic talisman cultivation method, it would still be impossible for them to craft talismans. After all, the foundation for talisman masters to craft talismans was to rely on their own talisman energy. This was equivalent to a person who only had moves but no inner strength, unable to display anything. Talisman masters were particular about inheritance. No family would spread the talisman energy cultivation method that they had inherited and developed. Mu Ruyan's brush moved and carefully drew the talisman in her hand. Even if there were people who wanted to learn it, they would feel a headache when they saw the winding runes in the middle of the book. If one continued to stare at Mu Royan's talismans, they would feel a piercing pain in their conscience. Although ordinary people didn't have much of a reaction, staring at someone else drawing talismans made them feel a little dizzy for some reason. They didn't dare to look closely. This was where the Mu clan's confidence lay. Not just anyone could learn the Mu clan's talisman crafting techniques. Arbor, on the other hand, wasn't that particular. She had been watching Mu Royan craft talismans with some interest. Even she herself wasn't sure how vast her talisman energy was. Anyway, she was much taller than Mu Roxuan, so even if he stared at her, it was impossible to stimulate his conscience, let alone make him dizzy. As she watched, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth. What kind of nonsense was this drawing? If she hadn't seen the drawing process of this storage talisman with her own eyes, she might have really thought that this was just a talisman drawn on a piece of paper. What kind of inheritance did the Mu family have? Why was this ghost drawn so confusing and complicated that even a profound great-great talisman master like her couldn't understand it? Could it be that the Mu family deliberately taught him this? The purpose was to prevent the legacy of the talisman art from being stolen by outsiders. That was why it was so complicated and difficult to draw. Mu Roxuan's forehead was drenched in sweat as she carefully drew nearly dozens of strokes for something that originally required 3 strokes. That shouldn't be possible. Lady Jojo shook her head with a puzzled look on her face. From beginning to end, Mo Lian's gaze never shifted away from his wifey. Seeing her shake her head, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly, thinking that his Jojo must have misunderstood something again. Jojo, you can ask your husband if you have any questions. Mo Lian's lips curled up slightly, and there was a faint smile in his voice. Miss Chiao subconsciously scratched her head and whispered, "Husband, is the Mu family's legacy of talismans the best in the Divine Continent?" Yes. Mo Lian nodded with certainty. In the entire upper three provinces, the Mu family's legacy of talismans is one of the best. Song Province's talisman family, the Qi family, is also much inferior to the Mu family. The Mu family has produced many talents in recent generations, and many of the high-grade talismans circulating in the world are produced by the Mu family. They are exceptionally precious. Then their talisman crafting technique was just so. Arbor racked her brains to think of a word. Crude, that's right, it was crude. The runes on this talisman were drawn like tadpoles. Wasn't it incomparably crude? Mu Ruyan, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Ha ha ha, I-oh." Someone started a serious bet, but unexpectedly, they shot themselves in the foot. How laughable. She saw that Arbor stood there for a long time without moving his brush and just stared blankly at Mu Rochuan drawing talismans. She thought that Sir Jojo was shocked by the Mu family's talisman crafting technique. Yes, it was indeed shocking, Arbor thought to himself. It was her first time seeing such crude runes. Wasn't the Mu family an aristocratic family with a 1,000-year-old legacy, a talisman aristocratic family that had existed for thousands of years, and their talisman technique was actually just a scribbled talisman? Miss Chiao blinked and looked at Mu Rochuan for a long time. Finally, she felt that Mu Rochuan did not deliberately use a trick to deceive her by painting in such a vulgar way. She was really drawing runes for the storage talisman, but she didn't understand the main points. Miss Chiao scratched her small face, feeling as if she had an unfair advantage. Her thin brows continued to furrow as she stared at Mu Rochuan, not moving for a long time. This time, Mu Royan looked even more arrogant. She simply put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly. She shouted at Arbor, "What? You haven't dared to draw anything yet. Are you planning to admit defeat?" Huh? Miss Chiao pursed her lips and remained silent for a long time. She felt that this bet was meaningless. If both sides had similar combat strength, it would have been more exciting to compete, but now, the eldest daughter of the Mu family was clearly not on the same level as her. What was the point of continuing to compete like this? This eldest Miss Mu had been drawing for a long time but still hadn't finished. She had been waiting for her for almost the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Miss Chiao raised her head to glance at Mo Lian, her small eyes filled with unhappiness. Mo Lian's heart softened as she looked at her. She held her small hand and said softly, "Let's not compete anymore." "Then, let's go back." Arbor nodded his small head. She had no choice but to move her feet. Mu Ruyan, who was glaring at her from the side, suddenly jumped out and shouted, "If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss." "You lost. Kneel down and kowtow, and accept any beating or scolding." "You said it." Arbor's cold gaze shot over with a hint of mockery on her lips. Just like that, he stared straight at Mu Royan, causing the latter to feel increasingly guilty under his gaze. Of course, she felt guilty. After all, she was the one who accepted the challenge, but eldest sister had changed at the last minute. And now, eldest sister was unable to draw a storage talisman within the stipulated 10 minutes. Although the little girl didn't draw a talisman, anyone with a discerning eye knew that this competition would end in a draw at the very least. It was just that the eldest miss of a talisman patrician family had failed to draw a talisman on the spot. This wouldn't be pleasant if word got out. In the end, the Mu family was still the one who was at a disadvantage in this competition. When others mentioned it in the future, they would only sigh and say that the Mu family had declined. The so-called genius eldest miss was probably nothing more than this. Look. Hey! What's wrong with eldest Miss Mu? At this moment, someone suddenly pointed at Mu Roxian and cried out in alarm. Arbor turned around and saw that the storage talisman on the table in front of Mu Roxian had already flown up and emitted a faint yellow glow in the air. Eldest sister. Mu Royan widened her eyes in surprise. Arbor was expressionless. PFFF, Mu Roxian's talisman energy was depleted, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Eldest Miss. The two maids behind her hurriedly stepped forward and reached out to support her. The crowd surrounding the entrance of the corridor exclaimed in unison. Oh my goodness, Eldest Miss Mu succeeded. A storage talisman, it's a storage talisman. Eldest Miss Mu drew a storage talisman on the spot. Arbor was speechless. She had never seen someone spit out blood while drawing a talisman. Mu Roxian must have used some secret technique to forcefully increase her talisman drawing speed, so she exhausted all her talisman energy and ended up spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Mu's face darkened as she gazed at that woman with a tranquil expression and a somewhat unfocused gaze. She watched as the woman collapsed weakly onto the girl's body, her chest rising and falling as she gasped for air. Miss Qiao looked up at the sky speechlessly. If she had to draw hundreds and thousands of talismans in a night like this, Eldest Miss Mu. He didn't even have enough blood to vomit. If it weren't for the fact that Eldest Miss Mu was so exhausted, she really wanted to go up and ask her, do you usually draw talismans like this? Won't your HP bar be empty? Could his body still take it? Usually, the Qin estate must have purchased quite a few blood-replenishing pills. Needless to say, what Xiao thought in her head was indeed realistic. The Mu family really did purchase a batch of blood-replenishing pills from the Qin estate every month, and the quantity was quite large. Arbor, let's go. Sir Jojo turned around and pulled her husband away. Fong Su, Eunuch Hu, and the others naturally followed behind them. They stretched out their hands to block the two of them and separated some of the curious onlookers. Mu Royan couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily, "Stop right there. Stop her. You're actually leaving? What? Seeing my big sister create a storage talisman, you know you've lost, so you want to run away immediately? How could there be such a good thing in this world? Do you think you can take advantage of everything? When did I lose?" Arbor asked coldly. Of course you lost. You didn't draw any talismans. And my big sister. Are you an idiot? What are the conditions of the bet? I said that you must draw a blue storage talisman within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to win. What about you? The talisman drawing was painful to the eyes. Giving them face and not arguing with them didn't mean that Jojo was afraid of them. The main reason was that the gap between them was too big, so Jojo had no interest in continuing the bet with the Mu sisters. What genius young miss. She was simply ridiculous. Rumors were indeed rumors and could not be completely believed. Mu Royan was still about to hoot when Mu Roxian weakly grabbed her wrist. The crowd parted to the sides, and a man in green, about 20 years old, slowly walked over. His long black hair was tied behind his waist, and his cold eyes glanced indifferently at Mu Roxuan and her sister. Big brother! Mu Royan cried out in surprise. Big brother was here. With Big brother backing her up, would she still be afraid of that wretched girl in front of her? Mu Xingqian's gaze only brushed past Mu Royan's face before landing on Arbor's departing figure. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he abruptly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. With a whoosh, he flew to Arbor's side and reflexively reached out to grab her wrist. Xiao Mu immediately realized this with a start, but before she could do anything, Mo Lian had already pulled her into his embrace. He extended an arm in front of Mu Xingqian as he gazed coldly at the other party. What are you trying to do? Miss, do you still recognize me? Mu Xingqian was a bit anxious as he hurriedly said, I am Mu Xingqian, the Mu family's Mu Xingqian. Would it be possible for you to move to the boat with me? I have a few words to say to you. Cut the crap. Arbor looked at the man in front of her with displeasure. I'm not familiar with you at all, so there's nothing to say. The people of the Mu family were indeed all the same. Xingqian, Xingqian. Why are you walking so fast? A man's voice was heard hurriedly. Then, a familiar man ran over from the crowd. When he reached Mu Xingqian's side, he immediately saw Arbor. His expression was a bit surprised as he called out in a low voice, Jojo? Jojo? Seventh uncle, you know her? The ice on Mu Xingqian's face, which had remained frozen for 100 years, finally broke. He abruptly turned to look at Mu Jingrui, his eyes shining as he gazed at him. The fingers under his sleeves involuntarily curled up a few times, unable to contain the joy in his heart. Sure enough, he was right. This feeling of bloodline resonance was definitely not a lie. The little girl in front of him was his younger sister, his blood-related younger sister. Arbor's expression turned cold. He glanced at them indifferently. Shut up. Get out of the way. What's with your attitude? Mu Royan shouted angrily. Shut up. Mu Xingchen impatiently interrupted Mu Royan's scolding. Still staring at Arbor, he pursed his lips and said in a low voice, I don't believe that you didn't feel it. Just now, I was over there, separated by the torrential river and the dense crowd, but I could still feel you. Huh. Xiaomu rolled her eyes mockingly. Don't be so vague, alright? I have nothing to do with you. Sorry, I don't feel anything. No, you do. Mu Xingchen bit his lip and shouted angrily. Xingchen. Mu Jingrui grabbed his arm, stopping his impulsive figure from rushing forward. You're crazy. Arbor coldly swept a glance at him. This glance was full of contempt, disdain, and indifference, mercilessly making one's heart tremble. It's that bad woman who taught you. She's the one who keeps badmouthing our Mu family in your ear. That's why you treat us as enemies, isn't that right? Arbor, who had wanted to leave, abruptly turned around and glared fiercely at that man. Mo Lian simply couldn't hold this little fellow back. She pounced forward, raised her small right hand, and ruthlessly slapped Mu Xingchen's face. She was so angry that her face flushed red and her entire body trembled. The ferocious beast in her heart uncontrollably wanted to emerge and crazily bite these people in front of her. She wanted to destroy the heavens and earth and make them suffer a fate worse than death. What woman? She shouted harshly, her almond-shaped eyes glaring unwaveringly at Mu Xingchen in front of her. When she let out a hysterical cry, she asked, Who is that woman to you? Mu Jingrui was stupefied. He had long known that the little fellow was not a good-natured person. After what happened to Lao Bai, he knew that the little fellow could kill Lao Bai mercilessly. He could kill anyone from the Mu family. You admit it? Mu Xingchen's eyes flashed as he looked at the little girl in front of him with 5 distinct claw marks. You know who I am. You. Scram. Arbor shouted angrily and kicked him without any hesitation. Xingchen. Mu Jingrui was shocked. Afraid that something bad would really happen to his nephew, he hurriedly dragged him back a few steps. Jojo, this is your older brother. You can't treat him like this. Mu Jingrui was also a bit angry as he said coldly. Scram. Arbor clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Following that, water rushed to the sky. Boom, 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 boom. It rushed out from all sides of the corridor and exploded like an explosion. The frightening water spirit energy shocked everyone. They hurriedly hugged their heads and crouched down to avoid the surging power. The entire river seemed to be surging and boiling at this moment. Crackle, crackle. The eaves around the corridor shattered piece by piece. Mu Royan was drenched from head to toe by a water dragon. She fell to the ground, drenched, and stared at the little girl in front of her in horror. Was she a demon? What kind of frightening power was this? Jojo, Jojo. Mo Lian hugged his little wife from behind. He hugged her tightly and comforted her softly. Jojo, it's okay, Jojo. Don't follow me. The crown prince glared at Mu Xingchen and the others. The anger in his heart could not be concealed. Just now, his Jojo was still so happy, laughing heartily, her little face smiling like a little flower. How adorable. Now, he was in such a bad mood because of a few strange people. Mo Lian reached out and picked up the little fellow. With a flash, she returned to her official ship like a light cloud chasing after the moon. Jojo reached out and hooked his arms around his neck. Suddenly, he burst into tears. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out intermittently, She's a stupid woman. Now, even her own son treats her like this. You think too highly of yourself. Patience in every possible way. Idiot. Arbor cried angrily. You think you're good to me, but you don't tell me anything. In the end, you made me suffer for the rest of my life, tossing and turning, destitute, and becoming mud for others to trample on. You think you can exchange for a smooth and safe life by being tolerant in every way. But you don't know that I'm long dead. And died so miserably and without dignity. Jojo. Mo Lian's pupils contracted as he hugged her tightly. This is my mother. She's so stupid. So stupid that I'm angry, so stupid that I'm going crazy. Tears rolled down Arbor's eyes. But my heart aches for her. My heart aches for her. Mo Lian. My heart aches for her. Fragmented dreams. She remembered that Wei Ziqin had once asked her if she hated her birth mother. How could she hate her? How could she hate her, that day, when she was sitting in the ancestral hall, hugging her cold memorial tablet and muttering? To be honest, she really didn't know what kind of mood to face her at that time. She also didn't know how to scold her. That was her mother, her birth mother, the birth mother who brought her to this world. Even if she sank into hell and went through 1,000 twists and turns for the rest of her life, she was still her mother. Moreover, Long Chuyin's original intention wasn't to make her suffer. She just wanted her daughter to live an ordinary and smooth life. Even if she was mediocre and couldn't return to the divine continent for the rest of her life, it didn't matter. Did Long Chuyun love her? Of course she did. It was just that the way she loved was wrong. Just as Arbor said, being patient at every step wouldn't make the enemy give up on forcing the mother and daughter pair. They would only use cruel methods to hurt her and her mother over and over again. If she didn't fight back, she would just sit and wait for death. This was obviously not the ending she wanted. Mother, everything you've lost, I'll give you back, one by one, I'll take it all back. Arbor had already stopped crying, and a cold glint appeared in those watery eyes. She buried her head in the crown prince's embrace and gently bit that pair of thin lips. A bone-chilling coldness coiled around her heart. The Mu family, what they owed, they had to pay. Mu Xingchen stood by the mast and looked up at the approaching night sky. The scenery on the river was still the same, but he didn't have the slightest intention of appreciating it. He didn't know how long he had been standing here, but in the depths of his mind, he kept replaying what had just happened over and over again. The little girl angrily pounced over, and a fiery slap landed on his face. The little girl's hate-filled eyes were filled with tears. His heart was touched, and he subconsciously clenched his fists tightly. What woman? Who is that woman to you? She questioned him like this. She questioned him loudly like this. In that instant, his mind seemed to have gone blank, and all he saw was the little girl's angry little face. Xingchen. Mu Jingrui walked over and sighed. Don't think too much. Let's go back to the Mu family first and talk to old master about this. All these years, the old man has been trying to find his granddaughter. Everyone in the family knows about this. Mu Jingrui sighed. Actually, I already found your sister a few months ago on Xikong planet. A few months? Seventh uncle. Mu Xingchen abruptly turned to look at him. Then why didn't you tell us? Mu Jingrui smiled bitterly and shook his head. At that time, I knew that this girl had a huge prejudice against our Mu family. And because of what happened to Lao Bai, the little girl doesn't have a good impression of our Mu family. Mu Jingrui briefly recounted the confrontation between Old Bai and the little girl on Xikong planet, his expression somewhat thoughtful. Old Bai is too daring. He used the little girl's adoptive parents to threaten her, completely crossing the little girl's bottom line. Mu Jingrui closed his eyes and stood by the ship's railing, feeling the distant night breeze. He sighed and said, "Your sister is truly a genius." When she was on Xikong planet, she was only a level 14 mystic cultivator and an advanced level talisman practitioner. But after seeing her today, Mu Jingrui shook his head. She's improved a lot. I can't tell what realm she's in now either. Today, at the riverside, the water spirit surged violently, and the little girl's one move stunned everyone on the spot. Mu Jingrui merely felt that this little girl's cultivation had probably increased again. To be honest, Mu Jingrui simply did not dare to think of Arbor as a level 10 great spiritualist. In just a few short months, she went from level 14 mystic cultivator to level 10 great spiritualist. How could she possibly cultivate that? As for talisman master level, Mu Jingrui would never believe that Arbor had already become a black level great talisman master. 10 years. She said that she only needed 10 years to let everyone in the divine mainland clearly know that there was no such thing as upper, middle, or lower realms. Mu Jingrui took a deep breath and felt his throat tighten. The words that came out of his mouth were also somewhat hoarse. In order to prevent us from going to the lower star domain, the little girl even sacrificed a great deal of effort. She even did not hesitate to expend large amounts of talisman energy to construct a large shielding array above the Mo Kingdom capital. Just how much did she dislike them? Mu Jingrui laughed bitterly. Old Bai's threat caused her to completely lose any favorable impression of our Mu family. But I know that Old Bai's motive is for the Mu family's future. Mu Jingrui turned around and lightly patted Mu Xingqian's shoulder. Xingqian, you don't know her temperament, but I do. She's the kind of person who becomes stronger when encountering a strong opponent. She won't give in. A trace of self-mockery appeared on Mu Jingrui's lips. Back then, when we found her, Old Bai told her to return home with a lofty attitude. In the end, she really didn't appreciate it and hated us even more in her heart. I know that Old Bai is deeply ingrained with family values. He really doesn't have any bad intentions. He just looks down on my sister from the bottom of his heart, Mu Xingqian said coldly. Mu Xingqian said coldly, he thinks that since the Mu family has extended an olive branch to my sister, she should obediently accept it instead of resolutely rejecting it. Mu Jingrui laughed bitterly. That's right. He made a wrong move from the start. After that, because of my sister's rejection, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He felt that my sister shouldn't go against the Mu family and him. Mu Xingqian coldly rebuked, "Seventh uncle, I really didn't know that a mere servant would dare to be so impudent and try to kill my sister." Xingqian, they're all dead. Old Bai's wife and son are still in the Mu family, right? Xingqian. Mu Jingrui was startled. He suddenly regretted telling this child these things. This child wouldn't vent his anger on Lao Bai's family, right? Mu Jingrui felt a lump in his throat and sighed. Let bygones be bygones. Moreover, Lao Bai didn't gain any benefits at all. I suspect that your sister can draw the god-summoning talisman. At that time, when that man covered in peach blossoms appeared, he only used the power of one finger to make Old Bai, a level 11 Great Spirit Master, self-destruct. Clearly, his cultivation base is very strong. I suspect that he's an immortal venerable expert. Mu Xingqian's eyes brightened. God-summoning talisman? This kind of unconventional talisman was indeed recorded in the ancient books of the Mu family's ancestors. However, the runes on it had long been lost in the passage of time and couldn't be sorted out. Mu Jingrui nodded with a wry smile. The little girl's future is somewhat limitless. Back then, it was my fault for not stopping the impulsive Lao Bai properly. That's why the little girl's misunderstanding of our Mu family deepened. I want to take her home. Mu Xingqian clenched his fists. I will definitely take her home. Mu Xingqian turned his head and stared at his seventh uncle, Mu Jingrui, with eyes like cold lightning. Mu Jingrui couldn't help but smile. He was actually only 7 or 8 years older than Mu Xingqian. The two of them were uncle and nephew, as well as good friends. Their private relationship had always been quite good. Seeing Mu Xingqian calm down and recover his initial calm, Mu Jingrui also relaxed and nodded. That's for sure. Mu Xingqian was about to say something when he heard a burst of exclamations from the surrounding boats. The uncle and nephew duo leaned over the railing to take a look. Under the dark night sky, schools of fish were swimming back and forth around the corridor, swimming in circles. There were a dozen or so colorful fish the length of a baby's arm mixed in with the school of fish. They appeared soft and sparkling under the moonlight, attracting everyone's attention. Oh my God! Is that a colorful divine fish? What colorful divine fish? Brother, you're very knowledgeable, can you clear up our confusion? Colorful divine fish? The kind that flashes with light? Haha, I wouldn't dare claim that I'm knowledgeable. I've only read about it in the Divine Continent Chronicles. It's said that eating these colorful divine fish can increase one's divine power. Eating one can increase one's divine power by at least 10%. And it's said to be extremely delicious. It's effective for experts above the 10th level of the spirit realm. It's just that this thing is too hard to survive and raise. Wow. Is that true? Why would colorful divine fish appear in Weishi River? The brother who was being flattered also said with a dumbfounded expression, logically speaking, this thing can only survive in a spirit realm. It can't be raised without spirit water from a spirit lake. Could there be a spirit realm near Weishi River? Huh, what kind of joke is this? We've lived near Weishi River since we were young, but we've never heard of any spirit realm near the river. That's not for sure. If there's a spirit vein in the depths of the river, none of us would know. Don't worry about this. Such a great opportunity can only be encountered by chance. Let me see if I can catch 2 colorful divine fish. Haha, that's right. Then we'll be rich. Everyone rolled up their sleeves, stepped on the bow of the boat and jumped into the river. At this moment, they couldn't care less about being reserved anymore. After receiving the news, all of them displayed their abilities and jumped into the river to catch the colorful divine fish that were mixed in with the school of fish. However, at this moment, the shoal of fish began to spin rapidly, and all of them surged toward a certain cloud. The speed at which it spun and gathered was simply astonishing. In less than half a minute, the number of fish in the river had decreased by at least half. The river was full of people. Many people were busy catching fish. When they looked up, they were stunned. He saw a slender figure in plain clothes standing on the deck of an official ship not far away. Her small, jade-like face was expressionless as she looked ahead. He quickly collected all the fish in the river into the storage talisman that was floating in the air. This scene reminded him of what had happened in the morning. It was exactly the same as what had happened in the morning. The school of fish in the water was once again taken away by the little girl with the storage talisman. The speed was so fast that it made people gasp in amazement. Slut! Mu Ro Yen panted in exasperation. She had jumped into the river and splashed water all over her, but she hadn't managed to reap any benefits. How dare this woman, how dare she be so impudent? Did this Weishi River belong to their family? Absolutely not, the fish in the river belonged to everyone. How could she dare to put all of them into her storage talisman? She was so jealous that she was about to go crazy. Mu Ro Yan's eyes darkened as she once again swept to the bow of the boat. She looked up and saw 7th Uncle Mu Jingrui and Big Brother Mu Xingchen standing by the railing. She immediately walked over with a belly full of grievances, her eyes red from anger. Big Brother, 7th Uncle. Look, it's that slut again. She snatched away all the colorful divine fish. I just heard people say that the colorful divine fish in the water can increase the divine power of a godly realm expert after eating it. Are you a godly realm expert? Mu Xingchen mocked bluntly. Mu Ro Yen immediately looked like she was about to cry. She couldn't bear to hear her big brother speak in such a tone. She softly said, Big Brother, I'm doing this for the good of our Mu family. If I get this colorful divine fish, I can give it to the uncles and elders in the family to eat. Everyone has their own fate. If it's not yours, why are you demanding it? Mu Xingchen coldly swept a glance at her before looking away. Why aren't you going in to change your clothes? She didn't look like a well-bred young lady at all with her drenched appearance. She really didn't know how concubineship taught her daughter. She didn't have the elegance and bearing of a noble lady in the imperial capital at all. She was far inferior to Ro Xian. Mu Ro Yen was angered and had a taste of her big brother's medicine. She immediately stomped her feet and ran away while sobbing. She knew that in her big brother's heart, only that slut Mu Xianxia and her daughter were his family. He didn't care about her, his second sister, at all. She's so unruly. She's made a fool of herself in front of 7th Uncle, Mu Xingchen indifferently said. Mu Jingrui waved his hand and stood under the dome of heaven with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the vast starry sky and sighed. 10 years to stir up a storm? Does it really need 10 years? Mu Xingchen looked at him with slight surprise. Imperial capital, Dragon Flame City's western suburbs. The Mu residence was surrounded by mountains and forests, sitting on the ground with great enthusiasm. 2 spirit stallions with snow-white fur were dragging a luxurious silver carriage. Stepping on the short withered grass all over the mountains, they came to a stop in front of a large house. The words Mu Clan hung in the middle of the door. This place was actually the Mu residence's back door. The front door was located right in front of the mountain forest. It was a very grand place. The 2 old nannies who were following the carriage looked at each other and smiled. They took a few steps forward and bent down in front of the carriage. Miss, we've arrived. Please get off the carriage. After saying that, he stepped forward and respectfully lifted the curtain. A beautiful servant girl with golden makeup lowered her head and got out of the carriage. She turned around to help the woman in the carriage and said with a smile, "Young miss, be careful." The woman was dressed in a purple dress. She held on to her maid's arm and slowly got off the carriage. She had willowy eyebrows and pink cheeks. Her skin was dark and slightly tanned. Her eyebrows were half raised, and her eyes were sharp and shrewd. Her appearance wasn't as beautiful as the little maid beside her. Fortunately, her clothes were made of good material. She looked noble and dignified, adding some charm to her appearance. She looked up at the Mu residence's back door, feeling unbearably excited. Really came to the divine continent. She came to the divine continent. She was about to enter such a large aristocratic family and become the Mu family's legitimate young miss. At this point, she thought she was dreaming. Ga. The Mu estate's black lacquer door was pulled open from the inside. The person's voice arrived before the person arrived, and a faint fragrance wafted over. Ahahaha. This is Miss Xiao, right? Come, let concubine mother take a good look. Tsk, tisk, you've grown up to be so beautiful. The woman wore a plain satin dress made of floral fabric and an indigo robe with gold patches on the outside. There was a sunflower ornament on her forehead, and her figure was plump and well-proportioned, looking very graceful. At this moment, the woman's mouth held a trace of a smile. She held the young miss's hand very affectionately, and spoke as if she was very familiar with her. The young miss, on the other hand, was a bit ill at ease. She timidly glanced at the woman. You are concubine mother Sure? Yes. Concubine mother Sure's eyes flashed, and she smiled very warmly. She personally took the young miss's hand and said, "Calling me Miss Xiao is too formal. Concubine mother heard that your village calls you Jojo, right? Ahahaha. Then concubine mother will call you Jojo. About your matter, concubine mother has already told your father. Don't panic. Let's go see your father first. Jojo, you've been tired from the journey. Did those servants neglect you? No, they're all very good." The young miss pursed her lips and smiled. Her smile was awkward no matter how one looked at it. Seeing her coy and ungenerous behavior, the smile on concubine mother Sure's face deepened. When she turned her head and saw the young miss standing on the threshold rolling her eyes, she hurriedly smiled and said, "Royun, what are you standing there for? Why aren't you quickly greeting your big sister Jojo?" Mu Royun swept a glance at the young miss, rolled her eyes, and made a tisk sound. She turned and walked inside. What big sister? Looking at that rough skin and that big black face, even if she wore gold and silver, it wouldn't change her rustic nature. Before she even got close, the smell of horse dung and cow dung hit her in the face. It stinks to death. This child? Concubine Sure glared at Mu Royun, then turned around and smiled at the young miss. "Jojo, don't be angry. This is your sixth sister, Royun. She's been wild since she was young, don't lower yourself to her level. Let's go see your father now and get him to teach her a lesson." No. That young miss hurriedly shook her head and smiled awkwardly. Sixth sister is still young and innocent. Concubine mother, please don't teach her a lesson for me. Mother, I heard that my older sister, who is living outside, is only 15 years old. She's only 1 or 2 years older than me. Why did he look so old? You look like an old woman who has been married in her 30s. The young miss, who was mocked by Mu Royun, had a stiff expression on her face. She was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Child, what are you talking about? Concubine Sure glared angrily at her daughter. She went forward and pulled her young miss with a smile. Don't listen to her nonsense. All these years, you've suffered so much outside. When you come back, you have to take good care of yourself. This flower-like appearance, you'll definitely be able to recover. Don't worry, our Mu family has a lot of beautifying pills. Just eat a few. Thank you, concubine. That young miss's voice clearly carried a trace of excitement. That pettiness that couldn't be seen in the Hall of Elegance caused the smile in concubine Sure's eyes to deepen. Go. Let's go see your father. Your father is waiting for us in the main courtyard. The woman pursed her lips to hide the mockery and amusement in her eyes. She pulled the young miss's hand and walked toward the main courtyard. Pushing open the main courtyard's doors, Concubine sure pulled the young miss inside and called out with a smile, "Lord, Lord is overjoyed, Lord. Our family's miss has returned." Along the way, all the servants used curious gazes to size up this slightly tanned young miss, who clearly looked like a country bumpkin, and secretly inquired about her identity. Concubine sure cheerfully pulled the young miss's hand into the main hall. When she saw Mu Qingya sitting beside Mu Jingfeng and leisurely looking up at her, the smile on her face involuntarily stiffened. Mu Jingfeng's eyebrows reached his temples, and his eyes were cold. Dressed in a cyan robe, his figure was tall and straight, and his appearance was young and handsome. It was impossible to tell that he was a middle-aged man. Mu Xingchen's appearance was 50 to 60% similar to his father's. Concubine sure tugged at the dazed young miss and hurriedly said, "What are you spacing out for? Jojo, quickly greet father." "Wait." Mu Qingyao spoke coldly and raised her hand. "Concubine sure, I remember Xingchen telling me that his younger sister looks like she's 15 years old and is very beautiful." That young miss's face abruptly stiffened, and her hands, which had shrunk into her sleeves, clenched tightly, unable to suppress the faint trembling. "Moreover, didn't you leave the matter of finding the young miss to Xingchen? Where did you bring her back from?" Mu Qingyao glanced at the woman mockingly and turned to say to Mu Jingfeng, "Lord, this matter is of great importance. We still have to investigate it properly." Mu Jingfeng coldly looked at the young woman standing below, who looked like a cowardly quail. His brows suddenly furrowed. "Sister, what do you mean by that? Eldest young master is concerned about his younger sister, but don't tell me I'm not concerned about our Mu family's young miss who has been stranded outside? I'm being kind by bringing the young miss back from a lower star domain like Xikong planet. Don't wrongly accuse me." Mu Qingya heavily placed the teacup on the side table. "Sure, Hui Xin, watch your words. Do I, as the madam of the household, need to wrongly accuse you, a concubine?" Concubine sure secretly pursed her lips and forcefully tugged at the young miss in her hands. The young lady hurriedly knelt down and said timidly, "Gee, greetings, father, mother." Concubine sure covered her mouth and laughed. "I have evidence here. Bring him in." Soon after, a man and a woman were pushed into the hall. They stood in the middle of the hall and hurriedly knelt down. The old woman, who looked to be in her 50s, shouted at the top of her lungs, "Master Mu, Madam Mu. I can prove it, this boy, that he's screaming, Arbor. I am her adoptive father's aunt. My surname is Li." The old woman chuckled and tugged at the thin and tall man beside her. "This is my son, Kongwei. We are very familiar with her adoptive father's family. We all lived together in Quoto village on Xikong planet for many years, haha." The old woman's lips curled as she hurriedly said, "Master Mu, Madam Mu, Jojo is very good. Heh, their whole family is very good." Mu Qingya frowned and turned to say to Mu Jingfeng, "Xingchen, this child, told me not long ago that her younger sister came to the Divine Continent, which means that our young miss came to the Divine Continent by herself. But Concubine sure picked someone up from Xikong planet now? I'm afraid you picked her up wrongly." When Concubine sure heard this, she rebutted indignantly, "Sister, I don't like what you're saying. Although eldest young master's cultivation is high, it doesn't mean that he's accurate in judging people. Does he have evidence to prove that the young lady he met in China is the one from our Mu family who was stranded outside? You casually found two people here, and that's proof?" Mu Qingya said indifferently, "You're the one with a bad brain, yet you want to think that other people's brains are bad as well? Husband." Concubine sure immediately pouted, looking like she was complaining to the heavens and earth but daring not to complain to her mistress. She pulled out a handkerchief from under her sleeve to wipe her eyes and sobbed. This concubine worked hard and inquired from many sources for the sake of this family. It wasn't easy for this concubine to bring our young lady back, yet madam is still making things up for me like this. Enough. Mu Jingfeng, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. He stood up and coldly said, "Deal with this matter as you see fit. There's no need to tell me too much about these inner residence matters." Mu Jingfeng strode out of the hall, not even sparing a glance at the young lady kneeling on the ground from the corner of his eye. The old woman kneeling behind the young lady secretly pursed her lips and sneakily looked up to exchange glances with her son beside her. Concubine sure chuckled and looked up at Mu Qingya provocatively. Madam, then, since husband has spoken, please arrange a courtyard for the young lady to stay in. It turned out that in husband's heart, this daughter who had been stranded outside wasn't that important. A mocking glint flitted across Sir Huixin's eyes. Mu Qingya coldly glanced at her, her gaze landing on the cowering young lady kneeling on the ground. What's your name? Xiao. Xiao, Jojo. She's called Mu Qiao, Sir Huixin answered with a chuckle. Madam, you can just call her Jojo. Half an hour later. The old woman pulled her son and returned to the small courtyard that Madame Mu had temporarily arranged for them with the young lady. Although it looked like a very ordinary small courtyard, the layout of the courtyard and the room, the silks, satins, and embroidery simply dazzled the three. The three of them had never lived in such a nice courtyard in their entire lives. They hurriedly entered the room together. The old woman immediately cried out excitedly, Chun, Song this time, the three of us will have a good life. Mother, you're taking too much of a risk. If you ask me to pretend to be someone from Arbor and they find out, they'll kill us like we're ants. We won't even be able to reason with them. As soon as her son shouted, his mouth was covered by the old woman. What are you yelling about? The old woman sneakily hid behind the door to take a look. Fortunately, there were no servants in the garden. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief and hit her son's arm hard. This is related to your sister's future happiness. I'm telling you, you better watch your mouth and don't go around talking nonsense. Ingchun, don't be afraid. This matter, I think. The old woman's small eyes flashed, moreover, we didn't come here on our own accord. It was that concubine sure who brought you back. Even if there's a problem, it's their own fault. What does it have to do with us? Xiao Yingchen nervously pinched her handkerchief, her heart uneasy as she said, but that sixth sister today, that Mu Royun, said the moment she saw me, she said that I was acting old. She was 21 years old now, so it was impossible for her to pretend to be a 15-year-old girl. Moreover, she had been hiding on Seakong Planet all these years, living the life of a beggar in the open, so her skin naturally couldn't be as supple as a young girl's. Ingchun, don't be afraid. Mother is here for everything. Madame Nei put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. Just stay here with peace of mind. To outsiders, just say that I'm your aunt. Your younger brother is your younger cousin. The three of us will stay here for a while first. Mother, I heard that the people here are all cultivating. What kind of cultivation have they cultivated to? Spiritualists, right? That seems to be the case. Look at your younger brother, he's only a level 3 mystic cultivator now. Then if your younger brother has the support of such a large family clan's cultivation resources, then his realm will definitely rise. Madame Nei had a good plan, and her shrewd eyes were filled with yearning for a happy life. Mother, we won't be exposed, right? Xiao Yingchen actually didn't have much confidence herself. How could that be? We just have to insist that you're Arbor. Who here has seen her before, so how could they expose you? Xiao Tsong had used some brains at this time, especially since he didn't get a good ending every time he went against Arbor. He kept feeling uneasy and felt a bit apprehensive at the mention of Arbor. Mother, can you not be so naive? What kind of identity does Arbor have? Is it so easy to impersonate the crown princess of Emo Kingdom? What's wrong with the crown princess? Madame Nei put her hands on her hips and revealed a shrewish look. She's already living so well, so she can just stay in her palace and be the crown princess. No one will fight with her for anything. Song why are you so timid now? If your older sister gets the benefits, will you not get a share? Besides, that Arbor is still in the Emo Kingdom's palace on Seakong Planet right now. Don't worry, she's living like a princess. This was the divine land. Who would know that she was the crown princess? We're all relatives. What's wrong with letting your sister use her identity and live a good life? It's not like she'll lose anything. After hearing Madame Nei's fallacious reasoning, Xiao Yingchen felt more confident. She nodded and said, that's true. This place is thousands of kilometers away from Seakong Planet. If no one brought her here, she wouldn't be able to come over. Oh, isn't that so? Ever since the mother and her children failed to rob rice on the street and were sent to prison for causing trouble, they had been living in seclusion ever since. Miss Xiao had long forgotten about these 3 flies. Later on, these 3 people were exiled from the Mo Kingdom capital to work in the mines. By chance, they escaped and fled back to Quoto village in a sorry state. When Shi Huixin found the 3 of them, they were already on the verge of death from starvation. How could Xianxia not firmly grasp this opportunity to eat well and live well, achieve meteoric success and leave the hell on earth like Xikong planet for the divine land, no matter what? She was also surnamed Xiao and was family with Arbor. Since her sister wasn't coming to the divine land, it wasn't a big deal for her to take her place as a relative, right? Mom was right. She was Arbor's crown princess. Every day, she was dressed in luxurious clothes and feasted on delicacies. Her days were so comfortable, so what was wrong with helping out a poor relative? From now on, she was the Mu family's precious young miss. Her days would definitely be better and better. Bam! Concubineshire looked up at her daughter who rushed in and said with a frown, "Yuner, you're really becoming more and more rude. Mother, you clearly know that woman is a fake. Why did you bring her back? I feel disgusted just looking at her. She has an ugly and dark face. She's already so old, yet she's still pretending to be young. I won't call this kind of petty country bumpkin my older sister." Mu Royun said angrily. "You child." Shi Huixin swept her a helpless glance and beckoned her over. "Come sit next to mother." "Mother." Mu Royun squeezed to her side and leaned into Shi Huixin's arms, pouting. Shi Huixin poked her younger daughter's forehead lovingly. "Yuner, do you think mother is really stupid? Since we know that girl will come back sooner or later, why don't we happily welcome her back? It's easier to control her if we find a stupid one." Mu Royun looked at Concubineshire in slight surprise. "Mother, you mean? That real Arbor is much more powerful than this fake one?" "More than more powerful. This idiot from a small family can't compare at all." Shi Huixin humphed. "Let's find something that can't be shown in public and have it in our hands. It's much better than that girl really coming back to cause trouble. But Madam will be the first to find fault with this matter. A fake will always be a fake. Someone will expose it one day." "Humph." Shi Huixin pursed her lips. "That kind of woman is used to being a good person in front of eldest young master. She doesn't even find it tiring. I don't believe that she doesn't have any selfish motives. So what if it's exposed? By then, Arbor's reputation will already be tarnished." Shi Huixin waved her hand carelessly. She didn't tell her daughter many things. After all, her younger daughter couldn't keep secrets. For example, when she found out about Arbor's crown princess identity, she was actually very shocked. She definitely didn't expect that this daughter of the Mu family who had wandered outside would actually coincidentally marry His Highness the Crown Prince of the Divine Continent on Xikong planet. That wasn't a small Mo Kingdom's crown prince. That was His Highness the Crown Prince of the Great Divine Continent. But so what, the Great Emperor would definitely not acknowledge this marriage. When the time came, the Crown Prince would definitely find another good partner. As for her, Arbor, a trace of disgust and coldness flashed through Concubineshire's eyes. She should be in the dust and be trampled on by others. Her daughter should be coquettishly pampered. All the glory of the Mu residence should belong to her daughter. There was no need for an outsider to exist in this world. Qin Estate, the opposite shore of the lake. When Qin Xian ascended Panyu Pavilion, he took off the cloak on his body and handed it over to the manservant following behind him. "Little brother Xian, what are you busy with? I haven't seen you for a while." Omega Kotoka raised his head and looked at his smiling big brother. He asked expressionlessly, "Big brother, why are you here?" "Yeah, I'm bored." Eldest young Sir Qin sat down in front of him with a grin and didn't stand on ceremony. He directly reached out to take the teapot from the table and poured himself a cup of piping hot tea. "I heard that you arranged for fifth brother to go to Weishi Langfang to relax?" "HM? That's right." Eldest young Sir Qin smiled and nodded. "I saw that he was cooped up at home and had nothing to do recently, so I let him go out for a walk." Second young sir, second young sir." A man dressed in yellow hastily ascended the pavilion as if he were flying. When he turned and discovered that eldest Xianxia was also present, he involuntarily paused. Yo, isn't this Wang Cheng? Why are you suddenly not speaking after seeing this Xianxia? You can't even let me know about this? Do you want me to leave now? Eldest Xianxia asked with a grin as he found himself with a teacup in one hand. Speak, Omega Kotoku replied dryly with downcast eyes. Yes. Wang Cheng glanced at eldest Xianxia, inwardly musing that this eldest Xianxia was still so insensible. After some hesitation, Wang Cheng still said, this subordinate heard that the Mu family brought back a young lady that they had lost contact with outside last night. Huh, what does the Mu family finding a daughter have to do with us? Upon hearing this, eldest young Master Qin immediately waved his fan, showing a disinterested expression. It has a lot to do with us. Wang Cheng suddenly raised his voice, his eyes brimming with the light of gossip. Eldest young sir, do you know that young lady's name? Her name is Arbor, but after entering the Mu family, she changed her name to Mu Qiao. She was also brought over from Sikong planet. She also came from that small place, Quoto village. Pfft. Eldest Xianxia choked on his tea and started coughing violently. Qin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and her gaze also landed on Wang Cheng. His handsome face was expressionless, but his eyes appeared especially sharp. What did you say? Could it be that he had heard wrongly just now? Wang Cheng knew that his young sir would have such a reaction. He had always felt that his young sir would become somewhat abnormal when it came to that young lady from the Qiao family. Wang Cheng's mouth twitched as he said, that is that young lady from the Qiao family. I heard that she was brought back to the Mu family. Yes, she is the Mu family's long-lost daughter. Heh, young sir, this is quite dramatic, isn't it? She was brought back just like that? Eldest young Sir Omega Kotoku and eldest young Sir Qin asked in unison. That's right. Wang Cheng looked at the two young masters with a puzzled expression. He blinked his small eyes and asked, is there a problem? The two brothers looked at each other and saw some doubts in each other's eyes. The biggest problem was that he didn't make a splash or create a ruckus. This was not Jojo's style at all. Since when had Jojo been so obedient? She was going to follow someone else back just because they wanted to pick her up? It didn't look like it. Heh. Eldest young Master Qin didn't know why he was laughing so strangely. He put away his fan and slowly poured himself another cup of tea, as if the guy who had lost control and almost spat out the tea was not the elegant and calm him at this moment. When did you go back? Why wasn't there any news before? Prince Omega Kotoku asked coldly. Just last night. It was already dark. Then the Mu family silently took her back. He left through the back door without alerting anyone. However, the other families in the imperial capital should have received the news by now. Back door? The two young masters exclaimed in disbelief in unison. Wang Cheng, what was wrong with the back door? Was it so unbelievable? Impossible. Eldest young Sir Qin shook his head and snorted while waving the fan in his hand. It can't be Jojo. The young lady wasn't one to be taken advantage of. Not to mention the back door, even if it was the main door, there would probably be a guard of honor to welcome her back. Interesting. The eldest young sir clapped and chuckled. Who exactly is it that dares to impersonate my family's little miss? I'll definitely go over and take a look later. Young Master Omega Kotoku swept a disdainful glance at his eldest brother. When did she become your family's little miss? In that case, perhaps the little miss has already gone to the divine province. Eldest young Master Qin narrowed his eyes and sent the second young sir a frivolous look. Speaking of which, second brother, I've always wanted to ask you something. Back then, your clone was destroyed and you ran back with your tail between your legs. This matter has something to do with my family's little miss, right? How do you plan to deal with father? That old man won't take things lying down. You know that if the little miss comes, the old man probably has a way to sense her. I'll take care of it, young Master Omega Kotoku said solemnly. Tisk eldest young Master Qin stood up with a chuckle with a flick of his sleeve. Since you know what to do, then it's fine. I'll go over and take a look right now. Just which audacious B***tch dares to impersonate my family's little miss? This matter will definitely be very interesting. Omega Kotoku, since when did she belong to your family? You'll be beaten to death sooner or later if you say it so smoothly. After exiting the Qin estate, eldest young master Qin was all smiles as he headed in the direction of the Mu estate. The eldest young sir searched the Mu estate's rear courtyard and finally found that Miss Mu Qiao, who had just returned home in a small, run-down courtyard in a remote corner. This simply made one speechless. The eldest young sir looked up at the courtyard of that small residence, then at the style of the upstart in the courtyard, and his lips involuntarily twitched. If his little miss knew that the Mu family was mocking her like this, her enmity and hatred would probably escalate. Shaking his head, eldest young master Qin entered the courtyard with a TSK. Xianxia just happened to walk out and saw a handsome man dressed in white fluttering in the middle of the courtyard at a glance. She nearly fell head over heels for him. Her little heart pounded, and her face flushed red. She stammered, You are? Could this be one of the Mu family's young masters? This is too handsome. Xianxia's heart raced wildly, and her maiden heart thumped loudly. She actually subconsciously took a few steps forward. Eldest young Sir Qin chuckled and suddenly charged towards Xianxia like a beam of white light. Xianxia was overjoyed, thinking that this handsome young master was also interested in her. Just as she twisted her body and took a few quick steps forward, she was caught off guard and felt herself being swept away by a gust of cold wind. With a bang, she crashed into the side room at the back. Bang! 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 Bang bang bang! The sound of a beating that made one's hair stand on end could be heard, accompanied by the woman's whimpering cries that shrank in her throat. This sound continued for almost an hour before it finally ended with a short and sharp gasp from the woman. Alas! Eldest young Sir Qin walked out of the side room and patted away the non-existent dust on his sleeves as he muttered to himself, Why can't I control myself? How dare he impersonate Jojo with such an appearance? When the Qin estate's hidden guards passed this news to the young master of Omega Kotoku in Crane Garden, the young master paused for a moment. Second young master's hand that was holding the brush paused for a moment. He looked at a black dot under the brush and silently changed to a blank piece of paper for himself. Bang! In the Mu estate's Wupu garden, Shi Huixin smashed the teacup next to her with an ashen face. What an idiot! Shi Huixin cursed. She had originally planned to bring that woman, who was unpresentable, to walk around the banquet hosted by Madame Goen today. She wanted to let this Mu estate's legitimate miss show her face in front of all the noble ladies. In the future, even if the real Arbor wanted to return home, his reputation would have been more or less ruined by this fake idiot. Who would have thought that there would be news that this idiot would be beaten black and blue by someone in the garden by himself until he was on the verge of death? Bodyguard Liu, go investigate. Go and find out what's going on. Shi Huixin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there was someone secretly hiding in their Mu family and had seen everything that she had done? She wasn't afraid of others finding out the truth. In any case, she just needed to say that she was deceived by Xianxia and her daughter. She was just dissatisfied that there was actually someone in this household who was secretly fighting for justice for that little bastard Arbor. Nanny Zhu. Shi Huixin turned to look at an old blue and white maid standing behind her and coldly said, Could it be that the injuries are all on the face? When will it recover? If she insisted on bringing such a disgraceful thing out, Madame would be the first to reject it. Moreover, her motive was too obvious. Nanny Zhu was an old nanny she brought from her maternal home, so she was naturally loyal and could understand her young miss's intentions. When she heard this, she couldn't help but spit and say, that be *tch, who knows if she fell on her own or not, but she still falsely claimed that she was beaten. The injuries are all on the face. The corner of her mouth is broken, and her eyes are swollen like a pig's head. In this servant's opinion, even if she used a beautifying pill and a healing pill, she'll need at least half a month to recover. How unlucky. Shi Huixin felt that her entire plan had been disrupted, and she slapped the stool heavily. The next day, Miss Qiao once again collected a shoal of fish. This time, the onlookers at Wei Shijiang didn't have anything to say. In any case, they were already used to it. Who asked her to have a storage talisman? They also wanted to collect a few fish, but their inner worlds couldn't store living things. Besides, the inner world was only a few cubic meters big, and it was used to store rare treasures. How could it be used to store fish? Sigh, comparisons are odious. He returned to Fish Orchid Planet and released the school of fish into the Orchid Sea. Looking at these jubilant fish swimming in the sea, they flicked their tails and jumped up, creating a series of sparkling and translucent water droplets. Arbor's eyes flickered. Emolienne slowly walked up to her and held her hand. She asked softly, Jojo, are you still going to watch the competition today? Actually, he hoped that she would go. He hoped that she would completely forget about yesterday's unhappy matter and smile again. The little girl turned her head and looked up at him. It was as if she could feel his feelings. Her heart seemed to be touched by something. It was so soft that it was indescribable. She suddenly nodded her little head and gave him a definite answer. At that moment, Emolienne's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Clang! The gongs and drums sounded again. The onlookers in the corridor cheered violently. More than 10 pill refiners rushed forward and stuffed buns with elixirs into the mouths of the 30 pitiful patients. Are you feeling better? Are you feeling better, brother? Brother, can you see how many buns this is? One of them stretched out a finger and waved it in front of the patient. Bam! Holy shit, he's down. Doctor, where's the doctor? Come and take a look. Take a look. Amidst the chaos, 2 doctors immediately came forward to check on him. They immediately fed the patient a vomit-inducing liquid and helped him to the side to vomit. Arbor, Emolienne had been paying attention to his wifey's expression ever since they entered Langfang. Now that he saw the corners of his wifey's mouth twitch, he knew that the little fellow's mood was starting to improve. Since last night, this little thing had been listless. She ate very slowly, and when she spoke, she would only reply with 2 or 3 words when you asked her 7 or 8 questions. Her listless appearance made one's heart ache. Now that her mood had improved, the Crown Prince deliberately teased her. He squeezed her hand and asked, Jojo, what kind of poison are these people suffering from? Ordinary poisons can be cured by refining an antidote pill. But their symptoms don't look the same, Emolienne continued. Miss Chow nodded. With a flick of her finger, a small porcelain bottle landed in her palm. Jojo's exclusive antidote pill can cure more than 200 ordinary poisons. Jojo, when did you refine this antidote pill? I cooked it in a small stew pot in the early stages. Miss Chow frowned. It's too ordinary. Emolienne, pretend he didn't ask. He reckoned that this little guy was born to deal a blow to people. The 2 of them whispered in low voices, but it still attracted the sidelong glances of the pill refiners around them. When they heard the little girl's words, they glared at her with indignant eyes. What kind of joke was this, using a small stew pot to refine pills? Did she think they were idiots who could be fooled by a few words? Oh no, this young fellow seems to be dying. Isn't this poison too strong? You brat, what kind of bun did you stuff into his mouth? It's wrapped in poison. A middle-aged man furiously pushed the young pill refiner in front of him. No, no. It's the antidote, I gave him the antidote. Impossible, even if it can't cure the poison in his body, it can't make his condition worse. F***CK, do you know how to detoxify? Doctor. Doctor, give me some vomit-inducing liquid. Arbor frowned slightly and turned to look at an alchemist standing beside him. Where did these patients come from? Of course I registered myself. The alchemist thought of the arrogant words the little girl had said before and didn't want to bother with her. But after thinking about it, he said, there's also a reward for signing up to take the poison. After the event, everyone will get 1,000 spirit coins. They are all from poor families. 1,000 spirit coins is enough for them to live for more than half a month. It's over, quickly suppress him, a doctor shouted. Several pairs of hands pressed down on the twitching man on the ground. Looking at the man's expression, it was obvious that he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. He was already on the verge of death. Arbor couldn't help but frown as he handed the bottle to Fong Su behind him. Feed him one. Fong Su was dumbfounded. The Crown Princess ordered him around and it seemed like it was very convenient for her to order him around. Why aren't you going? Emolienne disliked his slow reaction and glanced at him coldly. The latter hurriedly stepped forward, slapped open the patient's mouth, and flicked a pill in. Hey, what are you doing? Everyone looked at Fong Su and was about to criticize him all at once. The doctor who was squatting down to check on the patient shouted, "Shut up. Shut up." Eh? His pulse is stable. Poison? The poison is cured. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. What kind of immortal pill was this? It could cure the poison as soon as it entered the stomach. One had to know that this miserable brother had successively been poisoned by the pills and steamed buns made by several pill alchemists. Not to mention curing the poison, every time he ate a steamed bun, his body's condition would worsen. At this rate, they thought this guy would die soon, but unexpectedly, everyone couldn't help but turn to look at the stoic-faced little girl standing in front of the crowd. This little girl didn't seem to find anything strange at all as she silently watched everyone. "Miss, may I have the antidote pill? Take a look?" The doctor's eyes glowed as he stared at the medicine bottle in Fong Su's hand. This medicine bottle looked ordinary. It was pure white without any decorative patterns. However, the pills in this bottle were so extraordinary. Fong Su felt his hair stand on end from being stared at. Arbor motioned for him to pass the bottle to the doctor for inspection. However, the doctor exclaimed in a moment, "Miss, are these pills for sale? 20,000 per pill." The little girl waved her small hand as if she was selling trash, causing everyone's eyes to light up instantly. Mo Lian, my wife was really selling trash. After all, these were pills that she boiled in a small pot in the early stages. Naturally, their quality and effectiveness couldn't be compared to the ones she made now. "Aunt, I'll buy all the antidote pills." "Get lost, Oldly, don't you feel guilty? How can you take all the good stuff for yourself?" I'll buy it too. "Miss, give me 10 pills too." Everyone clamored. Miss Chow silently took out more than 40 medicine bottles and sold another batch of the accumulated trash. Including the digestion pills she sold earlier, her spirit coin card now had more than 11 million spirit coins. In a place like China, where prices were abnormally high, she could be considered a wealthy woman with more than 10 million spirit coins in savings. After all, she needed spirit stones to buy good things here. Spirit coins were still somewhat useful in the secular world. The little girl took back her spirit coin card. Her big eyes were full of vigor as she swept her gaze over the crowd. "Little alchemist, I am the shopkeeper of the Vigorous Pill Store. My surname is Li. In the future, if Little Alchemist has any pills to sell, you can bring them to our pill shop. The price will definitely be fair. You're always welcome." Everyone was busy trying to worm their way into being friends with this little alchemist who looked extraordinary at first glance. Miss Chow blinked and started a conversation mode where she would answer a few questions. When everyone saw this, they said to themselves in their hearts, "An expert is an expert after all. His speech is concise and to the point, and he's especially imposing." Sir Jojo had earned spirit coins, so his attitude towards the owners of these elixir shops was quite good. While they were listening to their long-winded chatter, a group of people hurried over from the entrance of the corridor. The leader was a manservant with red lips and white teeth. He was led by an older man to arbor. When he saw that it was just a young girl in front of him, his eyes revealed a faint trace of uncertainty. He raised his eyes to look at the old man. The old man hurriedly nodded and politely bowed to arbor. "Little alchemist, please come with me. Little alchemist, please treat my young master's illness. You don't have to worry about the consultation fee." "I'm not going," Arbor said expressionlessly. That manservant looked a little familiar, and just looking at him made him feel displeased. In addition, his eyes clearly revealed a trace of suspicion and uncertainty towards her. Arbor was not born to be a masochist. If he did not trust her, why did he look for her? It must be a troublesome matter. She was about to leave Langfang, so she couldn't be bothered to get involved again. Ling Ji's eyes were slightly angry. What kind of attitude was this girl showing? She took a closer look and realized that this girl seemed to be the weirdo who had been collecting fish with storage talismans for the past 2 days. If not for the fact that young master's illness could not be delayed any longer, he definitely would not have come to beg her. Ling Ji's expression became slightly more restrained. She held her breath and said word by word, "Miss, my young master's chronic illness is acting up." He had no choice but to seek. Miss Chow turned and left. Was this page boy sure he could speak? His chronic illness acted up and he could not find a better alchemist, so he had no choice but to seek her. What did he take her for? A backup alchemist? Not to mention whether she was happy to be treated or not, her attitude was unparalleled. She really thought of herself as a dish, Arbor sneered. He grabbed Mo Lian's hand and walked towards the exit of Langfang. The two of them were about to return to the official ship when they heard the sound of someone falling into the water. Someone exclaimed, "Aya, it's bad. Miss Meng fell into the river." What followed was a mess. A man carried Miss Meng, who had fallen into the water, over and laid her flat at the entrance of Langfang. Then, he took a few steps back uneasily. The middle-aged procuress of the 10,000 Red House ran over and cried, "This wastrel actually forced our Miss Meng to jump into the river." Someone cursed with righteous indignation. There were also people who pointed at the unconscious Miss Meng and said that she was pretentious. The middle-aged woman of Myriad Red House held Miss Meng's head and shouted to the people around her, "Is there anyone who can save our Miss Meng?" At this moment, a young man in his late 20s walked over. He squatted down and said, "I have a healing pill here. Eat it." The woman from the 10,000 Red House hurriedly took the medicine and gave it to Miss Meng. Not long after, Miss Meng slowly woke up. A few whispers could be heard from the crowd. Wang Yan's pills are indeed of excellent quality. Yes, although his pill refining skills are not bad, there's obviously something wrong with his brain. If there is nothing wrong with his brain, why would he reject the olive branch from Bessie's branch? He even angered the branch manager. Arbor's gaze had been fixed on Wang Yan ever since he took out the pill. The more he looked at him, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. He could not help but have an idea and beckoned to Wang Yan. "Big guy." Wang Yan turned around and saw that it was his benefactor who sold him the digestive pills yesterday. He hurriedly walked over and cupped his fists in greeting. "Miss, do you have any instructions for me?" The little girl rolled her eyes. "Did you refine that healing pill?" "That's right." Wang Yan smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your help yesterday. Those two are your friends?" Arbor's small eyes swept to the side. Wang Yan looked over and nodded. "Yes, yes. Gudapeng and Little Chow are my close brothers. The branch manager of Vessi Pill House was so despicable and shameless that he banned your brothers?" Wang Yan's expression darkened at the mention of this matter. "I just don't want my brothers to be restricted by the rules of the pill house." "That's true. If you really enter that lousy pill house, you will be restricted greatly. Furthermore, I heard that the pill house is extremely black-hearted. Every time a pill refiner refines a pill, they will take 80% of the profits." "Is that true?" Arbor looked as if he was chatting very well with Wang Yan. That expression of his caused the surrounding people to be slightly stunned. "Please, weren't they talking about saving Lady Meng? Why did they change the topic so quickly?" Wang Yan nodded. Gung Dapeng and Little Chow, who were originally standing far away, could not help but walk over and look at this young lady curiously. 80% is really black-hearted. The people from the pill house are probably rotten to the core. "Everyone, there are quite a few people from the pill house here. How many people have you offended?" Furthermore, the other pill house provides the ingredients, cauldrons, and fire tools. "Isn't it good to let the pill refiners earn 20% of the profits?" The young lady did not care about the sour expressions of the pill house's people. Instead, she looked at Wang Yan eagerly. "What plans do you have from now on?" Wang Yan answered honestly. "We originally wanted to win at the Milkhead Festival and obtain some spirit coins and ingredients. But now..." Wang Yan laughed bitterly. "We probably can't stay in Weishi Corridor Square any longer. We plan to..." "Wang Yan, do you think that you can roam the world just because you left Weishi River? Let me tell you. You have offended the pill house. No matter which city you go to, you will not be able to live properly." Following this voice, Xiaomu looked up and saw a short winter melon rolling over like a ball on his short legs. This person was probably Manager Wang from Weishi Corridor Square. Arbor ignored him and patted Wang Yan's shoulder. "Brother Wang Yan, how about this? You come with me and I will provide you with ingredients, cauldrons, and so on. If you perform well, I can even give you some more valuable pill formulas. We will split the pills 40 to 60. You 40 and I 60. What do you think? Are you interested in coming with me? Wang Yan was stunned. Geng Dapeng and Little Chow were in the same situation as Wang Yan. They were both stunned on the spot. Arbor wasn't in a hurry. He quietly watched them and tilted his head, sizing up Wang Yan and the other two. The more he looked at it, the more reliable it seemed. Just thinking about it made him feel a little smug. In the future, Jojo-sama would also have connections in his hands. He had talisman masters and alchemy masters. He had to quickly nurture the organization. God knows what would happen in the future. As the saying goes, if you have someone in your hands, you won't panic even if you encounter trouble. The quality of Wang Yan's elixir was indeed good. Although it was only a medium-grade healing elixir, its quality was close to that of a purple-grade elixir. Compared to the pills of any of the alchemists present, it was much stronger. If he was a talent, he should be nurtured well. It would be a pity to bury him in this Weishi River. On the other hand, President Wang of the Weishi branch was so angry that his face turned green. He really didn't expect that there would be a little girl who didn't know the difference between life and death. She actually dared to come here and snatch people away from Baisai? Are you looking for death? Weishi branch's President Wang had only spoken half a sentence when Mo Lian glared at him coldly, causing more than half of his imposing manner to vanish. President Wang looked suspiciously at Mo Lian. Who are you people? Fang Su stared at him coldly, then walked a few steps forward with his head held high and waved his hand in front of Manager Wang. Manager Wang did not know what was going on, but his eyes seemed to be able to turn and he immediately saw the appearance of the token in Fang Su's hand. There was a silver dragon carved on it. Could it be, the highest level of Emperor's token? Oh my god, where did this great god come from? Why didn't he take out the Emperor's token earlier? Manager Wang was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he immediately became more clear-headed. Although he still did not know the identities of these people in front of him, it did not mean that his attitude could not immediately change. His face immediately changed from a ferocious one to an amiable one. Mo Lian could not be bothered to talk nonsense with this kind of person. She turned around and said to the stunned Wang Yan and the other two, the three of you, come here. Wang Yan did not know why, but when he heard the young man's voice, he quickly nodded and called Geng Dapeng and Little Chow to follow him. When he regained his senses, the three of them were already on the deck of the official ship. Arbor sized them up and asked, have you thought it through? Are you coming with me? When Wang Yan thought of the Weishi branch manager's attitude towards this pair of young people, he immediately guessed that the two of them were not ordinary people. Moreover, the conditions that the little girl offered for refining pills were really too generous. She could provide anything, and even left them with 40% of the pills. These conditions were definitely the best treatment in any medicine shop in the 3 prefectures. Wang Yan and his 2 brothers looked at each other. When they saw the other 2 nodding at him, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Arbor nodded and said to the 3 of them in an extremely good mood, you will soon know that the choice you made today was definitely not wrong. Not only was it not wrong. Half a month later, when Wang Yan and the other 2 received the 2 precious pill formulas, they would be beaming with joy and praise themselves for making the wise decision back then. After taking in 3 subordinates that Sir Jojo thought highly of for no reason, the little fellow was in a good mood. When Linga came over with a doctor to seek an audience, her expression softened slightly. This time, it was the elderly doctor who spoke. His attitude was very respectful. Arbor was a kid who grew stronger when he met someone stronger. Don't force yourself on her. If you force yourself on her, there's a 99% chance that she won't even look at you. Prince Mo already knew about her temper. If you don't put on airs with her, she can put on airs and be even more infuriating. Now that this old doctor was being polite, she returned the favor with a distant and polite attitude. The old doctor repeated what he wanted to say and then said sincerely, Miss, please don't mind our previous attitude. This child, Ling Go, was too worried about her young master's illness. That was why she was so anxious and rash. Young ladies' pills are so good, presumably your medical skills are also extraordinary. Miss, please step aside and let our young master have a look. The old doctor was trying to find any doctor in a desperate situation. After all, in this world, those who knew how to concoct pills might not necessarily know how to treat illnesses. Those who knew how to treat illnesses might not necessarily know how to concoct pills. Although there was only a single word difference between alchemist and physician, there was a huge difference. The little girl said with a straight face, "My consultation fee is very high." "Ah, yes, yes. As long as Miss is willing to treat me, you can name your fee." 1 million, why don't you just rob someone? Ling Ge, who was at the side, stared at Miss Chiao with eyes that were about to pop out of their sockets. After reporting the number, Miss Chiao calmly sat at the side and looked at the sky. The more she looked at this girl, the more she hated her. She clearly had a fair and cute appearance, but she just had to have facial paralysis, so what if she had facial paralysis? She was even a black-hearted facial paralysis. Just looking at her made one dislike her. Fong Su was speechless. My crown princess is too much of a scammer. How can I resolve this? After this trip, Fong Su already knew that if he wanted to make the crown prince happy, he had to obey the crown princess in everything. If the crown princess said something, there was no need for him to say anything. If the crown princess said to sit, if he stood, he would be going against the crown prince. It was fine to offend the crown prince, but if he offended the crown princess, he would be dead meat. 2 million spirit coins. Arbor raised her small hand disinterestedly. Okay. 2 million it is. Before Linga could react, the old physician had already agreed without hesitation. Was Dr. Chung an idiot? Linga looked at the old physician in shock. The old physician could only smile bitterly. After this interaction, he basically understood the girl's temperament. If you hesitated for a second and agreed, she could raise the price to 3 million spirit coins in a second. Do you believe it? Linga was as angry as a toad, and her cheeks were puffed up. He looked like a 17-year-old youth with red lips and white teeth. If an ordinary girl saw him, she would definitely be delighted. However, Sir Jojo looked at him coldly as if he was a cabbage. Ling Ji's body trembled inexplicably, and she felt that this girl was too strange. Physician Chang also felt that he was particularly persistent today. However, he had always believed in his feelings. For some reason, after observing the girl for 2 consecutive days, he felt that she was very confident. How could he be so sure that the little girl was definitely not an ordinary person? It should be a good thing to let her see his young master's troublesome symptoms. A few minutes later, Arbor slammed the curtain of the pleasure boat and walked to the deck angrily. Physician Chang followed her with a confused expression and repeatedly bowed with his hands folded in front. Miss, did something happen? Bastard. You actually tricked me into treating a stinky man with indecent behavior. Sir Jojo glared angrily at Dr. Chang and Ling Ge, who had rushed over. You asked for it. You used 8 types of aphrodisiacs, indulged in sex without restraint, and acted pitiful for what? Arbor turned around and dragged Mo Lian, who was still in a daze, away. When Ling Ge heard this, a hint of joy appeared on her face. In the past, the pharmacists who had treated the young master's illness didn't describe the symptoms in as much detail as this young lady. This young lady was indeed an expert who didn't show her true colors. She could actually tell that the young master had been poisoned by 8 different kinds of drugs. Ling Ge was shameless at once. She knelt on the ground with a thud and grabbed Arbor's skirt as she cried out, Miss, you've misunderstood me. Our young master is innocent. Our young master was captured by evil people and forced to drink these drugs. However, he would rather die than submit and remain loyal. Even in death, he did not give in. You are an expert, you can see the symptoms of our young master at a glance, please save him. It was me who failed to recognize Mount Tai and neglected the expert. Little magic doctor, you can beat me up. I definitely won't cry out in pain. Get out of the way. Miss Chiao was enraged. Ling Ge cried out involuntarily, Little magic doctor, believe me. Our young master is still a virgin. If you don't believe me, you can go and check. Arbor was speechless. Mo Lian was speechless. Everyone on the boat was speechless. Ling Ge didn't know what she said, but the atmosphere on the boat suddenly became awkward and silent. So strange, what happened? He seemed to have said something very strange just now. Ling Ge lowered her head and looked at her own hands with a dumbfounded expression. She then looked up at the Lord Miracle Doctor whose face was ashen. Scram. Xiaomu forcefully pulled back her skirt. Physician Chang's mouth twitched, and he quickly went forward to bow. "Little alchemist, please wait. This child, Ling Gu, is a little lacking." Although he, went a little overboard, that is indeed the truth. Everyone was speechless. "Physician Chang, Ling Gu, are you sure that young master won't beat you to death after he wakes up and finds out about this?" Mo Lian couldn't stand listening to them anymore. This group of hooligans actually spoke so bluntly in front of his wife. Weren't they leading the child astray? "Wife, let's go." Mo Lian hugged his wife angrily and turned to fly out of the boat. Seeing this, Ling Gu quickly went forward to hug Mo Lian's thigh. Earlier, there was a difference between men and women, so he couldn't hug Arbor's thigh and could only tug on her skirt. Now, he could finally hug her. young master, don't go. You can go, but the little godly doctor has to stay. She has to stay to treat our young master." Sob, 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 "Our young master is really too pitiful. He's such a carefree and elegant young master, yet he encountered such a thing." Sob, sob, sob. If that old woman from the National Security Agency hadn't harmed him, how could he have become like this? Mo Lian, who was about to kick this silly page boy away, paused and looked down at him coldly. "Madam from the National Security Agency?" Yes, it's that old woman. She's the one who harmed our young master." It's her. Mo Lian's eyes darkened faintly. The little girl hugged his neck and suddenly blinked. "Is that National Security Agency your enemy?" Her husband's handsome face darkened when he heard this name. It was definitely his enemy. The young lady decided to put this madam of the National Security Agency on her blacklist. Mo Lian lowered her head and smiled at her. "That old woman is not qualified to be my opponent." Yes. Her husband was such a proud person. Naturally, she couldn't compare him with a bunch of random people. The little fellow kicked her short legs and roared at Ling Gu, who was sobbing with tears and snot. "Go and prepare clean towels and water. Prepare more hot water." Since it was an enemy that her husband didn't like, then she would save the person that the enemy wanted to harm. Ling Gu hurriedly left obediently. Mo Lian rubbed the little fellow's head helplessly. "I'm fine. It's just that when I heard about this old woman's reputation, I was scared to death." This old woman was truly disgusting. In recent years, she had become even worse. She even dared to make a move against the Qin estate's people, so what else did she not dare to do? Arbor patted Mo Lian's chest. "Don't worry. If she dares to cause trouble, I'll beat her up so badly that even her parents won't be able to recognize her." Mo Lian couldn't help but be amused when he heard this, and the pent-up anger in his chest was instantly swept away. He hugged his wifey and planted a kiss on her bright and clean forehead. "My chow is the best." Arbor blushed and looked at the people around him with a guilty conscience. Upon discovering that no one was watching them, the little fellow finally moved her limbs and slipped out of Mo Lian's embrace, walking towards the ship's cabin. Mo Lian beamed as she turned her head to look at her fleeing figure, discovering that the little fellow's ears were red. She had to hurry back to hug, kiss, and bite her. The little lady held a pair of small paws behind her back as she walked towards the unconscious fifth young master Qin with a solemn expression. At this time, the fifth young master's entire head was drenched in sweat. His entire body was curled up, as if he was being roasted by a raging fire, yet also as if half of his body was soaked in icy water, feeling icy cold. Arbor opened her needle bag and inserted a few needles into him first. Physician Chang stood to the side, and when he saw the little lady's acupuncture technique, a pleasantly surprised smile instantly appeared on his face. The little divine physician's acupuncture technique was truly marvelous. Arbor walked up to hold the fifth young master's wrist and checked his pulse with rapt attention, occasionally revealing faint bewilderment and astonishment on her face. How did all kinds of aphrodisiac powder get into this body? It's only weakened by half after so many days, but he actually managed to endure it. The little fellow was currently muttering to herself. The figure on the bed moved slightly, and a pair of watery black eyes slowly opened. When he saw the young lady beside his bed and discovered that his wrist was currently being held by the other party, the fifth young master immediately felt unwell. His entire face was abnormally bashful and resentful, and his eyes seemed to spew fire as he glared at Arbor. He exerted all his strength to pull his wrist inwards, berating angrily, "Why are you here? Who told you to bring her in? Get out! Get out!" Arbor pursed her lips. "You're still quite energetic." As she spoke, she stuck out a finger and inserted a needle into his chest. The fifth young master was horrified to discover that he actually couldn't move his entire body, and he didn't even have the strength to flick his pinky. Ah. The fifth young master nearly lost his composure and screamed crazily. His eyes revealed a deep sense of terror as he stared at Xiao Mu and shouted in a threatening manner, "You demoness, what do you want to do?" Dr. Cheng saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly stepped forward to explain, young master, don't panic. This young lady is not a bad person. She is the little godly doctor that we invited for you." "What godly doctor?" They were all liars. "Liar. Let me go." "You damn liar. When I can move again, I will definitely." "Forget it." The little fellow grumpily used a finger to press down fifth young master's slightly raised head. "With your frail body, you don't even have the slightest bit of cultivation, and you still want to talk big? What can you do to me when you can move? You can't beat me, and you can't bite me either." The fifth young master's face was ashen as he glared at her. He glared at this girl with a venomous mouth. At this moment, he didn't know why, but he felt like dying. He was the Qin family's trash. No wonder seventh brother hated him to the point of wanting him dead. His existence as a trash was an insult to the entire Qin family. Big brother and second brother were so shockingly talented, resourceful, and had profound cultivations. Although third brother and fourth brother weren't in the same realm as big brother and second brother, they were at least talented in the younger generation. He couldn't cultivate since he was young. The light in fifth young master's eyes slowly faded away, and his entire body trembled on the bed. Useless thing. Xiaomu took out a wooden brush and brushed a layer of oily green mud-like substance onto his face. Fifth young master's body stiffened, but he couldn't move now. He could only watch as the devil-like girl brushed a layer of green paint on his face. The most hateful thing was that Physician Cheng didn't even stop her. After brushing his face, the little girl threw the small bucket in her hand to Physician Cheng. "Brush his entire body." Physician Cheng's mouth twitched silently. However, he wasn't an ignorant person. The little girl's medicine bucket contained good stuff. Although the color didn't look good, it emitted a faint fragrance. There was no doubt that it was a pure herbal medicine. "Little divine doctor, after brushing, will the medicine in young master's body be cured? Do you think it's that simple?" The little fellow roared. "This guy has been drugged with 8 types of medicine X, and it's been dragging on for a long time. Many of the powders have already penetrated deep into his flesh and bone marrow. How can it be so easy to remove?" However, although this guy had no spiritual power cultivation, he was still considered a man. If a normal man was drugged with this medicine, he would have been licentious long ago. How could he still hold it in? Unbelievable. Could it be that he couldn't? Miss Xiao froze. She put away the bad thoughts in her heart and coughed awkwardly. Forget it, he was already so pitiful. At most, she would treat him better the next time she came for treatment. Arbor said with her hands behind her back, "We're leaving for Longyan City in the afternoon. However, your young master's illness is more troublesome. He needs at least 7 days of treatment." You mean, after 7 days, young master will be cured? He wouldn't have to suffer the torture and humiliation of Medicine X anymore? Physician Cheng was excited. Arbor nodded, then asked curiously, "Let me ask you. Your young master's condition doesn't seem like he took a pill. How did he get drugged?" "This powder seeped into his body through his skin and eroded his internal organs. If it was a pill, the effect shouldn't be so good." Physician Cheng felt that this little divine doctor indeed had some skills. He didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly told her everything. "It's like this, little divine doctor. That madam of the National Security Agency is a famous perfumer in our capital, Longyan City. She's very skilled at making incense, but unfortunately, she doesn't use it properly. The incense she makes is very filthy." "Perfumer, incense production?" Arbor nodded thoughtfully. "Then her incense can also be used to make poisonous incense?" "Exactly. Arbor secretly put up his guard. He had to be careful of this old woman. Since she's not on good terms with Mo Lian, she'll definitely make trouble for me when I get back. Her perfume was so powerful, she didn't want to suffer a loss secretly. It had to be said that the little fellow had not returned yet, but she was already fully armed with a solemn expression. She was indeed very prescient. What do you think? We? Dr. Chang stared blankly for a moment before hurriedly coming to a realization. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Of course we're going back to the capital with the little divine doctor. We've been out for a long time, so we can go back now." What a joke! If he didn't follow this misgodly doctor, then how would he be able to treat the remaining days? Nothing was more important than the young master's health. He had to follow. Arbor nodded and turned to look at the fifth young master, whose face was painted green and who was glaring at her with a pair of starry eyes. The little fellow said to Dr. Chang, "Pay me 1 million first. When the treatment is over, then pay the remaining half. Don't worry, I don't cheat anyone. I won't lie to you." Yes, yes, yes. Physician Chang had a bitter expression. Under the murderous gaze of the fifth young master, he shakily transferred 1 million spirit coins to Jojo. Jojo took the money and left. He was still so straightforward. Physician Chang coughed and hurriedly called Ling Gu in to serve the young master. He didn't dare to look at the fifth young master's resentful gaze anymore. Master Jojo held her husband's hand and returned to her boat. Mo Lian immediately pulled her into his arms. "Jojo, you don't have to work so hard. If you want spirit coins, just tell me. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you." "That won't do." Arbor waved her hand with a serious expression. "What I enjoy is the process of earning, cheating, money, people." Interesting. Mo Lian, strangely, he always felt that when Jojo talked about earning money, her eyes suddenly lit up, as if they were emitting light. So cute. Oh, right. The little fellow snuggled into his arms and raised her hand to touch his handsome face. Lian. Her soft little hand directly pinched the man's face. Her eyes sparkled like sparks. "I have something to ask you." Mo Lian inexplicably felt his heart skip a beat. Looking at the little fellow's flirtatious posture, a bad premonition slid through his heart. "Do virgins like you usually have any thoughts?" Mo Lian, he felt as if fireworks were going off in his head, exploding with a bang. Colorful lights surged in his head, and he felt as if he was about to pass out. His weak self-control was already below freezing point, but this fellow was still teasing him with words. Moreover, her little body was snuggling in his arms. He couldn't take it. He wanted to pounce, bite, and sleep. Look at that fool just now. Although he can't cultivate, his willpower is quite strong. Arbor muttered to herself. Won't he be sick after holding it in for so long? Do you want to know? Mo Lian gritted her teeth and blinked. She lifted the little thing up and looked at it at eye level. Miss Chow suddenly felt a little scared. Huh? What did she say just now? Why did the man in front of her look like a tiger eyeing its prey? She quickly shook her head. Just pretend I didn't ask anything. How can I let you cower now? Did you enjoy your flirting just now? Wife, you'll know after you check if your husband has been holding it in for too long. No need. The little fellow hurriedly waved his hand and said with a serious face, how can I accept that? The two of them looked at each other with strange expressions. These words sounded strange no matter how one listened to them. Prince Mo suppressed his urge to burst into laughter, picked up the little fellow, and quickly walked into the cabin. Along the way, the little fellow was still nagging, Mo Lian, you really don't need that. Of course. Prince Mo said with a smile, aren't you curious? Don't worry, your husband is all yours, inside and out. You can check him however you want. Then, he gently exhaled into her ear, which was filled with his scent. Your husband must be a virgin. Arbor, exclamation point. That's not right. She wanted to tease this man. Why was she being teased instead? Sir Jojo's face was a little red, and his heart was beating very fast. Calm down, the little fellow secretly rubbed her hands. Turning her head, her little mouth formed an O shape. Husband, bad news. That pervert Fong Su has been watching us. Mo Lian, exclamation point. Fong Su? No, it's not. It's not, your highness. Listen to my explanation, explain, oh my god. Splash. Bam. Fong Su inexplicably wanted to protest, but when he regained his senses, he realized that he had been kicked into the river. Yes, he had been kicked into the river. Kicked. These two people were simply deranged. They had stuck together like glue and syrup the whole way. That was fine. What the eye didn't see, the heart didn't grieve over. What else could he do? He didn't expect to see such a scene when he came up to the deck to invite them over for a meal. Was it his fault? Was it his fault? It couldn't be, and even if he had seen it, he had planned to sneak away and pretend that he hadn't seen anything. In the end, the little crown princess actually screamed at him like that. Oh my god, Fong Su soaked in the river, looking like he had nothing left to live for. He didn't know that this was the feeling of a single dog being abused, the feeling of misery, pity, and tragedy. On the other hand, the crown prince carried his wife back to the cabin and impatiently tugged at his collar. He raised his phoenix eyes and blinked. Jojo, come quickly. Your husband is ready. You can investigate as much as you want, from top to bottom, inside and out. I'll let you investigate to your heart's content. Come. Arbor reached out to cover her face. She felt that although her face was expressionless now, her heart should be boiling. Her face should be so hot now that it could be cooked with porridge. What should she do? This evildoer, she couldn't take her eyes off him. How could he be so good-looking? He was usually cold and indifferent, gentle and courteous to everyone. Oh my god, she didn't expect him to be so seductive in bed. At this moment, this man had changed into a frivolous look. His phoenix eyes were blinking and the corners of his lips were raised in a frivolous manner, causing ripples in one's heart. Calm down, Sir Jojo looked at him with an expressionless face. She suddenly burst into laughter and jumped up, pushing him down onto the brocade couch. Then, she reached out to tug at his belt. He would be a fool if he didn't take advantage of her beauty. Following the principle of taking advantage of the situation, Lady Chow Chow decided to make a move on the peerless handsome man in front of her. Alright. Since you've repeatedly asked me to examine you, then I'll reluctantly do a full body examination for you. With that, her small hand tore the man's belt apart. Mo Lien was dumbfounded. Why didn't his wife follow the routine? Shouldn't his wife immediately throw herself into his arms shyly and roll around, begging for mercy and pitifully begging him to let her go? After that, he was especially merciful. He secretly bullied the little fellow inside and outside, and then solemnly warned her not to play with fire. If you play with fire again, I'll eat you. But the plot didn't go as he expected. Cold sweat dripped down Crown Prince Mo's forehead. My dearest wife, your husband's self-control is really not as good as you think. Don't make a fuss. Crown Prince pressed the back of the little fellow's hand and looked at her, wanting to cry. In such a lousy place, he wouldn't let his baby suffer. Although he was about to explode from holding it in. Husband. Look. You're reacting. Chow Chow cried out in surprise. Please, your husband isn't a dead man. If he still didn't have a reaction, wouldn't that be unacceptable? Oh, you guys are having fun. Just as the two were blushing, a discordant voice sounded. Mo Lien was speechless. Arbor was dumbfounded. He turned to look at Hu Shirchen, who had suddenly appeared in the room and was looking at them with a smile. Master Jojo's face darkened as he communicated with Little Tree. Tree, get out here. Why did you let him out? Little Tree was crying and snot. The venerable immortal threatened me. He said that if I didn't let him out, he would cut Chocho into pieces and cook it in hot pot. Master, you don't know how scary the venerable immortal is. He squatted beside Chocho with a dagger and kept rubbing Chocho's face with it. I'm so scared, so scared. Boo-hoo. Master, I'm reporting you. Chocho is lying. The venerable immortal squatted beside him and fed Chocho a misty immortal seedling. Chocho turned against him. I'm going to kill you, you slanderer. Master, Chocho wants to kill Dian Dian. Arbor was speechless. Jojo, help. Mo Lien wants to kill me. The venerable peach blossom immortal's exclamation sounded in his ears. Arbor couldn't help but slap his forehead. The two of them were looking at each other like tortoises. Oh, no, the two of them were at daggers drawn and looked like they were about to fight. Miss Jiao hurriedly shouted, "I'll grill fish for you too. Eat those colorful divine fish. It can increase your cultivation." The two of them turned to look at her at the same time. They nodded and said in unison, "Okay." Thus, the little fellow led the two of them into Fish Orchid Planet and used her divine perception to capture two colorful divine fish. She planned to share these two divine fish with the two of them. Little tree, little water, little soil, and the others were attracted as soon as the fish were cooked. At the same time, Snow Leopard, Green Luan, Big Ape, Chirps and the Blazing Blood Phoenix all rushed over in a row. Xiao Mu dumbfoundedly held the two fish in her hands and stared straight at them just like that. These guys came because they smelled the aroma. Did they all want to snatch the fish from Master Jojo? Woof, woof, woof. The three puppies ran to her feet and circled around her. The weirdest thing was that the two eggs actually rolled all the way to her legs and rubbed against each other. Arbor! Exclamation point. You're just two eggs. Do you have mouths? Could it be eaten? Rub your sister. The three puppies pounced at her feet, and Arbor kicked them aside in annoyance. He sat down expressionlessly and glanced at Emolian and Hejichen. They're all here for food. Io, what's that fragrant smell? Everyone who sees it gets a share, everyone who sees it gets a share. Dao Wuji's voice drifted over. Arbor's small hands trembled slightly as he stared at Everlasting Blade, Fairy Ginkgo, and the others who were running over. He silently put down the two fish in his hands. You can divide these among yourselves. Husband, let's go. The little fellow pulled Emolian and ran out of Fish Orchid Star listlessly. He hurriedly ordered the little tree, block Spirit Realm. I'm telling you, if you continue to be unreliable, I'll cut you into pieces and throw you into a hot pot. The little tree whined and begged for mercy. Then, it hurriedly blocked the entire spirit realm so that those guys who were fighting over the two fish would not know that their master Jojo was currently taking out a colorful divine fish from his pocket and stuffing it into Emolian's arms. Husband, the two fish that Jojo roasted just now were burnt. You can roast this one. Emolian gladly agreed. She skillfully roasted a colorful divine fish with golden skin and sizzling oil. She carried the little fellow and smiled as she started to feed it. The scenery on the Wasi River was boundless. The river flowed downwards. Under the setting sun, the official ship followed the sparkling river water all the way to Dragon Flame City. Xingchen. Mu Jingrui walked onto the deck and saw Mu Xingchen standing by the railing in a light white robe, gazing at the ship in the distance. Seventh uncle, look at this route. Is little sister also heading towards the imperial capital? It's very obvious. Mu Jingrui said with a smile, don't think so much for now. We'll have a good talk with this stubborn little fellow when we reach the imperial capital. Mu Xingchen smiled faintly and nodded. He touched his wrist and seemed to be able to hear the sound of his blood pulsing. Was this what it felt like to be connected by blood? Seventh uncle, you must talk to her properly this time. Mu Jingrui grinned wryly. After fighting with her so many times, I can tell. You can't be too strong with the little lady. The stronger you are, the more she'll prickle you like a cactus. I guarantee you'll get bumps all over your head. Mu Xingchen was speechless and glanced at his seventh uncle. Why is that Qin Estates ship always following Jojo? Who knows? Mu Jingrui didn't mind and shrugged. It has nothing to do with us. We'll reach the shore in half a day at most. Seventh uncle, you've been out for long enough this time. That's right. Mu Jingrui sighed. I still have to report work to the old man when I get back. It's so annoying. The uncle and nephew chatted casually as they watched the official ship on the surface of the river. There were quite a few schools of fish surrounding it. This situation had been going on for several days. Every day, when it was almost evening, the schools of fish would gather around the official ship. The little lady would come out of the ship's cabin to collect the fish in another incense stick's time. The two weren't surprised and were speechless. The little lady was collecting the fish as she went. She had probably collected a third of the fish in Weishi River these past few days. Jojo must love to eat fish. Mu Xingchen's brain started churning. I remember that Grandpa raised a pond of Jade Lake moon carps. When the time comes, I'll give them to Jojo. She'll definitely be happy. Mu Jingrui was dumbfounded and silently glanced at his nephew. Hey, young master, before you make such a rash decision, shouldn't you first ask the old man involved first? Just like that, Mu Xingchen secretly decided on a method to collect all the blue cloth moon carps and give them to his younger sister. Lady Chow Chow walked up to the deck and raised her small hands. He stood in front of the railing with a serious expression, as if he could summon the wind and summon the rain. He silently watched as the school of fish was sucked into the storage talisman. Goodbye, West Jiang. Thank you for giving Jojo so many different types of fish. Lan Hai is finally not lonely anymore. The aquatic products here are really rich. Along the way, he had collected countless schools of fish. Speaking of which, shouldn't he dive to the bottom of the river to see if there were more plants? Arbor thought about it again. Forget it, it's better to keep a low profile. After collecting the fish, Arbor routinely jumped onto the Qin Estate's ship to treat the fifth young master. After this last round of treatment, it could be considered as completely bidding farewell to this fussy and troublesome fifth young master. She really had never seen such a troublesome man. He wasn't a young lady who had to put a handkerchief on his arm when taking his pulse. If her fingers accidentally brushed against his skin, he would look like he had been touched. He would glare angrily at her with accusatory eyes while using unpleasant words to squeeze her. If it weren't for the fact that Physician Chang continued to pay the consultation fee of 3 million, she would have flung her sleeves and left. Do whatever you want. Don't think that you can beat Sundara just because you're good-looking. She only reserved the right to beat Sundara for her dearest husband. You still want to paint me green? Fifth young master Qin glared at Miss Chiao with a dark face as if looking at an enemy. Bah! Arbor directly pinned him down on the bed with one finger. So long-winded. Did he think she wanted to paint him green? That green paint was expensive, and she couldn't bear to spend it all on him. Didn't he see old man Chang embezzling her remaining green paint for her? What an unappreciative fellow. The Qin family's people were all extremely disagreeable. After Miss Chiao finished checking his pulse, she directly placed a small green sandalwood box beside his pillow. 100,000 for one antidote pill. Fifth young master Qin gnashed his teeth. Who's poisoned? If you don't remove this residual fragrance, are you waiting for it to relapse? Arbor grumpily roared. Fifth young master Qin was also infuriated as he glared at her indignantly. The pills you sold at the bread festival a few days ago were only 10,000 to 20,000. Why did you charge me 100,000? You're an eyesore. After saying this, Arbor directly stood up and left without even looking at this man out of the corner of her eye. Fifth young master Qin was so angry that he collapsed on the bed, unable to speak for a long time. He only felt pain in his head, in his eyes, in his ears, everywhere. He was angered by this little girl. Ling Ge timidly flashed in and picked up the small green sandalwood box beside the young master's pillow to open it. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted out. Young master Qin, it's a purple-veined medicinal pill. It's really good. Ling Ge was born in an elixir patrician family, so she naturally had great judgment. After a few days of interaction, Ling Ge, this fellow, had long prostrated under Sir Jojo's aura and alchemy realm without any moral integrity. He had truly never seen such a talented little girl. He probably couldn't find such an impressive little fellow even if he searched their entire elixir patrician family. Even the eldest young master and Physician Chang were helpless against the troublesome fragrance in the young master's body, yet it was resolved by this little girl. Yesterday, Dr. Chang had secretly told him that the green paint that he had researched contained dozens of precious herbs. If he could develop it, perhaps in the future, his elixir shop would have another way to make money. If Jojo knew what Dr. Chang was up to, he would definitely sneer at him. Even if you studied all the herbs here, you wouldn't be able to make such a paste. After all, even if you search the entire divine land, you won't be able to find even a drop of water from the icy pool of Peach Blossom Star. Ever since the cold pond water entered the back slope of the Peach Garden slope, it changed almost every month. At this time, the cold pond water was filled with dense spiritual energy. The coldness seeped into one's bones and penetrated one's heart. She was an expert in making medicine, it couldn't get any better. Sir Jojo walked out with his hands clasped behind his back, not caring at all whether fifth young Sir Qin was taking his medicine or not. Anyway, she had already left the food behind. It was his business whether he ate it or not. Linga and Physician Chang would take care of this fussy fellow. When Physician Chang heard the news, he ran out with a smile on his face. "Thank you, miss, for saving my young master." "No need to thank me. I was only doing this for the money, so we're even now." Arbor waved his hand. These few days, the consultation fee had been rising every day. Previously, it was 2 million, but because of this young Master Qin's fussy personality and Sir Jojo repeatedly went on strike, the fee had already risen to 7 million, right? It was basically rising every day. The increase was very gratifying. Sir Jojo had been paid to do his job, so he requested to leave immediately after he was done. He had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with Physician Chang and the rest. Yet Physician Chang's expression was melancholy and reluctant to part. He had neglected to eat and sleep last night, studying the green paint for an entire day and night, but he could only identify 2/3 of the medicinal ingredients. Sigh, this green paint should be brought back to the Qin estate and invited the various alchemists to appraise it together. Little alchemist, looking at your direction, you should be returning to the capital. If you have time, you're welcome to visit our Qin estate. Arbor waved her small hand. We're just settling the transaction. When we meet in the future, just pretend we don't know each other. Physician Chang, so melancholy, what kind of cold and indifferent personality was this? He had already pulled a long face and exchanged pleasantries like this. Woo-woo, the little alchemist still didn't want to see them. It was all Sir's fault for being fussy. He had indeed thoroughly offended this little expert these past few days. Arbor returned to her family's official ship and saw Mo Lian walking up to the deck. The man had come up at the right time. Seeing her return, his eyes couldn't help but light up. "Wife, you're so early today." Arbor glanced at him speechlessly. "There's actually nothing much to do today. I'll just take his pulse and feed him a poison cleansing pill." Mo Lian was in a foul mood. Jojo ran to the Qin estate's ship every day. Although it didn't exceed an hour every day, he was still worried. Once he thought of the Qin family's aide and air, he inexplicably felt stifled. This was a precise intuition. He kept feeling that these two people would do something bad. "Let's not walk so close to the Qin estate's people in the future, alright?" "Okay." Arbor nodded his small head and answered without any objections. Anyway, she didn't like the Qin family. From Qin Guelu to Omega Kotoku to this fussy fifth young master, none of them were good people. Mo Lian's heart cheered again when he saw her agree so quickly. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and smiled at her. "Jojo, you're the best." Xiaomu nodded her small head in all seriousness and said in all seriousness, "I also think that I'm really good." Mo Lian hugged her and laughed. After the meal, the two of them had a good afternoon nap together. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the ship anchored at the shore. Arbor looked up and saw a checkpoint on the outskirts of Sovereign Capital. It was also quite large, making it look like a small town. There were many people coming and going. Many people were still lining up in front of the checkpoint, waiting to enter. After Mo Lian came ashore, she instructed Fong Su not to disturb the people too much and to keep a low profile. The latter quickly walked up to the soldiers at the checkpoint and showed them the imperial token in his hand. The other party was obviously shocked by the emperor's order and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Upon hearing the news, the small captain at the checkpoint came over and respectfully welcomed Mo Lian, Xiaomu, and the others over. Nothing happened on the way there. "It's actually so peaceful." Arbor blinked curiously. The crown prince's return to the capital was such a big move that there would definitely be many forces watching. However, it was still early for them to come over from Weishi River. "There will be trouble when we get back." Mo Lian curled her lips in a spurious smile. After all, it took time to send a message back and forth. They hadn't even stepped into the imperial capital's territory yet. Arbor looked around curiously and quickly followed Mo Lian through the checkpoint. Everyone changed into a carriage pulled by a spirit stallion and headed toward the imperial capital in a low-key manner. These spirit stallions were extremely fast. About an hour later, Xiaomu lifted the curtain to take a look. She immediately caught sight of the silhouette of the tall city gate tower amidst the night fog. On the city wall hung two large black words with gold background, Long Yen. The carriage crossed the moat and came to the suspension bridge. Fangsu only showed his face, and the city guards quickly let him pass. Jojo leaned against the window, looking at everything curiously, observing the city wall that went straight into the clouds. This city gate tower has been reinforced several times before. Mo Lian held her little hand and said, just in case. Arbor knew what he meant by just in case. Although there were no corpse puppets in the Divine Lands, who knew, if the power of Tianyun developed to this extent, then very soon, this pure land would fall into instability. Xiaoqiao was very much in favor of Crown Prince Mo's precaution. The carriage slowly entered the city gate's official road, and after a short while, it was stopped by another checkpoint. Fangsu jumped off the carriage, frowned, and went up to negotiate. When he came back, he bowed respectfully to the carriage. Your Highness, the holy nun of the Temple of Sun and Moon is about to enter the city. This main road has been closed for an hour. Mo Lian and Arbor were not people who had to take the main road to show off. Hearing this, they nodded and said, then let's take a detour. So Fangsu drove the carriage, turned around, and went to the side street. Your Highness, His Majesty already knows that you have entered the capital. Do you want to go back to the East Palace first, or go back to the East Palace? Mo Lian interrupted Hu Dequan and said lightly. Hu Dequan silently shut his mouth, secretly sympathizing with His Majesty. Your son doesn't like you very much. The carriage was heading in the direction of the Imperial Palace. From the city gate to the Imperial Palace, it was estimated to take 2 hours. But now that they had taken a detour, it would probably take more than 2 hours. Night had fallen, and all the houses were brightly lit. In the entire Longyan city, the starlight and the lights reflected each other. Mo Lian reached out and stroked Arbor's hair. Looking at her sleeping soundly in his arms, his heart was filled with a faint sense of satisfaction. The carriage slowly came to a stop. Mo Lian raised her eyebrows slightly and lifted the curtain a little. Fangsu jumped out of the car and walked over quickly. He said in a low voice, Your Highness, that Saintess has already entered the city. There are so many people in front that the carriage can't pass. Mo Lian looked ahead. The palanquins, carriages, and horses had all stopped. They were blocked behind the crowd. The main street in front of them was so crowded that the car couldn't make a turn. Fangsu's voice was dissatisfied. A saintess of the temple is making such a big fuss. She really knows how to put on airs. Mo Lian's expression remained aloof. His fingers lingered on the girl's soft and fragrant hair as he said softly, then we'll wait for a while. Under the night sky, Dragon Flame City looked magnificent. The rows upon rows of restaurants and tea houses on the streets were already filled with people. In front of the buildings and on both sides of the street, there were also many people who had come to worship the saintess of the temple. Along with the low humming of ceremonial music, there was a sound. The first to arrive were the 200 temple guards who were escorting the saintess. They rode on the back of a black wolf with shiny black fur that was half the height of an adult. They raised their heads and puffed out their chests, looking high-spirited as they glanced disdainfully at the people around them. They looked exceptionally arrogant, and the smugness in their eyes almost turned into a substantial sense of superiority. Following behind the temple guards was a group of honor guards. They blew a deep trumpet and beat a drum as they slowly walked over. Following behind them was a group of more than 80 white-robed priests who looked extremely holy. Each of them held a long staff of the same size with the same engravings on it. They walked with their heads held high and their chins slightly raised, looking arrogantly at the worshippers on the side of the road. Their domineering aura was fully released. The four corners of the saintess carriage were decorated with fist-sized pearls and a curtain inlaid with gold and silver threads covered the body of the carriage. The crowd could only see a slender figure sitting inside. The more indistinct the figure was, the more anxious the people were. They felt that this saintess must be a peerless beauty. Behind the carriage, there were hundreds of young girls around 17 or 18 years old with graceful figures and white veils covering their faces. Each of them held a flower basket with many plum blossoms in it. They scattered the flowers as they walked, chanting something in unison. Finally, 300 temple guards brought up the rear. The procession moved along the busiest main street of Dragon Flame City, Changle Street. The front of the procession had already passed through the central axis of Changle Street, and the rear of the procession had just turned into the main street. The grandiose procession of more than 1,000 people, who were singing and singing, attracted the attention of over 10,000 people from all over the city. The elderly and women bowed in worship, the young people looked envious, and the young children ran and cheered in the crowd. Sir Xiaoqiao woke up amidst this commotion. She creased her small brows and looked up to see Mo Lian's focused eyes. Chirp. The little guy was still in a daze after being kissed on the cheek. Mo Lian smiled with her eyes curved. Did I wake you up? But we should reach the entrance of Lusheng Gate in about half an hour. You woke up just in time. The little fellow moved its limbs and leaned against the window to take a look. Its eyes reflected the scene of a grand celebration. Hey, there are so many people. Mo Lian, what are they doing? The Saintess of Sun Moon Temple has entered the city. All the people in the city are here to worship her, Mo Lian said with a slightly sarcastic tone. What temple? It was just a group of people fishing for fame. It was more like they were fooling the people. Of course, the Divine Palace had also recruited a large number of clerics and even priests who had pledged their loyalty to the Divine Palace. These people were collectively known as disciples of God. These cultivators attached themselves to the temple, obtained cultivation resources, and worked for the temple. Many rogue cultivators who did not have a family to rely on were very willing to join the temple. Greetings, Saintess. Greetings, Saintess. The commoners were all excited as they knelt down and kowtowed. In the hearts of these ordinary people, the Saintess of the temple had such a high status. She was simply the sun goddess that everyone looked up to. Silence. The Saintess wants to issue an oracle to warn everyone. Ah? Does Lord Holy Nun have anything to say? The crowd below was whispering to each other. For a moment, tens of thousands of people held their breaths and waited on Changle Street. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Arbor pulled Mo Lian out of the carriage. He raised his head and looked at the brightly lit area. The corner of his mouth twitched. It's quite realistic. Oracle, hee hee. Citizens of the Divine Prefecture, citizens of Dragon Flame City. Your crown princess, who is about to return, will become the source of disaster. She will be the beginning of the breeding of the entire evil world. She will bring us endless calamity, fear, and death. A cold female voice sounded without any cadence, with a trace of arrogance that could not be ignored. Curtains made of gold and silver silk fluttered in the air. A slender figure stepped out of the carriage. The Saintess's voice was very infectious. Everyone felt as if their hearts had been grabbed, and they could barely breathe, their hearts were heavy, and the entire air was filled with the feeling that a storm was coming. Everyone did not even dare to breathe loudly. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the left side of the crowd. There was a commotion in the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw an old woman in her 60s or 70s suddenly pouncing over as if she had gone mad. She grabbed the neck of a young man beside her with astonishing strength. The old woman's eyes were emitting a terrifying bloody light, and her dilated pupils were filled with blood vessels. She opened her mouth wide and was about to bite the shoulder of the frightened young man. The Saintess, who was wearing a purple dress and had a faint immortal aura, suddenly moved. She lightly stretched out a slender finger and tapped the old woman's forehead across the air. The old woman, who was still screaming and struggling with boundless strength, suddenly stopped as if she had been summoned by a Buddha. Her eyes were unfocused, and her hands drooped down weakly. The crowd pushed each other to make way, and screams rose and fell one after another. The women hugged their children and looked at the old woman who had suddenly attacked in horror. The young and strong men volunteered and tied the old woman up with a thick hemp rope. Disaster. Fear. Death. The crowd did not know why, but at this moment, they all felt extremely cold. The words that the Saintess had just said were like an ancient Sanskrit that echoed in their hearts for a long time. Could this be true? Could the crown princess of the great divine continent, who was about to return, be a monster? Would she bring them disaster, suffering, and death? Everyone could clearly see that this old woman was over 70 years old and was an ordinary person. She should have been an old woman who was slow and powerless. But just now, when she suddenly burst out with that power, even the young man who she was holding by the neck was unable to push her away. Wasn't this the source of the disaster? It was indeed the beginning of the birth of the entire evil world. The crown princess had yet to enter the capital, and a monster had already appeared in the capital. Terrifying, everyone looked at each other in horror and saw a trace of panic and fear in each other's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the saintess in front of him. The purple gauze dress was ethereal, like the incomparably holy snow on a high mountain, and also like a saintess bathed in the divine light of the sun and moon. Everyone prostrated themselves in worship, and some even asked in fear, "How can we stop this disaster, saintess?" The saintess spoke in a flat tone, as if she was a cold-blooded machine. There were no ups and downs in her speech, and her eyes were indifferent. She looked at the people prostrating at her feet with benevolence and said to them softly, "Eliminate the source of the disaster, and the divine land will return to peace and tranquility." Destroy the source of the disaster. The priests standing behind the saintess suddenly raised their arms and roared. Destroy the source of the disaster. The crowd was agitated, and all the citizens began to shout in this forceful atmosphere. These fools! Feng Su's face was twisted with anger. Were they stupid? They actually dared to slander the little crown princess in front of the crown prince. They really didn't want to keep their heads anymore. While holding Xiaoxia's hand, Crown Prince Imo stood at the periphery of the crowd. He gazed icily at that lofty and incomparably pure saintess of the Temple of the Gods, his eyes bursting with intense killing intent. If not for Sir Jojo tightly holding on to Imo Lian's hand, the man who was boiling with murderous intent would have already flown over and slapped that saintess to death. What bullshit source of disaster? It was just glib words that incited the hearts of the people. However, the majority of the people in the world were people who had no opinions of their own and were easily swayed. After being casually called out by someone, they naturally became a tool for others to use. It's more interesting to swat this kind of fly yourself. After comforting her dear husband, Xiaomu gazed coldly at the saintess of the sacred hall, who was clustered in the center. Feng Su's face darkened as he gave a look to the dozen or so forest guards accompanying him. The latter immediately understood and stepped forward, forcefully parting the crowd in front of him. Move aside, move aside, move aside a little. The dozen or so forest guards in heavy armor roughly pushed the crowd to the sides, quickly opening a path large enough for one person to pass through. Miss Zhao's cold and beautiful face suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Following her light footsteps, the crowd involuntarily parted to the sides. There was no need for the forest guards to go forward and push. Everyone very consciously retreated, step by step. They felt an extremely terrifying aura pressing down on the little girl's body. It was as if, there was an innate pressure that made people involuntarily fearful. Saintess Niayaoguang seemed to have felt something as she suddenly turned to look at Arbor. Her pitch-black pupils abruptly shrank. The little girl appeared natural and unrestrained, walking into the middle of the crowd like this. It was as if she had been standing in front of the crowd from the beginning. Her appearance was not abrupt at all. "Are you talking about me?" Arbor looked at Niayaoguang expressionlessly, sizing her up from head to toe. She said in a mocking tone, "You guys have been silent for so long and can't wait to splash dirty water on me as soon as you appear. This method isn't very clever." Saintess Niayaoguang coldly stared at the little girl in front of her. After a long while, she used a lofty tone to coldly ask, "Who are you?" Lying on the ground, the old woman's entire body was twisted in an abnormal position. When he saw Arbor walking towards him, his head turned 180 degrees and his eyes glowed red. He let out a low roar towards Arbor. However, she was tied up with several thick hemp ropes and couldn't move for a while. Xiaomu squeezed a pair of small, fleshy hands, and a black ferrule surrounded by a faint blue flame abruptly appeared in her hand. "The saintess of the temple? Let me teach you how to behave." Saintess Niayaoguang's pupils contracted, as if this was the first time she realized that Xiaomu was actually someone who didn't play by the rules. Subsequently, her eyes narrowed deeply, and her entire body instantly tensed up as she abruptly retreated backwards. Xiaomu had already pressed forward. There was clearly no wind, but the commoners standing on both sides of the street felt as if their robes and hair were being swept by a strong wind. They only felt as if a storm was sweeping past them. Bang! Bang bang bang! The blue spiritual cleansing flame ignited and suddenly exploded in front of the crowd. The shops on both sides were instantly taken care of by the strong wind. The signboard in front of the gatehouse, the cloth sails, and even the tiles on the eaves all exploded with bang 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 sounds. For a moment, the people sitting on the second floor of the teahouse and wine shop to watch the show were all greatly frightened. F***ck. 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 What the F***ck is going on? They were sitting on the second floor, eating and drinking tea. They were supposed to be elegantly watching from the sidelines. How did they end up in the eye of the storm? How did they end up in such a sorry state? The tables by the window were especially unlucky. When the blue spiritual cleansing flame exploded on the window, they were pitifully caught in the crossfire. They hurriedly scrambled back, not daring to stand by the window and watch the show. Bang! The saintess, Niaoguang, crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her defensive spirit artifact took effect, forming a transparent barrier in front of her, blocking Arbor's attack. How dare you? How dare you attack the saintess? A guard captain suddenly rode his black wolf and charged toward Arbor. Crown Princess. Fong Su's eyes hardened. He was about to lead the forest guards forward, but the crown prince reached out and stopped him. How could this be? Fong Su looked with confusion at the crown prince, who was standing beside him with a solemn expression. With how protective the crown prince was of the crown princess, why would he stop them now? Trust her. Mo Lian only lightly spat out these 3 words. His gaze fell on the nimble little figure on the field. He had been following her up and down, not even glancing at the unlucky saintess. The man's features were picturesque. When he said these 3 words in a calm tone, it inexplicably caused a sense of trust to rise in people's hearts. It was as if the crown princess could solve all difficulties by herself. Fong Su took a deep breath, nodded, and took a step back. His eyes were still filled with curiosity. Wasn't the crown princess a genius pill master? Could it be that her cultivation was also, these are just a few flies? She can easily deal with them. Mo Lian's lips flashed with a faint smile. But this smile was too cold. Fong Su couldn't help but shiver when he saw it. It was over. What kind of bullshit temple was this? They had completely offended the crown prince. What should he do if he suddenly became excited? In any case, he wasn't the unlucky one. As a loyal subordinate, he only needed to follow the crown prince and watch the show. As the 2 people spoke, Xiaomu had already met up with that arrogant and insufferably arrogant guard captain who was galloping toward her on his black wolf. Good timing. Arbor roared, and a figure flashed across the dark sky like a stream. She stretched out a soft little hand and suddenly stepped on the black wolf's head. Then, she grabbed the neck of the guard captain with one hand. Fast as a bolt of white silk. Even lightning couldn't compare to it. Arbor's small hand held the other person's neck tightly, and a faint cold light flashed in his eyes. He pinched him like he was pinching a little chick. His expression was disdainful and as cold as ice. I am the source of the disaster that you speak of. The crowd was dumbfounded. He thought about the stoic-faced little girl's words and Saintess Niaoguang's words. The source of the disaster? She was the source of the disaster, huh? She was the crown princess. She was the crown princess who they had only heard of but never seen in person. The crown princess looked like she was 15 or 16 years old. She really was young, but her temper wasn't as delicate as her small body. She would explode at will and attack the people of the temple at the slightest disagreement. Heavens, those were people of the Sun Moon Temple. Crack. That day, the head of the Sun Moon Temple guard captain was snapped in the little girl's hand. Everyone felt like they were going crazy. Oh my God. Murder, murder, this is really murder, terrifying, terrifying, terrifying. They wanted to go home and find their mother. They had only come to worship the saintess of the temple, but they did not expect to find a murder scene. It was so bloody and brutal that everyone was so frightened that they only wanted to sneak back home. None of you are allowed to leave. Arbor roared. The little white snake on her wrist straightened its body and transformed into a ferocious snake head, roaring fiercely at the group of temple guards in front of it. Everyone was dumbstruck. The entire Changle Street was now enveloped by the little white snake's netherworld power. Everyone was trapped in the netherworld domain. Not to mention escaping, they couldn't even move their bodies. Their legs trembled and went soft. They all lay paralyzed on the ground, not daring to move at all. Sob, sob, sob. This time, the crowd really wanted to cry. If they had known, they would have been like their wives and husbands. They would not have come out to join in the fun and would have slept at home. Look at how they had come out to join in the fun. In the end, they might lose their lives here. Arbor's cold gaze swept across everyone present. The little girl with a cold face stood under a 1,000-feet-long great void serpent. She was as tiny as a speck of dust. She threw away the corpse in her hand and coldly swept her gaze across the group of temple guards who were retreating. She slowly raised her cold voice. "If you are not afraid of death, then come at me." The temple guards gathered around their saintess, Niayaoguang, as if they were facing a great enemy. They stared at Arbor in front of them with fearful eyes. The white snake beside this girl had such a terrifying aura. Could it be a divine beast? Everyone in the upper 3 continents knew that mystical beasts ran everywhere. Spirit beasts were common, divine beasts were rare, and sacred beasts were legends. From this, it could be seen that divine beasts were not something that everyone could see. Therefore, there was no way to compare. But this form, this aura, and this terrifying pressure, even if they had never seen a divine beast, they should be able to feel it. The terrifying pressure of this white snake was not something a mere spirit beast could emit. Saintess Niayaoguang's face under the veil was ashen. She gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Don't go too far." Another priest beside Niayaoguang said in a trembling voice. "That's right. Don't be too arrogant. How dare you attack our saintess? Do you know what the consequences will be?" Ah! A blue spiritual cleansing flame suddenly transformed into a blue wolf, pouncing over and biting the cursing priest in its mouth. He chewed it in a few bites. In fact, it was just turning the arrogant priest into ashes. The saintess face paled. Standing around her, the group of priests who were originally protecting her all widened their eyes in horror and took a few steps back, not daring to utter a single word. Their eyes were filled with deep fear, and their bodies were trembling non-stop. Many of these priests were just ordinary people. In the past, no matter which city they went to, they would always receive compliments and praise from everyone. When had they ever encountered such a sudden situation? So what if you are the source of disaster? Arbor's cold voice faintly rose on Changle Street. "What can you do to me?" Everyone's pupils constricted, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The little girl's aura was as sharp as a blade. Even though she was standing alone in front of thousands of temple guards, she still didn't show the slightest trace of fear. In front of absolute strength. "You are just a bunch of pitiful ants." The stoic face's words were truly unpleasant to the ears. All of the temple guards were about to go crazy from her anger. Niayaoguang bit her lips tightly and glared hatefully at the girl in front of her. She said word by word, "Don't be too arrogant. Zhang." Slap. The instant everyone's hearts tightened, they heard the crisp sound of a slap. There was a distinct imprint of 5 fingers on Niayaoguang's face. At this time, the veil on her face had already been cut off by the little girl. Her fair, jade-like, charming face was flushed red, and her entire body trembled in the wind. "Protect the holy nun!" A temple guard sternly yelled. Everyone rushed toward Arbor like a tide. Arbor was as fast as a flash, swiftly passing through the heavily guarded temple guards. As long as she brushed past the guards who wanted to reach out to stop her, they would all be punched to the ground. The remaining people who wanted to surround her were swept away by the little white snake's tail and thrown heavily onto the street. Bang, 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 bang. Everyone only saw hundreds and thousands of temple guards being beaten to a pulp by the little girl alone. Many people were dumbstruck. They didn't know what words to use to describe this scene. Holy Nun Niayaoguang was instantly flustered and exasperated. A cold light flashed across her charming face. She summoned a long sword from her conscience and jumped forward to greet the little girl. Slap. Arbor backhanded another slap to the holy nun's other cheek. Niayaoguang was slapped so hard that he spun around on the spot. He was so angry that he leaned back. Bang! Arbor raised her leg and kicked her in the stomach. Niayaoguang only felt that the scenery in front of her was retreating rapidly. She flew out uncontrollably and landed heavily on the ground. The sound of the bang landing on the ground was so loud that it shocked everyone to the point of being dumbstruck. Their hearts were all thumping, and they subconsciously retreated backwards, revealing a large area in the middle. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. A bunch of ants dares to boast shamelessly. Arbor sneered and stepped on the saintess's chest. Her originally towering chest was unceremoniously stepped on by the little guy. Saintess Xiaoguang felt a swelling pain in her chest. It was as if she was being suppressed by a powerful aura. She was so angry that she was trembling. You dare. Pa. You, Pa. 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 Saintess Xiaoguang was speechless. As long as she said a single word, the little fellow would slap her face. After dozens of slaps, even though the saintess used her spiritual energy to protect her body, her entire face was swollen like a pig's head. Does it feel good? Arbor stepped on her chest and slowly squatted down. He approached her and coldly stared at her. Does it feel good? Everyone, Mo Lian, Feng Su and Eunuch who silently upgraded the little crown princess to the highest level of monsters that could not be provoked, he secretly warned himself that his previous decision was correct. Even if he had to offend his great crown prince, he absolutely could not offend the crown princess. If the crown princess said east, they had to go east. If the crown princess wanted to go south, they had to support her with all their might. Don't King blabber nonsense, understand, whatever the little crown princess said was right. This was the first law of the divine continent. The two of them silently remembered this law in their hearts and regarded it as a golden rule, not to mention, the rivers, palaces, and lakes, courts, in the future had helped them avoid many disasters and blocked many difficulties. It had allowed the two of them to walk to the end and laugh at the heroes, but now, the two of them silently retreated a few steps and stood behind the crown prince. They coughed lightly and looked sympathetically at the saintess. This matter was not over yet. The little crown princess had a stomach full of anger. If she did not vent it out, it was hard to guarantee that she would not vent it on these pitiful people. So, yes, crown princess, vent your anger to your heart's content. Speak. Arbor grabbed the saintess by the collar and stared at her with a cold smile. Does it feel good? The saintess' face was red and she was so angry that she could not stop trembling. Trembling, her lungs should have exploded from anger at this moment. However, the little crown princess held her with an expression that said she would strangle her if she did not answer. She was the dignified saintess of the temple. She could be killed but not humiliated. You. Demon. Witch. Slap. Slap. Pfff, dozens of slaps were thrown over and the saintess spat out a mouthful of blood. She was definitely angry. If I ask you a question, then answer me honestly. I hate it when people dilly-dally. Arbor picked up the saintess' head like it was trash and slammed her head heavily on the ground. That muffled sound fell heavily on everyone's heart. They thought that the saintess' head would be smashed like a watermelon by the little girl. Fortunately, the saintess used spiritual energy to protect her body. Her head did not shatter, but she lost a few teeth. Her mouth was full of blood and her originally white face was now completely unrecognizable. Saintess. Holy nun. A group of priests, together with the temple guards, wailed and wailed. They wanted to rush forward without a care for their own safety. Arbor coldly glanced at them and shouted, "Kill them." Hiss. The little white snake's eyes flashed with anger, and it suddenly swooped down toward the ground. Its huge snake mouth sucked, and these people were like dolls in a storm. They trembled with fear, and their eyes were about to split open as they rushed toward the snake's huge mouth, unable to control themselves. Ah. The onlookers were almost going crazy. What a terrifying demon that could chew a dozen people in one bite. Everyone fell on their butts and sat on the ground, trembling all over. No one can save you. Arbor's cold hand climbed up the saintess's neck. The saintess, Xiaoguang, only felt as if a soft and cold poisonous snake had climbed onto her neck. Her entire body involuntarily shivered and curled up. Come, tell everyone. Does it feel good? Arbor's cold fingers deepened the strength on Xiaoguang's neck. Xiaoguang's tears flowed, but she still could not stop herself from nodding in fear. She stammered and let out a broken voice, "It feels good, it feels good." Mu Jingrui and Mu Xingchen stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. From the beginning to the end, it only took half an incense stick's worth of time. The little girl used this terrifying power to absolutely crush the saintess of the temple. There was simply no room for them to make a move. Tomorrow at 10 p.m., Scattering Flowers Arbor raised her small hand high. The huge white snake was like a burst of green smoke, curling and shrinking. It once again coiled around her wrist and fell silent. The restrictions of the Nether Spirit Domain had clearly been removed, but the entire Changle Street was still filled with a deathly silence. A heavy pressure, like the energy released by an ancient ferocious beast, pressed down heavily on the bottom of everyone's heart. No one dared to move a single step, and no one dared to whisper a word to each other. Silence spread on Changle Street. Who dares to make trouble on Changle Street? An angry roar exploded the silence at this time, instantly rescuing everyone from the spell of deathly stillness. Finally, there were a few traces of almost inaudible gasps from the crowd, and the frightened and painful sobs of women spread out. Under the Emperor's feet, Changle Street was very close to the Imperial Palace. It had always been a place where the Imperial Guards strictly checked. The person who came was a young man with slanted eyes and an aquiline nose. He led a group of soldiers and hurried over from one end of the street. When he saw the disorderly Divine Hall team, a trace of cold light immediately emerged from the bottom of his eyes. He roared at the surrounding people who didn't dare to breathe loudly. Who did this? The people in the front row were scared to death. Who dared to speak? They all shrank back a few steps, shrinking their necks and pitifully huddling together. They once again became the target of the soldier's anger. Whoosh! A blue flame whooshed and landed at the feet of the aquiline-nosed young man. The young man was shocked and subconsciously raised his feet and shrank back 2 steps. His cold gaze swept over and fell on Arbor. Are you blind? Why are you shouting at others? The aquiline-nosed young man narrowed his eyes maliciously. He sized up Arbor and coldly said, Did you do it? Did you hurt the people of the Divine Hall? How could it be? This little girl's cultivation realm looked like that of a little level 1 spirit master. How could she rely on her own strength to overturn the group of Divine Hall soldiers? If Arbor knew this guy's thoughts, she would certainly tell him mockingly, learn about the aura concealing talisman. Walking outside, Jojo loved to act low-key. So what? Why don't you all grow a pair of eyes and not bump into me? Why did they have to go up one by one and get slapped in the face by Jojo? They deserved it. The people from the Divine Hall are honored guests of the Divine Prefecture. How dare you attack them? At this time, the priests of the temple finally came back to their senses. Looking at Arbor that was surrounded by the hook-nosed young man, a young priest swallowed his saliva, pointed at Arbor, and said sternly, She is a sinner of God. This woman beat up the saintess of the shrine and killed so many disciples of God. She must be sentenced to death. Death penalty. Death penalty. He will be sentenced to death. The people in the Divine Hall roared with great emotion. The hook-nosed young man looked coldly at Arbor and pointed forward. Catch her. A large number of soldiers rushed forward from behind the man. Just as the fight was about to break out, a cold voice came from behind the crowd. I would like to see who dares to make a move. Fong Su waved his hand and rushed over with dozens of Greenwood guards. He punched the faces of the capital garrison soldiers. Several people stepped back in pain and covered their faces with their hands. They looked at Fong Su and his people angrily. The hook-nosed young man finally saw who Fong Su was. Commander Fong. His eyes narrowed. Why are you here? Fong Su looked at him with a fake smile. I think you're really blind. Can't you see that my master is here? Of course, the hook-nosed youth saw him. Behind Fong Su stood a magnificent and extremely handsome man. How could he not see him? It was just that he wanted to selectively ignore this person. Now that Fong Su reprimanded him with such a fake smile, he felt like his scalp was about to explode. The hook-nosed youth's neck stiffened as he turned his head to the side. When he finally met that pair of pitch-black phoenix eyes, his heart inexplicably thumped. The capital garrison is the responsibility of the Imperial Guard. Commander Fong, please don't bring the forest guards to casually intervene in this matter. The hook-nosed youth lowered his eyes and said coldly. Then, he raised his hand and ordered the Imperial Guard, arrest him. Let's see how you're going to arrest him, Mo Lian interjected coldly and waved her hand lightly. On the eaves of Changle Street, tens of thousands of densely packed heads poked out uniformly. They were neatly dressed in dark purple heavy armor and held bows and arrows. They knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." The sound of the sea was like layers of rolling waves, rolling over and over. The entire Changle Street was filled with such a sentence that made people's hearts surge and emotions surge. How could the people on the streets of Changle Street stand still at this time? They all knelt down in unison. Their faces were dumbfounded, and they didn't understand the situation. They lowered their heads and cowed out heavily. The Purple Forest Guards, the most elite team of the Ming Guards Battalion. They were actually in the hands of the Crown Prince. At this point, Feng Su finally caught his breath and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, I chose the right team early on. Haha, otherwise, I would be the one in a daze right now. The 7 teams in the Emperor's hands, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, could be said to be the most elite troops in the entire Divine Prefecture. How many princes and heirs in the imperial capital coveted this force? The Emperor didn't give a single one. Sure enough, he gave it to his own son. His own son, even if his son had not been in the Divine Land for more than 10 years, so what? The Great would give him everything he deserved. Feng Su was so excited that he took 2 deep breaths. His dog eyes lit up as he looked at his master's tall and straight back. At this moment, everyone felt that the Crown Prince's image was incomparably lofty, and everyone had to look up to him. The hook-nosed man also took a few deep breaths and finally faced the situation in front of him. In fact, Mo Lian's existence was very eye-catching. It could be said that the hook-nosed man's first glance landed on Mo Lian. However, he didn't want to admit it. How could a good-for-nothing who hadn't been in the Divine Land for more than 10 years still occupy the position of Crown Prince of the Upper Divine Land? What ability did he have? What was his cultivation level? What contribution could they make to the imperial court and the people inside and outside the Divine Land? Not a single one. How could such a person become the Crown Prince as soon as he returned? However, reality proved that this person was not someone he could disown just because he wanted to. No matter how much he ignored him, the Crown Prince was the Crown Prince. No one could ignore him. The hook-nosed man raised his head and stiffly bent down slightly. He gritted his teeth and bowed. Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard, Mo Zhuang, greet Your Highness the Crown Prince. Take him. Mo Lian narrowed her eyes and shouted coldly. Feng Su rushed forward with a few forest guards, grabbed Mo Zhuang's arm, and pinned him behind his back. Mo Zhuang raised his head and roared with a malicious expression, "What does Your Highness Crown Prince mean? I just don't like you." Prince Mo's words made the hearts of all the commoners twitch. Take him. Beat him. These 3 words fell coldly and mercilessly. Feng Su's eyebrows twitched. He raised his arm and hurriedly grabbed Mo Zhuang's arm, slapped him in the mouth, and stuffed a pill used to seal spiritual energy into his mouth. In the next second, Feng Su kicked the hook-nosed man to the ground. Seeing that Mo Zhuang still wanted to struggle, the 2 forest guards raised their boards and pressed them down with 2 paw-paw sounds. Mo Zhuang was anxious, angry, and furious. The Imperial Guards below were even more furious and wanted to rush forward to save him. Mo Lian's cold words stopped everyone in their tracks. If anyone dares to disobey, kill. 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 The entire Changle Street was filled with the roars of the Purple Forest Guards. The Imperial Guards shrunk their necks in unison and peeked at Her Highness in fear. Then, they stopped. Pa. Pa pa. Pa pa pa. The sound of the boards hitting the ground resounded in the deathly silence of Changle Street. The commoners all lowered their heads and held their breaths. Even the sound of their breathing was deliberately lowered. They were really scared. The Crown Princess didn't even care about the Temple Emissaries group. And His Highness the Crown Prince was even more frightening. He didn't say anything, but once he did, he could easily decide someone's life or death. Both of them were people who stood at the pinnacle of power. They weren't people that small commoners like them could slander at will. Even if the Temple Emissaries spread rumors, it couldn't be spread through the mouths of these small commoners. Otherwise, with these 2 strict and arrogant methods, If they really wanted to pursue the matter, their entire families would die without a burial place. The only thing they could do was to keep their mouths shut and not talk nonsense like the disciples of the temple. After all, the divine halls could evacuate from the divine prefecture at any time, but they were still living on this continent and had nowhere to run. And now, there were many people kneeling on Changle Street who hated the disciples of the Sun Moon Temple for causing trouble. What bullshit source of disaster. The way they saw it, the people from the sacred palace were the source of disaster. If they hadn't spoken such nonsense and wantonly slandered Her Highness the Crown Princess, how could the Crown Princess have sealed off the entire Changle Street? How could the Crown Prince have been so furious that he had to take measures to suppress them? There were even people who had deep doubts in their eyes. This mysterious saintess had predicted that the Crown Princess, who was about to return, would be the source of disaster. Did she predict that she would be in trouble today? That she would be slapped so hard by the Crown Princess that even her parents wouldn't be able to recognize her? It seemed that she had not calculated correctly at all. What saintess of the temple? She was just bragging. The Sun Moon Temple, from top to bottom, is a group of frivolous and ignorant swindlers. Pass down my order, all the disciples of the Sun Moon Temple are to be flogged 100 times and imprisoned immediately. Don't. Please spare our lives, Your Highness. Your Highness, Your Highness, we know we were wrong. Please spare our lives, Your Highness. The disciples of the temple wailed in succession. Among these people, more than half were commoners. After 100 floggings, they were doomed to die. The young priest who had previously made a noise, fanned the flames, shouted slogans, and encouraged the ink pillars to catch Jojo and execute her. At this moment, he was hiding in the crowd like a quail, not daring to make a sound. But this didn't mean that Mo Lian was willing to let him go. He glanced over coldly, and his eyes were fixed on the young priest's body. Him. His slender finger pointed straight over. Mo Lian ordered with a cold expression, "Pull him over." The young priest trembled like a disheveled quail in the wind, his whole body was like a sieve, trembling and trembling. When the greenwood guard's hand pressed on his body, the priest rolled to the ground, repeatedly kowtowing and shouting, "Your Highness, spare me, spare me, spare me." This lowly one was just confused for a moment. Lowly one, this lowly one spoke without thinking, offending the Crown Princess. This lowly one is willing to apologize to the Crown Princess. As he spoke, he scrambled to Arbor, wailing miserably, "Crown Princess, spare me, Crown Princess. This lowly one is just an insignificant nobody, I simply can't enter your noble eyes." Just now, this lowly one spoke rudely. This lowly one can slap my own mouth. I beg the Crown Princess to spare this lowly one's life. As he spoke, the young priest reached out and lightly patted his face. With a cowering and wretched appearance, he kowtowed several times in succession. Xiaomu expressionlessly glanced at him before abruptly kicking him several feet away. Scram further away. Crying so ugly, you still want to gain sympathy? Kill him. This person was really hateful, hiding in the crowd, repeatedly saying things to incite the crowd's disgust, while he himself hid in the crowd and didn't show his face, a complete villain's behavior, incomparably disgusting. If he didn't kill him now, was he going to wait until the new year? Everyone, my Crown Princess. You're going against the heavens, His Highness the Crown Prince said. I don't like him, beat him. Their Crown Princess said, crying so ugly, kill him. The two of you are indeed a perfect match. Both of them were equally capricious and reckless, and their actions were both so hot that it was beyond one's expectations. The young priest was scared stiff. When he saw the greenwood guard come forward with a sword in hand, his whole body exploded with a frenzied rage, and he suddenly rushed towards Arbor. Demonis, I'll kill you. Halfway through his words, he was struck in the chest by a sword. What do you have to fight with her? You? Do you think you're worthy? Prince Mo's eyes were cold as he pulled out his sword. His eyes were cold as he watched the man fall to the ground, no longer breathing. He took a step forward and tightly grasped Arbor's slightly cold hand. A fierce look flashed across his eyes as he said coldly, "Everyone, look clearly. This is the consequence of slandering my Crown Princess. Drag him away. Hang this person on the city gate tower. Flog the corpse for 3 days and 3 nights, grind the bones and scatter the ashes, and don't let them enter the coffin. Pass down the imperial edict and warn everyone. If there are any more slanderers, their entire families will be executed. No one will be spared. Prince Mo's cold and deep voice reverberated through Changle Street, causing the Greenwood Guard to bow his head. The entire city's citizens prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please calm down. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please calm down. Although the little girl was expressionless on the surface, her heart was definitely cold. Even a pair of small hands could be this cold. Mo Lian's heart ached, and he tightly held her small hands. It's him, it's all his fault. She encountered such a vexing matter as soon as she entered the capital. He was furious, and layers of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. When Hu Dequan saw the Crown Prince's current state, alarm bells went off in his heart and he thought to himself, this is bad. He had seen this kind of expression many times on the Emperor's face. It had to be said that the father and son were really like each other. Some of their subtle movements and expressions when they were angry were almost exactly the same. Naturally, he could not kill all the people of the Sun Moon Temple. The Crown Prince could punish them or kill some of them. It did not matter. After all, they had really slandered the Crown Princess. Could the Crown Prince not be angry, but if he killed all of them, then even if he was in the right, it would become unreasonable. After all, the Sun Moon Temple had come to Dragon Flame City to preach in the name of developing believers. Before this, they had naturally signed some treaties with the Emperor and made some concessions, which had benefited the people of the Divine Prefecture. But now, if the Holy Nun and the others were all killed as soon as they entered the capital, the Sun Moon Temple could use this as an excuse to make trouble. The temple's power was so great that it spread all over the 3 states. Although the Divine Prefecture was not afraid of them, if they really fought, it would really be a headache. Eunuch who was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He cupped his fists and secretly bowed to Arbor, begging her to persuade the Crown Prince. Arbor glanced at him and gently tugged at Mo Lian's hand. Let me handle it, okay? Okay. Crown Prince Mo naturally wanted to do everything possible. If he could make Xiao's mood improve, he would do anything she wanted him to do. Arbor took a few steps forward and looked coldly at the Holy Nun, who was prostrating on the ground. The Holy Nun's hair was disheveled and her face was red. She did not look like the Snow Mountain goddess from before. Now, she was so miserable that she looked like a beggar on the side of the road, prostrating herself in front of a high and mighty girl. Her eyes were red with hatred and her fingernails dug into her palms. Did Tianyun ask you to do it? It doesn't seem like it. Tianyun's style of doing things should not be so reckless. After several dealings, Tianyun had always given her the impression that he would plan before acting. It was very difficult for him to do such a brainless thing. You did this on your own, didn't you? You think you can step on me? I didn't expect that the one who was really stepped on was you. Arbor looked at her coldly. If there's a chance, tell your master. I'm Arbor. I'm back. Come back, come back, come back. The Saintess held her breath and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Everyone only felt that these 3 words, Crown Princess, seemed to be lingering in their hearts. With a lingering charm, she said calmly, no one in this world can stop me from moving forward. You can't, he can't. Heavens, no way. Not even the gods and Buddhas. The little stoic was expressionless, and her chilly voice reverberated throughout Changle Avenue, striking directly at people's hearts. I once told myself that I would return to the Divine Land no matter if it was my home or not. This day has come so quickly. I know that many of you are afraid, trembling in fear. But today, I'm going to tell you. It's useless. Whatever I, Arbor, want to do, no matter how difficult and dangerous the future is, no matter how long and rugged the road is, I will definitely do it. I'm back. All the people who tried to stop me, all the arrogant people, will pay the price in blood for what you have done. The little stoic's tone was calm, and her every word resounded in everyone's hearts. Mo Lian really wanted to rush up and hug this little lady. He really couldn't bear to see her indifferent and contemptuous expression. He couldn't bear to see her erect a tall iron bastion and covered in thorns. He was used to seeing that lively little lady. He had clearly already pulled her out from under layers of ice and snow. This child in front of him was too heart-wrenching. He clenched his fists tightly, and his back stiffened and didn't move. However, he hated the Sun Moon Temple to the bone in his heart. On the other side, Xianxia was also still in shock. This was his first time seeing the little stoic calm and angry. Her joy, anger, sorrow, and joy seemed to be completely buried under that expressionless stoic face in that instant. Before this, regardless of whether she was angry or happy, she had a different expression. Even when she roared at him, "Who is she to you?" her expression also fluctuated. But now, Xianxia only felt his heart sink, and there was some pain in the tip of his heart. What kind of torment and sorrow would create this kind of girl? He didn't know why, but right now, he only wanted to bring this child home, properly protect her, love her, and not let her suffer the slightest bit of harm. Everyone silently hung their heads. They really wanted to look up at that little lady who shone like starlight, but they didn't dare to look up or make a sound. However, a faint trace of guilt rose in many of their hearts. On what basis could they wantonly open their mouths and casually slander others like this, saying that others were the source of disaster? Such a malicious reputation was pinned on a little lady who wasn't even 16 yet. Did this kind of temple really represent light and justice? Could it be that they didn't know what kind of harm this kind of accusation would cause to a person? They knew, but they still did it in the name of the 5 elements. If it weren't for the fact that the crown princess was powerful, wouldn't she have been slandered to death by them? Wouldn't she have suffered the condemnation and reviling of tens of thousands the moment she set foot in the capital? Shouldn't the crown princess retaliate? She deserved it. Shouldn't the crown princess fly into a rage? She deserved it. Shouldn't the crown princess send those who slandered her to hell? The commoners lowered their heads and felt that their hearts were heavy. It was unbearable. Doesn't the Sun Moon Temple represent the gods? Arbor raised his hand coldly. 5 thunder spirit talismans jumped on his fingertips, flashing with a faint blue light. Since you're a god's disciple, you're blessed by the heavens. Naturally, you're not afraid of heavenly punishment. Arbor stared coldly at the holy nun who was prostrating at her feet. Hu Dequan opened his mouth. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He had a feeling that what the crown princess was going to do next would be extremely frightening. He was wrong. He shouldn't have begged the little crown princess to plead with the crown prince. The little crown princess's heart was not any softer than the crown prince's. "You, what are you doing?" the saintess angrily shouted. She was also shocked. She raised her head to look at the talisman flowing between the little girl's fingers, and a faint trace of fear appeared in her eyes. At least until just now, she was still very certain that the crown prince and his people wouldn't dare to kill her. But now, when she saw the young crown prince consort's inhumane gaze, she suddenly felt a bit uncertain. She was afraid. Her voice trembled as she stepped back. "You, don't act recklessly. Our Sun Moon Temple's forces in the 3 provinces, no, it's not like what you see." We, scared?" the little girl asked aloofly. Her eyes coldly stared at the beggar-like holy nun. "What are you scared of? Aren't you God's emissary? Heaven will take care of you." Arbor said expressionlessly, and the lightning spirit talisman between his fingers suddenly leaped into the air. "Don't worry, you will be with heaven. We will definitely endure heaven's punishment. Because you are God's emissaries, heaven's beloved children," the little stoic said with a smirk. Mu Jingrui shuddered when he saw this. He kept feeling that his little niece had intentions of developing in the direction of a pervert. Her gaze and tone were so calm that it made one's hair stand on end. "Ah! Don't," the holy nun shrieked while trembling all over. Boom, a bolt of spirit lightning struck the crowd and immediately exploded, causing several people to vomit blood and faint. The temple's people were instantly thrown into chaos. No one cared about each other anymore. Who didn't freaking want to save their lives? They all fled in all directions. "Kill whoever dares to run," the crown prince said coldly. The arrows hit the fleeing temple's people one after another, and the flurry of arrows forced the temple's people back into the center of the circle as expected. Not a single arrow landed on the commoners. Although the commoners were scared half to death, they quickly discovered that the Purple Forest Guard's archery skills were very valiant, and their hearts calmed down slightly. They didn't dare to move or speak. They only dared to lie down like this, not even daring to breathe heavily. Arbor said coldly. "Don't worry, after the 9 bolts of spirit lightning, I will let you off regardless of whether you die or not. After all, even heavenly law wants to spare your lives." I, Arbor, naturally have to give face to it. After the little stoic said this coldly, she walked to the side and looked at the people who were struck by the spirit lightning. Hu Dequan had long been so scared that his head was drenched in cold sweat. When the cold wind blew, he only felt his sweat sticking to his clothes and shivering from the cold. The Crown Princess wanted them dead, the Crown Princess wanted everyone from the Temple of Light dead. These two edicts entered Hu Dequan's mind, causing him to tremble all over. He secretly glanced at the Crown Princess. He still didn't understand this young Crown Prince consort. All those who tried to hurt her and wanted her to die a horrible death would suffer her wrath, the Crown Princess would seek revenge on the spot. There was simply no room for them to breathe. Hu Dequan's pupils shrank as he watched the weak ants struggling under the bombardment of the spiritual thunder. Naturally, he would report everything he saw today to the Great Emperor. Of course, he would report everything to the Great Emperor with respect and reverence. Presumably, the Great Emperor would also begin to value this person's existence. Was this really the Crown Princess who had a low cultivation and family background and was hard to be recognized by the Great Emperor? The Crown Princess, who stirred up a storm as soon as she entered the capital, didn't know that this old eunuch by the Great Emperor's side had developed a deep reverence for her and didn't dare to harbor any other intentions. As for Feng Su, who had long steadied his stance, he heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest heavily. Thank goodness, I chose my side quickly and steadily. I really have to say, I'm wise. I knew that those who opposed this black-hearted couple wouldn't have a good ending. Boom 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 boom. 5 lightning spirit talismans, each with 9 bolts of lightning, struck down at the same time. The sound of rolling and wailing on the field, under the lightning spirit talismans, continued for a long time. These 5 lightning spirit talismans finally eliminated nearly 200 temple guards, and that group of priests who were full of nonsense also met with great misfortune. The remaining people, more or less, were struck by lightning, each of them holding their broken limbs, rolling and howling. The holy nun was the person who was heavily favored by the lightning spirit talismans. At this time, after the lightning strike, her whole body was like a piece of dead wood, stiff on the ground, not moving at all. Arbor swept a glance at her, seeing that she was on the verge of death, her gaze indifferently moved away from her body. Turning around, her brows indifferently looked in front, and her calm voice coldly said, "Let's go." Hu Dequan trembled as he took 2 steps to the side, his head hung low. Mo Lian rushed forward 2 steps, and tightly grasped her ice-cold, bone-chilling little hand. Arbor's eyes were slightly bitter, looking up at the man in front of her, the corner of her mouth drew a cold arc, forcing herself to let out a somewhat angry smile. Mo Lian's heart trembled, suddenly ignoring everything, she stretched out her arms and pulled her into her embrace. Her slightly trembling hand gently stroked her little head. If I don't kill others, others will kill me. If I don't resist, I will be like a withered lamb floating in the world, swallowed by the thick black fog, bite by bite. But I don't want it to be like this. I just want to live well. Work hard to live. More actively than anyone else, to live. Even like this, it's not allowed? Mo Lian, this is probably my life. They continued to resist, and they continued to kill, fight. Fight until the last moment of her life. No. Mo Lian understood this little fellow's current state of mind too well. Every time she killed someone, she would fall into a deep self-loathing mood. She obviously didn't want to kill people, but in this world, there was always a group of people who didn't want her to live well. These people, what did they have to do with her? Did they know her? He didn't know him at all. What kind of enmity and hatred could motivate these people to make her bear the heavy crime of being a sinner for all eternity, if she was powerless to resist and turn the tables today? If this accusation were to spread across the entire divine land, what would the result be? Would she have a good ending? She just wanted to live a beautiful life with her lotus. Who was it to do anything to her? She did not want to become a little monster with thorns all over her body that would stab anyone she saw. But there was nothing at all. Why did they refuse to let her go? She did not want to be sick, but she was always forced to be sick. Since that was the case, she would fight to the death. If 1 came, she would kill 1. If 10 came, she would kill 10. If anyone wanted to make life difficult for her, she would make life difficult for them, her entire family. Even if the entire world is your enemy, I will still be with you. Even if I have to give up the entire world, I am willing to do so. What does all living things have to do with me? I won't let go. I'm holding on to you, and I swear I won't let go in this lifetime. Mo Lian tightly grasped her small hand, looking deeply at her with an abnormally resolute gaze. The little girl's tense emotions finally relaxed. Because of the warmth that poured into her heart, because of her lotus. She burrowed her head into his embrace and acted like a spoiled child in his embrace. The little stoic face finally crumbled and was replaced by soft sobs that also broke his heart. It was good that she was in a good mood. Mo Lian's heart relaxed, and she raised a hand to gently stroke her hair. He turned around like a malicious spirit from hell, his expression cold and fierce as he pointed at the people from the temple. All of you, go to jail. You can't leave without an imperial edict. Yes. Feng Su and the others didn't dare to say anything else. Knowing that His Highness the Crown Prince was in a bad mood, they hurriedly bowed their heads and answered in unison. Mu Xingchen moved, but Mu Jingrui abruptly pulled him back. Xingchen, let's go home first. We have to consider this matter at length. Jojo must be in a bad mood right now, so I think it's best if we don't show up. It had to be said that Mu Jingrui really had some self-awareness. He knew that the little girl didn't like their Mu family from beginning to end. He shouldn't make a move now and annoy the little girl. Mu Xingchen reluctantly looked in the direction of the carriage and arbor, his fists clenching and unclenching as he said coldly, "What's going on with today's matter?" "It looks like the Sun Moon Temple did it, but we still have to investigate the specific reason." Mu Jingrui hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I'll have someone investigate this matter. I'll tell you once there's news." On the other side. The Imperial Palace. In front of the table in the Imperial study. A middle-aged man with grave brows and a slightly pale complexion leaned against the back of the chair. There was a faint weariness on his face, but the corners of his mouth hooked up coldly. Hearing the news from the hidden guards, the man coldly glanced at Hu Dequan, who was kneeling in front of the desk. "They returned to the Eastern Palace?" Yes." Hu Dequan only felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "The people from the temple have all been jailed?" "Yes." Hu Dequan felt his throat dry up, and his entire body involuntarily trembled slightly. The Divine Prefecture's Emperor's voice was very calm, but it felt like a storm was about to come. Absolute nonsense. The Divine Prefecture's Emperor slammed the table heavily. "How many people from the temple have died?" Hu Dequan shuddered. "About 200 to 300 people died under the spiritual thunder talisman, and many were injured. After that, His Highness the Crown Prince threw them into the water dungeon. Because of their serious injuries, the water dungeon was ice cold and they couldn't be treated. Half of them died. If you're so reckless, why did you only report it now?" Was he the one who warned you?" The great emperor didn't even need to think about it carefully. "What a good son." The great emperor let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair, looking even more exhausted. He waved his hand and said, "You may leave." "Yes." Hu Dequan felt as if he had been granted amnesty and was about to leave. A familiar wailing sound was heard, and the old king of Xianxia strode in with his short and chubby legs like a whirlwind from outside the door. He immediately fell to the ground and wailed dryly, "Your Majesty! I can't live anymore." The short wintermelon cried and howled. He threw himself to the ground, pounded the ground, and howled. Then, he looked up with a particularly expressive face. "I really can't live anymore, Your Majesty." "What's the matter? Get up and talk." The great emperor pressed his head with a headache, and his expression looked even worse. Although the king of Xianxia's temperament wasn't very good, the Divine Prefecture's emperor always had a little more tolerance for this youngest brother. "The crown prince spanked my sons but in public as soon as he entered the capital." The king of Xianxia cried and wailed. "Does the crown prince still see me as his uncle? If the crown prince really can't tolerate my son, then Your Majesty, please give this subject brother a piece of land and let this subject brother take his family and return to his hometown." Sob, 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 sob. The old king of Xianxia was sobbing. The Divine Prefecture Emperor was a little embarrassed. Naturally, he already knew that his son had beaten up the eldest son of the king of Xianxia, Mo Zhuang. Now that the king of Xianxia was crying in front of him, he couldn't pretend to be deaf and mute. Cough. The Divine Prefecture Emperor coughed lightly. This child Mo Lian is indeed a little insensible. But he, just came back from a long journey. Perhaps, he's not in a good mood. King of Giant Pain, don't lower yourself to his level. The King of Giant Pain was instantly a little angry. Your Majesty, it's the Crown Prince who won't let my Zhuang off. Moreover, putting aside the matter of Zhuang, my youngest son Mo Kuan was also beaten up by His Highness the Crown Prince in Shuntian Prefecture. Your Majesty, I really want to ask, what kind of grudge does the Crown Prince have with his biological uncle? Why does he like to beat up my son whenever he sees him? The Divine Prefecture Emperor, Your Majesty, you must seek justice for this subject brother. The King of Giant Pain was sobbing as he sat on the ground and wiped his tears sadly. The Divine Prefecture Emperor's head hurt terribly. He flicked his sleeves and called, Hu Dequan. Eunuch who immediately trotted into the imperial study and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. Go to the Eastern Palace and invite the Crown Prince over. Hu Dequan, at this time, the sky was already dark. If he went to the Eastern Palace to invite His Highness the Crown Prince, would he be beaten out of there? The Divine Prefecture Emperor saw Hu Dequan standing there in a daze and couldn't help but say angrily, Why aren't you going? Eunuch who shuddered and hurriedly agreed. He didn't dare to hesitate and used his spirit energy to fly all the way to the Eastern Palace. Today, Mo Lian and Arbor had just moved in, and the entire Eastern Palace was still busy. The master of the palace had not returned for more than 10 years. Although the Eastern Palace was cleaned every day, it still lacked the aura of a master. Now that their master had finally returned and brought the Crown Prince Consort with him, the Eastern Palace suddenly had 2 masters living in it. Just arranging the manpower to tidy up the Crown Prince Consorts and Crown Prince Consort's sleeping quarters made everyone extremely busy. When Hu Dequan walked in, the entire Eastern Palace was still brightly lit. Zhao Tingdong, who was in charge of the internal affairs of the Eastern Palace, was still busy shouting with his bulging belly. Aunt Jing stood to the side with a solemn and dignified expression, occasionally exchanging a few words with the little palace maids who came to report. When the 2 of them saw Hu Dequan running in, they were slightly stunned. Zhao Tingdong stepped forward and said with a smile, Eunuch Hu, what's the matter? Go. What could I possibly want from you? Quick, go and invite His Highness. His Majesty has summoned him. Zhao Tingdong hurriedly asked, what happened? Why did the great emperor summon me? Hu Dequan wanted to be on good terms with the Crown Prince, so he quickly said in a low voice, the Duke of Giant Pain has complained to the great emperor. Your Highness. Zhao Tingdong walked to the door of the sleeping quarters and bowed. The great emperor has summoned you. Hu Dequan, go back and tell him that as long as he doesn't acknowledge me as his wife, I don't want to see him for even a day. Scram. Hu Dequan, what should he do? If the old great king of the Mo Kingdom's personal eunuch, Gong Chang'an, was here, he would definitely laugh at him and pat him on the shoulder. He would say sympathetically, it's not like our crown prince has only been willful for a day or 2. Just bear with it. This servant is Kai Xiao. Kai Chi. Greetings to the crown princess. 2 delicate palace maids around the age of 18 or 19 bowed to Arbor, their attitudes extremely respectful. The young crown princess was currently drooping her small head, listlessly half lying on the red jade brocade couch. The crown prince was currently sitting by her side. Ever since they'd just returned, they'd heard His Highness the Crown Prince continuously teasing and talking to her. One moment, he'd give her this food, and the next moment, he'd use that food to coax her. This treasure was extremely rare. The way their masters interacted with each other made the 2 palace maids feel a bit surprised. For some reason, they felt as if their roles had been switched. Why was it His Highness the Crown Prince who was rushing to coax this young crown princess? This was because in their 3 continents, the existence of women was definitely weaker than men. This kind of situation would be even more vivid among cultivators. There was no other reason. On the divine continent, male cultivators were generally stronger than female cultivators. Even the heavens were 100 times harsher towards female cultivators than male cultivators. When cultivators broke through the final checkpoint of the spirit realm and ascended to the deity realm, the success rate of female cultivators in the 5 spirits reincarnation trial was only 1% of male cultivators. This established the irreversible supreme status of male cultivators in the 3 continents. Unless it was a few noble ladies from large aristocratic families or women at the peak of power, when they ascended to the spirit realm, they could rely on all kinds of magic treasures, spirit artifacts, or divine artifacts that their families found to maximize their own ascension rate. If it was an ordinary female rogue cultivator or a woman from a small family, then sorry, these people would face thousands of dangers in their advancement. If they were not careful, they would probably end up with their bodies and souls destroyed. As a result, in the divine continent, female cultivators who could reach the deity realm were extremely rare compared to men. Many female cultivators, because they cherished their lives, would forever stop at the peak of the 15th level of Great Spirit Master realm. There were also quite a few people who existed. Because of this fear, a trace of a crack appeared in their hearts of cultivation. As they grew older, this feeling of not daring would spread throughout their entire bloodline. In the end, this group of people would sink into depression, never daring to take even half a step forward. Many women from small clans, if their talents were not bad, would be taken away by their clans to exchange for some resources and provide them to male cultivators as cultivation furnaces. They had no right to refuse. The family groomed you, and now they want to use you. What right do you have to refuse? This was the sorrow of the women of the small forces in the upper 3 continents. Therefore, it was already a very lucky thing for weak girls like Xianxia and Qi to be sent to the imperial palace by their families and obtain a lifetime of peace. As long as the two of them served their masters well in the palace, worked hard to maintain a correct attitude, and did not make any mistakes, then the two of them would be able to survive until they left the palace. They would receive a sum of severance pay from the palace, and when they returned to their hometown, they would be able to buy a few mu of land and hire a long-term worker to farm. There was an 80% chance that they would be able to live out their remaining years in comfort. As for Xianxia and Qi, they were both extremely dutiful and honest palace maids. Ever since they entered the door, the two of them did not dare to look around. They only respectfully saluted and stood to the side. When Arbor heard the sound, his eyelids only slightly lifted. He then waved his hand and said, "You may leave." Qi and Xianxia glanced at each other. They did not understand their master's intentions, but they also did not dare to make wild guesses. They hurriedly lowered their bodies and slowly retreated out of the door. Both of them felt uneasy in their hearts. They were afraid that they wouldn't be liked by the young crown princess. After all, judging from the current situation, the young crown princess was very favored by the crown prince. If she revealed any displeasure towards them, the crown prince would definitely dismiss them. The young crown princess looked very young, but they didn't know what her temperament was like. Looking at her indifferent attitude, could it be that the young crown princess was antisocial and not easy to get along with? Both of them didn't dare to make any wild guesses. After retreating, they stood guard at the door. Until Zhao Tingdong came over, bowed at the door of the bedchamber, and told them about the emperor's urgent summons. Both of them heard very clearly that the crown prince directly rebuked Eunuch whose shoulders drooped, his neck shrunk, and he sighed as he left. However, Zhao Tingdong's eyes lit up slightly. It was as if he had discovered something incredible. This master of theirs who came from the 6 prefectures was truly willful. Xianxia and Qi looked at each other and lowered their heads in silence, not daring to speak recklessly. Strictly adhering to their duties and not making any mistakes was their principle as palace maids. After that, the lights in the eastern palace were extinguished bit by bit. It was already late at night. After Eunuch returned, the people waiting for news from all sides seemed to have quieted down. The emperor didn't send anyone else to summon them. The old King Jianping was comforted by the emperor, rewarded with many things, and left the palace in a huff. Today's matter quickly spread to the ears of the major forces in and out of the imperial court. They were all shocked and horrified. Judging from the emperor's attitude towards the crown prince, it seemed that he was very indulgent. It seemed that the imperial capital was finally going to be overturned the next morning. The warm sunlight outside the window climbed through the long wooden window lattice and shone into the bedchamber. The crown prince's bedchamber was naturally extremely luxurious and exquisite. Whether it was the table, chair, bed, cabinet, or even the small teacups and utensils, all of them were the finest in the palace. Just that red sandalwood crystal mysterious jade bed alone was something that the great emperor had ransacked the entire treasury. He didn't think that there was anything good about it, So he specially ordered people to use precious materials to forge it for more than half a year before he was able to forge it. This craftsman was a famous divine artifact forging grandmaster in the 3 prefectures. Then, he had specially made a bed for the crown prince. This was simply a waste of natural resources. Jojo lazed in bed until noon. When the sun shone through a curtain of pearls, agate and emerald beads and fell on her eyes, she slowly crawled out of bed. The little fellow stretched with all his might and raised his tightly clenched fists above his head. For a moment, he froze there. She hurriedly put down her small hand and looked at the 2 girls kneeling in front of her bed with a puzzled expression. For a moment, her brain seemed to have short-circuited. "Who are you?" She hurriedly wrapped herself in the blanket and looked at them warily. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "Where's my husband?" Husband, she was referring to the crown prince. Kai Xiu's temperament was calm. She quickly stepped forward and kowtowed. "This servant is Kai Xiu." Kai Chi. Greetings to the crown princess. Regardless of whether the emperor acknowledged this little crown princess or not, all the palace servants and eunuchs in the eastern palace, from top to bottom, all addressed her as the crown princess. Because of the crown prince's acknowledgement, who would dare to provoke him, it was just a title. There was no need to make things difficult for their master. The little fellow's short-circuited brain was somewhat connected. Ah, Kai Xiu. She seemed to have heard this name yesterday, but when the other people introduced themselves, she was not in a good mood and was too lazy to respond to them. You 2 are palace maids from the Eastern Palace, right? Yes. Xianxia slightly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said respectfully, "This servant and Saichi were assigned by Aunt Jing to serve the crown princess's daily life as personal palace maids. If the crown princess feels that us 2 are not enough, or if you have any other requests, you can directly tell Aunt Jing." At that time. "Oh, there's no need." Arbor waved her little wrist. She was not a particular person. 2 palace maids were already too much to serve her, so why would she ask for more people? Yes. Kai Xiu breathed a sigh of relief again. She was actually quite afraid that this little crown princess would look down on them and casually ask them to scram. In any case, there were plenty of palace maids in the imperial palace. Even if the crown princess did not like this batch, with her status, she could recruit another batch of palace maids at any time. There were plenty of various small families and aristocratic families who racked their brains to send their daughters into the imperial palace. Kai Xiu's temperament was calm and her words were dull. She was very afraid that her master would not like her. But looking at the current situation, she was afraid that she had already passed the first hurdle. Kai Chi's temperament was more lively. Seeing this, she hurriedly said with a smile, "Crown princess, let us servants serve you to wash up." Arbor blinked, "Where's my husband?" Kai Chi hurriedly lowered her head respectfully and said, "You must be talking about His Highness the Crown Prince." His Highness went to the study early in the morning. Several old officials came to pay a visit to His Highness. Oh. Arbor nodded her little head. She lifted the soft quilt and jumped down from the bed. The 2 hurriedly stepped forward and let the little crown princess wash up and change her clothes. However, the little crown princess didn't need their help. She did everything on her own. Seeing this, the 2 girls heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that their master would be fussy and difficult to serve. However, from the looks of it, although the little crown princess's personality was a bit cold and she didn't speak much, she was very kind to the 2 servants and didn't put on any airs of a master. "Crown princess, what kind of hairstyle do you like? Let's do it in a simple and relaxed way." The young crown prince consort sat in front of the dressing mirror. Her small, jade-like face seemed to be shrouded in a layer of pearl light. Her skin looked both delicate and fair, truly an indescribably beautiful sight. The 2 palace maids both inwardly inhaled. No wonder His Highness liked this crown prince consort so much. She was truly too beautiful. In the entire upper 3 provinces, it would be difficult to find another girl who could be compared to the little crown princess. After thinking for a while, Kai Chi tied the little crown princess' hair into a cloud bun. Her technique was very skillful. Moreover, it wasn't the cloud bun that followed the trend. She made some small improvements to this bun. Because the little crown princess was too young, her long hair looked a bit old-fashioned when she tied it up. Kaichi's modified bun made the 2 strands of black hair by her temples into 2 small braids that hung over her shoulders. This made the little fairy in the mirror look more lively and playful. Finally, she inserted the heavenly phoenix purple jade hairpin that the young crown prince consort had chosen, and put out a pair of light purple beaded flowers on both sides of the hairpin. This way, a charming little beauty stood gracefully in the mirror. Kaichi's dressing speed was very fast. The little crown princess was also very satisfied with this simple and elegant appearance. Seeing her expressionless face, Kaichi's heart pounded. She braced herself and asked, "Crown princess, do we need to change it again?" There's no need to change it." "Very good," the little crown princess said with a stoic face. Kaichi heaved a huge sigh of relief. She walked to the dozen or so large chests in the corner of the room and said, "Crown princess, these clothes and accessories were just sent over from the production room and the treasure room last night. Your servant hasn't had time to take care of him yet. There's also some furniture that will be sent over from the production room in the next 2 days. Crown princess, what do you want to wear today?" Kaichi asked tentatively. The little crown princess waved her small hand. "Anything is fine. Something simple will do." Kaichi finally understood what was going on. It seems that our little crown princess likes to start simple. She doesn't want to do anything too complicated in the future. Arbor thought for a moment and said, "I want to wear red today." She wants to wear a fiery red battle suit. I'll kill whoever dares to cause trouble." "Yes, Crown Princess." It's good that the Crown Princess is willing to state her request. Kaichi quickly rummaged through the chests and found a dress made of red ostrich feathers and a white rabbit fur cloak. The red was like fire, and the white was pure. At first glance, the 2 palace maids were dazzled. Heavens, who wouldn't like such a quick-witted and adorable young crown prince consort? "Crown princess, the meal is ready. Please come this way." Sir Jojo followed the 2 palace maids out of the bedroom and went to the side hall to eat. Along the way, the palace maids and eunuchs they met all bowed their heads respectfully. They didn't dare to look around recklessly. Sir Jojo was somewhat satisfied. It seems that the management of the Eastern Palace is good in general. At the very least, Auntie Jing and Eunuch Zhao should be able to suppress these people with their authority. As long as they did not bother Jojo-sama would not care too much about them. "Greetings, Crown Princess." "Greetings, Crown Princess." Along the way, people bowed and saluted. Arbor just glanced at them and entered the side hall under the guidance of Kaichi and Kaixiu. The 2 round tables were already filled with food. Xiaomu found a seat and sat down. She furrowed her brows as she looked at the dozens of sumptuous snacks and side dishes on the table. "Who sent it?" the little crown princess asked calmly with an expressionless face. If Feng Su and Eunuch who were here, their hearts would definitely skip a beat and they would cry out in alarm. The calmer this little crown princess was, the more expressionless her face was, the more restless her heart was. Kaichi didn't know what was going on, so she bowed and said, "It was Eunuch Li from the kitchen. He brought a few palace maids with him." The crown princess nodded. "Call them over." Kaixiu's heart skipped a beat. She smelled a trace of something unusual. Without waiting for Kaichi to speak, Kaixiu quickly bowed and said, "Yes." Then she quickly walked out of the door and whispered a few words to the 2 palace maids guarding the door. When she walked into the side hall again, she saw the little crown princess sitting at the table. She didn't even touch her chopsticks. Although she was expressionless, it felt like the pressure on her body had dropped a few notches. The 2 palace maids lowered their heads obediently and didn't dare to speak. They just stood behind the little crown princess. After a quarter of an hour, the palace maids outside the door came in to report that Eunuch Li from the kitchen had brought people over. "Kneel outside," Arbor said coldly. The little palace maid was slightly taken aback, but she didn't dare to be negligent. She hurriedly went out to pass on the crown princess instructions. The little Eunuch Li in the kitchen looked to be in his early 20s. His entire person carried a bit of a ruffian aura, and his eyes were always restless. After hearing this, the little Eunuch Li couldn't help but be taken aback. A trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. "Why?" "Kaixiu, slap him," the little crown princess said calmly. Kai Xiu's heart skipped a beat, and her heart thumped like a drum. She knew who this little eunuch Li was. He was the third in command of the imperial household department, the godson of the head eunuch, Eunuch Li. Usually, when he went to the various palaces, there were many palace maids and eunuchs who flattered him to please him. For Eunuch Li's sake, no one dared to be impudent to him. Everyone in the entire divine prefecture knew that after the emperor and empress fell into a coma more than 10 years ago, the emperor didn't take in any more concubines. The entire harem was actually very quiet. Except for some nameless women who were forcefully stuffed into the harem by various small countries every year, the emperor only had the head palace maid and outstanding talent as his companions. Everyone thought that the outstanding talent would probably one day become a concubine, but today, more than 10 years later, the outstanding talent was still only the head palace maid by the emperor's side. The outstanding talent was nearly 40 years old this year. To be honest, those unknown women who were stuffed into the harem every year might not even live as well as palace maids and eunuchs who had a little power. For example, this little eunuch Li could get whatever he wanted under the care of the head eunuch. Today, when he suddenly heard the crown princess say that she wanted to slap someone, even he was a little stunned. Slap. The little crown princess swept a cold glance at Kai Xiu. This glance made Kai Xiu's heart skip a beat again. She immediately realized that if she disobeyed the crown princess today, then she would no longer be of any use as a maid. Kai Xiu fiercely gritted her teeth, stepped out of the side hall door, and came in front of little eunuch Li. How dare you? Little eunuch Li's eyes almost shot out a poisonous light. He stared at the little palace maid in front of him like a poisonous snake spitting out a cold letter. She was just a little girl who was not recognized by the great emperor. The people in the Eastern Palace took advantage of the situation and called her the Crown Princess. Did she really think that she was the Crown Princess? Pa! Kai Xiu fiercely slapped little eunuch Li's face. This time, little eunuch Li's mouth was crooked. Little eunuch Li screamed. He was like an angry wild wolf. He raised his fist and punched at the little palace maid in front of him. Kai Xiu closed her eyes, calmly waiting for the arrival of death. This eunuch Li Jr. in front of her had a higher cultivation than her. She was merely a small level 8 mystic cultivator at the very bottom. In front of so many big shots, this kind of cultivation was practically negligible. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't feel any pain. She opened her eyes and looked at little eunuch Li, who had a stiff arm and was standing in front of her like a clay puppet. His expression was slightly distorted, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Little eunuch Li was immobilized by the immobilization talisman and naturally couldn't move. His clenched fist made cracking sounds, and he was powerless to resist at this time. What an imposing manner. You still dare to retaliate. The crown princess's cold voice sounded from inside the room. Beat him 50 times with the paddle before dragging him here to talk. Young eunuch Li clenched his teeth in hatred, but he couldn't move at all. Kai Chi went outside and called 2 Eastern Palace guards in. Without saying a word, they lifted young eunuch Li up and pressed him down on the bench. The planks fell with a crackling sound. Young eunuch Li was forcefully pressed down and the planks fell on his body. He lost all his dignity, and his face turned red as he screamed. Young crown princess was dressed in red, and her features were exquisite and unadorned. She walked out of the side hall and stood on the long steps, looking down at young eunuch Li, who was being punished, with an expressionless face. There were many palace maids and eunuchs standing in the courtyard, but none of them dared to make a sound. They all cautiously lowered their heads and looked down. After 50 strikes, the 2 guards dragged little eunuch Li from the bench and threw him on the ground without any force. Then they raised their hands in salute to the crown prince consort and quietly retreated to the side. Arbor coldly looked at the person lying on the ground. She formed a hand seal and waved her hand, immediately undoing the binding of the body-securing talisman. Young eunuch Li found that he could move and immediately struggled to stand up. He glared at Arbor and angrily said with a dark face, "What is the meaning of this?" "Bring the food out," Arbor said coldly. Kai Chi and Kai Xiu hurriedly directed a group of palace maids to bring out the dozens of dishes on the table. Arbor casually picked up a plate of fried pumpkin and threw it at young eunuch Li's face. Young eunuch Li was shocked. He subconsciously leaned to the side and avoided the plate attack. Who knew that this young crown princess would throw the plates at his face one after another? Plates of porridge, noodles, and soup splattered all over his face, making young Eunuch Li battered and exhausted. The palace maids who came with young Eunuch Li were already trembling in fear. They knelt on the ground and didn't dare to raise their heads. Ah! Young Eunuch Li was about to explode in anger. You! Let him eat. Clean it all up, Arbor said coldly. There was no warmth in his words. This little crown princess looked at little Eunuch Li with mockery and coldness. She slid her finger and ordered the 2 guards standing at the side to go forward and escort little Eunuch Li to eat the food on the ground clean. Congee, noodles, and all kinds of exquisite snacks, buns, and pastries were all stuffed into little Eunuch Li's mouth by the 2 guards. Ah, wretch! Little Eunuch Li felt that his mouth was full of something cold. Once it entered his mouth, he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. How could the 2 Eastern Palace guards give him a chance to vomit? She kept stuffing food into his mouth until Eunuch Li's eyes rolled back and his limbs trembled. When Zhao Tingdong heard the news and rushed over, little Eunuch Li had already been tormented by the 2 guards to the point that he almost fainted. Zhao Tingdong hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to Arbor. This servant, Zhao Tingdong, greets the crown princess. The young crown princess looked at him expressionlessly. Go and call over the head eunuch of the kitchen. Yes. Zhao Tingdong immediately responded and sent a capable young eunuch to summon the head eunuch of the kitchen. Zhao Tingdong usually had a good relationship with the head eunuch of the kitchen, Eunuch Sun. At this time, he could only secretly break out in a cold sweat. From the looks of it, the young crown princess was quite angry. This matter probably couldn't be settled peacefully. Eunuch Sun was nearly 60 years old and had a stocky build. When he walked, he looked like a tiger stirring up the wind. After hearing the summons from the Eastern Palace, Eunuch Sun was also at a loss. However, he did not dare to carelessly neglect this crown prince consort and hurried to the Eastern Palace with the young eunuch leading the way. As soon as he entered the garden of the Eastern Palace, he saw little Eunuch Li being dragged to the ground by 2 guards. The eunuch's stomach was already bulging from the food he was stuffing into his mouth. His heart inexplicably sank, and a layer of cold sweat immediately formed on his palms. He hurriedly went forward and greeted, this servant, Sun Ba, greets the crown princess. The young crown princess glanced at him coldly. Kai Xiao. At this moment, Kai Xiao completely understood the young crown princess's meaning and also knew why the crown princess was angry. At this moment, she was also trembling with fear because she and Kai Chi hadn't noticed this problem previously. If the crown princess wanted to hold them accountable, then it would be due to negligence. Now, she could only quickly atone for her mistake. She took a deep breath and hurriedly walked over with a bowl of bird's nest porridge. She handed the bowl to Eunuch Sun, the manager of the kitchen. Eunuch Sun, all the breakfast that the kitchen sent over just now was completely cold, just like this bird's nest porridge. Please take a look. That can't be. Eunuch Sun was shocked. He took the bowl and touched it with his hand. It was indeed so cold that there wasn't a trace of heat. The weather was so cold, yet the crown princess had to put these cold things into her mouth. The weather was extremely cold, but sweat had seeped out of Eunuch Sun's forehead. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and explained, Crown Princess, please understand. This servant can guarantee that the food was definitely warm when it came out of the kitchen. Moreover, on the way to the Eastern Palace, we used insulated food boxes to ensure that the food sent to each palace and courtyard was warm. Therefore, the reason why the food was so cold was definitely because someone had tampered with it. Was it the cold utensils that caused the food to become cold faster? Eunuch Sun's gaze was filled with disgust as he looked coldly at little Eunuch Li, who was lying on the ground. Just now, he had felt that this person was a little pitiful, but now, it seemed that he deserved it. He was the one who wanted to offend the crown princess, so why drag him down with him? She was going to die because of him. Little Li, what is the meaning of this? Eunuch Sun said angrily. Why are you doing this? Eunuch Li Jr. straightened his neck and ate a stomach full of cold food. Now that his stomach was rumbling, he said impatiently, Eunuch Sun, what did this servant do? This servant is just here to deliver the food. Even if the food is cold, can't this servant bring it back and reheat it? Is it really worth it? Do you really think you're the high and mighty crown princess? She's just a woman who was brought up from the lower star area and is the crown prince's plaything. She's just an unpresentable thing. She doesn't know how to look at the big picture. She's so arrogant that she wants the whole world to know. Slap. A gust of wind from a palm came from afar and landed heavily on Xiaoli's face. Eunuch Li Jr. was hit so hard that 2 of his teeth fell out. He looked back with a face full of horror. Mo Lian viciously strode in from outside the atrium like a gust of wind. Without allowing for any explanation, he stomped on this person's ribs more than a dozen times, each kick landing heavily on this person's weak spot. The pain caused little Eunuch Li Jr. to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He rolled on the ground and howled as he trembled. What is this? How dare you be so impudent in the Eastern Palace? Mo Lian stepped forward and grabbed the little fellow's hand. She coldly glared at the eunuch rolling on the ground and sternly reprimanded, Zhao Tingdong. Why yes, this servant is here, this servant is here. Zhao Tingdong was so frightened by the crown prince's stern rebuke that his legs turned to jelly. What are you doing? Letting a lowly servant like this run amok in the Eastern Palace? Do you still need this crown prince to teach you how to handle this kind of matter? Why yes. Zhao Tingdong quickly nodded in response and instructed the 2 guards beside him, hurry, hurry and take him away. A harsh glint flitted through Zhao Tingdong's eyes, and he couldn't help but ridicule little Eunuch Li in his mind. This servant actually dared to point at the crown princess's nose and scold her for taking advantage of him? Who exactly was the one taking advantage of her without knowing it? Take him away. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please calm your anger, Crown Princess. Another voice came from outside the door. Eunuch Li, the eunuch in charge of the Internal Affairs Department, had also come after hearing the news. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the situation in the court, and he hastily rushed forward to salute. Your Highness, please calm your anger. This is all a misunderstanding. Little Li didn't mean to offend the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess is benevolent and magnanimous, so she definitely won't bicker with a little servant like him. What did he mean by that? He was setting a trap for Jojo. If she dealt with this little servant today, she wouldn't be the benevolent and magnanimous Crown Princess. Unfortunately, setting a trap was useless. Sir Jojo had never been one to follow the rules since he was young. Arbor expressionlessly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Kill him. A black shadow abruptly descended from the sky and slit little Eunuch Li's throat without any explanation. After killing him, that person acted as if nothing had happened and turned to kneel on one knee with a grin. He said loudly, Huifeng greets Your Highness the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Mo Lian nodded. It was easier to use people on her side. Do you have any leads on Yu Xiao and the others' whereabouts? Mo Lian couldn't help but think of a question when she saw Huifeng. Yu Xiao and the others, along with Situi and the rest, ever since they followed Jojo to Shuntian Prefecture, according to Jojo, they had completely disappeared, like bubbles disappearing without a trace. Yes, there are clues. Huifeng cracked a smile. They've had great encounters. Right now, half of them are in Fire Smelting City, and the other half are in Icebound City, Cultivating. Sir Jojo looked over curiously and asked, Flame City? No, Crown Princess, it's Fire Smelting City. Huifeng felt that there was a great need to educate his Crown Princess. The 4 great cities that transcend the 3 provinces. Glory City, Shadow City, Inferno City, and Icebound City. Arbor replied with an "oh" and didn't say anything else. Huifeng's mouth involuntarily twitched. Wasn't the Crown Princess the least bit curious? Why were her companions in Fire Smelting City and Icebound City? Didn't she want to know what kind of encounters they'd had in Fire Smelting City and Icebound City? Why did the super calm Crown Princess look a bit adorable with her stoic expression? Mo Lian glanced at Huifeng. Give me a detailed report later. Oh. Huifeng drooped his head. No wonder the Crown Princess wasn't anxious at all. Because she knew very well that Prince Mo would definitely tell her everything he knew after reading the report. Moreover, since Huifeng said that they'd had great encounters, what was there to be anxious about? Their days must have been pretty good. The 3 of them were talking among themselves and had long abandoned the bystanders. However, Eunuch Li from the Internal Affairs Department was so angry that he nearly fainted. Even now, he still felt his heart trembling, and he couldn't catch his breath. The Crown Princess actually didn't give him any face at all and killed his godson just like that. After killing him, she acted as if nothing had happened and didn't even look at him. Li Hongchuan was so angry that he was trembling. When he lowered his head and saw Xiaoli lying in a pool of blood, his vision turned black and he felt dizzy. This was, but... Mu Estate Ting Lan Courtyard. Eldest young master, you can't just barge in like this, eldest young master. Scram. Mu Xingchen kicked the maidservant in front of him, causing her to stumble and crash into the courtyard's door. He strode into the room. Mu Jingrui also hurriedly followed and advised, Xingchen, we still don't understand the actual situation. Don't get angry first and see what it is. Hey, who are you people? How can you barge into Mrs. Boudoir? Madame Li had just returned home from a tooth feast. As soon as she entered, she saw two tall men barging into her Ting Lan's small courtyard. Madame Li hurriedly glared at them and angrily shouted. Mu Xingchen pursed his lips and swept Nei Li to the side with a flick of his sleeve. With a dark expression, he quickly walked to the boudoir in the courtyard and kicked without any explanation. Boom! Xiao Chen, who was lying on the bed and groaning, jumped in fright and hastily poked her head out from the canopy. She saw a tall and straight man walking against the light to her bed. When she saw this youth's appearance, Xiao Chuan's eyes couldn't help but light up, and a dazed expression appeared in her eyes. Who was this handsome man in front of her? This was a certain young master from the Mu family, right? Was he here to see Ying Chen? Xiao Chen had the same problem again. She couldn't take her eyes off Mu Xingchen. When Mu Xingchen saw her, his handsome face turned even darker. He quickly walked up to her and unceremoniously pulled her down from the bed. Mu Jingrui hurriedly called out from behind, Xingchen. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be my younger sister? Without another word, Mu Xingchen gave Xiao Chen 2 tight slaps. Poor Xiao Chen. Her swollen face had yet to recover. This time, it was really an injury on top of an injury. Feeling the pain on her face, she cried out involuntarily. Moreover, she felt that the scene in front of her was extremely familiar. Once, there was a very handsome man who barged into her court. After seeing her, he beat her up without any explanation. She still hadn't fully recovered from the injuries on her body. Concubineshire had sent people to take a look many times. Every time she thought of Concubineshire saying that she had missed this banquet, missed that meeting, missed this handsome young master, missed that mighty and domineering young general, her heart felt like it was dripping blood. How many opportunities would she miss to show her face? How many opportunities would she miss to climb up the social ladder? Big brother? Xiao Chuan's mind turned very quickly. When she heard how Mu Xingchen addressed him, she immediately understood that this person in front of her should be Arbor's long-lost big brother. She hastily called out, Big brother, don't hit big brother. Who's your big brother? Mu Xingchen threw her to the ground and reached out to summon a lightning talisman to strike her. Mu Jingrui, wait, Xingchen. There was one more thing. Boom. A bolt of spiritual lightning struck down. Xiao Chuan's eyes bulged, and she let out a miserable howl before falling to the ground with a thud. Shi Huixin hurried over. When she rushed in with her men, she saw a disheveled Xiao Chen rolling back and forth on the ground, howling miserably. She was so angry that her nose was about to become crooked. After waiting for about 8 to 10 days, this woman's injuries were finally mostly healed. She originally wanted to bring her to Madame Zhongli's plum blossom banquet tomorrow and let her show her face in front of everyone, but she didn't expect to encounter this kind of incident. She quickly went up to stop Mu Xingchen and gave Nanny Zhu a look to check on Xiao Chuan's injuries. Nanny Zhu flipped Xiao Chen over to take a look, and her face almost became crooked from anger. Xiao Chuan's face was as black as coal after being struck by lightning, and her entire head and face were covered in blood. She looked even more miserable than a few days ago. Eldest young master, how could you do this? That's your younger sister. How could you be so ruthless? Even if the two of you didn't grow up together, can you bear to cut off your blood ties? You're so ruthless. Look at how badly you've beaten your younger sister. Shi Huixin was filled with anger and had nowhere to vent, so she gave Mu Xingchen a good lecture. Someone, throw this impostor out of the Mu residence. Don't let her take half a step into the Mu residence again. Mu Xingchen didn't care about Concubineshires' attitude and directly gave the order. Two Mu residence's shadow guards immediately came out from behind and dragged the trembling Xianxia up. Ah! Big brother, big brother! What are you doing? Big brother! Xianxia screamed and hugged the leg of the stool tightly, unwilling to let go. Madame Li rushed in and sat on the doorstep, howling, "Io, everyone, come and take a look. The Mu residence's eldest young master is going to chase out the young miss who was left stranded outside. Io, there's no justice in this world. The Mu residence is committing murder and arson." Shut up. When Mu Qingya rushed over, she saw such a mess. Madame Li sat on the doorstep and howled while slapping her feet. The eldest son, Mu Xingchen, was angered by this old woman's shrewish behavior. His handsome face turned slightly green. Seeing this situation, she was so angry that the blue veins on her forehead almost popped out. She shouted at the group of old maids accompanying her, "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you gagging this old woman and dragging her out? Ah, what are you doing? Are you guys trying to murder me for money? Ouch." Madame Li was still howling when she was slapped in the face by an older female servant. Madame Li's head was slightly tilted back and her mouth was immediately filled with the taste of blood. Xiaoying-chun was also scared silly. She hurriedly pounced over to hug Concubine Shi's leg and wailed, concubine mother, save me. Big brother can't tolerate me. Auntie, auntie. Woo woo woo. I can't live anymore, auntie. Big brother wants to kill me. Aha. Shut up. Mu Qingya said angrily. Shut up. If he were to let these shrews spout nonsense, would the young master's reputation still be intact? If word got out, people would think that even the young master of the Mu residence couldn't tolerate his biological younger sister. A cold glint shot out of Mu Xingchen's eyes, and he turned to glare at Concubine Shi. Shi Huixin, I don't know what you want to do by bringing such an impostor home. But if you want to harm my younger sister, even if I don't want my life, I won't let you off. The 10th watch ended. Concubine Shi smiled awkwardly. Look at what eldest young master is saying. Why would concubine harm eldest young master's younger sister? Look, isn't this? Don't think that everyone is a fool. Mu Xingchen flung away Concubine Shi's outstretched arm and looked at her coldly. You must know very well what this woman's identity is. Shi Huixin carelessly stroked her hair and said with a smile, eldest young master must be joking. Concubine is merely bringing Miss back from Seacombe Planet to reunite with our family. I don't want others to misunderstand my good intentions. In all honesty, Concubine really doesn't have any selfish motives. Mu Qingya frowned and said, Concubine Shi, help Miss to the bed first. Xingchen, come with me. Mu Xingchen's handsome face was cold as he followed Mu Qingya out of Tinglan's small courtyard. Mu Qingya sighed and turned around with a rather solemn expression. Xingchen, your actions this time were truly too reckless and impulsive. What good will this do for your reputation? If this matter were to spread, what would it look like? Those outside who don't know the truth will only think that you can't even tolerate a younger sister who has led a wandering life for many years. Mu Xingchen said angrily, how can she be my younger sister? That slut is simply an impostor. I won't admit to her identity. Mother, why is it like this? Mu Xingchen couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Why didn't Concubine Shi immediately chase her out the day you brought her back? Even if others don't know, Mother should know that this person is an impostor. Xingchen. Mu Qingya shook her head and said with a wry smile, the day Concubine Shi brought her back, she spoke so confidently and solemnly. She even paid a visit to your father and found 2 more witnesses to prove it. We can only discuss this matter at length. If we want to chase this impostor out of the house, we still have to find some evidence. What evidence? Wouldn't father know? Mu Xingchen sneered. Wouldn't it be clear once we take out the bloodline talisman? We'll know whether or not she's of the Mu family bloodline with a test. Mu Qingya was slightly taken aback, then she revealed an ecstatic expression. Right. Why didn't Mother think of that? That fake would naturally not be able to pass the test of the bloodline talisman. Mu Qingya said with a smile, however, I need to go to your father personally and have a good talk with him. Go back to your own courtyard first and wait for my notice. Mu Xingchen thought for a moment and nodded slightly. On the other side, Mo Lian had already finished flipping through all the fortuitous encounters of Situ Yi, Wei Nanfeng, and Yu Xiu. It had to be said that this group of people was really lucky. Coincidentally, they were picked up by the city lords of Fire Smelting City and Ice Sealed City who had gone out to train, compete, and brought back to raise them, so don't always say that Jojo is lucky. There are many people who are really lucky. From the looks of it, Jojo's little bit of luck was nothing. If the Heavenly Tao was here, he would definitely give this fellow a tight slap. Bah, your little bit of luck is just short of reaching the heavens. Little bit of luck? If this is little bit of luck, then there are really no people with great luck in this world. After flipping through the information, Mo Lian looked at the recent events in Dragon Flame City, big and small. When her finger stopped at a few documents titled The Mu Family's Wandering Girl Returns. Mu Qiao has returned home. The Mu family's long-lost Miss Mu Qiao has finally returned home. Mo Lian's eyes could not help but narrow dangerously when her finger paused on a row of similar information. This Mu Qiao couldn't be the one he was thinking of, right? He reached out to flip open the neatly arranged information and quickly skimmed through it. Mu Estate's Gilded Garden. Mu Qingya carefully wrung a wet handkerchief and gently handed it to her husband, Mu Jingfeng, who was sitting beside her. A faint smile appeared on Mu Jingfeng's grave and stern face. He took the handkerchief and wiped his face before casually asking, I heard that Xianxia went to Ting Lan's courtyard to cause trouble today? Mu Qingya sighed. This child is still too impulsive. I've already lectured him. Husband, don't scold him anymore. You're always protecting him. Mu Jingfeng glared at her. He's the Mu family's young master and someone who will bear the responsibility of the entire Mu family in the future. We can't indulge him too much. Mu Qingya smiled. Look at what you're saying, husband. Xianxia doesn't need us to worry about him. He's very sensible. There's a reason for today's matter. If it weren't for concubineship. Mu Qingya could not help but bite her lip when she saw Mu Jingfeng's gaze drifting over, swallowing the latter half of her sentence. After contemplating for a while, she finally could not help but speak up again. Husband, Xianxia suggested to me today that he wanted to use the bloodline talisman to test that young lady in Ting Lan's courtyard. Mu Jingfeng glared at her and said in displeasure, Nonsense. You want to open the ancestral hall to ask for a bloodline talisman for such an insignificant matter? Mu Qingya tried to persuade him, Master, how can this be a trivial matter? This is also a major matter that will shake the ancestral bloodline. I think you've also been muddled by Xianxia's words. You believe him when he says that person isn't his younger sister? There can't be any mistake with someone brought over from Sikong planet. Mu Jingfeng casually waved his hand. There's no need to mention this matter again. He's been running around all this time and hasn't seen any improvement in his cultivation. Tell him to go into seclusion and cultivate properly. Don't always think about those nonsensical things of the secular world. Master. Enough. Mu Jingfeng nonchalantly swung his sleeves and got up to leave. His grave and stern face was abnormally cold. An hour later, Mu Xianxia received the news. He sat in his study room and crushed a jade porcelain brush washer. Young master, madam said that this matter cannot be rushed. She will find an opportunity to persuade the master again. The servant standing in front of the desk said with a trembling voice. This was the first time he had seen his young master so angry, as if he wanted to tear everything in front of him apart. He knew at a glance that B*TCH wasn't his daughter. Mu Xianxia said angrily. As he said, with his father's eyesight as the head of the Mu family for so many years, what could be hidden from his eyes? Young master. The servant was almost scared to death. He's the one who wants to keep the fake. It was him who did not want to see Jojo. That's why he didn't want to open the ancestral hall and experiment with the bloodline talisman. That coward. What did my Jojo do wrong? Why should she bear all of this? Young master. The servant looked like he was about to faint. Please, please. Could he not scold the head of the household like this in front of a tiny ant like him? Life was so precious, he really didn't want to die so early. This man would rather raise an impostor as his daughter than see his own daughter. Mu Xianxia clenched his fists tightly and spat, extremely stupid. He should have known that he could only do things that the man agreed to. How could concubine sure have the guts to bring an impostor into the Mu family? It was obvious that the man agreed to it himself. He did it on purpose, deliberately turning a blind eye and deliberately suppressing the fact that the impostor's origins were unknown. Only in this way would the Mu family not pursue the origin of the counterfeit goods and accept the existence of the counterfeit goods. Mu Xingchen was so angry that his eyes turned red. Coward, even if you don't want to see Jojo, you don't have to make an impostor to annoy yourself. He doesn't mind spending money to raise a slut, but I do mind that the slut's existence dirties the entire court. The manservant lowered his head and completely treated himself as heir. He hoped that the young master would let him go. He didn't hear anything. I won't let this impostor occupy my sister's position. Mu Xingchen's eyes revealed a cold glint. Young master, what are you doing? The servant really wanted to slap his own mouth. Why the hell was he stuttering when he spoke? Don't be a coward, he had to advise his young master not to court death. In this situation, it was obvious that he was going against the master. That was courting death. Jiangdu, what are you thinking about? Ah? The page boy looked at Mu Xingchen in confusion and hurriedly said, Young master, I am thinking of how to persuade you to put down your butcher's knife. Mu Xingchen glanced at him. Butcher's knife? Yes. Don't think that I don't know. Young master, you want to sneak into Ting Lan's courtyard in the dark and directly slit that girl's throat. Mu Xingchen sneered. You know your master quite well. Why yes. The page boy hated that he couldn't slap himself again. Who asked you to speak so much and spit out everything in your heart? Young master, don't be rash. The page boy hurriedly hugged Mu Xingchen's leg and cried, Young master, let's not do such impulsive things. Ah. If the owner of Ting Lan's courtyard is dead, you will be the first suspect. After all, we just had a conflict with them. If word gets out that he's the murderer of his younger sister, his reputation won't be good either. Don't doubt it. I did it. Mu Xingchen sneered. However, when he went to Ting Lan's small courtyard again, he found that it was already empty. After careful inquiry, it turned out that the fake had been taken away by Shirin Yang to Wulan Garden to recuperate. Recuperating was just a pretense. The main reason was to prevent this fake from being killed in Ting Lan's courtyard for no reason. Mu Xingchen sneered. Concubine sure was really worried sick about this fake. At the door of the study, a small head poked out and then shrank back. Mo Lian could not help but laugh. She put down the documents in her hands and said softly, I've already seen you. Why are you still hiding? The little fellow bounced inside in a trot, and Mo Lian stretched out his arms to carry her into his embrace. Hungry? The little girl nodded and looked up at him with a pair of round eyes. I really want to eat hot roasted sweet potatoes right now. Okay, I'll roast a few for you. Mo Lian reached out to pinch her little nose and said with a grin, what a greedy little kitten. With a wave of her hand, she took out a small stove and 4 to 5 sweet potatoes from her inner world. Mo Lian was now completely in his element when it came to cooking. This simple roasted sweet potato was naturally very familiar to him. As long as he controlled the heat well, he could just place the sweet potato on the stove and flip it over to roast it after a while. What were you looking at just now? Sir Jojo asked curiously. He reached out to grab the information he placed on the side. Oh, is it information on Situi and the others? Did they really go to Fire Refining City? Half and half. It was also a coincidence that they went to Fire Refining City and Icebound City, but it's also because their talents are pretty good. Arbor nodded his small head. Those little fellows' talents were naturally pretty good. If they had lived in the Divine Province since birth in a place with such dense spiritual energy, their current strength would probably have broken through to great spiritualist long ago. However, they came more than half a year earlier than her, so presumably, they were no longer rookies like great mystic cultivators. At the thought of meeting them again and being able to see her little fellows rapidly improve their cultivation, Miss Chiao couldn't help but faintly look forward to it. It's not information on Situi and the others. Sir Jojo casually picked up a piece of information on Mu Chiao's return and stared at it for a while like he had seen a ghost. There was a fake who was taken back to the Mu family. Mo Lian sneered and raised his hand to take the piece of information from Arbor's hand before casually tossing it to the side. The Mu family is such a large family, so they definitely know whether it's their own bloodline or not. It's impossible for them to be so easily confused unless that muddle-headed patriarch of theirs doesn't wish for me to return in the first place and would rather deceive himself by raising an impostor. Xiaomu curled her lips coldly. Speaking of which, I don't care for that lousy Mu clan either. However, I should take back what belongs to me. Xiaomu raised her head to look at the crown prince before leaning close to his ear and muttering. Mo Lian nodded as he listened. When the old man acknowledges you in a few days, I'll have him write it when we meet. Don't worry, it won't be long before the old man gives in. Xiaomu blinked her large eyes and nodded. Okay. The two of them chatted for a while more. After a while, Mo Lian increased the heat and roasted a few sweet potatoes. The young couple was peeling the sweet potato and eating it when Zhao Tingdong's respectful voice came from outside, reporting to the crown prince, crown princess. Madame Zhongli sent an invitation for the plum blossom meet. Arbor took a bite of the sweet potato and asked curiously, who is it? Mo Lian's expression was indifferent as she said, General Zhongli's wife. She loved lively events, so every few days, she would hold a small banquet and invite all the noble ladies. If you don't want to go, then don't go. We don't have to do anything for her. Arbor's eyes swiveled. Say, do you think that impostor will go? Mo Lian couldn't help but be startled. He had read the detailed information, so he naturally knew that the young lady who impersonated Jojo had been violently beaten up by an unknown person the night she returned to the Mu residence. That was why she hadn't had the chance to come out after being back for so many days. She had been recuperating at home every day. With his subordinate's influence, he naturally could effortlessly find out who the person who had violently beaten up the impostor was. Of course, there was no need to let Jojo know that eldest Qin had stood up for Jojo and beaten up the impostor. There was no need for him to make a move. Logically speaking, that impostor should be attending tomorrow's plum blossom meet. Mo Lian nodded. Didn't that concubineshire from the Mu family bring her back to stir up trouble? General Zhongli's wife held a plum blossom banquet, and there were many noble ladies who gave face. If concubineshire's original intention was to let the impostor replace Jojo, she would definitely not let go of this opportunity to show her face. Then I'll go. Sir Jojo nodded vigorously and said, I'll go and meet this impostor. Mo Lian nodded and said, okay, I'll go with you, you're not allowed to go. The little fellow immediately reached out to cover his mouth and blinked cleverly. You're too eye-catching, you have to hide at home. There were a bunch of women in that place, what was there to go, what was there to go? Sir Jojo was going to fight, don't worry, he would definitely return victorious. Mo Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out to pull down her little hand and kissed her soft little hand. Don't worry, your husband is only yours is only yours. How could this man be so flirtatious? Sir Jojo couldn't help but reach out to pinch his face. He reached out to hug him and muttered, that's right, it's mine. Mo Lian couldn't help but be amused. He hugged and rubbed her for a while before saying to Zhao Tingdong, who was waiting outside the door and didn't dare to breathe loudly, go and make arrangements. Send the crown princess to the banquet tomorrow. Yes. Zhao Tingdong immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that the time he had been waiting outside the door was so long that it almost made him cry. The imperial palace, the Empress Dowager's chamber, literally is really dead? Empress Dowager Chen sat under the warm blanket, looking a little puzzled. This old lady was already over 70 years old. She had a round and well-maintained appearance. Compared to her real age, she was naturally at least 10 years younger. The nanny who accompanied the old lady immediately nodded when she heard this. Yes, does the Empress Dowager want to summon that crown princess? Empress Dowager Chen pondered for a while and shook her head. Let's wait and see. The little crown princess that Mo Lian brought back, regardless of whether they recognized her or not, seemed to be someone that Mo Lian had set his mind on. From the looks of it, he was quite a powerful figure. As soon as he came back, he dealt with the people of the Divine Hall on the street, beat up Mo Zhuang, and then killed Little Li in front of Eunuch Li from the Imperial Household Department. TSK, what an amazing person. It's said that Eunuch Li fell seriously ill after he returned. He still can't get out of bed. Sigh, how pitiful. Tell the Imperial Physician Building to send him more tonics so that he can recover. After all, the number of old people in the palace is decreasing day by day. Empress Dowager Chen said with a sigh. Empress Dowager is merciful. This servant will go and instruct them. Empress Dowager Chen nodded and took a cup of bird's nest from the palace maid. She said lightly, Bao Jia is immature. Go back to the Chen family and you will know what to do. Yes, this old servant will do it immediately. Please rest assured, Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Chen nodded. She tiredly waved her hand and had everyone leave. Until she was the only one left in the palace. She lay there in silence for a long time. In the end, she couldn't help but scold the idiot. The Chen family was declining day by day. The children in the family were not promising in their official career or cultivation. If it weren't for her and her eldest nephew who supported the Chen family, Empress Dowager Chen sighed. She felt her body was a bit heavy. After all, she was old. She thought that if it were a few decades ago, she wouldn't be so cautious. Really, she had to admit that she was old. There were shadows outside the window. The room inside the window was silent. It was close to noon. 6 black stallions with shiny black fur trotted across Changle Street and turned left towards Konglu Street. Every inch of this land was worth its weight in gold. Unless one was an important official or an influential family, one really did not have the financial ability to settle down in Konglu Street. To be honest, if one was not an influential family, they would not be able to afford to live in Konglu Street. Therefore, Zhong Li's residence was able to occupy the most eye-catching location on Konglu Street. The residence was 3 to 4 times the size of the other residences. Compared to the residences of the princes on Chonglu South Street, it wasn't inferior at all. When the Eastern Palace's carriage appeared in front of everyone, it caused a small commotion. When the people of Zhong Li's residence received the news, they immediately went out to welcome them and arranged for the Eastern Palace's carriage to enter the residence directly and not stop outside. The person who came to welcome the carriage was Zhong Li's eldest young madam, the eldest daughter-in-law of Great General Zhong Li. She led 2 rows of servants and very respectfully welcomed the Eastern Palace's carriage into the residence. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the inner courtyard. Arbor did not need anyone's help and walked down the carriage on her own. Her quiet gaze fell on the dignified and elegant eldest young madam at the front. Zhong Li's eldest young madam led the servants to kneel in greeting and said with a smile, "The Crown Princess has graced our humble abode with your presence. Your presence brings light to our humble abode." Seeing that she was still polite, Miss Chiao suppressed her thoughts of picking a fight with her. If you obediently don't find trouble with Jojo, Jojo will not find trouble with you." Zhong Li's eldest young madam unexpectedly raised her eyes to look at the Crown Princess and could not help but suppress her stunned expression. The little Crown Princess in front of her was really too cold and elegant, with a hint of playfulness amidst her elegance. With 2 symmetrical buns on her head, she looked like a little paralyzed and adorable. Under her scarlet cloak, the red brocade collar wrapped around her slender little neck and blended her fair and jade-like face with the fluffy fur. She was really very beautiful. Xiaomu waved her hand to have them stand up, and then she trotted into the main hall. Eldest young madam personally led the way and said with a smile, "Mother-in-law originally wanted to personally welcome Her Highness the Crown Princess, but your imperial aunt, Qin Wangfei, just happened to enter the fu, so mother-in-law really couldn't leave." Arbor nodded and had no intention of making trouble. The host was holding a banquet to admire the plum blossoms, so naturally he had invited all the princes and madams of the influential families in the city. It was inevitable that they would be busy with welcoming the guests, so there was nothing much to say. Moreover, this Zhongli manor could be considered to have done things properly. Sending the great general's eldest daughter-in-law to welcome her was not considered a slight. Madame Zhongli was 7 or 8 years older than the Crown Princess. She thought that young people would have more topics to talk about when they were together. Who knew that the Crown Princess was a stoic person of few words? Come to think of it, no matter who the facial paralysis was, they didn't have much to talk about. Thinking back to when she was a fake servant girl in the Qin estate, wasn't she also not very popular? I don't understand why he's so unpopular. Sir Jojo wrinkled his small nose. On the side, however, eldest young madam's heart was beating like a drum. Looking at the little stoic's cold face, her mood was a bit perturbed. The crown princess was unhappy? The crown princess has arrived. After the announcement was made outside the door, the hall fell into a uniform silence. The stoic face expressionlessly walked in through the door, and the gazes of the several people sitting in the hall uniformly turned towards her. What a little beauty with a jade-like face and pearl-like skin that could be broken by the slightest breeze. The eyes of the women in the hall, each with their own thoughts, flickered a few times. As the madam of the main household, Madame Zhongli was respectfully accompanying Princess Consort Kong. When she saw the young crown princess enter, she hastily stood up and saluted. Greetings to the crown princess. Accompanying Arbor into the main hall were Aunt Jing, Xiaoxiu, and Saichi. At this time, Xiaoxiu and Saichi curtsied and stood to the side. Aunt Jing stepped forward and whispered to Arbor, "This is Great General Zhongli's wife." Arbor glanced indifferently at Madame Zhongli and nodded. With her status, there was no need for her to return the greeting to Madame Zhongli, that is Princess Consort Kong, His Highness the Crown Prince, and your imperial aunt. Arbor looked at Princess Consort Kong curiously. She could be considered to have a good understanding of the Mo family's current imperial relatives. According to the relationship chart Mo Lian gave her, the one who had the closest relationship with the emperor was this Prince Kong. Nowadays, the emperor entrusted Prince Kong to handle major court affairs and matters that needed to be handled personally. He greatly relied on and trusted this elder brother of his. Prince Kong was the emperor's eldest brother, so according to seniority, he was naturally her and the crown prince's imperial uncle. And this plump and somewhat unhealthy royal consort in front of her was her imperial aunt. Arbor blinked. On the other hand, Princess Consort Kong couldn't sit still anymore. She and Prince Kong had no children in their entire lives. Later on, they adopted a daughter born by her maternal sister-in-law, but she wasn't to her liking. When she saw the little stoic for the first time today, she thought she was incredibly adorable. This child was simply too lovable. This was that child Mo Lian's wife? Good job, good job. She was so much better than that domineering woman his father found for him. This little fellow looked like a soft and adorable little bun at first glance. Ayaya, she was truly adorable. The two small bags on her head were matched with two simple and generous pink beaded flowers. It was bright and beautiful to the point that it was just right. She didn't have any extra accessories on her head. She looked good, she looked really good. When Princess Consort Kong saw the little stoic, she found her especially pleasing to the eye, and a smile involuntarily spilled onto her chubby face. Come, come. Come here, come here. Aunt Jing was stunned. She was naturally familiar with this Princess Consort Kong. For female officials like them who worked in the palace, even if they didn't know the temperament of the members of the imperial family like the back of their hand, they had more or less heard about it. For example, this Princess Consort Kong usually did not like to get close to people. Don't be fooled by her smiling face, she was actually very unapproachable. Many noble ladies wanted to flatter her. After all, Prince Kong was the most powerful official in the court, but not everyone was able to gain Princess Kang's favor. Now, when the little crown princess walked in, she didn't even say a word, but Princess Kong took notice of her. It can't be, everyone silently muttered in their minds. When they turned their heads to look, they saw the little crown princess pattering over to Princess Consort Kong with small steps. When Princess Consort Kong took a closer look, she became even more attracted to her. This little fellow's small appearance was too good-looking. Looking at that sparkling small face and those spirited, pitch-black eyes, TSK, where did Mo Lian pick up this little wifey from? It couldn't be that he had run into an enormous stroke of luck, right? Princess Consort Kong grabbed Arbor's small hand and said with a grin, "Good child, I'm your imperial aunt. This is our first meeting, and imperial aunt doesn't have anything good on her, so you can wear this for fun." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Princess Consort Kong was being too modest. She had given a rare treasure like the exquisite fire brocade bracelet to the little crown princess to play with, and she still called it nothing good. Everyone knew that Princess Consort Kong had a cold constitution since she was young. This exquisite fire brocade bracelet was a protective bracelet that the old prince had found a master craftsman to make after traveling all over the country. It was a fire elemental defensive artifact, and it had the function of warming the body when worn. More importantly, this bracelet was a space bracelet. Because Princess Consort Kong was an ordinary woman without any cultivation or spiritual sense, the old prince had spent a lot of effort to find a special material to add to the exquisite fire brocade bracelet so that it could be used by her. Therefore, ordinary people could also use this defensive artifact and open a space, but the princess consort could not form a contract with it. But now, Princess Consort Kong had actually given a divine artifact to the little crown princess, whom she had just met, without batting an eye. Wasn't this too exaggerated? According to the norm, the little crown princess should be blushing modestly and giving in a little, right? Jealousy flashed through the eyes of a young girl sitting below Princess Consort Kong. She felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Her buttocks twisted slightly on the stool, and she bit her pale lips, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped herself. However, what made everyone's jaws drop was, the little crown princess had actually reached out to receive the gift so openly, and then very naturally put it on her little hand. Since the exquisite fire brocade bracelet was a divine artifact, it had the ability to stretch and shrink. The moment it was in her hand, it fit her wrist. And the next thing that made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets was, the little crown princess had actually dripped her blood into her spiritual sense, and very smoothly formed a contract with the exquisite fire brocade bracelet. Haha, her actions were so damn fast. The exquisite fire brocade bracelet space was really not small. It even contained some of the princess consort's personal collections, such as antiques, calligraphy, paintings, jewelry, jade, and so on. There was also a small mountain of spirit coins piled up. At a glance, there were probably tens of millions. Jojo inexplicably felt happy as if he had made a small fortune. Strange. Why would Jojo be interested in such a small amount of money? The girl sitting below Princess Kong immediately jumped up from her stool and pointed at Arbor as she screamed angrily, "Rude! You, how dare you? You actually contracted with the exquisite fire brocade bracelet?" Princess Consort King's smiling face instantly froze. She turned to sweep a glance at the long-faced girl and said with a frosty expression, "Shut up." Since the bracelet was given to the crown princess, it naturally belonged to the crown princess. Wasn't it normal to have a contract? Iran, you're really becoming more and more unruly. Sit down. Lu Iran bit her lips and sat down with a twisted and resentful face. Her hands twisted the silk handkerchief as if she wanted to tear it apart. Princess Consort Kong glared at her fiercely, thinking to herself, as expected, she's not presentable. Didn't he usually reward her with a lot of things? This small family was very much like a sister-in-law, wanting to take all the good things. The little crown princess merely cast a glance at Lu Iran, then treated her as heir and let her go. She took out a palm-sized square box from her inner world and handed it over to Princess Consort Kong. What is it? Princess Consort Kong stared blankly, then couldn't help but smile. A gift in return for the elders. The little crown princess spoke for the first time since she entered the family. Princess Consort Kong was over the moon from the little fellow's coaxing. However, the other people in the room had mixed feelings. Ha 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 ha. Princess Consort Kong laughed heartily as she held Arbor's little hand and rubbed it lovingly. Little fellow, you're really a good child. RMO Lien is truly fortunate to be able to marry you. Arbor nodded her little head in full agreement. She felt that Princess Consort King's taste was especially good. She herself also felt that she was pretty good. Lien was truly very fortunate to be able to marry her. The old and the young chatted happily there. Most of the time, it was Princess Consort Kong who was talking alone. The little crown princess asked her 18 questions, and she would pick one or two and answer simply with 4 or 5 words. The strange thing was that the two of them could actually continue chatting in this kind of chatting mode. If it were anyone else, they would have died from the conversation long ago. On the side, Lu Iran was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. She kept cursing Princess Consort Kong, this old thing, in her heart. She had waited on this old thing day and night in vain. She had asked for the space bracelet hundreds of times but failed to get it. Yet, this old thing had so easily given it to a woman she had just met. Lu Iran's lungs were about to explode from anger. She felt aggrieved and resentful in her heart. She sat on the side like a vengeful spirit, glaring at Arbor with her glowing white eyes. If looks could kill people, Lu Iran would have already shot her thousands of poisonous glares and killed the little girl. Madame Zhongli interrupted with a smile at the right time. Princess Consort Kong and the Crown Princess really hit it off at first sight. That's right, that's right. Princess Consort Kang's attitude towards Madame Zhongli wasn't bad. She wasn't particularly distant and cold, nor was she very affectionate. It was just a formality. Now that she saw Madame Zhongli speak, Princess Consort Kong said proudly, "Look at how good this daughter-in-law that our Mo Lian found. She has the looks and temperament. She doesn't lack in cultivation or intelligence." Everyone, Princess Consort Kong, aren't you bragging a bit too much? She does have the looks and temperament, but how can you judge this girl's intelligence when you've only interacted with her for less than a quarter of an hour? Furthermore, this little crown princess's cultivation wasn't particularly high. At a glance, he looked like a low-level spirit master. Was his cultivation high? But then again, as the high and mighty crown princess, there was actually no need for her to cultivate. After all, there were secret guards protecting her wherever she went. Everyone thought to themselves as they glanced at the little crown princess. It was truly difficult for Princess Consort Kong to continue chatting so eloquently in front of such an expressionless, paralyzed face. Jojo-sama was the kind of person who, if you insisted on chatting with her, would continue to chat with you politely, even though she only exchanged a few words with others. "I'll call you Jojo from now on. Jojo, if our Mo Lian bullies you in the future, feel free to tell Imperial Aunt. Imperial Aunt will take care of him for you. Imperial Aunt will definitely stand by your side." Jojo thought about it seriously. He can't bully me. It had always been Lord Jojo who bullied him. Jojo-sama was Lian's little emperor baby. Wasn't it normal for him to listen to Lord Jojo's words and actions? It was impossible for him to bully the little emperor. However, not long after he said this, Lord Jojo had the urge to cry. As expected, he couldn't be too full of himself, because retribution would arrive in minutes. Lord Jojo would soon be slapped in the face. Jojo and Princess Consort Kong had a warm chat for a while until the servants came to report that Princess Consort Jing had arrived. Only then did everyone let out a slight sigh of relief. They wiped the sweat from their foreheads and thought to themselves, F***K, we finally don't have to listen to the awkward conversation between Princess Consort Kong and the Crown Princess. That's really F***King enough. What are they talking about? When women gather together, shouldn't they be talking about which jewelry store opened in the capital? What kind of beautifying dishes did Kaidai Veranda come out with? Shouldn't it be like this? Look at how Princess Consort Kong and the Crown Princess were awkwardly chatting about all sorts of things. Their thoughts were flying too fast. Princess Consort Jing held a woman's hand and walked in together intimately. Everyone felt that it was a bit strange. Everyone knew that Princess Consort Jing's appearance was average. Moreover, her forehead was narrow and slightly sunken. Her nose was sharp and narrow, but her mouth wasn't small. Saying that her appearance was average was a bit of a compliment. Actually, she was just a bit ugly. Princess Consort Jing's naturally harsh and merciless appearance usually attracted a lot of gossip for her. What she disliked the most in her life was walking together with beautiful girls. But today, the girl beside her was graceful and elegant. She was wearing a long white dress that wrapped around her chest, which made her skin look as delicate as milk. Arbor looked at them coldly. To be precise, she was looking at the girl beside Princess Consort Jing, on the top of her head. She recognized this hairpin. It should be said that she had a very deep impression of this hairpin. This 5-fortune jade hairpin was Xianxia's favorite. She wore it every day and couldn't part with it no matter where she went. Arbor clenched her fists tightly. Her gaze was cold as she stared at the girl in white fluttering clothes in front of her. Xianxia, long time no see, I'm back. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Xianxia felt like she was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Her long brows furrowed slightly. She inadvertently raised her head and looked in the direction of that sharp gaze. What entered her sight was a young girl who was as delicate as jade porcelain. When she saw the young girl's appearance, she couldn't help but be slightly dazzled. Xianxia originally thought that she was fair and beautiful enough, and her skin was delicate enough, but it turned out that there was no comparison at all. Now that she stood in front of the little girl, she was immediately outshone. The beauty and milk-white skin that she was so proud of was not even worth mentioning in front of this little girl. Xianxia took a deep breath and did her best to maintain a smiling appearance. Following Princess Consort Jing's bow to Princess Consort Kong, the two sisters said in a soft voice, "Greetings to Princess Consort Kong." Princess Consort Kong nodded and had them rise out of unfamiliarity. She then held Xiao Mu's hand, and her expression turned into one of familiarity and intimacy. "Child, meet your sister-in-law, Princess Consort Jing. Her husband, King Jing, is the adopted son of the great emperor. His name is Mo Shikong. This should be the first time the two of you have met. Greetings, Crown Princess." Princess Consort Jing's eyes flickered slightly as she greeted her with a smile. "Greetings, Jing Wangfei." Since Princess Consort Jing was her sister-in-law in name, Arbor naturally wouldn't let her perform a full salute to avoid giving people an excuse for being arrogant and rude, which would give people a reason to gossip. Arbor stepped forward and also returned a half salute. "Greetings, Crown Princess." Xianxia, who was at the side, also hurriedly followed suit and curtsied. However, she had always been conceited about her family background and had an extremely arrogant personality. She automatically straightened up after squatting for less than half a second. This kind of salute was merely a formality. Generally, no one would make things difficult for a noble daughter of an aristocratic family. "Who knew? Who allowed you to stand up?" 10 o'clock. Xianxia was taken aback. She almost suspected that the Crown Princess was talking to her. The Crown Princess actually used such an icy tone to talk about her, the Shi family's second miss? Ignorant of etiquette. Arbor said coldly, "Xianxia, teach her." Xianxia immediately walked up and demonstrated a salute. "Greetings to the Crown Princess." The young Crown Princess nodded and gestured for Xianxia to stand up. She then turned to look at the stupefied Xianxia. "Unruly. Start over." Everyone, Princess Consort Kong silently stifled her laughter and tried wiping her lips with a handkerchief. She chuckled softly and said, "Second Miss Shi, the Crown Princess is talking to you. Why aren't you responding? You really don't know etiquette." Xianxia's charming face flushed red, and she looked incredulously at the Crown Princess who was looking directly at her. The young Crown Princess had slapped her left cheek in front of all the madams and noble ladies, then slapped her right cheek with the back of her hand. Xianxia's back stiffened as she stood motionlessly in front of the little stoic. Most of the people in the hall were also silently watching the show. At this moment, the sounds of whispering increased. Most of the people who could sit with Princess Consort Kong in this main hall were madams with status in the royal court. Their husbands' family's power was ranked among the top in the imperial capital. These women were mostly slick and sly. Seeing that this second Miss Shi had somehow offended the young Crown Princess and was targeted by her, how could she possibly say something to draw hatred? Moreover, this Shi family was ranked last among the 6 great patrician families, but they were very high-profile in their conduct. They tried to curry favor with the powerful and had unclear connections with the royal court, so they were very disliked. Not only did they rush to marry their eldest daughter, Shi Yongyan, to Jing Wang as a consort, but they also repeatedly used Jing Wang's name to secretly deal with some disobedient courtiers. She really didn't know how this family could stretch their hands so far. Xianxia saw that no one was speaking up for her, and Princess Consort Jing standing next to her was completely stunned. She couldn't help but bite her lips in grievance. She bowed and said, "How did my daughter offend the Crown Princess to cause the Crown Princess to treat my daughter like this?" The young Crown Princess didn't reply. She just stared coldly at the woman in front of her. In his previous life, she was such a high-spirited woman. Now, she actually revealed such a timid appearance like a little white rabbit. He really knew how to act. If he didn't know what kind of personality this woman had, he would have really been deceived by her. In this life, they met several years earlier. At this time, Xianxia was only a 17-year-old girl. Compared to her ruthless and arbitrary style in his previous life, she was much more tender. Arbor slightly pursed his lips and swept a glance at Xianxia's uneasy face. He turned and helped Princess Consort Kong sit down, and he also sat down next to her. Xianxia gritted her teeth and half-squatted, maintaining a saluting posture. However, her fingertips had already pierced into her palms. What a domineering and rude crown princess! She had just returned to the capital, yet she was like a shrew, stirring up trouble everywhere. The emperor hadn't even acknowledged her status, yet she dared to be so shameless as to put on airs and punish her. she really wanted to see when this bearing fangs and brandishing claws woman would fall from the crown princess divine altar. If such a day came, Xianxia tightly gritted her teeth. That day would be the day she took revenge and consigned this woman to eternal damnation. Miss Shi, are you cursing this crown princess by gritting your teeth? Xianxia's expression stiffened, and she crouched there, feeling extremely uncomfortable all over. The little stoic sat there and gazed at her coldly. As expected, your Shi family is quite capable. You don't even respect the Eastern Palace. Then presumably, His Majesty is nothing more than this in your hearts. Xianxia's heart abruptly chilled, and Princess Consort Xing, who was snickering on the side, couldn't help but stiffen. She hastily walked up and said with a smile, "The crown princess really knows how to joke. Yongqian is young and doesn't know proper etiquette. I hope that the crown princess won't take offense." "How old?" Princess Consort Xing couldn't help but be stunned. Why did she feel like this little crown princess's thoughts were jumping around? She almost couldn't keep up with her speech patterns. 17 years old. Yongqian is only 17 years old after all. This crown princess is 15 years old. Everyone, the madams who didn't have a good relationship with the Shi family all along couldn't help but snigger. They really wanted to ask Princess Consort Xing if this slap in the face was fast. She had just said she was young, but who would have expected that the little crown princess was even younger? Even though she was young, she still couldn't disregard proper etiquette. The little crown princess's meaning was very clear. The little crown princess maintained her small face and said dryly, "Age doesn't represent everything. Many times, it really isn't easy to continue teaching when one's foundation is crooked. For example, your Shi family." She mocked coldly, "It can be seen from this miss that your upbringing is truly lacking." Everyone, Xianxia was so infuriated that her nose was about to become crooked. How could she endure it now? She suddenly straightened her body. "Crown princess, are you taking advantage of your position to bully others?" However, when she abruptly stood up from her crouching position, Xianxia's legs turned to jelly, and she involuntarily swayed. Qiaomu suddenly flared up, slapping the small sandalwood table next to her with a backhand. Her charming face was as cold as a frosty snowy night as she expressionlessly asked, "Where are the crown prince consort's personal guards?" Aunt Jing's eyelids twitched violently. Ever since the young crown princess had made things difficult for second Miss Shi, she had felt that things were developing in a strange direction. As expected, it hasn't even been 3 minutes. Then something happened. Bang bang bang. A few large holes suddenly appeared on the roof, and 7 or 8 figures flew down from above. They knelt on one knee in front of the crown princess and said respectfully in unison, "Here." Madame Zhongli hurriedly stood up with the young madam's help. The corner of her mouth twitched twice. The rest of the people also had a dumbfounded expression as they looked at these elite guards who suddenly jumped down from the roof. Could it be that these people had been guarding the crown princess all this time? Was it the crown prince's men? "Tie her up." Arbor pointed at Xianxia and said with a cold gaze, "Second Miss Shi has lost her composure in front of the crown princess. She is impolite and immoral. Drag her out and give her 10 lashes to clear her head." Everyone, Xianxia was really anxious this time. When she saw the guards rushing up to tie her up, she couldn't help but put up a strong front and said, "How dare you? See if I dare or not." Arbor smirked coldly. When she stared at her, Xianxia felt that this young crown princess seemed to have a trace of abnormality. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that the young crown princess was like a venomous snake that could pounce on her at any time and bite her throat. "Let me go. Let me go." Xianxia struggled and exclaimed, "Eldest sister. Eldest sister, save me." A trace of hesitation flashed across Princess Consort Jing's face. She had never liked this second sister of hers, but now that the two sisters represented the Shi family's reputation, leaving her in the lurch would only make others think that she was cold-hearted. She would definitely be in a bad mood if those gossipy women gossiped about her. Princess Consort Xing frowned. She slightly eased that sharp and unkind expression of hers and forced a smile as she said to Arbor, "Crown Princess, my younger sister was too agitated just now. That's why her words were so extreme and offended the Crown Princess. Please be magnanimous and forgive her." Sir Jojo coldly replied, "I don't want to be magnanimous. Everyone, what was going on? The little crown princess looked like she was going to spit on the heavens and earth the moment she entered the room, and without any warning, she started attacking that unlucky second miss of the Sure family, yet Princess Consort Kong couldn't help but laugh out loud. She thought to herself, this really is a soft and adorable little bun. Look, even when she's angry, she's especially interesting. Princess Consort Jing's expression also turned ugly. She said with a cold face, although you are the crown princess, we have always been in China. But in our divine continent, we have always been somewhat tolerant of the strong. My second sister, Xianxia, is at least a 5th-level spiritual master with a 5th-level spiritual fire. Princess Consort Jing harumphed and said, in our divine continent, it's not easy for females to cultivate. My second sister's talent can be considered pretty good. Arbor rolled her eyes. What are you rambling on about? Drag her out. Beat her. The most annoying thing was to talk for so long without getting to the main point. Who has the patience to listen to you blabber on? Do you think you're a flower that needs to bloom? Everyone was dumbfounded. Did the little crown princess really not understand, or was she pretending not to? Wasn't Princess Consort Jing talking to her about some customary rules in the divine continent? Generally, divine realm experts above the 10th level were exempted from kneeling in front of the emperor. Cough, of course, this Xianxia was only a 5th-level spiritual master. Sorry, she was thousands of miles away from being a great divine master. Although Princess Consort Jing was a bit nonsensical, this little crown princess in front of them clearly wasn't someone who followed the rules. They really wanted to ask, what kind of family could raise such a freak? How could Xianxia be a match for the crown prince's guards? What level 5 soul master? In front of a row of level 10 great soul masters, she definitely wouldn't be able to resist. In addition, Xianxia had always been a prideful person in front of others. She wouldn't easily get into a fight and ruin her image, hence, the 2 crown prince's personal guards easily subdued second Miss Sure. They took out hemp ropes from their inner worlds and tied the second young miss up. Then, they dragged her out of the door. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. By the time Xianxia regained her senses, her second sister had already been dragged to the door. Xianxia's harsh face immediately contorted. She shouted at the top of her lungs, how dare you? Arbor looked at her as if she was an idiot. What was there to be afraid of? Wasn't it already being done? Was there something wrong with this Princess Consort Jing's eyesight, or was there something wrong with her brain? Why did she keep asking such retarded questions? Princess Consort Jing was about to be angered to death by the little stoic. She really had never seen such an arrogant and unreasonable person. She was actually the crown princess? Oh. My heavens, Princess Consort Jing rolled her eyes fiercely in her mind. If Sir Jojo knew, he would definitely slap her to death. What arrogant and unreasonable nonsense! Sir Jojo was the most reasonable little lady in the world. End of chapter 2538. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.